Chapter 1. How to cultivate immortality without money, resources, or background. Chen brother. As Chen Ping traversed the path, passers-by greeted him. Yet, irrespective of who it was, their countenance was grim, their eyes vacant, and their lips tinged with a purplish hue. The toxin had permeated their organs. Chen Ping was no exception at the tender age of 15. He exhibited pallor, a vacant gaze, and lips of a darkened shade. He found himself within the Mu clan, a faction of the immortal lineage, specifically in the alchemy hall. As an outsider bearing the Mu surname, he had yet to reach the 5th layer of chi refinement and held the status of a menial worker. The duty of these menials was to test pills. Only by passing an assessment could one ascend to the status of an alchemist apprentice. Until that time, they were to incessantly partake in the testing of elixirs. In euphemistic terms, the Mu clan was nurturing them, allowing them to consume potions aimed at enhancing their cultivation without charge. Once they reached the 5th layer of chi refinement through testing, they could elevate to the rank of alchemist apprentice. However, many succumbed to disability or even death before achieving this milestone due to the perilous nature of the testing. Thus, the Mu clan was filled with individuals like him, outsiders who bore the burden of these trials. Chen Ping, this is the elixir you are to consume today. Steward Tang presented him with a rather dark pill. Yes, Steward Tang. Chen Ping accepted the pill with a stoic expression, consuming it before him and settling onto a cushion to refine it. The pill he ingested was a vitality pill, designed to accelerate his absorption of spiritual energy. Yet its inferior quality bore a heavy toxin. Prolonged use would lead to the toxin infiltrating his body, blood, organs, and ultimately his very marrow, rendering him a mere dregs of a once promising cultivator. Each small chamber contained 5 cushions. Chen Ping chose a random spot to sit and began the refinement process, familiar sensations flooding his mind, followed by an intensification of the pill's toxicity that contorted his features and induced involuntary spasms. At that moment, withdrawing from his cultivation would have alleviated his suffering significantly. However, hailing from a humble background as a rural cowherd, he understood how arduous the path to becoming a cultivator was. Even though this elixir's toxicity harmed his body, he was unwilling to squander its potential, seizing every opportunity to enhance his abilities. He longed to reach the 5th layer of chi refinement swiftly, thereby escaping this inhumane existence. The 4 individuals nearby persevered in a similar manner, gritting their teeth against the torment. Chen Ping's mother had passed away when he was 6, and his father had departed even earlier, leaving him an orphan. Before her death, his mother entrusted him with 2 items, a small token and an ancestral grayish-white bead. Following her demise, his second aunt's family usurped his home, subjecting him to harsh treatment and granting him but 1 meal a day. This dismal situation began to improve when he turned 9, as a female cultivator descended from the heavens, informing him that he possessed an immortal token, suggesting a possible connection to the celestial realm. Seizing the opportunity to alter his destiny, Chen Ping diligently practiced for 100 days under the female cultivator's guidance, ultimately achieving the 1st layer of chi refinement. He was then brought to the Mu clan, where he believed his fate would take a favorable turn, only to find himself leaping from one pit into another, darker abyss. The Mu clan was a prominent family in the cultivation world, backed by the esteemed Dongxian sect, with its ancestor being a golden core cultivator who had lived for 4 centuries. Yet, the cultivation realm was fraught with darkness, stringent and brutal, with knowledge pertaining to alchemy, talisman crafting, and various techniques meticulously obscured, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to acquire such esoteric wisdom. Thus, the celestial seed, represented by Chen Ping, found its purpose. The Mu family, at a minimal cost, recruited cultivators like Chen Ping, endowed with spiritual roots, to impart their techniques and compel him to toil for them like a beast of burden. Moreover, to attain his freedom, he must serve the Mu family for 60 long years. Many individuals do not live to see 60. Currently, Chen Ping has been with the Mu family for 6 years, having reached the 4th level of chi refining, yet he still lacks the qualifications to serve them in such a capacity. He must cultivate to the 5th level, undergo the first qualitative transformation of his spiritual energy, and generate true magical power before he can enter the alchemy hall as a novice alchemist. beginning his labor of producing elixirs to earn spirit stones for the Mu family only. Then would the 60-year term commence. Countless individuals succumb to despair long before that milestone. In the servant quarters where Chun Ping resides, he initially shared his plight with 6 other celestial seeds, but the remaining 5 soon could not endure the agonizing trials of medicinal testing. They opted to leverage familial connections, offering gifts to facilitate their transfer to other departments within the Mu family. As a rural youth without any connections, Chen Ping had no such options. He was relegated to the alchemy hall's lower levels, enduring daily torment as a test subject. After 6 years of arduous cultivation, he had come to comprehend the unspoken rules of the cultivation world. Without connections, resources, or wealth, how can one hope to ascend in the realm of cultivation? Merely a tool for labor. Here, the currency holds the value of spirit stones in the cultivation domain. Chun Ping possessed a mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements, rendering him of poor aptitude. Under ordinary circumstances, one would never achieve the 3rd level of qi refining in a lifetime. However, thanks to the elixirs provided by the Mu family, he entered the 4th level at the tender age of 13. Elder Tang admonished him, "Chun Ping, you must harbor gratitude, otherwise, how could a cultivator with a mixed 5-element root like you ever reach the 4th level?" Enduring relentless torment and being treated as little more than livestock, Chun Ping was still expected to be grateful. Elder Tang, merely another beast of burden for the Mu family, ironically sang their praises. Despite the agony he endured, Chun Ping vowed that once he reached the 5th level of qi refining, he would diligently practice alchemy to earn money. Upon reaching the 10th level, he could petition to leave the Mu family and seek resources for foundation establishment. Foundation establishment, this was the dream of every qi refining cultivator, promising a lifespan of 200 years, the opportunity to join the Dongxian sect, and the potential to become a significant figure. A bitter smile crossed his lips. I may never even reach the 5th level, succumbing instead to the backlash of medicinal poison. Yet despite these thoughts, Chun Ping held no regrets. It was certainly preferable to enduring the scorn of his second aunt at home, at least in the Mu family. He could have enough to eat and wear warmly. Perhaps this was the fate destined for a mere cattle herder. The backlash from the medicinal poison not only deteriorated his physical condition, but also hindered his cultivation speed, corroding and tainting his spiritual roots. This exacerbated the plight of Chun Ping, who already possessed mixed 5-element roots. As the final vestiges of the medicinal effects faded, Chun Ping's trial for the day concluded. His features regained composure, and he gasped for breath, akin to a drowning man finally reaching the shore. Meanwhile, Elder Tang stood at the doorway, his expression indifferent as he regarded Chun Ping. "Chun Ping, you may return to eat and rest." Chun Ping's lips appeared even darker as he rose unsteadily, his legs trembling as if he might collapse. He managed a bow, his expression resolute. "Yes, Elder Tang." Elder Tang sighed. "Ah, Chun Ping, even in your current state, you still refuse to bow your head? All you need to do is agree to become a son-in-law of the Mu family, and such arduous days will be behind you. The Mu family appears to be quite commendable, yet they subject one to relentless torment as a trial drug child, observing your endurance until they devise another means to afflict you. They compel you to marry a collateral branch of the Mu family, thus becoming their son-in-law, with your offspring bearing the surname Mu. Not only does this require you to toil like a beast for the Mu family, but they also intend for your descendants to do the same. However, once one reaches the 5th level of qi refinement, the obligation of being a son-in-law ceases, allowing one to wed a legitimate daughter of the Mu family instead. Yet, many do not survive to attain the 5th level of qi refinement. A suffocating sensation enveloped Chun Ping, leaving him somewhat breathless. He managed to force a smile and said, "Director Tang, I truly appreciate your kind intentions. I will endure a little longer, and if I truly can no longer bear it, I shall accept the role of son-in-law to the Mu family." Chapter 2. How to Alter One's Destiny. The steward Tang observed Chun Ping's departure with a frigid gaze. Akin to watching a lifeless body or one on the brink of death, Chun Ping possessed a meager spiritual root, leading to a sluggish cultivation pace. Without the support of elixirs, he would never ascend beyond the 3rd level of qi refinement in his lifetime. Should he become a son-in-law? Serving the Mu family as a mere servant, he could then access superior quality elixirs. Yet, This trade-off would cost him his freedom for eternity. Tang could not fathom why Chen Ping, a talentless, resource-deprived, background-less cultivator, would persist in such a futile endeavor. In a life destined to be devoid of foundation establishment, might it not be wiser to accept his fate and serve the Mu family as a son-in-law, living a life of servitude in comfort and ease? If only Chen Ping had talent, his cultivation would progress swiftly, sparing him from daily torment. If he had connections, he would not be reduced to a mere test subject at the elixir hall. If he had resources, he would employ superior techniques and high-quality elixirs. Alas, he possessed nothing. And this was the plight of the majority. Dignity? Freedom? They were worth less than a trifle, eagerly submitting to serve the Mu family. One might not even garner their respect. Brother Chen. Indeed, there were thousands of subpar cultivators like Chen Ping among the Mu family. What they provided was merely a method for cultivation, along with food and shelter. Upon returning to the servant quarters designated as Jiazi, Chen Ping was greeted by a stunning young girl clad in a white dress, her beauty unparalleled and her figure graceful. Her name was Mu Luofei, a female cultivator from the Mu family's collateral line, tasked with overseeing and instructing the spiritual seeds. A year younger than Chen Ping, at the tender age of 14. She had already reached the 6th level of qi refinement. 6 years prior, when Chen Ping first entered the Jiazi courtyard, there were 6 spiritual seeds in total. However, they had all leveraged connections to transfer to other departments, leaving only him to endure the torment of being a test subject. Mu Luofei would occasionally appear to offer guidance and wisdom to Chen Ping. With a pale complexion and weakened limbs, Chen Ping managed a faint smile. Clasping his hands in greeting, Sister Mu has arrived. Here, take this. Mu Luofei tossed him a vial of detoxifying elixir, which would alleviate the effects of the poison plaguing Chen Ping and provide him with some relief. Without hesitation, Chen Ping consumed a detoxifying pill. The effects were swift. Or perhaps the poison within him was too severe. Soon, his complexion flushed unnaturally. With a sudden retch, he expelled a large mouthful of dark, foul blood, leaving him even paler, yet his spirit had improved considerably. Thank you for the elixir, Sister Mu, he said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Mu Luofei was exceptionally beautiful, her appearance rivaling even that of many direct descendants of the Mu family, surpassing them in both beauty and grace. Consequently, she faced suppression and exclusion within her family. And despite her considerable talent, she found herself relegated to the mundane role of overseeing the spiritual seeds. With a cheerful smile, Mu Luofei replied, "No need for thanks. You are the last one remaining in the Jiazi courtyard. If something were to happen to you, I would have no means to transfer from this position. Once you reach the 5th level of qi refinement, I can then move on to another role." Chen Ping let out a bitter smile and said, "I apologize, Senior Sister Mu, for being a burden. Were it not for Mu Luofei's occasional appearances to provide him with detoxification pills, Chen Ping, possessing a mixed 5-element spiritual root, might have long since succumbed." Mu Luofei replied, "Junior Brother Chen, allow me to impart some knowledge to you. I cannot remain here for long." Chen Ping clasped his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness, Senior Sister Mu." Mu Luofei began her lecture. The qi refinement stage comprises 3 transformative shifts in spiritual energy. In ancient times, the qi refinement stage was limited to 9 levels, with no inherent success rate for foundation establishment and cultivation methods. Presently, however, it extends to 12 levels, boasting a 30% probability of foundation establishment, thereby categorizing the 3 transformative shifts in spiritual energy. The first occurs at the 5th level of qi refinement, where spiritual power manifests externally, enabling cultivators to cast spells and acquire various arts of the immortal path to earn spirit stones. The discourse continued for half an hour, during which Chen Ping gained profound insights and felt immense gratitude towards Mu Luofei. Nevertheless, he still had a considerable way to go before reaching the 5th level of qi refinement, though he could sense the looming barrier ahead. After concluding her lecture, Mu Luofei departed, as she was currently at the 6th level and aspired to reach the 10th level promptly, with plans for foundation establishment. The Mu family felt akin to a cage. Aside from the direct lineage, everyone sought to establish their foundations and escape this dark prison. The urgency stemmed from the fact that for the qi refinement stage's 12th level, the deadline for foundation establishment is set at 30 years of age. Failure results in a 5-year extension, pushing the limit to 35. Although the delay is but 5 years, the probability of success diminishes by half. Moreover, the resources necessary for foundation establishment are exceedingly scarce. Within the Mu family, only a select few from the direct lineage can access foundation pills. Those like Mu Luofei, born of collateral lines, are deemed unqualified. As for Qin Ping, a mere footnote in the grand scheme, he is even further removed from such opportunities. Curiously, the Mu family provides cultivation methods that facilitate foundation establishment, a veiled conspiracy, compelling all to leap into the abyss without a word of dissent. After dinner, Qin Ping returned to his small chamber, where he could finally exhale. He longed for a restful sleep, readying himself to face the torment of the following day. This existence would persist until he attained the 5th level of Qi refinement, a goal that seemed distant and elusive. Feeling the weakness and pain in his body, his eyes sparkled with a flicker of determination. His thoughts now ventured into a realm that felt both ethereal and tangible. It was the grayish-white orb gifted by his mother, containing the ancestral legacy of Qin Ping's lineage. Within a vast, ancient palace, its walls bore the marks of countless ages. Standing in the grand hall, Qin Ping gazed upon the walls adorned with dense records of various medicinal formulas. Spirit Enlightenment Pill enhances comprehension of the law. Qi Recovery Pill restores a substantial amount of depleted spiritual energy. Spirit Awareness Pill augments one's spiritual awareness. Body Refinement Pill refines the physical body. Youth Preserving Pill, one taken annually, preserves eternal youth. Wolf Tiger Pill, a potent aphrodisiac. One dose ensures vigor for 3 days. Longevity Pill, one pill extends life by 3 months. Essence Transformation Pill alters one's form and spiritual roots. These formulas encompassed hundreds of types of pills, covering all medicinal needs for the Qi refinement stage. He discovered that he had become a test subject for medicinal pills, and after consuming the elixirs, he had activated the ancestral bloodline heritage. If he had access to the necessary resources and herbs at this moment, he could concoct these pills to earn money and alter his destiny. However, he had not yet reached the 5th level of Qi refinement and was thus unable to unlock the techniques for refining the ancestral elixirs before him. His insufficient cultivation and lack of resources had led to his current predicament. He needed to attain at least the 5th level of Qi refinement to enter the alchemy hall, become an apprentice alchemist, and gain access to alchemical resources. This was the reason why Qin Ping refused to bow down and submit to becoming a son-in-law of the Mu family. Yet, his body was on the verge of collapse, and with his poor spiritual root, he was uncertain if he could endure until that day. If he had connections or a background, he could have started refining pills sooner and attempted to earn money. Alas, he had nothing. He could only silently endure, suffering until he reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. With the ancestral heritage at his disposal yet unable to change his fate, Qin Ping felt an urgency and unease within. What could he do to alter his destiny? Chapter 3. The Great Purple Immortal Pill Scripture. Purging pill toxins. The cultivation technique he was currently practicing was the 5 Elements technique, a widely circulated method across the continent. Within the Hall of Heritage, veiled in mist, lay many secrets yet to be unlocked. He stood before a wall, the Great Purple Immortal Pill Scripture. This was indeed a technique, yet he had not yet unlocked it. Through years of exploration, Qin Ping discovered that the more elixirs he consumed, the more of the heritage he could unlock. It was a bittersweet experience. The only support he could rely on in the realm of cultivation was the ancestral heritage. With the consumption of a few more elixirs, he hoped to unlock this ancestral technique. He fervently wished for its utility. While others hailed from families of immortal lineage, possessing connections, resources, and backgrounds, he was merely a rural boy with nothing. His bloodline inheritance was his sole asset. Exiting the Hall of Heritage, Qin Ping endured the discomfort and pain, forcing himself to sleep. The next morning, Qin Ping, pale-faced, left the Jiazi courtyard and once again ventured to the alchemy hall, repeating the cycle of torment. This existence persisted, day after day, month after month, year after year. He would either succeed in reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, stepping into the alchemy hall to become an apprentice alchemist, or face an unending cycle of torment, fighting to the death or bowing to the Mu family to become a son-in-law. To the left lay the abyss, to the right, hell. Regardless of his choice, the Mu family had meticulously prepared a path of suffering, unless he could establish a foundation and become a disciple of the Dongxian sect. Brother Chun. Qin Ping arrived at a small dwelling where Steward Tang awaited him, expressionless as he handed Qin Ping a pill. Qin Ping's countenance darkened. This was not a vitality pill, but rather a concentration pill with a heavier toxin. Steward Tang stated, Qin Ping, you are not far from the 5th level of Qi refinement. I specifically requested to exchange it for this concentration pill. Consuming this pill will directly elevate your cultivation. You should thank me. Qin Ping seethed with anger. This concentration pill cost 10 spirit sands, and a vial equated to a piece of spirit stone. Although it could directly enhance his cultivation, the poisonous effects of the elixir were considerably more severe. It was evident that Qin Ping would suffer greatly from consuming this pill, exacerbating the toxin's insidious grip on him. Should he even express gratitude? This steward Tang was clearly intent on forcing him to submit and become a son-in-law of the Mu family. Yet, living under someone else's roof left him no choice but to bow his head. To rebel? What leverage did he possess to do so? Qin Ping ground his teeth in frustration. He had merely rejected the proposition of becoming a son-in-law yesterday, and today he was being subjected to humiliation. How infuriating! After the anger subsided, an indescribable sense of fatigue and despair washed over him. What could he possibly do? Taking a deep breath, Qin Ping reassured himself that, regardless of the circumstances, it was far better than being a mere cowherd in the countryside. He forced a smile onto his face. Thank you, Steward Tang. Steward Tang patted Qin Ping on the shoulder, his smile cold and unyielding. Take this elixir and enhance your cultivation. Qin Ping gritted his teeth and replied, Yes, Steward Tang. He randomly selected an empty mat to sit upon, and under the frigid gaze of Steward Tang, he steeled himself and swallowed the elixir. He then began to circulate his technique to refine the qi-gathering pill. The pain was excruciating. Almost instantaneously, as he refined the elixir, the toxicity intensified. The agony akin to having his insides torn apart, as if insects were gnawing at his very organs. Yet, as the spiritual energy flowed into his meridians, it began to elevate Qin Ping's cultivation, invigorating him and sharpening his awareness to withstand the torment. This sense of helplessness and despair surged within him. Qin Ping's body began to tremble. He longed to give up, but was unwilling to forfeit the medicinal power that would enhance his cultivation. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to persevere. He understood that many succumb to such torment, abandoning their dignity and choosing to bow to the Mu family, becoming mere pawns, all to avoid enduring such suffering again. This pain was indescribable, rendering a person numb. Waves of agony crashed upon Qin Ping's heart. His consciousness gradually faltered, clinging to the last vestiges of clarity as he continued to circulate his technique. In a daze, he recalled his mother's voice. Pinger, you must keep this safe. It is the key to your ascension. Mother, where are we going? To visit the grave. Young Qin Ping, at 6 or 7 years old, was still somewhat oblivious. What is a grave? It is the home of your father and grandparents, where I will reside in the future. When I have moved in, will you come to see me? I will. His mother, burdened by the longing for his father, soon fell ill. And in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed, and she was laid to rest in the grave. In that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning of a grave. After his mother entered, he would never see her again in this lifetime. He could not give up. He still yearned to see her once more. In the midst of his collapsing consciousness, Qin Ping's thoughts entered the hall of inheritance. The qi-gathering pill he refined was accompanied by tendrils of black mist that flowed into the hall, dispelling the obscurity that shrouded it. In that instant, the profound text of the disease Xiandan Jing was unveiled before Qin Ping, free from the haze that had concealed it. Once mastered, the disease Xiandan Jing would grant immunity to the ravages of the toxin, allowing one to consume elixirs freely without fear of their poisonous effects. This method of cultivation inherently possesses a 60% success rate for foundational establishment, and it is a technique of the 15th layer of qi refinement. Most importantly, it allows me to distinctly perceive the potency of a medicinal pill. The gathering qi pill, does it truly augment one's cultivation for an entire day? The refining duration is 3 time periods. In a haze of consciousness, Qin Ping, in a state of confusion, began to shift his cultivation method. Without hesitation, he abandoned the mediocre technique provided by the Mu family, the 5 elements technique, and instead embraced the ancestral heritage of the Grand Purple Immortal Pill scripture. 1 time period, 2 time periods, 3 time periods, 4 time periods. This technique seemed particularly harmonious with Qin Ping, perhaps due to the enhancement of his bloodline. Remarkably, in just 4 time periods of transitioning to the Grand Purple Immortal Pill scripture, he successfully completed its cultivation. It is worth noting that he had only managed to grasp the basics of the inferior 5 elements technique after half a month of practice. Instinctively operating the Grand Purple Immortal Pill scripture, the agonizing affliction brought on by the pill poison receded like a tide. With a loud cough, Qin Ping expelled a mouthful of dark, toxic blood. However, this time, his complexion was not pale. Instead, it took on an unexpectedly rosy hue. Observing Qin Ping's blood expulsion, the other 4 miscellaneous disciples in the small room remained unperturbed. At the entrance, Steward Tang merely watched coldly. a smirk of satisfaction gracing his lips. Let us see how much longer you can endure. His feelings toward Qin Ping were not of disdain. Rather, he simply disapproved of Qin Ping's stubborn resilience. He despised those who held themselves in high regard and sought to drag Qin Ping down, compelling him to bow to the Mu family and yield, just as he did, toiling like a beast of burden for them. Chapter 4. Old friends come seeking. Pressing for submission. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. Qin Ping's consciousness gradually returned, and the torment of the pill poison vanished without a trace. Although his body still felt weak, he experienced an unprecedented sense of well-being. The absence of the pain from the pill poison was a true blessing. Upon opening his eyes, he found Steward Tang coldly observing him. Qin Ping, your testing of the medicine concludes today. You may return to eat and rest. Tomorrow, we continue the trials. You must arrive early to reach the 5th layer of qi refinement. A chill crept into Qin Ping's heart, and he instantly became acutely alert. The secret of his immunity to the pill poison must not be revealed. Thus, he resolved to feign his suffering, to act as if he were still afflicted by the torment of the pill poison. Ironically, Steward Tang's attempts to undermine him were inadvertently aiding his cultivation. In this twist of fate, Qin Ping's heart fluttered with excitement, yet he maintained a facade of weakness, trembling as he rose to his feet, feigning a voice filled with despair. Yes, Steward Tang. Steward Tang watched as Qin Ping staggered away with feeble steps, his eyes indifferent. In the face of death, how many could truly maintain their pride? Qin Ping returned to the servant quarters with faltering steps. Brother Qin, upon entering his room in the Jiazi courtyard, the previously weak and despondent demeanor vanished in an instant. Instead, he radiated with vitality. Phew, it seems I did not give myself away. I shall continue this act moving forward. Qin Ping instructed the servant to bring his dinner to his room, claiming he felt unwell and would not join the others for the meal. Once he bowed his head and became the Mu family's son-in-law, he would be relegated to the status of a servant, forever deprived of the path to freedom and immortality. The humble servant swiftly delivered dinner, and after Qin Ping partook of the meal, he once again began to circulate his cultivation technique. An increasing amount of accumulated toxic energy was expelled from his body through vomit and excretion. However, his eyes were no longer clouded and lifeless. Instead, they sparkled with vitality and brilliance. Qin Ping was overwhelmed with emotion. The cultivation method left by his ancestor was truly remarkable. It felt akin to a drowning person finally gasping for air. The sensation of being able to breathe was exquisite. Tears welled up in Qin Ping's eyes as he thought of his mother. Had she not entrusted him with the legacy pearl? He might have languished in obscurity for his entire life, perishing in the endless torment of being a test subject for medicinal herbs. He then pondered the qi-gathering pill, which could enhance one's cultivation within a day. Was there a pill that could augment one's cultivation over a month, or even a year? Qin Ping understood that beyond the qi-gathering pill, there existed even more precious yuan qi pills, which were priced at a staggering 1 spirit stone each. A vial would cost 10 spirit stones. Qin Ping felt parched at the thought. If a single pill could boost his cultivation for a month, would he not then have prospects for foundation establishment? Yet, he was utterly penniless. To pursue this ambition, he must first enter the alchemy hall and become a student of alchemy to access the resources for pill crafting. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ping reminded himself, patience is essential. Clenching his fists, he lay down, and a heavy wave of drowsiness washed over him. For the first time in 5 or 6 years, he fell into a normal sleep. Previously, the toxic energy had plagued him, forcing him to struggle to find rest. No one knew the depths of his torment and how he had endured such suffering. At last, life offered a glimmer of hope. Another day dawned. Qin Ping awoke feeling refreshed. He stepped outside, basking in the sunlight that warmed his body. For the first time, he truly appreciated the beauty of the day. He inhaled deeply, then returned indoors to practice his acting skills before the mirror, ensuring he maintained a pallid and feeble appearance to avoid revealing any signs of recovery. After a while, Qin Ping resolved that for the time being, he would only eat 1 meal a day. 1 meal would not starve him, but would render him appearing weak and lacking vitality. Though his body was in dire need of nourishment to recover from the toxic energy, he had to endure this feebleness to conceal any signs of his healing. No discomfort could compare to the agony inflicted by the toxic energy. He stumbled, his limbs feeling heavy and weak, as he left the servant quarters and approached the small building of the alchemy hall. Elder Tang, with a frosty gaze, handed Qin Ping a qi-gathering pill. Test it. Qin Ping forced a genuine smile from within. Thank you, Elder Tang. The elder was pleased with Qin Ping's demeanor and observed as he consumed the qi-gathering pill for the first time, free from the presence of toxic energy. This sensation was delightful. So this was the taste of high-grade and exquisite pills. Without the corrosive influence of toxic energy, he could fully immerse himself in his training. Although Chen Ping trembled during his cultivation, it was not due to the toxic energy, but rather the result of his hunger from not having eaten. Such pain and discomfort are trivial. Compared to the agony inflicted by the venom of the damn poison, they are utterly negligible, akin to a mere drizzle. In the eyes of Steward Tang, Chen Ping is enduring the torment of the Dan poison with remarkable fortitude. As time trickles by, Chen Ping successfully assimilates the potency of the qi-gathering pill. The cyclone within him expands naturally and effortlessly, and he senses a slight enhancement in his strength. If I were to consume qi-gathering pills daily, I might reach the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refining and ascend to the 5th layer within half a month. A gentle elation and anticipation swell within Chen Ping. His innate talent is woefully inadequate. Relying solely on meditation yields almost no progress. The Great Purple Immortal Pill Sutra does not enhance the speed of cultivation, but rather alters the method of pill consumption. This signifies that upon entering the 5th layer of qi refining, his demand for cultivation resources will be substantial. One qi-gathering pill and a spirit stone are luxuries beyond his means. To break through to the 5th layer within a month, he must rely on Steward Tang to procure a qi-gathering pill for him daily. As a servant disciple, the Mu family provides you with cultivation techniques, sustenance, and lodging, yet does not dispense additional spirit stones. Chen Ping has worn his servant's attire for 5 or 6 years. It has long since faded and is riddled with creases. After refining the pill, hunger overwhelms him, causing dizziness. He staggers to his feet, his voice hoarse and weak, attempting to feign composure. Steward Tang, might you show some leniency? I wish to cease consuming the qi-gathering pill and instead wish to take the essence pill. A chilling glint flickers in Steward Tang's eyes. That is out of the question. This qi-gathering pill was not easily obtained for you. Until you break through to the 5th layer of qi refining, you must continue consuming this pill. Chen Ping's countenance falls into despair. His eyes glistening with tears as he nearly weeps, his emotions fraying. I understand. He then leaves the small room, dejected and unsteady, making his way back to the servant quarters. Meanwhile, Steward Tang revels in his triumph. Let us see how long you can endure. The sensation of Dan poison infiltrating your bones is far from pleasant. Observing Chen Ping in such a state, it seems unlikely he will survive the repercussions of the Dan poison before reaching the 5th layer of qi refining. A servant disciple's demise is inconsequential. In the realm of cultivation, disregarding the established rules often results in fatal consequences. Chapter 5, Preparing for the Breakthrough, resting for 2 days upon returning to the Jiazi courtyard. Chen Ping is already dizzy from hunger. He instructs the servant disciple to bring him dinner, which he devours ravenously. The food provided by the Mu family is no ordinary fare, but rather spiritual rice, spiritual water, spiritual wine, and the flesh of spiritual beasts, suitable only for cultivators. Prolonged consumption of these spiritual items offers the benefits of pure cultivators' spiritual energy, albeit minimally effective. After satiating his hunger, Chen Ping returns to his chamber, where he channels his cultivation technique to further purge the Dan poison from his body. Feeling increasingly at ease, he approaches the mirror. His brow furrowing slightly, the Dan poison is being expelled too swiftly. His lips, once a dark purple hue, would easily betray him to Steward Tang during tomorrow's medicinal trial. To remedy this, Chen Ping instructs the servant disciple to procure some mulberries, which he crushes and applies to his lips, restoring them to their purple-black color. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction, exhaling a sigh of relief. I just need to maintain 1 meal a day for another day. He practiced his techniques, but the pace at which he absorbed the spiritual energy through his mixed elemental roots was exceedingly slow. However, idleness was not an option. He would not squander any opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the door. Chen Ping ceased his meditation and called out in confusion. Who is it? A youthful voice, laced with a hint of frivolity, responded from outside. Is this Chen Shidi? I am Luo Chongji, your senior brother. Chen Ping's gaze momentarily faltered before he approached and opened the door. He was greeted by a boy slightly taller than himself, clad in the pristine robe of the Mu family's spiritual plant department, smiling brightly at him. Luo Chongji was one of the celestial seeds from the Jiazi Academy, having successfully maneuvered his way into the Mu family's spiritual plant department. Luo was adorned in a brand new, resplendent robe with a storage pouch affixed to his waist. In stark contrast, Chen Ping wore tattered and worn robes of a menial servant, feeling a pang of inferiority. He clasped his hands together, his tone weak. Senior brother Luo. It has been a long time. With a cheerful demeanor, Luo Chongji surveyed Qinping. It has indeed been several years. I never anticipated that you would still be in the menial servant academy. Qinping forced a smile. My cultivation is insufficient. I am unable to enter the alchemy hall. So I must remain at Jiazi Academy. Being a test subject for alchemical pills is quite arduous. As an orphaned cowherd, lacking both connections and resources, I can only stay in the menial servant academy. Moreover, he did not wish to leave the alchemy hall to establish himself in the cultivation world. He needed to unlock his bloodline heritage through alchemical means. Luo Chongji chuckled. I have only just broken through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, officially taking up my duties in the spiritual plant department. I returned today to see how many of us from Jiazi Academy still remain. Initially, they had entered the Mu family's menial servant academy at the tender ages of 9 and 10. After a brief exploration and inquiries with the menials, he discovered that only Qinping was left. Why haven't you been reassigned yet, Chen Shidi? Qinping chuckled awkwardly, his expression somewhat constrained. My connections are insufficient. Did Luo Chongji not notice the state of his menial robes? Qinping believed Luo was aware but was merely flaunting his own status before him. Luo Chongji waved his hand dismissively. Chen Shidi, that is not my intention. Though the innocence of our youth has faded and years have passed, some remnants of our bond still linger. Otherwise, I would not have come to visit you. Qinping pressed his lips together. I understand. Yet, he couldn't shake the discomfort gnawing at him. Luo Chongji, though light-hearted and carefree, was not ill-natured. Qinping inquired, how have you fared in the spiritual plant department over the years? Luo Chongji shrugged, not particularly well. Among the 6 branches and 3 halls of the Mu family, the spiritual plant department is the most mundane, yet it excels in its tranquility. From now on, I will be tending to spiritual plants and cultivating spiritual rice. Who knows? Perhaps the spiritual rice you consume in the future will be cultivated by me. The Mu family boasts a golden core ancestor and has established its family departments akin to the Dongshin sect, with the hierarchy being the symbol department, combat department, artifact department, array department, spiritual plant department, and punishment department. The 3 halls consist of the alchemy hall, the steward hall, and the logistics hall. Each of the 6 sects possesses its own unique lineage of celestial arts, while the 3 palaces lack such diverse heritage, resulting in diminished opportunities. Luo Chongji remarked, ostensibly suggesting that his circumstances were not significantly better than those of Qinping. He continued, yet, brotherly Ernia commands great respect as an outsider. He has managed to join the Mu family's battle division and receives focused training. Qinping's expression betrayed a hint of yearning. The battle division. It is a place reserved for those with exceptional talent. I have heard that one might even have the chance to obtain a foundation establishment pill. Such a pill is worth 3,500 spirit stones. Many spend their entire lives without amassing that amount of spirit stones, and even if one possesses the stones, acquiring a foundation establishment pill is nearly impossible without a suitable background. At this rate, Li Erniu, who entered the auxiliary academy alongside us, must have reached the 6th or 7th layer of qi refinement by now. The two engaged in a desultory conversation until late into the night. Eventually, Luo Chongji left 2 spirit stones for Qinping, saying, Junior brother Qin, take these spirit stones and purchase some detoxification pills. Qinping fell into silence, grappling with a complex array of emotions, feeling increasingly despondent. Yet, his life had begun to improve. Perhaps he would soon catch up with Luo Chongji. Clutching the 2 spirit stones, he lay down and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by hunger, enduring the pangs of starvation. He smeared mulberry juice on his lips and wobbled toward the medicinal trial hall. With a grim expression, he approached Steward Tang to claim a qi-gathering pill. Under Tang's frigid gaze, he swallowed the pill and began the refining process. Internally, Qinping felt a surge of satisfaction mingled with disdain. Steward Tang, you wish to see me succumb to pill toxicity or grovel to the Mu family as a mere auxiliary son-in-law. That will not come to pass. Despite his pale visage, he persevered, enduring hunger while genuinely enhancing his cultivation. Noticing Qinping's trembling form, Steward Tang, with an indifferent demeanor, offered a seemingly kind suggestion. If the toxicity becomes unbearable, do inform me, and I shall ensure you acquire a lovely wife. Qinping gritted his teeth and replied, I appreciate your kindness, Steward Tang. Should I find myself unable to continue, I will certainly inform you. I believe I can endure a bit longer. Tang scoffed in response. As time passed, Qinping drew ever closer to reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement. A fortnight slipped by swiftly. On this day, Qinping's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer. Weakly, he addressed Steward Tang. I cannot endure much longer. May I rest for 2 days? He intended to return and break through to the 5th layer, thus freeing himself from Tang's scrutiny, rather than relying on free pills. Chen Ping yearned to earn a living through alchemy, enhancing his cultivation through his own efforts. Moreover, if Steward Tang began to harbor suspicions, he might devise more torturous methods for Chen Ping, complicating matters further. It was simple. He could force Chen Ping into a marriage with a scion from the Mu family's branch, thereby rendering 6 years of hard work futile. Anxiety gripped him as he sought leave from Steward Tang, who regarded him with a frigid gaze, scrutinizing him as if wishing to see through his very essence. Chapter 6. Breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement granted. You shall have 2 days of rest. A cold voice echoed, causing Chen Ping's heart to swell with joy and relief. The Steward Tang merely intended for Chen Ping to bow down and accept the role of a son-in-law, rather than wishing for his demise. While others consumed spirit essence pills, he had Chen Ping take gathering essence pills. Should he inadvertently lead to Chen Ping's death, it would spell trouble for himself. Chen Ping was internally exuberant, yet feigned a weak and frail demeanor, expressing his gratitude to Steward Tang. Upon returning to the servant quarters, Chen Ping resolved to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi refinement. He instructed the servant son-in-law to bring him food, opting to remain indoors. In the confines of his room, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate, aiming to shatter the bottleneck hindering his progress. An hour passed without incident. After 5 hours, he encountered failure once more. 10 hours slipped by, followed by another 12. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through Chen Ping's body. He felt a particular acupoint and his head burst open. The long-accumulated spiritual awareness surged forth, flooding his entire being. The spiritual energy, which had previously been confined within him, now flowed outward, blending with the world and transforming into magical power. The cyclone at his dantian connected with his sea of consciousness. He had finally broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chen Ping opened his eyes and pointed a finger, unleashing a terrifying surge of magical power that punctured a substantial hole into the solid white jade cloud bed. The manifestation of magical power was indeed formidable. Chen Ping marveled at the sheer might of the spiritual energy, which, although unnoticed within him, proved fearsome when wielded externally. He grasped the transformative effects of the 3 qualitative changes in spiritual energy during the Qi refinement phase. Indeed, it was a qualitative transformation. Suppressing the overwhelming urge to howl in exhilaration, he reflected on the 6 arduous years he had endured, daily tormented by pill toxins. At long last, he had broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement with his 5-element mixed spirit root. He could finally bid farewell to his role as a test subject and step into the alchemy hall to become a disciple of alchemy. He had unlocked numerous alchemical formulas, and now they could finally be put to use. He would no longer endure the torment and difficulties imposed by Steward Tang. Tears streamed down Chen Ping's face. Yet he fell asleep with a smile, succumbing to a thick wave of drowsiness. After 8 hours of slumber, he awoke feeling invigorated. The world before him appeared subtly transformed. Emerging from his room, he felt his stomach rumble in hunger and prepared to seek a meal. Upon descending the stairs, he encountered the young lady Mu Luofei, accompanied by a robust, somewhat portly young man. Senior Sister Mu, Chen Ping greeted, inclining his hands in respect. And who might this be? Mu Luofei smiled gently. Junior Brother Chen, this is Senior Brother Li Ernio. Chen Ping's body trembled slightly, and he quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Senior Brother Li. This was indeed the Li Ernia destined for the battle department, and he had undergone a significant transformation, clad in fine garments, though somewhat stout. Li Ernia exuded an air of nobility, his demeanor sharp and commanding. Li Ernia's gaze shifted, appraising Chen Ping. Junior Brother Chen, who are you? Mu Luofei clarified. This is Chen Ping, Junior Brother Chen from the Jiazi courtyard. Oh, Li Ernita responded with mild indifference. It is Junior Brother Chen. It has indeed been several years since we last met. Were it not for Mu Luofei's explanation, he might not have remembered Chen Ping at all. Li Erniu remarked. Junior Brother Chen, how have you ended up like this at your age, having hands and feet yet still lingering in the servant quarters at 15 or 16? We are fellow disciples in the same servant house, and I have already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. You have not even achieved the 5th level? His words instantly flushed Chen Ping's face, leaving him momentarily speechless to retort. Li Erniu hailed from an illustrious background and possessed exceptional talent. Having been directly sent to the War Department, he was a mere coward from the countryside, making comparisons with him futile, and there was no point in harboring resentment. Furthermore, it appeared that Li Erniu was pursuing Mu Luofei. Otherwise, why would he come to this Jiazi Academy again? Surely he did not consider Qinping a rival in love? That seemed unnecessary. Qinping let out a wry smile. My talent is somewhat lacking. Li Ernie tossed a bottle of pills to Qinping, saying, Junior brother Qin, take these vitality pills and strive to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement sooner. Your stagnation is holding back senior sister Mu, keeping her confined to this academy. Once you reach the 5th level, you will no longer hinder her progress, allowing her to transfer to a better position. Qinping accepted the pills, his heart racing. These were vitality pills, each bottle worth 10 spirit stones, and each pill valued at 1 spirit stone. Wait, a single pill could elevate one's cultivation for a month. Li Erniu, in an effort to impress Mu Luofei, had actually bestowed such a treasure upon him. Thank you, senior brotherly, Qinping expressed sincerely. Senior sister Mu, I apologize for being a burden. I shall not hold you back any longer. Mu Luofei maintained a calm demeanor and did not seem angry, responding gently, Junior brother Qin, this matter is my own. You need not feel guilty. Others can leverage connections for transfers, and I too can find a way out. Besides, being part of the Mu family grants me inherent access to internal connections. Seeing Mu Luofei defend Qinping, Li Erniu felt a twinge of displeasure, as if he genuinely viewed Qinping as a rival. He was stout and far from handsome, while Qinping possessed a striking and refined appearance. Li Erniu was genuinely concerned about the possibility of competition given Mu Luofei's continued presence at the Jiazi Academy. However, with Qinping's meager cultivation, how could Mu Luofei possibly admire him? Mu Luofei seemed to sense Li Erniu's thoughts. Senior brotherly, one who is solely focused on the path and has yet to establish a foundation would not consider romantic partnerships. You should not make things difficult for junior brother Qin. Hearing this, Li Erniu chuckled. As we are both disciples from the same academy, I certainly would not trouble junior brother Qin. Turning to Mu Luofei, he added, today is your birthday, and I have prepared a gift for you. He produced a small wooden box from his storage bag, revealing a white Taoist robe adorned with phoenix patterns. Qinping was taken aback, stammering, is today senior sister Mu's birthday? His expression turned awkward. He was utterly impoverished and had no means to present a gift to Mu Luofei. Mu Luofei lightly huffed, senior brotherly, I shall graciously accept your gift. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Junior brother Qin, there is no need for you to give a gift. Your early breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement would be the best present for me. Upon hearing this, Qinping raised his head, smiling as he clasped his hands in respect. Then I wish senior sister Mu a very happy birthday. Mu Luofei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure. Junior brother Qin, have you reached the 5th level of qi refinement? Qinping nodded, stating he had just made a breakthrough. Mu Luofei gracefully rose and offered a respectful bow. Congratulations on your advancement to the 5th level of qi refinement, junior brother Qin. Li Erniu, his round face displaying a look of astonishment, felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Qinping was lagging behind. Not yet at the 5th level of qi refinement, yet here was Qinping, already surpassing that milestone. Soon after, he stood up, chuckled, and clasped his hands in greeting. Junior brother Qin, congratulations on your breakthrough. This was his way of extending a sincere apology to Qinping. Chapter 7. Departing from the servants' courtyard. Entering the pill hall, Li Erniu spoke up. Junior brother Qin, since you have reached the 5th level of qi refinement, you can now navigate connections and offer gifts to transfer to other departments within the Mu family before taking up your position in the pill hall. The pill hall, after all, is not a pleasant place. Mu Luofei nodded slightly. Indeed, the pill hall is not favorable for most. However, for Qinping, if he wishes to establish himself in the world of cultivation and even aspire to foundation establishment, he must go to the pill hall. Moreover, without any connections, it is essential to find someone from the Mu family to facilitate this. Qinping rubbed his nose, a look of resignation on his face. I have no choice. The two lapsed into silence. Please inform the steward that I wish to take up my position in the pill hall, Qinping requested. Mu Luofei replied, very well. I will seek out the steward shortly, as I also need to arrange a position change. You can take a few days to rest, junior brother. Qinping exhaled in relief. He was finally on the verge of escaping the confines of the servants' courtyard. After Mu Luofei departed, Li Erniu followed suit. Years later, after several others had left the Jiazi courtyard, Qinping was finally prepared to do the same. Once he completed the cleaning, he would welcome the next batch of spiritual seeds and become a trial herbalist, a never-ending cycle. Qinping felt a profound sense of relief. With this, the Mu family would no longer pressure him into becoming a son-in-law. Given the choice, who would willingly become a son-in-law to the Mu family, serving them tirelessly for generations? Just look at the servant son-in-law responsible for cooking and cleaning in the Jiazi courtyard, having not broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. He too was once a spiritual seed in this very servant's courtyard. But how many truly had a choice? After a satisfying meal, Chen Ping intended to take a stroll. Having spent 6 years with the Mu family, his routine had been rather monotonous, and he remained relatively unfamiliar with the family and its surroundings. He had heard of a marketplace, Baisha, located 200 miles away from the Mu family. However, lacking any funds, he decided against it. Returning to his quarters, he retrieved the vitality pills that Li Ernia had given him. Each pill could enhance his cultivation for a month. Chen Ping took one and swallowed it. Wow, such pure spiritual energy. The overwhelming potency of the pill surged through him, causing his cultivation to increase at a visibly rapid pace. A single pill could elevate his level for an entire month. It was no wonder they were priced at a spirit stone each. Truly worth it. This realization deepened Chen Ping's understanding. With poor aptitude, one needed ample resources and elixirs to support their growth. And where would these spirit stones come from? By serving the Mu family, of course. The myriad arts of immortality were merely means of survival and profit. It was a blatant scheme, compelling everyone to leap into its embrace. After 6 hours, Chen Ping had fully refined one vitality pill, experiencing for the first time such an accelerated growth in his cultivation. Chen Ping, 6 time periods can exchange for a month of arduous cultivation. It is truly a bargain. The demand for resources has suddenly escalated to a critical stage. The Great Purple Immortal Pill Scripture is a technique for the 15th level of qi refinement, with the foundation establishment limit set at 40 years of age. However, Chen Ping took 6 years to reach the 5th level of qi refinement, and he sensed that as he progressed, the required spiritual energy and resources would increase exponentially. After refining a yuanqi pill, Chen Ping felt a pang of hunger and descended from his room to dine. Before long, a voice resonated from the entrance. Indifferent and impatient, Chen Ping, I only granted you 2 days of leave. This is already the 3rd day. What is the matter with you? Have you perished? Upon entering the Jiazi courtyard and spotting Chen Ping eating on the 1st floor, the expression on Tang Steward's face instantly darkened. Good. Chen Ping, not only are you absent from work, but you also take me for a fool. You possess quite the audacity. Chen Ping set down his utensils. At that moment, he had not applied mulberry juice. His lips were slightly pale with a hint of blood, yet the purplish-black hue caused by the pill poison had completely vanished. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to cease his pretense. Standing up and offering a subtle fist salute, I am profoundly grateful to Steward Tang for the elixirs you provided, which have enabled me to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement. You. Tang Steward's expression darkened. 5th level of qi refinement. Indeed, Chen Ping replied. I have long been stuck at the bottleneck of the 4th level. This time, I must sincerely thank you, Steward Tang. Your kindness will be etched in my heart, and I shall repay it in the future. Tang Steward had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. His face twitched, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. This lad had appeared to be on the brink of death from pill poison, yet he had somehow broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. This revelation astonished him. Reluctantly, Tang Steward could only raise his thumb. You, my boy, well done. With Chen Ping at the 5th level of qi refinement, he was no longer under his jurisdiction. At that moment, a middle-aged man, exuding the scent of herbs and adorned in an exquisite and expensive Taoist robe, entered the Jiazi courtyard. His eye sockets were sunken, yet his complexion was rosy, and he strode with the vigor of a dragon or tiger. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Tang Steward immediately clasped his hands. Master Su. Su Foshan looked at Chen Ping. You are Chen Ping, having reached the 5th level? Chen Ping returned the greeting. I have met Master Su. I am the junior, Chen Ping, who has just recently broken through to the 5th level. As he spoke, he reached out with a hand, summoning a leaf from the ground with his magical prowess. The manifestation of magical energy was a hallmark of the 5th level of qi refinement. Do not address me as Master Su. Simply call me Brother Su. The left hall master has instructed me to guide you. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, follow me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury. Su Fengshan's personality was quite affable. He approached Chen Ping and patted his shoulder. Chen Ping immediately complied. Yes, Brother Su. Come, Su Fengshan said. I will take you to the pill hall. Su Fengshan raised his hand, conjuring a gigantic fan, inviting Chen Ping to board it. He then utilized his magical energy to lift Chen Ping into the air. Heading towards the pill hall while explaining some important matters, Junior Brother Chen, When you meet the Hall Master, remember to be cautious in your words and actions. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, brother. The giant fan soared over mountain peaks and glided past Crescent Lake, arriving at a vast valley on the opposite side, where a magnificent multi-tiered palace stood, surrounded by scattered disciples' courtyards. Upon entering the valley, one is immediately greeted by thick plumes of white smoke ascending into the sky, all reeking of pungent medicinal herbs. Along the path, numerous laborers transport elixirs and medicinal materials. These laborers, however, bear pallid faces, reminiscent of those suffering from pulmonary ailments. Had Qinping chosen to abandon his path and become a mere auxiliary son-in-law to the Mu family, he might have faced such a grim fate. Su Fengshan guided Qinping into the main hall, where the core area was adorned with exquisite decor, featuring artificial hills, tranquil waters, and the sweet melodies of birds amidst fragrant blossoms. Seated upon a massive mat was a middle-aged beauty, eyes closed in serene meditation. Even from several dozen meters away, one could sense the immense aura radiating from her, creating an oppressive atmosphere that constricted the breath, as if standing before an insurmountable mountain that commanded respect and dissuaded direct gaze. Such formidable presence distorted the surrounding spiritual energy. Was this truly the power of a foundation establishment cultivator? This was Qinping's first encounter with such a formidable individual, filling him with awe and yearning. Chapter 8. The Art of Alchemy. Su Fengshan led Qinping forward, stopping at the edge of the mat, and clasped his hands in salute. I am Su Fengshan, here to pay my respects to the left palace master. I have brought back the new blood celestial seed to the alchemy hall. Qinping hastily followed suit, bowing deeply. I am Qinping, here to pay my respects to the left palace master. The beautiful woman slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes, appraising Qinping with a gentle gaze. Now that you have entered the alchemy hall, Qinping, what are your intentions? This was her way of inquiring whether Qinping wished to become a son-in-law to the Mu family or labor freely for them over the next 60 years. Had he not awakened the bloodline inheritance, he would undoubtedly have preferred to become a son-in-law, securing better treatment and resources. Yet, that was merely hypothetical. Taking a deep breath, Qinping maintained his bowing posture. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the path. I understand, the left palace master replied calmly. Make your choice, and do not regret it for this lifetime. From this day forth, you shall follow Su Fengshan to learn the art of alchemy, and in 6 months, you will officially undertake the alchemical duties to repay the Mu family's kindness in nurturing you. Yes, I shall remember this. Dismissed. Su Fengshan will instruct you on all matters related to the alchemy hall. As Qinping and Su Fengshan slowly retreated, a chill crept down Qinping's spine. His shirt soaked in cold sweat. It was his first encounter with a foundation establishment grandmaster, and the left palace master seemed somewhat dissatisfied with his choice. Should she decide to eliminate him, it would take but a mere finger to extinguish his life. Once they exited the core area of the hall, Su Fengshan sighed. Junior brother Chun, you should have seized that opportunity. The alchemy hall hasn't had new disciples in quite some time. If you had nodded in agreement, the left palace master would surely have arranged a marriage for you, selecting a fine daughter from the Mu family. Having a foundation establishment cultivator as a matchmaker was indeed a stroke of fortune. After all, even if a Mu family daughter was reluctant to marry the celestial seed of the alchemy hall, many would acquiesce, if only for the sake of the grandmaster's influence. Qinping smiled wryly. Alas, I am not fated to enjoy the blessings of beauty. Very well, Su Fengshan shook his head and then led Qinping to his quarters, which were somewhat secluded, near a babbling brook, offering a splendid view. He then retrieved the disciple's robe from the storage bag, along with some corresponding furnishings and spiritual rice and meat. Junior brother Chun, you shall tidy up today, and tomorrow I will teach you the art of alchemy. These are the foundational principles of alchemy. Take some time to review them, he instructed before departing. Junior brother respectfully saw his senior brother off. Shortly thereafter, Qinping began to clean the dojo, which was also protected by a first-tier barrier. By the time he finished, evening had already descended. He left the dojo and made his way to the spiritual dining hall of the alchemy pavilion for a meal. There, he encountered several disciples and servants of the alchemy pavilion. Setting aside the servants, the disciples were predominantly in their 40s or 50s, with some even nearing 60. Their faces pale and expressions vacant, exuding an inexplicable numbness. Upon seeing Qinping, a disciple so young, their eyes revealed a mixture of fear, regret, and pity. This made Qinping's skin crawl. Was the alchemy pavilion a kind of hell? The expressions of these individuals filled him with trepidation. He recalled the rumors he had heard over the years at the Jiazi courtyard regarding the alchemy pavilion, and now, witnessing the truth of those tales, He felt a sense of oppression wash over him. After satisfying his hunger, Qinping also packed a breakfast for the following day before returning to the dojo. After a refreshing bath in the naturally provided hot spring, far superior to the accommodations he had while living in the Jiazi courtyard, he enjoyed a comfortable night's sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Qinping rose early to meditate and practice, a routine instilled in him by Ming Huaner. After a light breakfast, Su Fengshan appeared, fanning himself as he sat outside Qinping's courtyard, his face pale and voice weak. "Junior brother Qin, it is time to begin your alchemy lessons. Follow me." "Yes, senior brother Su." Su Fengshan led Qinping back to the Grand Alchemy Hall. Upon entering, they veered left into a small chamber, which was cluttered with a chaotic assortment of discarded, darkened herbs haphazardly piled in barrels. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of the materials. And aside from a massive alchemy furnace and a rack for herbs, there was also a bed. Su Fengshan began, "Junior brother Qin. Alchemy can only be practiced within the alchemy pavilion, as this grand hall possesses a first-tier vein of spiritual fire. The furnace is a magical artifact, allowing you to wield your spiritual power and consciousness to control the alchemy process. This is the most effective method for concocting elixirs. Just as no two flowers in the world are identical, the herbs used in alchemy vary greatly, necessitating constant supervision of the furnace during the process. The herbs and spiritual water required for alchemy can be retrieved from the storeroom. Without further ado, I shall commence your instruction in alchemy." Su Fengshan retrieved a box of elixirs from the rack. "You should be quite familiar with this one, the essence elixir. Pay close attention, junior brother. First, add spiritual water to the furnace, then sequentially place the herbs inside. This step is critical. If done incorrectly, you may end up with not the essence elixir, but a failed or even toxic pill. Connect your consciousness and spiritual power to the furnace, and release your control over the vein of spiritual fire. Then commence the formal alchemical process." As time gradually passed, Su Fengshan's condition deteriorated. His internal spiritual energy and consciousness were continuously depleting as he controlled the alchemical furnace, managed the spiritual flames, added the herbal ingredients, and monitored the progress of the elixir's refinement. The creation of a single essence elixir required the unwavering focus of 4 hours. And how much spiritual energy and consciousness does a qi refining practitioner possess? Su Fengshan's complexion turned pale as he weakly remarked, "Junior brother Qin. This is the process of refining the essence elixir. Maintaining control over the furnace for 4 continuous hours is immensely exhausting." Qinping furrowed his brow, realizing why others were reluctant to come to the alchemy hall. Engaging in such alchemical work all day, one would hardly make progress in cultivation. After finishing the elixirs, there would be no energy left for further practice. It would be a blessing not to diminish one's lifespan. No wonder the disciples and laborers of this alchemy hall appeared so gaunt and pallid. Enduring such rigorous alchemical processes and still surviving speaks to the robust vitality of a cultivator. In his youth, when he was exploited to herd cattle in his village, he was never asked to do so without respite for 4 consecutive hours. "What kind of place is this alchemy hall of the Mu family? How much have you noted down?" Su Fengshan inquired. Qinping replied, "I have retained most of it." Su Fengshan nodded weakly. "That is good. For the time being, you shall stay with me and learn to refine the essence elixir until you master it completely. Furthermore, aside from the essence elixir, we must also learn to concoct the sustenance elixir and the recovery elixir. As you have observed, the process of alchemical refinement is exceedingly taxing on both energy and spiritual essence. The latter 2 elixirs can be self-administered. These 3 types of elixirs are what we shall focus on refining in the future. And the specific type of elixir to be produced will depend on the arrangements made by the hallmaster." Qinping felt somewhat puzzled. Am I expected to learn to refine these 3 elixirs within 6 months? Indeed, Su Fengshan affirmed with a nod. If you were a son-in-law of the Mu family, the time frame would be extended to 1 year. "So, junior brother Chun, do you have any regrets?" Qinping's brow furrowed slightly, feeling that the disparity in treatment was rather significant. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Su senior brother, what is the remuneration for disciples engaged in alchemical refinement at our alchemy hall?" Su Fengshan's pale cheeks displayed a wry smile, calculated based on monthly stipends. "The income is quite meager." Qinping inquired, "How meager is it?" Su Fengshan explained, "It is actually contingent upon one's ability. If one submits 30 batches of elixirs in a month, which amounts to 300 elixirs, I receive a stipend of 2 spirit stones. Should you submit 40 batches, your stipend will increase to 3 spirit stones. At the end of each month, there are 2 days off." Qinping's eyes brightened. 2 spirit stones along with the elixirs is a commendable benefit. Upon entering the Mu family, he had been gifted 3 spirit stones, and after 5 years of cultivation, the prospect of earning 2 spirit stones monthly while also being able to consume elixirs would undoubtedly enhance his own cultivation efforts. Su Fengshan chuckled wryly. Junior brother Chun, you only see the favorable side. Do you realize that refining a batch of elixirs requires 4 hours? When the alchemy hall assigns you the task of refining the essence elixir, you must purchase the materials for the recovery and sustenance elixirs yourself. Without consuming the recovery and sustenance elixirs, your body would not endure. The most crucial aspect is that success in alchemy is not guaranteed with each attempt. I have dedicated over 30 years to the craft of pill refinement, yet I cannot assure success every time. A single failure in the alchemical furnace not only depletes all of your spiritual energy, but also squanders 4 precious hours. Given that a day comprises merely 12 hours, one would typically focus on meditative practices to replenish their state after exhausting their spiritual energy and consciousness. However, should one encounter failure in pill refinement while the demands of the pill hall remain pressing, one is compelled to push oneself relentlessly, effectively bleeding oneself dry and shortening one's lifespan. Qin Ping was immediately struck with alarm. Such exploitation is excessive, indeed. Moreover, one must concoct recovery pills and fasting pills to ensure the condition for refining vital energy pills is met. This level of exploitation would exhaust even the strongest of individuals. It is no wonder that the people of the pill hall regarded him with such weary eyes yesterday. Their spirits evidently depleted. The root of the problem lay here. Working in the pill hall, one could hardly expect to advance in cultivation. Merely surviving to a natural end would be a remarkable achievement. A veritable abyss. Su Fengshan scoffed with derision. Without such ruthless exploitation, where would the Mu family find their profits? As laboring disciples, we are no more than expendable resources for the Mu family, akin to cattle or horses. Do you believe the Mu family cares for our plight, Brother Qin? Qin Ping fell into a contemplative silence. Su Fengshan continued. Brother Chun, I am 47 years old this year, and have been in the pill hall for 33 years. My cultivation level has only reached the 11th level of qi refinement. This is despite my considerable talent in alchemy, with rare mistakes and diligent practice. Submitting sufficient pills ahead of schedule each month, and spending the remainder of my time consuming pills for cultivation. However, in order to repay the Mu family's debts, I must toil for another 27 years in pill refinement before I can reclaim my freedom. Foundation establishment is but a distant dream. Qin Ping felt a profound heaviness in his heart. The fate of those entering the pill hall seemed exceedingly grim. The method for refining to the 15th layer of qi typically culminates in foundation establishment by the age of 30, while the 18th layer sees the culmination by 40. Despite the immense daily energy expenditure required for alchemy, Su Fengshan's ability to advance in cultivation marks him as an exceptional individual, a feat not easily achieved. Nonetheless, even with such efforts, Su Fengshan remains hopeless regarding foundation establishment in this lifetime. With a bitter smile, Su Fengshan remarked, "The path of immortality has become a mere dream for me. When I first entered the Mu family at the tender age of 8 or 9, I blink and find myself at 47. Thankfully, my elderly mother has arranged a marriage for me, allowing me to return and see my grandchildren during the month-end breaks. I no longer aspire to foundation establishment. My thoughts are solely on ensuring that my grandson can enter the Mu family in a few years. I strive to accumulate resources for him, hoping he can journey further than I." Qin Ping remained silent, feeling a suffocating weight upon him, as if breathing had become laborious. Most ordinary cultivators, perhaps like Su Fengshan, willingly send their children into the Mu family in pursuit of a chance at foundation establishment. Until their own opportunities slip away, they dedicate their efforts to amassing resources for their descendants. This cycle perpetuates, with many small families serving the Mu family as laborers for generations. Aware that they are mere expendables, they still submit themselves, all for the dream of foundation establishment. One day, achieving foundation establishment would enable them to depart from the Mu family and ascend to the Dongshen sect. As for the son-in-law and the additional son, there is no room for illusion. The descendants of the bloodline are destined to be the cattle and horses of the Mu family for generations. Thus, there exists a stark disparity in treatment between the legitimate and the illegitimate lines. Alas, Qin Ping chose not to dwell on such weighty matters and spoke, "Senior Brother Su, if I were to master alchemy, would I be able to submit 30 furnaces of elixirs each month?" "Indeed," Su Fengshan nodded. "However, given that you are currently at the 5th level of qi refinement, Maintaining a consistent monthly submission of 30 furnaces is quite a formidable challenge. You must exert yourself. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, one's daily energy is limited to a mere 4 hours, sufficient for the crafting of only 1 furnace of elixir. Very well. Junior brother Chun, I shall continue to instruct you in alchemy. To succeed, you must be meticulous. Su Fengshan imparted his teachings with great care, ensuring that Qinping comprehended every detail, fearful that he might falter in understanding. This effort could be viewed as forging beneficial connections for future generations. A subtle understanding of social dynamics. As Qinping learned, he found himself lost in contemplation. Spending 2 spirit stones each month would nearly exhaust his resources for purchasing materials for the Qi recovery elixir and the hunger suppression elixir. Given his mixed elemental roots, the prospect of reaching the 18th level of Qi refinement before the age of 40 seemed a mere fantasy. Yet, he stumbled upon a potential shortcut: the materials for the Qi recovery elixir, the hunger suppression elixir, and the spirit recovery elixir could be combined to create an entirely new elixir, recorded in the annals of alchemical heritage, the spirit awareness elixir. Each spirit awareness elixir could be sold for 10 spirit stones. Highly coveted by those in the late stages of Qi refinement seeking to attain perfection or even aspire to foundational cultivation. A furnace of spirit awareness elixirs would thus be valued at 100 spirit stones. If he could utilize the materials from the Qi recovery elixir, the hunger suppression elixir, and the spirit recovery elixir to concoct the spirit awareness elixir and then sell it, excitement quietly surged within Qinping. It is important to note that in the Eastern Domain's cultivation realm, knowledge is closely guarded, and the Mu family has yet to grasp this recipe, likely unaware of the spirit awareness elixir's formula. Otherwise, they would not permit the disciples of the elixir hall to concoct the Qi recovery and hunger suppression elixirs. The monopoly on information equates to immense profit. Subsequently, Qinping continued to study alchemy under Su Fengshan, primarily focusing on the control of spiritual fire and the alchemical furnace. After 10 days, Su Fengshan declared, "Junior brother Qin, I have imparted all the knowledge I can. From now on, you must rely on your own practice. You have just over 5 months left to master this skill. Remember, it is imperative that you successfully refine elixirs, for failure will incur severe penalties, consequences you cannot afford." Qinping nodded, understood. A weight settled heavily upon him. Alchemy was no trifling matter. Even before attempting it, he recognized the difficulty and questioned whether he would succeed. "Come. I shall take you to your alchemical chamber, and we will also visit the storeroom." Su Fengshan, pale and weary, led Qinping away from his elixir hall to a pristine, newly established alchemical chamber. Alchemists must maintain secrecy in their craft. Thus, each chamber is restricted, allowing only personal customization. Here is your identity token. Guard it well. As Qinping gazed upon his own alchemical chamber, a glimmer of joy illuminated his eyes. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Su Fengshan then escorted Qinping to the storeroom where the materials were kept, where a middle-aged beauty sat behind the counter. Su Fengshan introduced, "Qin Shidi, this is Madame Huadai, a member of the Mu family." Such an important task as overseeing the storeroom can only be entrusted to someone of the Mu lineage. Qinping clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Qinping, humble disciple, and I greet Madame Huadai." The middle-aged beauty chuckled lightly, saying, You are the new junior disciple at the Pill Hall. No need to address me as Madam, just call me Sister Huadai." She reminisced, "I was the last person to work at the Pill Hall, and it has been 20 years since then." Qinping was taken aback. He had heard that no new personnel had joined the Pill Hall in 20 years. And the last individual was this very enchanting woman before him. Looking at her appearance, he pondered how she must have been merely 12 or 13 when she began overseeing the storeroom. Even as a member of the Mu family, she had evidently endured severe exploitation. Qinping responded, "Understood. I shall henceforth refer to you as Sister Huadai." Su Fengshan interjected, "Sister Huadai, please provide Qin Shidi with 100 portions of materials for the Qi-enhancing pill, the Valley-resolving pill, and the Qi-returning pill. Qin Shidi, until you officially commence your duties. These resources are provided at no charge by the Pill Hall. However, once you begin working, you must successfully produce 30 batches of the Qi-enhancing pill with only 40 portions of materials. Any excess will require you to purchase the additional herbs yourself. Do you understand?" "Understood." Qinping nodded, feeling the weight of the immense pressure. Whether he could master alchemy within 6 months was uncertain, adding to his anxiety, particularly given the limited resources available for practice. Although a path to wealth lay ahead, he needed to first learn the art of alchemy and dutifully fulfill his tasks for a period. gradually integrating into the pill hall as an inconspicuous figure before making further plans. Receiving a storage bag filled with materials, Chen Ping returned to his alchemy chamber. Holding the materials, he offered them to the bloodline pearl, eager to discern the alchemical methods it would reveal. He meticulously arranged the 32 medicinal herbs for the qi-enhancing pill upon the stone wall. Once all ingredients were assembled, the pattern of the qi-enhancing pill shimmered with a faint glow, and several lines of text emerged. Soak the herbs in spiritual water for half a day. Then place them into the alchemical furnace. Boil and dissolve. The pill will form on its own. Chen Ping committed these instructions to memory. Reading extensively is no substitute for practical experience. He promptly set to work, exiting the spiritual awareness space and immersing a portion of herbs in the spiritual water. This method differed markedly from what Su Foshan had taught him. After half a day, he placed the herbs into the alchemical furnace. Holding the furnace token and igniting the spiritual fire, the enormous furnace was instantly enveloped in flames, and the room became filled with heat. By infusing his spiritual awareness into the furnace token, he could observe the internal conditions. Chen Ping closely monitored the transformation of the herbs, witnessing them gradually dissolve into a pill liquid that flowed into the pill cavity. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the furnace, and the materials within turned to charred powder. Startled, Chen Ping quickly extinguished the spiritual fire and shut the furnace. Opening it, he prepared to retrieve the failed batch of materials, only to be met with a pungent and acrid odor that was quite unpleasant. Prolonged exposure to such toxins could undoubtedly lead to contamination. Every medicine carries its poison. Chen Ping's complexion was slightly pale. He had spent an entire hour refining this batch of elixirs, but it would take another 3 hours to complete the process. After 1 hour, his cultivation level, being only at the 5th layer of qi refinement, began to wane, currently devoid of any resources. He settled down to meditate and restore his energy while pondering the reasons for his previous failures. Where had the problem arisen? Although Su Foshan had imparted much knowledge and advice, the manipulation and output of spiritual energy were distinctly different. After recuperating, Chen Ping retrieved another set of medicinal herbs. Gritting his teeth as he contemplated, the treasures left by my ancestors must be of great value. He adhered to the refining method dictated by his spiritual perception. Bang! The alchemical furnace erupted once more, and the herbs within were reduced to mere powder. Chen Ping recognized the issue. While the theory of alchemy seemed straightforward with the guidance of a formula and a master, the practical execution was daunting. Once the furnace was ignited, one had to meticulously monitor the transformation of the herbs, adjusting the size and intensity of the spiritual flame accordingly. A moment's inattention could lead to a catastrophic failure and explosion. As he delved into the manipulation of the spiritual flame, Chen Ping dedicated himself to this exploration. Half a month passed. Bang, bang, bang. After numerous failures, he realized that with his current cultivation level, his spiritual energy and perception could only support the refinement of 1 batch of elixirs per day. Exceeding this limit would hinder his recovery and damage his foundation. He silently reflected, accumulating a wealth of experience. Each failure resulted in a different hue of the powdered elixir, influenced by the timing and the variations in the herbs. Soaking the herbs in spiritual water aimed to mitigate these discrepancies. The crux of the issue lay in the temperature. Was the initial fire too intense? Setting the spiritual flame to its maximum right from the start was influenced by Su Foshan's technique. Su Foshan began his processes with the flame at maximum, adding the herbs and spiritual water directly into the furnace. Chen Ping contemplated. The ancestral teachings provided formulations and methods for processing herbs. Yet the nuances of the furnace and flame varied, introducing an element of uncertainty. Thus, he began to meticulously control the alchemical flame, starting at the lowest setting and gradually increasing it. 10 days later, Chen Ping made remarkable progress. At last, there were no more explosions. The herbs had completely melted into elixir liquid. The improvement was evident. Indeed, it was a matter of regulating the flame's strength. Chen Ping had found his direction and was invigorated. However, despite the liquid forming, it did not coalesce into a refined elixir, resulting in yet another failed batch. The control of temperature was intricately linked to the duration of the refinement process. He resolved to continue experimenting, for he still had over 60 sets of herbs remaining. A month later, it finally happened. Chen Ping, his complexion still slightly pale, gazed at the alchemical furnace, his eyes sparkling with joy. After months of tireless effort, he had successfully refined a qi elixir. Eager to test its effects, he opened the furnace. Inside the alchemical trough lay 10 warm, steaming qi elixirs emitting a faint white vapor. He took one and placed it in his mouth, settling into a meditative posture to absorb its essence. That familiar sensation surged within him, lifting his spirits. The quality of this elixir was commendable, on par with those sold at the Wanbao Pavilion. The first essence pill consumed by Qinping was obtained from Li Erniu, and its quality was rather poor, having been entirely refined in less than 3 days. In contrast, the essence pills sold at Wanbao Pavilion lasted approximately 5 to 6 days. Presently, the essence pill that Qinping crafted himself took a full 6 days to digest, and he could not help but feel elated. His cultivation speed could finally catch up. After reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement, the pace of his cultivation, hindered by his mixed elemental roots, had become as sluggish as that of a snail. It had been half a year since he last tasted an essence pill. By the 2nd or 3rd day of refining, hunger had become unbearable, even with dozens of materials for essence pills at his disposal. He was reluctant to waste the efficacy of the pills. He resolutely refined the pill for 6 days without a drop of water or a morsel of food. When Qinping finally stood up, darkness nearly overtook him, and he almost collapsed, feeling waves of weakness wash over him. He was exceedingly famished. His body, frail and weak, could barely support him, reminding him of the months he had sacrificed for alchemy, neglecting both sleep and sustenance. He had to use his identity token to summon a servant disciple to assist him and escort him to the spirit meal hall for nourishment. With satisfaction, he felt revitalized. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qinping returned to his cultivation ground for a well-deserved rest. Upon waking refreshed, he wasted no time in returning to the alchemy room to continue his work. He finally understood why Su Fengshan's alchemy room contained a bed amidst the clutter. After 3 or 4 hours, he successfully refined another batch of essence pills. However, his complexion remained pale, and joy eluded him, overshadowed by a sense of pessimism. The process of refining a batch had drained both his spiritual awareness and energy, even though he completed his tasks daily and submitted 30 batches of pills each month. Excluding 2 days for rest, he found no time for cultivation, let alone the prospect of reaching the 18th layer of qi refinement before turning 40 to prepare for foundation establishment. The end result would mirror Su Fengshan's fate. Perpetually drained by the Mu family, this notion filled him with despair. Being exploited as a cowherd at home and then as a lifelong alchemist here deprived him of a carefree future. His entry into the Mu family had not altered his destiny. No, this cannot continue. Chapter 11. Persisting in practice, he successfully mastered further refining techniques. Adjusting the heat and timing, he began by setting the flame to its maximum, then contemplated gradually lowering it. Having successfully refined 2 batches of essence pills, Qinping felt that this was not the optimal method. The heat could still be increased to shorten the time needed. Another month passed. Utilizing a slightly higher medium flame, Qinping focused intently, his gaze tense. Cautiously opening the alchemy furnace, his expression shifted dramatically as he could no longer suppress his joy. It worked. The optimal conditions for refining the pills had been achieved. After a month of experimentation, Qinping ultimately discovered a method to reduce the time required to refine a batch of elixirs from 4 hours to merely half an hour. The prospect of concocting an elixir in half an hour was exhilarating. Qinping felt a surge of excitement. He no longer needed to fret over the tasks assigned by the Mu family or the time constraints of alchemy. With only half an hour needed for elixir refinement, he could dedicate the remaining time to his own cultivation or even consume spirit energy pills for enhancement. For this, he was willing to sacrifice half an hour of potency from a single spirit energy pill. In return, the obstacles imposed by the Mu family's machinations to hinder his cultivation would vanish. After the initial joy, Qinping took a deep breath to compose himself and began to reflect on his experiences. The lineage of bloodline alchemy differed significantly from the Mu family's methods, particularly in 3 aspects: spiritual water, spiritual fire, and medicinal herbs. Su Fengshan's technique for crafting spirit energy pills involved maximizing the spiritual fire to evaporate the spiritual water in the alchemical furnace, thereby preserving the essence of the herbal solution. The variance in the properties of the herbs necessitated constant vigilance over the furnace for 4 hours, leaving no room for distraction. As for the spiritual fire, there was no need for excessive contemplation. The ancestral methods of alchemy were straightforward and adaptive to the circumstances, embodying simplicity and efficiency. Qinping held deep admiration for the wisdom of his ancestors. At present, it appeared that the Mu family's approach to alchemy was merely a rudimentary method, relying on brute force to achieve results. If the differences in herb properties could lead to failure in elixir formation, then introducing spiritual water could evaporate the incompatible elements, ensuring a consistent essence among the herbs. This realization left Qinping breathless. The Mu family might possess superior alchemical techniques, yet they chose to transmit only this method, likely to control the time of their disciples, exploiting them while ensuring their progress remained sluggish as a snail. This was yet another calculated maneuver. Given the pressing time constraints, even if other alchemical disciples wished to explore alternative methods, they lacked the time for experimentation as Chen Ping had done. The most crucial factor in handling herbs was time. Soaking the herbs required precisely half a day, not a moment more or less. Who would have thought that the first step to improving the alchemical process was through the treatment of the herbs? Chen Ping was genuinely impressed by the ingenuity of his ancestors. Although he had freed up some time, he could not frequently leave the alchemical chamber, lest he reveal vulnerabilities or abnormalities. He decided to continue refining spirit energy pills and fasting pills, thoroughly mastering these two elixirs before delving into the crafting of spiritual awareness pills. Currently, he had 3 months remaining before officially starting work. With 40 portions of spirit energy pill materials, 100 portions of recovery pills, and another 100 portions of fasting pills. As time passed, a month and a half flew by. Chen Ping successfully learned to refine fasting pills and recovery pills. Chapter 12. Joyous news, aside from the senior brother. Moreover, Chen Ping now possessed 300 spirit energy pills, along with 50 fasting and recovery pills. Taking a single fasting pill allowed him to forego food and drink for 3 days, which greatly facilitated his cultivation. Meanwhile, a recovery pill could restore half of his spiritual energy. With only 6 portions of spirit energy pill materials remaining, it was time to learn how to refine spiritual awareness pills. The spiritual awareness pill was the key to earning money and transforming his destiny. He was exceedingly impoverished. Clad in a Taoist robe from the pill hall that he wore, washed, and dried over the alchemical furnace, yet after 3 months, the garment had suffered considerable wear. Moreover, he lacked any mastery of spells. As a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he had not yet grasped a single incantation. Bereft of any means of self-defense, his situation was perilous and dismal. Furthermore, the materials required to alter one's spiritual roots, such as the golden essence pill, were prohibitively expensive. And with his mixed 5-element spiritual roots, his cultivation progressed at an excruciatingly slow pace. To enhance his training, he would need to consume more golden essence pills. The 4 essential elements of cultivation, wealth, companions, techniques, and land, left him utterly destitute, lacking in all respects. Wealth, being the foremost, rendered the inheritance of the myriad arts of the immortal realm exceedingly precious. The Mu family sought to exploit him, while Chen Ping aimed to leverage the Mu family's resources for his own development, barely securing a foothold. Without the inheritance of alchemy, he would have no means to procure an alchemical furnace or the essence of the earth's spiritual fire. Li Erniu had once lent him a Qi pill, which made Chen Ping aware of the benefits of alchemical remedies. This kindness remained etched in his memory. Now that he could refine pills himself, he felt compelled to repay Li Erniu with the Qi pill. He resolved to inform Su Fengshan about his newfound ability to concoct alchemical potions. Chen Ping produced a Qi pill and swallowed it, then settled down to cultivate. 5 days later, on the day of his 15th birthday, Chen Ping appeared pale, his steps slow and heavy, and his body extremely weakened as he sought out Su Fengshan. Junior brother pays his respects to senior brother Su. He greeted. Su Fengshan, equally pallid and weary, regarded Chen Ping and weakly inquired, "What troubles you, junior brother Chen?" With a strained smile, Chen Ping replied, "I am deeply grateful for your guidance. Senior brother, today, I successfully refined a batch of Qi pills." A smile broke upon Su Fengshan's face as he returned the gesture. "Congratulations, junior brother Chen. However, I must inquire, have you truly mastered the refinement of Qi pills?" "Indeed," Chen Ping responded, though devoid of excitement or joy, instead revealing a bitter smile. According to the teachings of the Mu family, the method imparted by Su Fengshan was akin to bloodsucking, sacrificing one's lifespan for success, thus there was little to celebrate. Su Fengshan nodded thoughtfully, stroking his beard with a smile. "In just 4.5 months to grasp the refinement of Qi pills, junior brother Chen, your talent is commendable. I, too, required nearly 4 months to master it." Chen Ping humbly replied, "You flatter me, senior brother. Without your careful instruction, I would not have learned so swiftly." Su Fengshan chuckled heartily, patting Chen Ping's shoulder. "You must realize, this pill hall is not a favorable place. Had you agreed to act as a matchmaker for the hall master, you might have married into the Mu family, and your future would be significantly brighter, with at least a chance of foundation establishment." Chen Ping, with naive sincerity, stated, "Senior brother, you exaggerate. I find my current situation quite satisfactory. Su Fengshan could not help but shake his head slightly, sighing. Ah, junior brother, you are still too young. In a few years, you will come to understand what you have missed. Chapter 13. Resources. Had you become the Mu family's son-in-law, you would only need to submit 10 batches of pills per month and would still receive a monthly stipend of 2 spirit stones. Regret is no longer an option. Come. My senior brother shall escort you to meet the Lord of the Hall for your assessment. Should you fail the evaluation, the consequences are not something you would wish to contemplate. Lord, junior brother Chen requests to undergo the assessment for formal recognition. Your subordinate, Chen Ping, pays his respects to Lord Zhua. Lord Zhua sat majestically at the center of the grand hall, slowly opening his enchanting eyes to scrutinize Chen Ping with a detached demeanor. Commence. Facing a foundation establishment cultivator for the second time, Chen Ping still felt the weight of pressure and anxiety. Su Fengshan brought forth the alchemical furnace and the necessary herbs. Naturally, Chen Ping would not reveal the techniques of his alchemical heritage in front of the two. Yet he had mastered the art of refining the vitality pill. Even when adhering to Su Fengshan's guidance, Chen Ping could achieve success. He swallowed a fasting pill and began the alchemical process. After 4 hours, he halted, his complexion pale, having exhausted his spiritual energy. His body trembled involuntarily. This method of depleting one's foundation through alchemy was exceedingly taxing. With a slight lift of his jade finger, Lord Zhua released a stream of magical power, opening the furnace to reveal 10 freshly concocted vitality pills within. He nodded slightly. Chen Ping, your subordinate is here. In a month's time, you are to refine the vitality pills, delivering 20 batches each month. The last 2 days of the month are reserved for cultivation, and your monthly stipend shall be 2 spirit stones. Should you fail to fulfill this task, your term will be extended by a year, and your stipend for that month will be forfeited. Chen Ping inhaled sharply. The penalties for failure were truly daunting. Already bound to serve the Mu family for 60 years, a single month's task left incomplete would add another year to his servitude, not to mention the loss of his stipend. The Mu family clearly regarded them as mere tools for alchemical production, devoid of any sense of humanity. No wonder the alchemy hall saw no visitors, and its disciples labored tirelessly, even at the expense of their health, to refine pills. Otherwise, they would never hope to reclaim their freedom. Condemned to toil for the Mu family until death, here are 10 bottles of vitality pills and 10 bottles of fasting pills for you. Refine them well. Lord Zhua lightly tapped the armrest, causing dozens of bottles of pills to float over. Chen Ping gratefully accepted the 20 bottles. Thank you, Lord. In Lord Zhua's eyes, Chen Ping entered the alchemy hall without a single spirit stone, likely still struggling to grasp the techniques for refining the fasting and vitality pills, thus hindering his work progress. After all, it had been 19 years since a newcomer had arrived. A modicum of care was warranted, especially since the vitality pills and fasting pills were hardly of great value. However, for a disciple at the 5th level of qi refinement like Chen Ping, this assistance was a timely relief, enabling him to navigate through the first month. 1 bottle of vitality pill was worth 5 spirit sands, thus 10 bottles equated to 50 spirit sands, and a bottle of fasting pill also held the same value. Collectively, this amounted to a worth of 1 spirit stone. In essence, Chen Ping would receive 2 spirit stones for the month, one of which must be spent on the fasting and vitality pills, leaving him with only 1 spirit stone. This solitary spirit stone could purchase a single vitality pill for cultivation, yet paradoxically, it left him with insufficient time to refine pills, rendering his earnings useless and hindering his advancement. A chill coursed through Chen Ping's heart. Without awakening the bloodline and alchemical heritage, his path to immortality would likely reach an impasse here. In such an environment, Su Fengshan's ability to cultivate to the 13th layer of qi refinement is indeed remarkable, evoking a sense of wonder. Step back, he commanded. Yes, master. The two bowed respectfully and exited the left master's dojo. Chapter 14. Preparing for alchemy. Su Fengshan patted Chen Ping on the shoulder, smiling as he said, Junior brother Chen, we shall be colleagues from now on. As someone who has walked this path before, I have a few words of wisdom to share with you. You still have a little over a month for cultivation. You may use this time to practice in the dojo or remain in the alchemy chamber to refine some elixirs in advance. This way, when the month ends and tasks are due, you will not be caught off guard. You are aware of the severe consequences of task failure. Senior brother Su, I understand the gravity of the situation, Chen Ping replied with a respectful bow. Come, I will first take you to gather the 40 medicinal herbs required for your task. Su Fengshan led Chen Ping back to the storeroom. Lady Huadai, junior brother Chen has been promoted, and I am here to assist him in collecting the herbs. Greetings, Sister Huadai. Lady Huadai smiled warmly at Qin Ping, saying, Junior brother Qin, we shall have ample opportunities to interact in the future. Qin Ping responded with a smile. I hope to rely on Sister Huadai's guidance. Lady Huadai treated him kindly, sharing a sense of camaraderie born from their mutual plight. After all, entering the alchemy hall meant engaging in grueling labor, where one might end up serving the Mu family as a mere beast of burden for life. Su Fengshan continued. A bottle of the fasting elixir sells for 5 spirit sands outside, but obtained from Sister Huadai, it costs only 2 spirit sands per bottle. In a month, you could save 60 spirit sands. Over the years, this accumulates into a significant resource. You can sell the fasting elixirs and recovery elixirs bestowed upon you by the master in the market and use the proceeds to purchase herbs from Lady Huadai. Qin Ping immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior Brother Su, for your guidance. Su Fengshan's clever strategy to save money resonated with Qin Ping, who was acutely aware of his own background and circumstances. To tread further upon the path of immortality, one must learn to manage resources judiciously. Yet, Qin Ping harbored a concern and asked, but, Senior Brother Su, can the disciples of the alchemy hall sell their own elixirs outside? Su Fengshan replied nonchalantly. The work in the alchemy hall is arduous, and the monthly stipend is meager. We cannot truly be deprived of our opportunities. This is merely a matter of turning a blind eye. It seemed that there were indeed some benefits to be gleaned from the alchemy hall, contingent upon one's capabilities. Thus, he resolved to refine more elixirs and sell them in the market. At that moment, Lady Huadai returned with the 40 sets of materials for the vitality elixirs and handed them to Qin Ping. After bidding farewell to the storeroom, they each returned to their respective alchemy chambers, where Su Fengshan immersed himself in his alchemical pursuits. Qin Ping, on the other hand, returned to the dojo to commence his cultivation, armed with hundreds of vitality elixirs, which he intended to use first to elevate his own cultivation level. A month and a half later, the Grand Purple Immortal Elixir indeed proved exceptional. As I continued my cultivation, I gradually expelled the accumulated elixir toxins from my body, allowing my practice to flow more smoothly and my spiritual energy to become purer. Thus, I could consume elixirs without reservation to aid my cultivation. Today marks the time to commence my alchemical endeavors. By the end of the month, I shall bring a vial of elixir to seek out Li Erniu. After concluding my cultivation, I indulged in a soothing bath in the hot springs, donned my robe, stained with medicinal residues, and made my way to the alchemy hall. Entering my designated chamber for refining elixirs, I shall begin by concocting the 20 batches of vitality pills required for this month as task. Presently, I am capable of producing a single batch in half an hour, which means I will complete the 20 batches in merely 5 days. 5 days later, while dining at the Spirit Cuisine Hall, I fortuitously encountered Su Fengshan engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman with white hair. Chapter 15. Resolve Brother Qin. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall, Brother Lu. Qin Ping clasped his hands in greeting. It is an honor to meet you. Brother Lu. Brother Lu, appearing as an elderly man of 70 with a head of white hair, had somewhat clouded eyes. Upon seeing Qin Ping, he beamed and remarked, You must be Brother Qin. Indeed, that is I, Su Fengshan continued. Brother Qin, when I entered the Alchemy Hall several decades ago, it was Brother Lu who personally guided my alchemical studies. Now, after 60 years of service in the Alchemy Hall, Brother Lu has fulfilled his obligations to the Mu family. By extension, we are all of the same lineage. Brother Lu gazed at Qin Ping's youthful visage and sighed. Over 60 years ago, I too entered the Mu family at such a tender age. In the blink of an eye, an entire lifetime has passed. Brother Su, I have liberated myself from the sea of suffering. The remaining years will be spent savoring life with my grandchildren. Su Fengshan, filled with envy, responded, Brother Lu, it will take me at least another decade to escape the Mu family. Rest assured, should your descendants join the Mu family, I shall look after them. Brother Lu nodded heartily, laughing. Very well, Brother Su. I shall await your departure from the sea of suffering, and together we shall indulge in wine and set sail upon the skies to explore the vast realms of the immortal world. Su Fengshan, with solemn determination, affirmed, Indeed. On that day, I shall certainly pay a visit to Brother Lu. Qin Ping, newly arrived at the Alchemy Hall, felt a stir of ambition within him. This was the carefree freedom they sought in their quest for immortality. Yet, once ensnared in the depths of the Mu family, a lifetime might be devoted to it. Brother Lu's laughter carried a hint of melancholy. After a lifetime of striving in the pursuit of immortality, It is disheartening to realize that I have yet to achieve the foundation of cultivation. What have I truly gained from dedicating my life to alchemy for the Mu family? Su Fengshan expressed his reflections. Brother, the path to immortality is fraught with hardship. Hence, we must seek companions to warm each other's hearts. Indeed, the wisest decision I made in this life was to marry and have children. Brother Su exclaimed, I must take my leave. Brother Lu departed the alchemy hall in haste, not once glancing back. Though he was an elderly man of 70, he moved with the agility of youth. He seemed unwilling to linger in a place that held the hopes of his life yet yielded him naught. Su Fengshan, with a look of envy, patted Qinping on the shoulder. Let us dine. Once within the alchemy hall, one must either establish their foundation or serve as a subordinate for 60 years before escaping the sea of suffering. The prospect of establishing a foundation is but a distant dream. The alchemy hall of the Mu family has not seen a foundation established in centuries. Qinping nodded in understanding. You speak the truth. Seated at the same table as Su Fengshan, Qinping silently partook of his meal. Brother Lu reminded him of his senior sister, Meng Huang his guide on the path of immortality. In his youth, he envisioned establishing a foundation, striving earnestly with lofty aspirations. However, as the years pass, one inevitably ages, until gray hair adorns the head and wrinkles etch the face, thus shattering such delusions. Perhaps, decades hence, the few individuals from the Jiazi courtyard will similarly find themselves hopelessly yearning to escape the tumult of the Mu family. Will I, in this lifetime, ever establish a foundation? Qinping pondered, realizing that most who gain entry to the Mu family possess 3 types of spiritual roots. If they are unable to establish a foundation, what hope does he have with his 5-element mixed spiritual roots? Decades later, will he too become like Su Fengshan, a mere merchant, seeking a wife and fathering children? Then, when he reaches a ripe old age, having become of no use to the Mu family, will he depart and await the inevitable arrival of death? No. I possess the bloodline and alchemical inheritance. I shall undoubtedly establish a foundation in this lifetime. Even with 5-element mixed spiritual roots, I shall establish a foundation. Chapter 16. Researching the spiritual awareness pill. Qinping's gaze was resolute. After finishing his meal, he returned to his alchemy chamber. Today, he would delve into the formulation of the spiritual awareness pill. He had 30 sets of materials for the pill at hand. If he could successfully concoct even one batch, it would lead to immense wealth. Yet, hidden within this endeavor lay significant risks. Qinping entered the space of the small orb, embedding the materials for the spiritual awareness pill into the stone wall. The design of the pill emitted a faint glow, revealing several lines of text. This pill is unordered. Each batch's materials must be added in accordance with the age of the ingredients. The materials must be soaked in spiritual water, and the depth of the water's color can accurately determine the age and size of the ingredients. In the days that followed, Qinping dedicated himself to the meticulous study of the spiritual awareness pill within the confines of his alchemy chamber. Despite possessing an inheritance, the precise timing and conditions for concocting this pill required his own rigorous exploration and refinement. While other disciples in the alchemy hall labored tirelessly to produce vitality pills, Qinping completed a month's worth of tasks in just 5 days. Over 20 days later, the time arrived to submit his tasks. Qinping emerged from the alchemy chamber, weary and pale, having yet to succeed with all 30 sets of materials. However, he was close. With just a few more materials, he should be able to succeed. Before the dojo of the left hall master, a throng of alchemy disciples stood, all ashen-faced, their expressions blank and eyes glazed. Upon submitting his task, Qinping received a stipend of 2 spirit stones, which filled him with joy. At last, he possessed spirit stones once more. After 6 years of cultivation, this was the first time he had received any remuneration. Although 2 spirit stones were not a substantial sum, the reward earned through his own toil felt immensely gratifying. In his childhood, he had toiled to tend cattle, only for his second aunt to withhold his rations, providing him with merely a bun each day. Though the Mu family was dark and merciless, they would not skimp on your monthly stipend if you diligently completed your tasks. After receiving the 2 spirit stones, Qinping first visited Lady Huadai to collect 30 sets of materials for the following month as tasks. Only then did he return to the courtyard of the dojo, taking a moment to bathe and recuperate before embarking on a journey on foot to the market, 200 miles away. Typically, alchemy disciples would rest and rejuvenate at the dojo during the month's end or return home to enjoy familial bliss. Yet, Qinping's decision to walk was a strain on his body. Due to Qinping's effortless alchemy and his expedient methods, he consumed a fasting elixir and journeyed for a day and a night. ultimately arriving at the bustling Baisha market, located 200 miles away. The journey proved to be quite exhausting for him. Fortunately, it was mostly flat terrain, sparing him the ordeal of traversing mountains and valleys. He contemplated acquiring a flying artifact to save time, for enduring the trek to Baisha market on foot each time would be quite taxing. Within his storage bag, he still possessed 200 vitality pills, which he could not consume alone and would undoubtedly sell at the market in exchange for spirit stones. Additionally, he sought materials for the golden essence pill and the vitality pill. Despite the assistance of vitality pills, his cultivation with the 5-element mixed spiritual roots was progressing rather slowly. From a distance, Baisha market appeared exceptionally lively, adorned with a continuous stream of flying artifacts that sparkled like rainbows and falling meteors. Upon entering the market, Qinping did not immediately set up a stall to sell his pills. Instead, he used his only 2 spirit stones to purchase several sets of clothing and spent an additional 50 spirit sands on a first-grade 1,000-face talisman. Chapter 17. Selling Pills. Buying techniques. Given his youth, it was perilous for him to wear the Mu family's robe while selling several hundred vitality pills. Utilizing the 1,000-face talisman to alter his appearance and aura, he changed his attire and finally dared to set up a stall to sell vitality pills. Transforming into a lean middle-aged man, he established his stand in a secluded spot by the roadside. Vitality pills were considered hard currency during the qi refining stage. And not long after setting up, a customer approached to inquire about the price. "How much for the vitality pills, fellow Taoist?" Qinping lowered his voice, feigning a hoarse tone. 90 spirit sands per bottle. This price was 10 spirit sands cheaper than that at the Wanmao Pavilion. The buyer expressed surprise. 90 spirit sands? "Fellow Taoist, could you show me 2 pills to assess their quality?" "Certainly," Qinping replied, nodding. He poured 2 pills from the bottle. The vitality pills were entirely white, emitting a faint, refreshing fragrance, with distinct patterns etched upon their surfaces. After examining the pills, the buyer was astonished and delighted. "These are high-quality vitality pills, excellent goods. Boss, how many do you have?" "I'll take 10 bottles. 10 bottles of vitality pills?" That was a substantial transaction. 9 spirit stones. Qinping could hardly suppress a smile. With 9 spirit stones in hand, he still retained 100 vitality pills. As for the fasting elixir and the recovery pills, he had no intention of selling them just yet. After operating his stall for another hour, the previous buyer returned with a friend and purchased the remaining 10 bottles of vitality pills. "Boss, do you have no more? When will you set up your stall again?" Qinping pondered for a moment before responding. "It's hard to say. It will likely be at least 2 months before I return to this market." The 2 customers appeared somewhat disappointed. "All right, we will await your return." With a sudden windfall of 19 spirit stones, Qinping packed away his stall and retreated into a deserted alley, changing into a different set of clothing. With the market for vitality pills assured, he resolved to consider alternative avenues for selling the pills he would concoct in the future. A piece of spirit stone and a vial of essence pills may not provoke human covetousness. But what can truly yield substantial profits for Qinping is the spirit consciousness pill, valued at 10 spirit stones each and 100 spirit stones for a vial. The cost of materials for a vial of spirit consciousness pills amounts to merely 50 or 60 spirit sands. To sell such precious elixirs, it is prudent to seek a reliable channel. After selling the pills, Qinping wandered through the market with 19 spirit stones in hand. A puppet horse capable of traveling 1,000 miles is offered at 5 spirit stones. "Esteemed friend, would you like to purchase a batch? It is exceedingly convenient for transportation," the vendor suggested. Qinping shook his head slowly. "Too expensive. I cannot afford it." It dawned on him that the ordinary puppet horse, priced at 5 spirit stones, illuminated the true value of Mu Luofei's white jade flying boat, which was worth 1,000 spirit stones. The disparity in their foundational worth was indeed vast. The allure of traveling 1,000 miles was tempting, as it would facilitate his journeys to the Mu family. However, his current wealth was still insufficient for extravagance. His immediate priority remained the collection of medicinal materials. After a thorough search, he found nothing of interest in the market stalls and spent 5 spirit stones on several cultivation manuals. These included the Qi observation technique, which allows one to discern the cultivation level of others within the same realm, a highly practical skill, as well as a technique called golden light art, which enables the practitioner to condense their mana into golden light, possessing modest lethality. Nevertheless, Qinping finally acquired a means of self-defense. Lastly, he purchased a manual on nurturing spiritual plants, which would enable him to cultivate a spirit flora that could eventually be refined into a magical artifact. He also acquired a non-graded Qingyu bamboo spirit plant. With 13 spirit stones remaining, Qin Ping went to Wanbao Pavilion to buy a vial of vitality pills. Contemplating the effects of the elixir, despite the 10 spirit stones causing him some discomfort, laden with his acquisitions, he departed the market and began his journey back to the Mu family on foot. Under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Xin sect, no one would resort to murder over a few spirit stones. By the time Qin Ping returned to the Mu family at Choyue Lake, it was already the following evening. Most of the 2 days of respite had been consumed by travel. Qin Ping appeared somewhat fatigued as he made his way towards the War Department. The War Department, a towering peak that seemed to touch the clouds, had its entrance guarded by a disciple of the Miscellaneous Division who blocked his path, esteemed brother. Outsiders are not permitted to enter the War Department. Qin Ping clarified his purpose. I have come to deliver a vial of essence pills to brotherly Ernie of the War Department. The disciple responded, delivering pills? Very well, hand them to me, and I shall convey them to brotherly Ernie. Qin Ping offered 20 spirit sands to the disciple. I appreciate your assistance, brother. A smile spread across the disciple's face as he patted his chest. Rest assured, esteemed brother, I will ensure they reach brotherly Ernie. Qin Ping nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, returning to his own cultivation ground where he planted the Qingyu bamboo. The courtyard instantly gained a touch of green, appearing much more pleasing to the eye. Since he often spent most of his time in the alchemy room, the spiritual energy accumulated in his abode would be squandered if left untapped. It was far more beneficial to allow the spiritual plant to thrive, as it would eventually serve as his ally in the future. After a restful night at the dojo, Qin Ping arose at the break of dawn, making his way to the pill hall. Following a modest breakfast, he did not rush to the alchemy room. Arriving at the storeroom, he sought out Madame Huadai. Sister Huadai, I would like to purchase materials for 30 portions of the fasting pill and the recovery pill. Madame Huadai beamed at Qin Ping, delicately covering her mouth with a jade fan, and teasingly remarked, Junior brother Qin, at such a young age, you already understand the virtues of frugality. You are indeed a commendable man. However, alchemy is arduous, and one must also take care of their health. Qin Ping felt a faint blush creeping to his ears, his gaze momentarily faltering. At the tender age of 15 or 16, a boy is easily charmed by a captivating woman in her 30s, especially one who exudes grace and warmth, possesses a stunning figure, and a nurturing disposition reminiscent of a luscious peach. Yet, Qin Ping was aware that this admiration was not born of romantic inclinations. Thank you for your concern, sister. I will certainly be mindful, he replied. Madame Huadai nodded gracefully. Please wait here. I shall fetch the medicinal materials for you. As they exchanged the payment for the materials, she added, if you find alchemy to be tedious and seek companionship, you may come to me for a chat to alleviate your weariness. In this prime of her youth, she was nonetheless confined to the storeroom due to her circumstances. Qin Ping politely declined, clasping his hands in respect. Junior brother will certainly remember and may come to seek sister's company for respite. Madame Huadai smiled warmly. Go on then. Qin Ping had no leisure to engage in idle chatter with Madame Huadai. He was a mixed-element cultivator, and wasting precious time could jeopardize his foundation, condemning him to a life devoid of achievement. Upon returning to the alchemy room, he began preparations for crafting the spirit awareness pill, hoping for success this time. Chapter 19. Success in crafting the spirit awareness pill. He recognized his limited natural talent, relying solely on the heritage of alchemy. He was determined to find every means possible to establish his foundation before the age of 40. Madame Huadai's invitation for him to visit was perhaps a sign of her belief that he might never cultivate a foundation, offering companionship in a moment of weakness. This gesture held an air of ambiguity, whether she sought to rekindle a romance, offer small favors to keep him close, or merely wished for the company of a handsome junior brother. Nevertheless, Qin Ping was resolute in his pursuit of the Tao and would not acquiesce to her overtures. Meng Huanger, who had introduced him to the sect, expressed uncertainty about Qin Ping ever reaching the third layer of qi training, suggesting that his best fate might be as a son-in-law in the Mu family. As he awaited the spirit water to soak the herbs while discerning the order of alchemical processes, he retrieved a vitality pill and consumed it. The purity of the spiritual energy was astounding. Qin Ping's expression shifted in surprise. It was indeed a pill worth a spirit stone. Closing his eyes, he quickly began to refine the pill. This vitality pill assisted in cultivation, facilitating the inhalation of spiritual energy, while also possessing the ability to enhance a cultivator's prowess and offering a degree of fasting efficacy. The spiritual energy surged through his body like hundreds of ethereal threads, yet it caused no harm. A day later, Qin Ping had refined one-third of a vitality pill and gained a relatively accurate understanding of its potency and efficacy. This single vitality pill could sustain my meditative endeavors for at least a month. He could distinctly feel that his previously stagnant cultivation had begun to progress rapidly. The exhilarating sensation of swiftly advancing in his cultivation invigorated Qin Ping. The value of precious resources is indeed justified. Yet, the toxicity from the pill is far more severe than that of the essence pill, contrary to what the elder had informed him about its milder toxicity. However, the cultivation technique Qin Ping practiced allowed him to disregard this toxicity. Most disciples earned merely 1 or 2 spirit stones in a month, making the essence pill the most cost-effective choice when considering the toxicity, price, and efficacy. If only I had an ample supply of vitality pills, my hopes of establishing a foundation in this lifetime would be within reach. The thought ignited a wave of excitement within him. I possessed the formula for the vitality pill. It would be splendid if I could acquire the necessary materials. I shall inquire with senior brother Su about the materials later. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Ping resumed his studies on the refinement of spirit stones pills. The 10 portions of materials in his possession were swiftly depleted. Yet, diligence bore fruit, as Qin Ping finally succeeded in crafting a batch of spirit awareness pills. However, he did not display any joy upon his face. The difficulty of refining spirit awareness pills was substantial, and he lacked confidence in his ability to produce them consistently. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. Even if 10 portions yielded a single spirit awareness pill, it would still be a considerable profit. A change in strategy was warranted. It would be best not to personally engage in the refinement of essence pills, as it would squander his time. Now that he could refine spirit awareness pills, he could sell them and use the proceeds to purchase 30 essence pills in exchange for fulfilling tasks. Consequently, he could allocate most of his time to cultivation. In this manner, his resources for cultivation should suffice. However, this was only an immediate estimate. As his cultivation advanced, the speed of pill refinement would increase, and with it, the demands for resources would escalate, intensifying the need for pill refinement. At this moment, Qin Ping finally comprehended the arduous nature of cultivation faced by ordinary cultivators. As one progresses, the requirement for resources becomes increasingly critical to break through to the foundational stage before the designated time. Chapter 20. Sales. It may take several generations for a family to barely support the emergence of a foundational grand cultivator. Yet, even with sufficient resources, the question of whether one can establish a foundation remains uncertain. Establishing a foundation is indeed a formidable challenge, akin to reaching the heavens. He decided to purchase additional materials from senior sister Huadai to refine more spirit awareness pills. A month later, Qin Ping's cultivation broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement, but the resources he possessed had been nearly exhausted, necessitating a visit to the market. Leaving the alchemy chamber, all the alchemy disciples were required to submit their tasks. After receiving another 2 spirit stones, Qin Ping now had 4 spirit stones and 40 spirit sands. Rather than heading directly to the market, he chose to dine at the spirit dining hall, where he fortuitously encountered Su Fengshan. Qin Ping inquired, "Senior brother Su, why does the Mu family prohibit us from refining vitality pills when they are evidently more profitable than essence pills?" Su Fengshan chuckled and replied, "Junior brother Chen, everyone knows that vitality pills, which can directly enhance one's cultivation, are valuable treasures. The first-tier elixirs, such as the vitality pill, are meticulously controlled by the 4 major sects, serving as a means to bind and dominate the various families. While each family may possess the formulas for first-tier elixirs, they lack the necessary materials." Qin Ping nodded, understanding the situation. So that's how it is. He then resolved to abandon the crafting of the vitality pill in favor of producing the spirit awareness pill for sale. After satisfying his hunger, Qin Ping departed from the Mu family and hurriedly made his way to the Baisha market. Upon arriving at the Wanbao pavilion, he sought out the elderly man who sold the vitality pill. "Elder Gua, do you purchase elixirs here?" Qin Ping employed the 1,000 Faces talisman to alter his appearance and aura, ensuring that no one, unless they were a foundation establishment cultivator, could discern his true identity. Using his qi observation technique, he noted that Elder Guo was at the 11th level of qi refinement. Elder Guo smiled warmly at Qin Ping and replied, "Of course we do. Wanbao Pavilion serves as a platform for both buying and selling." Qin Ping presented a vial of spirit awareness pills. "Elder Guo, could you assess this elixir and inform me of the price at which Wanbao Pavilion would purchase it?" Elder Guo accepted the vial, merely lifting the cap to inhale its aroma before taking Qin Ping's wrist and leading him to a secluded room. my friend. I can offer you 80 spirit stones for this vial of spirit awareness pills. At 80 stones per vial, you could resell it for 100 spirit stones. Yielding a profit of 1/5, Chen Ping replied, shaking his head in disagreement. 90 spirit stones per vial is the minimum. His heart raced, even at 80 stones. He would still make a considerable profit, and this was his first significant transaction, causing him to feel quite anxious. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm exterior due to the Thousand Faces talisman. Elder Gua chuckled, my friend, the quality of your spirit awareness pills is subpar, rife with impurities. Even if we were to purchase them, we could only sell them at 90 stones. Chen Ping was momentarily at a loss for words. Acknowledging that the quality of the spirit awareness pills he crafted was indeed lacking due to his inexperience. However, if you resell them, you would still make a 10% profit. If you can only offer 90 stones, I might as well set up a stall to sell them myself, he stated. If I sell to your Wanbao pavilion, I won't accept less than 80 stones. If it's below that, I will seek other avenues. Elder Gua pondered for a moment before responding with a wry smile. Very well. If it weren't for the recent surge of cultivators attempting to reach the foundation establishment stage and their demand for spirit awareness pills, we wouldn't be able to agree to your price. All right, Chen Ping conceded. Elder Gua then handed him 85 spirit stones. Chapter 21. Attending a funeral, Elder Gua presented Chen Ping with 85 spirit stones. Chen Ping secured the stones, exhilarated. He finally had some money. With 17 spirit stones in hand, he exited Wanbao Pavilion. The market was vast, and he visited other stores to purchase a vial of vitality pills and acquired 3 vials of chi pills from a street vendor. Although he was required to submit 3 vials of chi pills each month in exchange for a meager monthly salary of 2 spirit stones, it appeared that Chen Ping was at a disadvantage. In reality, he was profiting. The Mu family provided him with the elixir furnace and the spiritual fire from the earth's veins, allowing him to obtain the materials for the spirit awareness pills at cost. The success rate for crafting the spirit awareness pills was quite low, yet even so, Chen Ping couldn't contain his joy. 17 spirit stones, what a remarkable sum. That equated to 8 months of his salary. Having resolved the issue of resources, Chen Ping could finally set his mind at ease and dedicate most of his time and energy to enhancing his cultivation. Although alchemy was lucrative, he prioritized his training. Since he was unable to concoct essence pills by himself, alchemy would merely serve as a supplementary endeavor. Devoting himself solely to alchemy for profit would only hinder his cultivation and foundation building, leading to a regrettable outcome in this lifetime. In addition to purchasing medicinal pills, Chen Ping acquired some protective talismans from the market, including a swift travel talisman that allowed him to traverse 500 miles for merely 10 spirit sands. However, the cost of superior spells and offensive techniques was exorbitant. As he continued to browse the marketplace, he primarily sought the prices of flying artifacts. In his childhood, riding Meng Huang'er's flying sword had instilled in him a longing to possess a flying artifact of his own. A magical gourd was priced at only 50 spirit stones, while a flying sword cost 70 spirit stones, a steep price indeed. This folding fan could be acquired for just 40 spirit stones. Chen Ping understood that these expensive flying artifacts were techniques of array formation, which required spirit stones for daily use. Having witnessed Mu Luofei's jade flying vessel, he found little attraction to these flying artifacts, especially since he could not afford them at present. Venturing into a narrow alley, he altered his appearance and activated a swift travel talisman. His speed surged dramatically, and within a mere 2 hours, he had covered 200 miles and returned to the Mu residence, feeling relatively unexhausted, though still inferior to the convenience of a flying artifact. Upon reaching his cultivation site, he indulged in a refreshing bath and tended to his spiritual plants before retreating to the alchemy chamber to resume his training. While most of his time was devoted to enhancing his cultivation, he still allocated some moments to studying the refining of spirit awareness pills. Although the materials for these pills were inexpensive, their efficacy was remarkable, and their refinement was exceedingly challenging. Even with his inheritance in alchemy, he found it difficult. Thus, for others, the task of refining spirit awareness pills was even more daunting. He began to comprehend why the price of spirit awareness pills was so high. However, as long as he could produce a vial of spirit awareness pills each month, his cultivation resources would remain steady, allowing him to accumulate surplus spirit stones for unforeseen needs. In just 1 month, he consumed resources worth 10 spirit stones, a daunting task for an ordinary disciple to amass. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companions, methods, and land were paramount, with wealth taking precedence. Truly, the ancients did not deceive him. On this day, it was once again time to submit his tasks. Qin Ping received a stipend of 2 spirit stones, while the Mu family would profit at least 50 spirit sands from the 3 vials of pills he provided. Su Fengshan, his face pale, approached Qin Ping and grasped his arm. "Junior brother Qin, you must accompany me tonight." Qin Ping, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Su Fengshan replied, "Senior brother Lu has perished. I am taking you to his funeral." Upon hearing this, Qin Ping furrowed his brow. "Senior brother Su, I have pressing matters at hand. I cannot attend the funeral." He had only met senior brother Lu once and was not intimately familiar with him. Attending the funeral would not only require a monetary contribution, but also delay his plans to sell spirit awareness pills and procure essence pills. The world was vast, but enhancing his cultivation was of utmost importance. Su Fengshan's expression darkened, disappointment etched across his pale face. "Junior brother Chun, can you not be more mature? Senior brother Lu is one of us. Although he has fallen, our bond remains. As disciples of the immortal path, we tread with great difficulty. Do you understand?" After a moment of silence, Qin Ping replied, "I understand, senior brother Su." Su Fengshan's expression softened considerably as he said, "Junior brother, for individuals like us, the hope of establishing a foundation in this lifetime is nearly non-existent. As you grow older and come to terms with reality, you will eventually marry and have children. We shall band together for warmth, to make the immortal path less arduous and fraught with obstacles. Though we are often busy, it is only during these rare gatherings that we find time to come together. Do you truly wish for your descendants to endure the same hardships you have faced? Social connections and human relationships are of great importance." Qin Ping fell silent, recognizing the wisdom in Su Fengshan's words. However, even if he were to establish a foundation, would he not still need to engage in social interactions? The higher one ascends, the more vital such relations become. Qin Ping clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "You speak truthfully, senior brother. Let us proceed together." Su Fengshan stroked his beard, remarking, "A teachable child indeed." He then summoned his large fan, and together with Qin Ping, they departed from the Mu family. "Senior brother Su, how much should one offer at a funeral?" Qin Ping inquired. Su Fengshan replied, "A few tens of spirit sands would suffice." The disciples of the Pill Hall lived in considerable poverty. Being able to contribute even that amount was no small feat and should not be taken lightly. Several hours later, they arrived at a village near the Mu family estate. The largest residence in the village was draped in white, marking it as the home of brother Lu. At the entrance, Lu's descendants knelt in welcome. Upon entering, Su Fengshan and Qin Ping found several others already present, and later, a few more disciples from the Pill Hall arrived. Although the eyes of Su Fengshan and the others glistened with unshed tears, the sight of brother Lu's smiling face lifted their spirits, making them feel not sorrowful, but slightly celebratory. Qin Ping felt a twinge of confusion. Su Fengshan explained, "Brother Lu has traversed the immortal path for over 60 years. While he may never establish a foundation, he has built a family legacy during his time serving the Mu family. His death is, in a sense, a release. The fact that he passed away with a smile indicates that he fulfilled his wishes. What a rarity that is. His grand aspirations for the immortal path will be carried on through his descendants. Is this not also a form of the immortal path?" Qin Ping's gaze softened as he contemplated the alchemical legacy left by their ancestors. Su Fengshan patted Qin Ping on the shoulder, saying, "In this life, we may have no hope of establishing a foundation, but our immortal journey is not yet over. Sooner or later, our descendants will establish foundations in our stead, witnessing broader vistas." Qin Ping thought to himself, "I am determined to establish a foundation." Yet, he recognized the truth in Su Fengshan's teachings. Thus, he resolved to be kind to others and forge good relationships, for even the smallest spark can ignite a great fire. One day, he would kindle the flames of immortality and ascend to foundation establishment. As for forming a core, that was a distant dream. As the attendees gathered, Qin Ping and the others stepped forward to offer incense. Lu's descendants had prepared an exquisite feast for them. Late into the night, as they drank, their faces flushed. They seemed to try to conquer their fear of death, facing it with the same calmness as brother Lu. From their conversations, Qin Ping gleaned a wealth of information about the Mu family, including news of a prodigy from the Mu family who had entered the Dongxian sect during the Qi refinement stage, and another top talent aiming to break into the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 23, 7th Layer of Qi Refinement. The following morning, the group staggered back to the Mu family, while Qin Ping instructed Su Fengshan to drop him off nearby Shafang City. After procuring the necessary supplies, he promptly returned to the Mu family for seclusion. After 3 months of continuous meditation, Chun Ping achieved a breakthrough to the 7th layer of qi refinement. He had exhausted his resources, necessitating a halt in his cultivation to refine spirit awareness pills. He had roughly gauged his cultivation speed, realizing that it took him a little over 4 months to progress from the 6th to the 7th layer of qi refinement by consistently consuming vitality pills. To advance to the 8th layer, he estimated it would require around 7 to 8 months of diligent practice, but with the added tasks of alchemy and other trivial matters, it would likely extend to at least 10 months. Life was indeed monotonous, revolving solely around alchemy and cultivation, akin to a hermit. Without the resources provided by the alchemical lineage, Chun Ping would find it exceedingly difficult to elevate his cultivation level. Therefore, he cherished the precious time spent consuming vitality pills for his training. His ability to endure such a tedious regimen of cultivation had garnered immense envy from the other disciples in the alchemy hall. The other alchemical disciples faced a harsher reality, as they could only meditate briefly after completing their refinement of essence pills, lacking time to recuperate, without the aid of elixirs, and deprived of the opportunity for extended seclusion. Their path to cultivation was fraught with challenges. It was far more prudent to amass 10 months' worth of cultivation resources before entering seclusion for alchemy. Chun Ping devoted himself to refining spirit awareness pills, gradually increasing his proficiency. However, he consistently produced only 1 bottle of spirit awareness pills per month, a predicament he found perplexing, as he had yet to discover techniques to enhance the yield. The quality of the spirit awareness pills was improving, which signified a positive direction. Once he reached the later stages of qi refinement, he would also be able to utilize the spirit awareness pills himself. One day, after finishing his last blissful pill, he ventured to the Lingshan Hall for a meal. Su Fengshan looked at him with a mix of confusion and astonishment. "Junior brother Chun, when did you break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement?" Internally, he was astounded. When Chun Ping first arrived at the alchemy hall, he was only at the 5th layer of qi refinement. Now, considering that Chun Ping had been at the alchemy hall for less than 2 years, his cultivation had ascended to the 7th layer. What kind of spiritual root did this junior brother possess to cultivate at such an accelerated pace? It was noteworthy that Chun Ping still managed to practice alchemy while maintaining his cultivation. Chun Ping smiled and replied, "It's perhaps a matter of fortune and enlightenment. Sometimes, during meditation, a sudden understanding of the techniques and the barriers can lead to advancement." Seeing Chun Ping's evasive response, Su Fengshan felt no irritation and refrained from probing further. Every cultivator harbored their own secrets, and it was entirely possible that Chun Ping had the support of a powerful family behind him. Su Fengshan clasped his hands together and said, "Congratulations, junior brother Chun." "Thank you, senior brother," Chun Ping responded. "Once you reach the 8th layer of qi refinement, you can attempt to refine more elixirs and earn greater profits." Most disciples in the alchemy hall, upon reaching the 8th layer, typically aim to refine 40 furnaces of elixirs in a month, earning 4 spirit stones. This is a regulation set by the hall master. Chun Ping's countenance darkened. Even after his cultivation had reached a higher level, the alchemy hall continued to impose further demands on him, even with the potential to establish a foundation. He found himself ensnared, deprived of the time necessary for cultivation. Su Fengshan was evidently one such individual whose progress had been hindered. Chun Ping inquired, "Senior brother Su, what should we do if a disciple of the alchemy hall wishes to break through to the foundational stage?" Su Fengshan hesitated momentarily. It has been nearly 2 centuries since anyone from our alchemy hall attempted to establish a foundation. However, according to the rules, once you reach the late stage of qi refinement, as long as you submit the required medicinal pills on time, you are not obligated to remain in the alchemy hall continuously. We serve merely as the raw materials for alchemical production, as long as you submit the necessary pills. You can spend time outside the hall. In fact, you could even take on tasks in the Hall of Elders to earn more spirit stones. Chapter 24. The sisters visit Chun Ping, puzzled, asked, "Then why haven't you done the same, senior brother Su?" Su Fengshan chuckled softly. "We have spent too long in the alchemy hall. Firstly, we are not well versed in many spells, and secondly, we have grown accustomed to the stable income provided by the hall. 3 spirit stones a month amounts to 36 spirit stones a year, which is indeed a respectable sum." Chun Ping nodded. This information was a boon for him. Yet, it was contingent upon reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Utilizing the insight technique in the spirit dining hall, he observed that many disciples, even in their 50s or 60s, had only attained the 8th or 9th layer of qi refinement, with few having approached the 10th layer. Time passed swiftly. Half a year later, Chun Ping turned 16. He had accumulated sufficient resources to cultivate to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, allowing him to enter seclusion for 4 months. During the past 6 months, he divided his time into 3 segments, one for crafting spirit recognition pills, dedicating an hour each day to produce a batch monthly, another for traveling to the marketplace, which consumed 6 hours, and finally, his cultivation time, which was reduced by 4 days each month due to these activities. Over a year, this amounted to a significant 48 days. If his aim was to establish a foundation, he needed to seize every moment. With ample resources, he would wish to seclude himself until reaching the foundational stage. However, despite earning more spirit stones from crafting spirit recognition pills than his peers, he still felt immense pressure due to the age limitations imposed on establishing a foundation. The net profit from crafting a batch of spirit recognition pills was approximately 15 spirit stones. After purchasing vitality pills for his own cultivation, he was left with merely 5 spirit stones each month. On a day of rest, Qinping returned from the marketplace. After bathing and refreshing himself, he settled in the dojo to sip tea and enjoy roasted spirit fish, planning to enter the alchemy chamber for seclusion the following day. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed. Qinping was momentarily taken aback, pondering who might be seeking him. He rarely engaged in social interactions in the alchemy hall. The individuals he interacted with the most were Su Fengshan and Madame Huadai. Su Fengshan would undoubtedly arrive riding a large fan from the heavens, while Madame Huadai would be tending to the storeroom. Rising, Qinping called out, "Who is it?" A melodious, calm, and steady voice responded from outside the courtyard. "Junior brother Qin, it is I." The voice, both unfamiliar and vaguely familiar, left Qinping momentarily perplexed, yet he surmised it must belong to someone he knew. Qinping stepped forward, unfastening the restrictions and opening the door. There stood a young girl in a delicate pink Taoist robe, poised and striking. She was tall and graceful, her skin as white as snow, exuding a gentle yet cool demeanor, her every glance captivating. Her enchanting figure was truly a feast for the eyes. With bright, charming eyes, she possessed an innate allure that was both subtle and seductive. Qinping found himself momentarily entranced, uncertain if it was indeed his senior sister, Mu Luofei. Just 2 years had passed, and the once budding girl, now only 14, had blossomed into a beauty that was hard to look away from. Upon seeing her, Qinping understood the ancient text's depiction of unparalleled beauty, and he was acutely aware of the phrase, "a beauty brings disaster." The true embodiment of a stunning beauty is not merely a girl who transforms at 18, but one who remains beautiful from youth into adulthood, growing ever more captivating with the passage of time. Mu Luofei smiled softly, her voice a harmonious blend of elegance and authority. "Junior brother Chen, why not invite your senior sister in for a chat?" As she spoke, she straightened her posture, gracefully stepping forward into Qinping's courtyard. Qinping momentarily hesitated, instinctively stepping aside to allow Mu Luofei to enter, quickly regaining his composure. "Please, senior sister Mu, come in." He then fetched a pot of spiritual tea, pouring a cup for her as they took their seats across from one another. The Qingyu bamboo had reached the first tier of spiritual plants. Qinping was not one to squander resources. He had harvested the leaves and brewed them, creating a delightful first-tier spiritual tea. Mu Luofei took a sip, savoring its refreshing flavor, which lingered pleasantly on her palate. With a beaming smile, she regarded Qinping. "Junior brother Qin, it's been 2 years since we last met, and it seems you have fared quite well. You appear to have thrived in the alchemy hall, being a member of the Mu family." She was well aware of the alchemy hall's demanding nature, a place that drained the life force of its disciples. After 2 years, Qinping had not, as many alchemy disciples did, lost his vitality. Instead, he looked robust and handsome, shedding his previous dullness for a newfound confidence and composure. This surprised her. She hadn't expected Qinping to flourish even in the least favorable conditions of the alchemy hall. Qinping cupped his hands and smiled. "Senior sister, you flatter me. I can hardly say I have thrived. My progress has been quite moderate." "Really?" Mu Luofei's lips parted slightly in disbelief. "Junior brother Qin, have you reached the 7th level of Qi refinement?" Among the 6 celestial seeds of Jiazi Academy, Qinping's cultivation speed had always been near the bottom, leading to his unfortunate placement in the alchemy hall. To her astonishment, he had managed to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement in just 2 years, leaving her heart fluttering with disbelief. How had he maintained his cultivation and made such progress while enduring the exhausting demands of alchemy? Qinping, equally astonished, performed the Qi viewing technique. "It's nothing extraordinary. Rather, it is you, senior sister, who has reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. I feel rather embarrassed." Mu Luofei, just a year younger than Chen Ping and now 15, had attained the 9th level of qi refinement, standing just a step away from the later stages of qi refinement. With the prospect of solidifying her foundation in this lifetime, a subtle shift occurred in Mu Luofei's heart. The Chen Ping she once knew would never have compared cultivation levels with anyone, preferring to cultivate silently. Now, however, he spoke confidently about their differing levels of progress, engaging her in a lively conversation. Upon visiting the alchemy hall, he was struck by the remarkable transformation. Mu Luofei, with her delicate features slightly swaying, bore a tranquil expression, her voice imbued with a cool warmth, reminiscent of her former self. Junior brother Chen, you are indeed modest. As a descendant of the Mu family, I naturally flourish in this environment, and with the unwavering support of my family, I have been able to outpace my fellow juniors. Now that I have reached the 9th level of qi refinement, the path ahead must be traversed alone. Chen Ping nodded. Understanding that Mu Luofei's words were not mere boastfulness, the significance of cultivation resources was paramount. He inquired, Sister, how have they fared? After 2 years in the alchemy hall, she was the first from Jiazi Academy he had encountered. Mu Luofei replied, I have yet to see them. My intention this time is to re-establish contact with my brothers from Jiazi Academy, and you are the first I wish to meet. I trust that by now you have recognized the importance of resources. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. She continued, Therefore, I plan to unite a few junior brothers. We can convene regularly to exchange resources, fostering mutual benefit. Chen Ping mused inwardly that Mu Luofei must perceive him as the most disadvantaged, with the weakest cultivation and the least esteemed background, which is why she sought him first, presenting an enticing proposal that was hard to decline. The members of Jiazi Academy had been assigned to various departments. Gathering to exchange resources was indeed a commendable idea. He chuckled wryly, realizing he had been underestimated by Mu Luofei. Chen Ping clasped his hands, saying, I shall defer to your judgment in this matter, sister. Just inform me of the time when you decide. Chapter 26. Bridging Connections. Logically speaking, once the members of Jiazi Academy had dispersed, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to reunite in their lifetimes. They had once vowed to keep in touch over drinks. Yet 2 years of silence had rendered those promises hollow. Now, driven by the necessity for resources, Mu Luofei boldly took the initiative, enabling a reunion of Jiazi Academy. This was fortuitous for Chen Ping, who was equally in need of resources and information from the world of cultivation. Mu Luofei smiled brightly, declaring, Very well. Once I have reached out to the other junior brothers, I will set a date. She added, One more thing, junior brother Chen. If any disciple from the alchemy hall is inclined to sell essence pills, I can procure them at the price of 85 spirit sands. Similarly, I can sell them to you for 90 spirit sands, profiting 5 spirit sands. Chen Ping paused, then chuckled. It seems the unspoken rules of the alchemy hall are not lost on you, sister. No problem, I will arrange this matter for you. The grand establishment of Wanbao Pavilion sold a single spirit stone for a vial, while Chen Ping had previously set his stall at the price of 90 spirit sands. However, the Mu family lacked a market or trading venue, necessitating a trip to Baisha Market, which was a taxing journey of 400 miles, consuming time and energy, not to mention incurring additional costs for transportation, such as piloting a gourd or flying sword. Only the alchemy hall dared to engage in such dealings. Other departments would not risk unauthorized reselling. Chen Ping had long since dismissed the paltry gains from essence pills, considering it a waste of his time and a hindrance to his foundational cultivation. Yet Mu Luofei was genuinely invested in the matter. If you succeed, I shall treat you to drinks. Chen Ping nodded. That sounds agreeable, but I cannot guarantee success. If someone is interested, I will introduce them to you. He did not wish to squander his time on such matters, so he simply allowed Mu Luofei to handle the connections herself. Mu Luofei felt a subtle shift in her heart, sensing that Chen Ping had become somewhat unfamiliar and composed. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, resembling the twinkling of stars, as she gazed at Chen Ping, as if she were re-evaluating him. In this affair, Chen Ping could easily act as an intermediary and reap some benefits. Yet he chose not to. A sense of urgency inexplicably surged within Mu Luofei as she slowly rose, her delicate hands clasped. Then I shall not be polite and will accept this favor from you, junior brother. The resources available for intermediary gains were limited, but a single bottle of vitality pills was worth at least a few spirit sands, which accumulated over the years amounted to a considerable resource. Chen Ping also rose to return the gesture, displaying a serene smile. Sister, you are too courteous. Mu Luofei smiled gently before departing to connect with a few others from the Jiazi Academy. Chen Ping sipped his tea, This matter requires the assistance of Brother Su. He knows more people than I do and is more enthusiastic about accumulating resources. Such mutual support saves time and effort, and he should be willing to help. Immediately, Chen Ping set off to find Su Fengshan, but did not locate him in his courtyard. Instead, he found him in the alchemy chamber. Su Fengshan opened the restrictions of his alchemy room and let Chen Ping in. His face pale and weary as he was in the midst of crafting vitality pills. With a weak voice, he inquired, "Junior brother Chen, what brings you here?" Chen Ping recounted the situation. Su Fengshan's eyes brightened. 85 spirit sands. The price is quite favorable. I will take care of this for you. It would also facilitate the sale of vitality pills for spirit stones, and owing to this matter, other alchemy disciples would owe him a favor. In the future, when his descendants entered the Mu family, they would have even more leverage, making their path in the immortal realm smoother. He had not anticipated that Chen Ping would entrust this task to him. Well, he truly was a disciple worth nurturing. The more he looked at Chen Ping, the more he found him agreeable. ISNT, the essence of human relationships, just this? Chapter 27, the transaction by the end of next month. I should be able to accumulate a batch of vitality pills. Chen Ping nodded. Very well, I shall return and await good news from Brother Su. As for the disciples of the Alchemy Hall, while you might not encounter them in the Spirit Meal Hall, you would certainly see them when submitting tasks at the end of the month. The alchemy disciples in the hall, lacking substantial backgrounds, were struggling souls. Who among them had the connections to trade resources with disciples from other sects? Only someone like Mu Luofei. Born into the Mu family and working in the administration hall with extensive connections, could manage such dealings. In summary, the profit rightfully belonged to Mu Luofei. Since he was already there, Chen Ping decided to collect medicinal materials from Madame Hua Dai, feigning alchemy while actually retreating into seclusion. Observing Chen Ping's departing figure, Madame Hua Dai rested her chin on one hand, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Upon entering the alchemy chamber and sealing the door, Chen Ping took out a vitality pill and swallowed it, beginning the process of refinement. After consuming 9 vitality pills, it coincided perfectly with the time for submitting tasks. And Chen Ping exited the alchemy chamber to meet Su Fengshan. Brother Su, how's the situation? Su Fengshan replied with a smile, not bad at all. I have managed to collect a total of 20 bottles of vitality pills from others. Chen Ping calculated the number of disciples in the alchemy hall, noting that after excluding the 4 bottles submitted monthly and earning 3 spirit stones as a stipend, each person could manage to gather about 2 bottles. If Chen Ping were to take matters into his own hands and gather the ingredients, he would only manage to procure a single spirit sand from a bottle of elixir, yielding merely 20 over the course of a month, which translates to a mere 2 spirit stones in a year, not worth the effort. With the time spent, he could instead concoct spirit awareness pills, which would surely prove more lucrative. Nodding, Chen Ping said, "Let us proceed, Brother Su, to the Hall of Disciples to meet my esteemed senior sister." This matter, once resolved, would spare him future troubles. After a lapse of 7 years, Chen Ping returned to the Hall of Disciples. The crowd surged like a tide, and most faces remained as pallid and expressionless as before, their gazes vacant. The atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Individuals were continuously arriving to attend to their business at the hall. Chen Ping, accompanied by Su Fengshan, searched diligently until they finally beheld the resplendent figure of Mu Luofei behind one of the counters. "Senior Sister Mu," Chen Ping called out, prompting several women at nearby counters to cast their curious glances toward him. Mu Luofei's earlobes flushed slightly as she smiled and replied, "Junior brother Chen. You need not call me Senior Sister Mu. Simply address me as Luofei. There are many in the Mu family." "Very well, Senior Sister Luofei," Chen Ping mused, realizing he might be the first from the Jiazi courtyard to utter her name in such a manner. "Please follow me," Mu Luofei said, gracefully departing from her counter to lead the two into a serene room at the back. With a smile, Chen Ping introduced, "This is Brother Su. He will oversee the procurement of the spirit essence pills." Su Fengshan, straightforward as ever, interjected, "Miss Mu, I can provide 20 bottles of spirit essence pills this month at the price of 85 spirit sands each, as you proposed." Mu Luofei nodded thoughtfully, "Very well. This shall be a long-term arrangement, and we can establish a regular time and place for future transactions." Su Fengshan continued, "Then, at this time each month, Miss Mu may come to my dojo to collect the pills. This month, due to the short notice, I have only prepared 20 bottles. The other brothers have been busy refining fasting pills and recovery pills. Starting next month, we should be able to stabilize production at 40 bottles. I wonder if that quantity will suffice for you." Mu Luofei's serene countenance brightened with a smile. "The more, the better. I can certainly manage. Chapter 28. The Hardships of the World. Su Fengshan chuckled heartily. Excellent. 40 bottles a month, with a profit of 5 spirit sands per bottle. Totals to a monthly profit of 2 spirit stones. While it appears substantial, Miss Mu will still need to sell the pills individually, which is a considerable waste of Qinping's time. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in Qinping's lack of connections that Miss Mu possesses, which is crucial for reselling. Qinping remained unfazed by this reality. Su Fengshan produced the 20 bottles of spirit essence pills, and Mu Luofei settled the transaction with spirit stones. As Su Fengshan received the stones, he remarked, Miss Mu, junior brother Chen, I must return to the pill hall to distribute the spirit stones among my fellow brothers, so I shall take my leave. He promptly stood to bid farewell. In the room, only Mu Luofei and Qinping remained. Mu Luofei had been observing Qinping's reactions throughout, and a subtle feeling blossomed within her heart. She smiled softly, Junior brother Qin, you have changed remarkably. Qinping replied with a grin, Senior sister Luofei, your transformation is even more striking. Gazing at Mu Luofei, who had grown ever more enchanting since their childhood days together, Qinping felt a myriad of emotions stirring within him. Mu Luofei paid no mind to Qinping's gaze. Instead, she instinctively straightened her posture, revealing her pristine, swan-like neck. She spoke. I have made contact with a few of my fellow disciples, and we have tentatively set the gathering for 4 months hence. At that time, we shall discuss the exchange of resources and establish a regular schedule for future meetings. Qinping nodded and clasped his hands respectfully, replying, I appreciate your efforts, senior sister. Mu Luofei added, when the time permits, do come find me for a drink. This marked the end of their conversation. However, Qinping, well acquainted with her temperament, felt no resentment. In fact, he understood her well. He, too, needed to retreat for intensive cultivation. In the vigor of youth, with dreams of foundational establishment, there was no time to squander. He bid her farewell with a respectful gesture. As Mu Luofei watched Qinping's departing figure, a flicker of contemplation danced in her beautiful eyes. She had truly come to see this junior disciple in a new light. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Qinping commenced his seclusion. He devoted 3 uninterrupted months to his practice, depleting the 37 vitality pills he had previously amassed. Yet, he still found himself a fraction short of reaching the 8th level of qi refinement. The time spent each month concocting elixirs, fulfilling tasks, and procuring medicinal materials inevitably consumed a portion of his time, diluting the efficacy of the vitality pills. Consequently, after consuming all the pills, he remained just shy of attaining the 8th level of qi refinement. Nevertheless, Qinping resolved to break through to the 8th level before emerging from his seclusion. Thus, he retrieved his limited supply of essence pills. Even though their effects paled in comparison to the vitality pills, he immersed himself in rigorous training. Half a month later, an explosive sound resonated within the alchemy chamber. Qinping's robe billowed as the force of the blast swept through the room. At that moment, the bottleneck that had hindered him was finally shattered by a surge of spiritual energy flooding into his body. It coursed through his meridians before settling in his dantian, amplifying the vortex of energy within. Upon breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement, Qinping felt an immense increase in his strength, the spiritual energy within him becoming rich and pure. Yet, due to his inadequate aptitude, he sensed the onset of the second barrier encountered at the 8th level, marking a qualitative transformation of spiritual energy. This second transformation pertained to the evolution of spiritual awareness. After a brief moment of elation following his breakthrough, Qinping's emotions settled into tranquility. The continuous consumption of vitality pills had led to an arduous 11-month endeavor just to reach the 8th level. Moreover, had he relied solely on essence pills without any lineage, his aspirations would have been extinguished. Qinping's cultivation technique spanned 15 levels, inherently granting a 60% probability of foundational establishment. However, anxiety gnawed at him. Would he be able to attain the 15th level of qi refinement before turning 40? Given his current pace, he felt immense pressure, fearing a lifetime of cultivation without hope of establishing a foundation. With resources nearly exhausted, he now faced the imperative task of refining elixirs to replenish his supplies. Thus, he resolved to immerse himself in the art of alchemy. Chapter 29. The reunion at Jiazi Courtyard. Half a month later, Qinping submitted his task to the elixir hall. At this juncture, he was left with nothing but a vial of spirit awareness pills and 2 spirit stones. Transitioning from the 8th to the 9th level of qi refinement would likely require a year or more of seclusion. After 7 years of cultivation, Qinping was no longer the Na'vi country boy who had just embarked on his journey in the realm of immortality. He possesses vitality pills, And despite his current cultivation speed, the other alchemy disciples who painstakingly refine essence pills are in a far more unfortunate predicament. Moreover, he has recently sensed a bottleneck in his progress. Logically, he should also consume spirit awareness pills to aid his cultivation. However, given the monthly production of just one bottle, after careful consideration, he believes that exchanging for vitality pills would be more advantageous. Otherwise, the cycle for gathering materials for his secluded breakthrough would be significantly prolonged. If he could refine 2 bottles of spirit awareness pills in a month, this dilemma would be effortlessly resolved. Upon departing from the alchemy hall, he returned to his own dojo. Shortly thereafter, Mu Luofei arrived from Su Fengshan's dojo with the alchemical pills. Junior Brother Chen, it is time to set off. With a delicate gesture of her jade finger, the hairpin atop her head transformed into a white jade flying vessel. The two ascended aboard the vessel, soaring into the sky en route to Baisha Fangshi. After 2 years, as he once again boarded Mu Luofei's white jade vessel, Chen Ping felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Such a vessel is worth 1,000 spirit stones, even though Chen Ping can refine spirit awareness pills. It would take him 10 years of relentless toil to accumulate such wealth. The disparities stemming from their family backgrounds are indeed vast. With the value of just this flying vessel, how many bottles of vitality pills could one procure, and how much cultivation could be enhanced? Reflecting on the past, Chen Ping surmised that during his youth at the Jiazi Academy, Mu Luofei must have initially consumed vitality pills rather than essence pills, for her rate of cultivation growth is astonishingly rapid. Oh, Mu Luofei's beautiful eyes glanced at Chen Ping, her surprise evident. Junior Brother Chen, have you broken through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement? The last time she saw him was 4 months ago when he was clearly still at the 7th layer. And now, in such a brief span, he has ascended to the 8th layer. After her initial astonishment, she beamed and said, "Congratulations, Junior Brother Chen. You are truly impressive." Chen Ping chuckled modestly, replying, "Sister, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon an opportunity for breakthrough." Mu Luofei's smile deepened. The former Madman Chen has begun to show humility. During their time at the Jiazi Academy, Chen Ping's fervent dedication to seclusion for cultivation had inspired her admiration. Her words rekindled in Chen Ping a sense of nostalgia for his days at the academy. He clarified, "It is not humility, but rather fortune. I inadvertently stockpiled a few vitality pills necessary for my secluded breakthrough. Is it not a stroke of luck that I have reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement?" Upon arriving at Baisha Fangshi, they entered a private chamber of a tea house. After more than 2 years, Chen Ping once again encountered Li Erniu, Fang Xing, Luo Chongji, Lin Feishan, and Han Tonggao. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Luo Chongji's expression still bore a hint of guilt, though it had diminished considerably since their last meeting. Time had passed, and they all regarded one another, recognizing the significant changes in each individual. Mu Luofei entered and took her seat at the head of the table, eliciting no objections from the others. The atmosphere in the room immediately became lively, reminiscent of their days at the Jiazi Academy, albeit with a different focus of conversation. "Let us save our discussions for after the transaction," Mu Luofei interjected, prompting an instant hush as all 6 turned their attention to her. Mu Luofei continued, "I will take the lead on this matter. Brothers and sisters from the Jiazi Academy may exchange the materials they require here, at the very least. The prices will be 10% lower than those outside." The others nodded in agreement. For instance, the Wanmao Pavilion sells a bottle of vitality pills for a singular spirit stone, while at the market stall, it typically costs around 90 spirit sands. However, at this trading fair, prices must be at least 10% lower than the outside to entice participation. This congregation is driven solely by profit. Mu Luofei then proclaimed, "I offer potions at reduced prices, alongside enriching tasks from the steward's hall." Shortly thereafter, the well-known second-in-command, Li Erniu, spoke up. The trials of 2 years had imbued him with a certain steadiness and weariness, his voice carrying a somber tone. "Dear fellow disciples, I am in need of recovery pills, fasting pills, and vitality pills. I possess spirit stones, beast hides, and various herbal materials collected from tasks." Herbal materials? Chen Ping mused, recognizing a potential channel. Yet, with only 2 spirit stones in his possession, he lacked the funds to purchase, though he resolved to remember this for future use. Fang Xing chimed in, "I require potions. Any recovery pills, vitality pills, or energy pills will suffice." His complexion was pale, akin to Chen Ping, both appearing as though drained of life. While Chen Ping's pallor was fade, the authenticity of Fang Xing's condition remained uncertain. He offered a wry smile. "I have yet to grasp the principles of talismans and am unable to forge any for you all. The expressions of the crowd turned subtly inquisitive. Was the art of talismans truly so challenging? For the sake of mastering it, Fang Xing had sacrificed much, even marrying into the Mu family. Yet, 2 years had passed, and he had not yet made any progress, suggesting that the marriage might be indefinitely postponed. Lin Feishan declared, I, too, seek to procure potions, specifically recovery pills and vitality pills. Currently, I have ventured into the realm of formations and can craft storage bags. If any of you require such bags, feel free to approach me. Brother Erniu, if you possess any intact first-tier beast hides, I would be interested in purchasing them. Han Tonggao added, I also desire potions. I am not yet adept at crafting flying artifacts, but if any of you seek a reliable weapon, I can forge one. Luo Chongji expressed his intent to acquire vitality pills, stating, as you all are aware, the situation in the spirit herb department is rather grim. Each spirit herb is meticulously recorded, yielding no profits. Finally, Qinping sighed, the business I could engage in has been claimed by Sister Luofei. I, too, wish to procure vitality pills and some other herbal materials. From the demands and responses of the group, it became apparent how well each individual was faring. Among the 7 present, the most prosperous were Mu Luofei and Li Erniu, followed by Lin Feishan and Qinping, while the remaining members lacked any profitable skills. However, several glanced at Qinping in surprise, noticing he referred to Mu Luofei as Sister Luofei rather than Sister Mu, a distinction that sparked curiosity. Li Erniu had not received such an honorific. 2 years had elapsed, and Mu Luofei had grown increasingly striking. Who could avert their gaze? With a gentle pat on her storage bag, dozens of bottles of potions were laid out before them, recently acquired from Su Fengshan. Vitality pills, priced at 88 spirit sands per bottle, fasting pills at 38 spirit sands, and recovery pills at 42 spirit sands. As for the tasks from the steward's hall, they would only be released when someone reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, allowing them to progress beyond the foundation establishment stage. The group stared in awe, gasping at the sight of so many potions presented by Mu Luofei, whose prices were even more affordable than those at the market stalls. Those with wealth quickly produced their spirit sands and stones to make purchases, with Li Erniu and Fang Xing acquiring the most. Clearly, Fang Xing has yet to embark on the path of talismans. Li Erniu has nearly purchased half of the elixirs brought by Mu Luofei, valued at approximately 30 spirit stones. Qinping, however, remains untroubled by envy. The profits rightfully belong to Mu Luofei, and he feels no jealousy. Chapter 30. They have changed. Qinping bought nothing. Upon the conclusion of the transaction, a sumptuous banquet of exquisite spirit cuisine was laid out, and the group gathered at the same table. Reminiscent of their days in the Jiazi courtyard, Mu Luofei remained composed, savoring her meal while listening to their conversations, occasionally smiling at amusing anecdotes. Li Erniu raised his wine cup towards Qinping. Junior brother Qin, I have received the bottle of vitality pills you sent me. It has been quite beneficial. However, I have been too occupied with tasks from the War Department to visit the Alchemy Hall and express my gratitude. Qinping, with unhurried grace, lifted his cup and replied with a smile, Brotherly, you are far too kind. It was only fair that I return the favor for the vitality pill you once gifted me. As for Mu Luofei, she came at my call. There is no need to mention it. The others were astonished. Junior brother Qin, how generous of you. While the amount may be modest, it reveals much about a person's character, especially considering we have shared both meals and lodgings for 5 years. As the wine flowed, the previously loquacious group fell into a contemplative silence, their former exuberance now tempered by the trials they faced. Li Erniu turned to Mu Luofei and inquired, Sister Mu, how have you fared these past few years? His question revealed his lingering feelings for her. Mu Luofei set down her cup and replied with poise, Quite well, actually. I have been issuing tasks from behind the counter at the Deacon Hall rather than chasing them myself. For substantial assignments completed by the Deacon Hall disciples, I receive a modest commission, which has allowed me to meet many individuals. With her youth and beauty coupled with being single, it is no surprise that many would be drawn to her. Li Erniu, feeling anxious, asserted, I will make every effort, fearing that Mu Luofei might be courted by others. This caused her some displeasure, prompting him to fall silent. In times past, they would have laughed heartily, but now they were acutely aware of their standings in the hierarchy. Refraining from mocking Li Erniu, Li Erniu's display of wealth was astonishing, placing him leagues ahead of them in terms of resources for cultivation. A disparity not to be overlooked. Mu Luofei then asked, How have you all fared in recent years? Li Erniu lamented, The tasks from the War Department are demanding, with significant casualties. We are either dealing with demon creatures here or specters there. The War Department is tasked with maintaining order within the territory of the Mu family and is also a place for selecting foundational seeds. Foundational seeds? Foundation pills. The others could not help but display envy. Within the War Department, there lay the opportunity to vie for the Mu family's foundation pills. Feng Xing sighed. The inheritance of talismans is vast, with myriad talismans to master. To draw them well demands a high level of spiritual awareness. After 2 years of study, I have yet to master a single talisman. It may require reaching the 10th layer of Qi refinement before I can achieve significant progress. Until I grasp the art of talismans, my marriage prospects are indefinitely postponed, and the family of my betrothed is quite displeased. My engagement to a Mu family woman was merely a formality to permit my entry into the talisman department. Lin Feishan remarked, I am managing fairly well in the regiment. However, the resources at my disposal are exceedingly scarce. Han Tongao interjected, Oh, come now. Who could possibly be more afflicted than Junior Brother Chen? The atmosphere among the group became somewhat tense, and silence enveloped them. Only Luo Chongji turned to Chen Ping and inquired, Junior Brother Chen, how have you fared these past 2 years in the pill hall? Chen Ping replied with a wry smile, It's been manageable. I've spent most of my time in the alchemy chamber. My cultivation is rather low, and fulfilling my monthly tasks already requires all my effort. The others nodded in agreement, each feeling the weight of their own struggles and sharing a sense of camaraderie in their misfortunes. Although Li Ernie spoke of hardship, he had earned a considerable sum, 30 spirit stones, a sum not easily amassed by just anyone. Mu Luofei, with a radiant smile, exposed Chen Ping's situation, saying, Indeed, Junior Brother Chen's alchemical toil is arduous, yet his cultivation has not stagnated. He has reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The 8th layer of Qi refinement? The remaining 5 were taken aback. At this moment, Li Ernie was also at the 8th layer, nearing a breakthrough to the 9th layer. Feng Xing was at the 7th layer, Lin Feixian at the 7th layer, Luo Chongji at the 6th layer, and Han Tongbao at the 6th layer. Junior Brother Chen, you have been keeping this from us. The group stared at Chen Ping in astonishment, incredulous that he could achieve the 8th layer in such a demanding environment as the pill hall. Chen Ping clasped his hands in a gesture of humility and said, Do not heed Sister Luo Fei's praises. Those close to me understand the truth. My progress has been fortuitous. I merely stumbled upon a breakthrough to the 8th layer. The path ahead is fraught with challenges. I have encountered the bottleneck of spiritual consciousness at the 10th layer. He laid bare his circumstances, highlighting the limitations of his aptitude. Yet, even so, it evoked a sense of awe among his peers. Chen Ping was puzzled as to why Mu Luofei had brought attention to his cultivation. Congratulations, Senior Brother Chen. Congratulations on reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement, they exclaimed, their hearts laden with mixed emotions. Once, Chen Ping had been the slowest cultivator with the least resources, but now, 2 years hence, through sheer diligence, he had surpassed them, instilling in them a heavy sense of pressure. The title of Junior Brother would soon give way to Senior Brother. The sense of helplessness that Chen Ping once felt was now theirs to bear. Among them, Li Ernie felt the greatest burden. Recalling how Chen Ping addressed Luo Fei as sister, and noting her special defense of him today, he felt the weight of expectation. Moreover, Chen Ping's cultivation was swiftly approaching his own, prompting him to take a deep breath and fall into contemplative silence. They then deliberated on how to communicate regarding information and resource exchanges in the Jiazi Academy. Ultimately, they decided that unless there were pressing matters, they need not congregate as they had today. Instead, those in need of resources or information would approach the Deacon Hall to consult with Mu Luofei, who would facilitate their exchanges as the intermediary, ensuring everyone felt secure in the process. Thus, Mu Luofei would have yet another opportunity to profit from the talents of the academy. Chen Ping admired her acumen in financial matters. As the moonlight dimmed, the group began to find excuses to disperse. Chen Ping felt that the conversations held on their final night at the Jiazi Academy would soon be forgotten. He too rose to leave, heading to the Wanbao Pavilion to sell his spiritual consciousness pill in exchange for a vial of vitality pills. Employing a teleportation talisman, he made his way back to the pill hall's training grounds in the dead of night, arriving at the courtyard entrance. Chen Ping was taken aback as he caught sight of Mu Luofei's figure. He could not help but inquire, Sister Luofei, what brings you here? Under the moonlight. Mu Luofei approached him with a light-hearted stride, presenting him with 2 spirit stones. Junior Brother Chen, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Chen Ping, bewildered, asked, Why would you give me spirit stones for no reason? With a beaming smile, Mu Luofei replied, You facilitated a lucrative business deal for me. and though you did not reap any benefits from Su Fengshan, you deserve your share. We must strengthen our business ties, and I cannot do without you, junior brother Chen. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Ping clasped his hands and said, "Very well, I shall accept these stones." The 2 spirit stones represented his entire month's salary. "I must take my leave now," Mu Luofei stated, summoning her white jade flying vessel before departing. Chapter 31. In a predicament, Chen Ping gazed at his meager wealth of 8 spirit stones, feeling exceedingly impoverished. After reaching the 8th layer of qi refinement, the time required for him to refine a vitality pill had diminished from 3 days to 2. To maintain his cultivation pace, the supply of vitality pills must remain unbroken. Consequently, his demand for resources had increased significantly. Producing merely 1 bottle of spirit insight pills each month was insufficient. Moreover, he had now encountered the bottleneck of the second qualitative transformation of spiritual energy, necessitating the consumption of spirit insight pills himself. He found himself ensnared in a dire scarcity of resources. The only remedy for his woes lay in augmenting the production of spirit insight pills. Despite his extensive experience in refining these pills, his success rate remained disappointingly low. Currently, he was trapped in the same predicament as other alchemical disciples, facing a substantial increase in resource demand while the supply dwindled. If this continued, he would inevitably miss the golden opportunity for foundation establishment and lose all hope of achieving it in this lifetime. Resolving the issue of spirit insight pill production had become an urgent matter. A few days later, Chen Ping encountered Su Fengshan at the spirit dining hall. It dawned on him that nearly everyone from the alchemical hall was dining there. The reason was simple. They felt hopeless about their chances of foundation establishment and sought to conserve resources for their descendants. Even the most basic pills, such as the Bigo pill and recovery pill, were being rationed to the utmost. Currently, the alchemical disciples were secretly trading with Mu Luofei, aiming to produce more essence pills for profit. Consequently, they had decided to forego the production of Bigu and recovery pills, opting for communal meals at the spirit dining hall instead. Previously, during their monthly breaks, most would return home to visit family. Now, they seemed to prefer remaining in the alchemical chamber at all times. Upon spotting Chen Ping, Su Fengshan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Junior brother Chen, you have reached the 8th layer of qi refinement? This is truly remarkable." Chen Ping chuckled. It was merely a stroke of luck. After a moment, Su Fengshan regained his composure and smiled. "Congratulations, junior brother Chen. Now that you have reached the 8th layer, you may apply to the left hall master for a monthly salary of 3 spirit stones. Allow me to introduce you to the left hall master." Chen Ping inwardly groaned, aware that this was an unavoidable rule of the alchemical hall, which meant he would have to dedicate even more time to completing its tasks each month. At present, you are nearly 17 years of age. The cost of 3 spirit stones per month accumulates to 36 in a year, 360 over a decade, and 3,600 in a century, which is sufficient to purchase a foundation establishment pill. A single foundation establishment pill is valued at approximately 3,500 spirit stones, yet it remains elusive in the market. However, for disciples in the qi refinement stage, what longevity do they possess to concoct pills over a century? 90 years is typically the limit. Not long ago, Brother Liu, after departing from the Mu family, passed away merely months later. Had he not engaged in pill concoction, perhaps he could have lived to 90. Taking this opportunity, Chen Ping inquired, "Brother Su, I wish to seek your counsel regarding this matter. My skills in pill concoction have reached a commendable level, yet my success rate remains unsatisfactory, as failures frequently occur. Do you have any insight into this predicament?" Su Fengshan chuckled softly. "Junior brother Chen, you are no novice in the pill hall. You have been here for several years. How can you not grasp this fundamental aspect? You are quite dull." Chen Ping clasped his hands respectfully. "I implore you to enlighten me, brother." Su Fengshan elucidated. "It is quite simple. The issues lie within the alchemical furnace and the spiritual fire. For us alchemists to produce quality pills, there are 3 essential factors: the quality of the medicinal materials, the furnace, and the spiritual fire. Even if the alchemy room is spotless, the furnaces we are provided are relics, aged 1 or 200 years, long overdue for replacement. The spiritual fire is of even greater significance. However, the Mu family only permits us to concoct essence pills, recovery pills, and regulating pills, showing little inclination to elaborate. After all, we are merely expendable resources in the pill-making process. Why should we be allowed any comfort?" Realization dawned upon Chen Ping. The root of the issue lay in the furnace and the spiritual fire. Su Fengshan continued, We have successfully concocted essence pills for decades. Under normal circumstances, we could do so with our eyes closed. Yet, due to the inadequacy of the furnace and the mediocrity of the spiritual fire, we must remain vigilant at all times. The implication was clear. Perhaps the Mu family intentionally crafted such a challenging environment for pill concoction to exploit and exhaust the alchemical disciples, preventing them from harboring any other ambitions and burdening them with tasks. Chun Ping nodded thoughtfully. Brother Su, where might one procure a superior furnace and spiritual fire? Su Fengshan replied, Junior Brother Chen, it is premature to ponder this matter. Upon entering the pill hall, we took an oath to suppress our inner demons, vowing not to divulge the knowledge imparted by the Mu family. Once you have married and established a small cultivation family, it would not be too late to consider this. A decent furnace capable of lasting 200 years costs 500 spirit stones, while even a mere first-tier spiritual fire commands over 1,000 spirit stones. Qin Ping was left speechless. Such exorbitant prices? 1,500 spirit stones. If I cease my cultivation, I would need to forego all sustenance for a decade just to save that amount. Even if I were to accumulate this wealth, I would miss the prime period for cultivation and foundation establishment in this lifetime, relegating my dreams of foundation establishment to my descendants. What a pitiful predicament. Do you truly believe that? Su Fengshan remarked with a teasing smile. Among the myriad arts of the immortal path, none are as financially burdensome as that of the alchemist. Even the affluent Dongxian sect trains its alchemists to gradually master first-tier pills, necessitating significant investments in recipes, medicinal materials, furnaces, and spiritual fire. Each of these requires substantial financial resources, not to mention the demands for the alchemist's consciousness, talent, experience, and more. Su Fengshan believed that Qin Ping had come to a realization, yearning to marry and establish a small family of cultivators. Qin Ping clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing, Thank you, Senior Brother Su, for your enlightenment. However, a wave of cold heaviness washed over him. In order to resolve the issue of the spirit consciousness elixirs yield, one must first acquire a superior alchemical furnace and spirit fire. Once again, he felt the darkness and cruelty of the cultivation world, and a sense of despair and fatigue began to seep into his heart. He understood more clearly why Su Fengshan and others, after losing hope in foundational cultivation, were so fervently devoted to marrying and raising families. If our generation fails, we can entrust the dream of foundational cultivation to the next generation. Until someone ascends to the immortal realm, continuing the legacy of our aspirations, this is not without merit on the path of immortality. After a hearty meal, Su Fengshan escorted Qin Ping to the Taoist temple of the Left Hall Master. The formidable presence of the Left Hall Master loomed like a mountain beside a deep abyss as she sat on a cushion, gazing at Qin Ping with a soft chuckle. You have reached the 8th level of qi refinement? Well done. From now on, you shall refine 40 furnaces of elixirs, receiving a monthly stipend of 3 spirit stones. Qin Ping feigned excitement, exclaiming, Thank you, Hall Master. Yet, with a mere monthly allotment of 1 spirit stone, the workload would double, and he was expected to express gratitude nonetheless. The Left Hall Master possessed striking beauty and an alluring figure, yet none dared to gaze at her with disrespect. Qin Ping and the others averted their eyes, looking down at the ground. The Left Hall Master regarded Qin Ping with a profound expression, asking, Do you feel any regret regarding the decision made years ago? Had you agreed to be the son-in-law of the Mu family back then, you might have had a chance at foundational cultivation. However, even if you change your mind now, it is of no consequence. A single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. You may leave. Chapter 32. Seeking assistance from Mu Luofei years ago. The Left Hall Master had sought to arrange a marriage for Qin Ping with a descendant of the Mu family, but he had declined. She reflected that now, with Qin Ping at the 8th level of qi refinement, he should recognize the significance of resources and the advantages of aligning with the Mu family. Yet, there are no remedies for regret. Yes, Hall Master. I take my leave, Qin Ping said as he took his leave from Su Fengshan. Upon returning to his own Taoist temple after leaving the alchemical hall, Qin Ping found himself troubled and restless, unable to find solace in slumber. Was this the point at which his path to immortality would be severed? He clutched the bloodline orb tightly. As his spirit consciousness entered the Hall of Inheritance, he discovered a significant transformation had occurred within. The once misty hall had seen a considerable portion of the fog dissipate. It had been quite a while since he had last entered the Hall of Inheritance. Did the fog recede in accordance with his cultivation advancement? In areas shrouded in mist, he could not discern what adorned the walls. The hall featured 3 walls in total. On the right wall were various first-tier elixir formulas and refining techniques. The wall directly ahead recorded the great purple immortal elixir scripture. At that moment, a part of this wall was also revealed. There were only two murals. One depicted an alchemical furnace, and the other a swirling spirit fire. Chun Ping's expression shifted with astonishment. This is... He hurried forward, where the two murals bore several lines of text. First-tier superior alchemical furnace. Qingwan furnace to unlock this furnace. Gather Qinggang's spirit soil and the bone gold of a demon Luan. First-tier superior spirit fire. Qinglian rootless fire to unlock this extraordinary fire. Gather the root of 100-year-old Qinglian and rootless spirit water. Qin Ping's body suddenly trembled, his expression shifting. As an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within him, the path to immortality. It has not yet been severed. Grateful am I for the legacy left by my ancestors. The inheritance bequeathed by the ancestors is indeed comprehensive, having anticipated the hardships faced by lowly cultivators and prepared accordingly. Once the Qingwan furnace and the rootless fire of the Qinglian are unlocked, Qin Ping's success rate in refining spirit recognition pills will significantly increase. No longer limited to producing just one batch a month. At that time, his cultivation resources will keep pace. Qin Ping's heart raced with exhilaration. The legacy left by his ancestors would save him at least a decade or two of resource accumulation, allowing him to seize the optimal cultivation period without delay. Drawing a deep breath, he exited the Hall of Inheritance. How to gather these four materials? Qin Ping lay on his bed, deep in contemplation. In the world of cultivation, he lacked connections, was utterly alone, and impoverished, with no means to inquire about the whereabouts of these four materials. To collect them, he would have to seek assistance from others. Su Fengshan was out of the question. His own network was limited. Otherwise, after decades in the alchemy pavilion, he wouldn't have needed to wait for Qin Ping to introduce him to Mu Luofei. A few days later, Qin Ping arrived at the Hall of Elders. Mu Luofei stood behind the counter, diligently managing tasks related to the disciples of the Mu family. She exuded grace and poise as she handled her duties. Qin Ping patiently queued, standing quietly behind others, waiting for 1 or 2 hours until it was his turn. Sister Luofei, Qin Ping greeted with a respectful bow. Mu Luofei looked at him with mild surprise and inquired with a warm smile, "What brings you here today, junior brother Qin?" Qin Ping forced a wry smile. "I seek your assistance, Sister Mu." Surprised yet composed, she asked as she would with anyone else, "What is it?" Qin Ping replied, "I wish to gather 4 materials. Qinggang spiritual soil, Yao Luan bone gold, a century-old Qinglian root, and rootless spiritual water." Mu Luofei furrowed her delicate brows slightly. These materials sound somewhat unfamiliar. They are not commonly known. A pang of anxiety struck Qin Ping, yet he smiled and said, "If they were common, I would not dare to trouble Sister Luofei." Mu Luofei responded with a gentle smile, "Junior brother Qin. Only core disciples from the 6 branches of the Mu family are qualified to post tasks in the Hall of Elders. If you wish to utilize my connections to gather these materials, it will entail a significant favor owed to me. This favor could determine whether Qin Ping could continue on his path to immortality without wasting precious cultivation time." Owing Mu Luofei such a favor was unavoidable. Qin Ping bowed again. "Then I shall trouble you, sister." Mu Luofei replied, "Very well. You may return now. I will inform you once I have news. Save up some spirit stones. The price for these 4 materials is likely to be steep." Although she was unsure of the exact cost, it was wise to accumulate more spirit stones when faced with the unknown. Qin Ping bowed once more. "Thank you, Sister Luofei, for the reminder." His need for resources intensified. Yet Qin Ping found himself destitute. He could only temporarily suspend his cultivation efforts and devote himself entirely to alchemy, striving to earn more money. A single coin has historically brought many a hero to their knees. Qin Ping now found himself ensnared in that very predicament. Qin Ping sought out Mu Luofei after considerable contemplation, for she possessed the most extensive connections and acquaintances. Moreover, with her position as the steward of the hall, she could assist without revealing Qin Ping's identity. Based on his understanding of Mu Luofei, he knew that she would only agree to help if he had a genuine need. If he feigned a request on behalf of a senior brother, it was highly likely that she would refuse, insisting that his senior brother approach her directly. Having spent 5 years in close proximity to Mu Luofei, and given their camaraderie as fellow disciples, coupled with her profitable dealings in alchemical elixirs which he had chosen not to interfere with, he was confident that she would acquiesce to his request. Would others from the Jiazi courtyard dare to try? They would probably face rejection from Mu Luofei, as this endeavor was laborious and thankless, yielding her no benefit. This favor was one that Qin Ping intended to earnestly owe. In the time that followed, Qin Ping not only needed to refine spirit awareness pills, but also to concoct vitality pills. He resolved to have all his meals at the Lingshan Hall, aiming to save on the costs of the pill of absence, allowing him to accumulate a bit more spirit stones, approximately 50 spirit sands each month. Nevertheless, he could not neglect his training. He transitioned from a continuous supply of vitality pills to consuming one bottle every 2 months for his cultivation. The pill hall generously provided materials for 50 batches of vitality pills. Qin Ping consistently refined one batch of spirit awareness pills, earning 17 spirit stones, with a net profit of 15 stones after deducting costs. He additionally spent on materials for 10 batches of vitality pills, which accounted for an expenditure of 5 spirit stones. Selling 10 bottles of vitality pills to Mu Luofei netted him 3 spirit stones and 50 spirit sands. Thus, Qin Ping's month was meticulously arranged, leading a monotonous life each day. At the end of the month, he netted a profit of 17 spirit stones and 50 spirit sands. After accounting for half a bottle of vitality pills, he could still save 13 spirit stones, with the remaining 50 spirit sands earmarked for purchasing swift movement talismans and thousand faces talismans. As for the secret of his ability to refine spirit awareness pills, it must remain undisclosed, even if he owed Mu Luofei a considerable favor. One day, while submitting a task, Su Fengshan patted Qin Ping on the shoulder, saying, "Junior brother Qin, do not wander off. Return to the dojo. Miss Mu mentioned she has something to discuss with you and couldn't reach you, so she asked me to convey the message." Chapter 33. Fangxing's wedding. Qin Ping returned to the dojo and opened his storage pouch, which contained 234 spirit stones. Upon seeing such an amount, his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, this wealth was a result of his arduous efforts in alchemy, intended for the purchase of 4 essential materials. At that moment, his complexion was pallid, and he felt weak, as every alchemist experienced periods of draining labor. With the time that had passed, had he maintained a steady supply of vitality pills, he would have likely broken through to the 9th level of qi refinement by now. Without them, given his 5-element mixed spiritual roots, the prospect of reaching the 9th level seemed distant. He calculated that if he continued at this pace, it would take him until the age of 26 or 27 to achieve that milestone. Such a timeline left him feeling hopeless about ever establishing a foundation, likely relegating him to stagnation at the 10th level of qi refinement, much like Su Fengshan, unable to advance to the 11th level in this lifetime. Qin Ping felt a surge of anxiety, yet he found himself powerless, engulfed in despair and fatigue. So much time has passed, yet there has been no word from Mu Luofei. Should he abandon his dream of foundation establishment? He is still young. Perhaps he could find a wife and establish a small family, passing on his aspirations to the next generation. After all, he originated from humble beginnings as a rural cowherd, and he feels quite content with how far he has come. He decides to let nature take its course and relinquish any undue expectations. Qin Ping adjusts his mindset, realizing that the lack of materials from Mu Luofei is of little consequence. He sits in the dojo, sipping tea, admiring the flourishing Qingyu bamboo he purchased years ago, now a mid-tier spiritual plant of the first stage. He opens the door, awaiting Mu Luofei's arrival. Moments later, Mu Luofei arrives, piloting her white jade flying vessel. At 18, she has blossomed into a striking beauty. Standing on her vessel, the cool breeze gently tousles her hair and skirt, creating an enchanting allure that captivates all. Perhaps she is not as stunning as she seems. It could merely be the rose-tinted lens of childhood familiarity through which Qin Ping views her. She is now nearly as tall as Qin Ping, only half a head shorter, with a graceful and slender figure. The little girl from a decade ago has undergone a remarkable transformation. Qin Ping sets down his teacup, smiling as he greets her with cupped hands. "Greetings, senior sister Luofei. Is there something of great importance that you wish to convey, as per Brother Su's message?" Mu Luofei replies with a gentle smile. "Tomorrow is the wedding of Brother Fangxing. He has asked me to inform several junior brothers that they must attend the celebration at his home." Qin Ping is taken aback. Fangxing has finally entered the path of talismanic cultivation and is getting married? Mu Luofei beams. After all these years of struggle, if he had not succeeded, the talisman sect would likely have expelled him. "Junior brother Chun, come aboard my vessel, and we shall travel together." A flicker of embarrassment crosses Qin Ping's eyes. After all these years, he still lacks a flying artifact and must rely on Mu Luofei's vessel. The faint glimmer of discontent within him reignites, only to be extinguished once more, leaving him with a sigh. "Then I must impose on you, senior sister," he replies with a smile as he boards. In the past, He would have shunned such social obligations, yet Fangxing, after all, was once a seed of the Jiazi Academy. Now that he has stepped into the realm of talismanic cultivation and is marrying a woman from the Mu family, such joyous occasions cannot be avoided. On the vessel, Chenping inquires, "Senior sister Luofei, how much should I prepare as a gift?" Mu Luofei explains the Fang family, to which Fangxing belongs, had a foundation cultivator several centuries ago. They are not an insignificant family. In Fangxing's generation, he is the only one bold enough to venture into the Mu family for a chance at success. Despite the challenges, he has achieved it. Junior brother Chen, we do not need to contribute excessively. 10 spirit stones will suffice. Chenping feels a bittersweet pang. 10 spirit stones represent nearly his entire month's earnings of 12 spirit stones. This amount would effectively consume his profits for the month. However, he reassures himself that when it is his turn to wed, he will receive a similar amount in return. With this thought, he finds solace in the situation. Senior sister Luofei, he asks, when do you plan to break through to the 10th level of Qi refinement? Mu Luofei has been at the 9th level for several years. The cultivation technique for the 12th level of Qi refinement requires one to break through the foundation stage before the age of 30 to naturally possess a 30% success rate. Upon reaching the age of 30, the innate success rate of foundational cultivation techniques tends to dissipate, rendering any hopes of breaking through the foundational stage a matter of uncertainty. With a graceful smile, Mu Luofei remarked, after attending junior brother Fang's wedding, I shall retreat for a period. And then I should be on the verge of a breakthrough. Chenping, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, replied, allow me to congratulate you in advance. Senior sister. Achieving the 10th level of Qi refinement signifies the late stage of this phase. At merely 18 years of age, Mu Luofei possesses the potential for foundational establishment. Indeed, Mu Luofei acknowledged, once I break through to the 10th level, I shall begin to devise ways to accumulate resources for foundational establishment. Chenping, puzzled, inquired, given your remarkable talents, does the Mu family not prepare a foundational elixir for you, senior sister Luofei? For the first time, Mu Luofei exhibited a bittersweet smile, casting a playful glare at Chenping. Do you think foundational elixirs are so easily obtained? Although a single elixir costs 3,500 spirit stones, they are predominantly controlled by the 4 major sections. Our Mu family, with its golden core ancestor, manages to procure foundational elixirs from the Dongxin sect. But only every decade, and even then, only 60 are available. From the moment of my birth, the foundational elixirs of the Mu family have long been allocated. However, aside from foundational elixirs, there are other resources for foundational establishment. Yet, the elixir remains the finest choice, even in the event of failure. It ensures survival and carries a 30% success rate. The golden core ancestor, who has lived for 400 years, truly embodies the essence of an immortal. As the flying vessel continued its journey, the arrival at the Fang family remained uncertain. Night fell, and Mu Luofei, feeling fatigued, reclined within the small cabin of the vessel. Junior brother Chen, come in and rest together, she beckoned. The cabin, albeit small, could barely accommodate 2 individuals. Chenping felt a ripple of emotions rise within him and shook his head. Senior sister Luofei, please rest. Mu Luofei did not press the matter further. Instead, she retrieved a blanket from her storage bag, draped it over herself, and fell asleep in her attire. The presence of such an enchanting and bewitching young woman before him stirred Chenping's emotions, compelling him to force himself into a meditative state for rest. Mu Luofei merely closed her eyes, pretending to doze. That night, neither of them enjoyed restful slumber. However, by midnight, Chenping, maintaining his meditative posture, eventually succumbed to sleep, utterly exhausted from his continuous alchemical endeavors. Upon opening his eyes, he found Mu Luofei draping the blanket over him, the very one she had used the previous night. The lingering fragrance of her presence emanated from the blanket, a delicate, refreshing scent unique to young maidens, both captivating and unforgettable. A peculiar sensation welled up within Chenping, causing his eyes to widen. Senior sister Luofei? Ah, junior brother Chen has awakened. Let us share a light meal of spirit cuisine. We shall arrive at the Fang family shortly, Mu Luofei replied, pulling out spirit fruits and spirit water from her storage bag. After another hour of flight, as dawn broke, they finally reached the Fang family estate, where Fangxing resided. Chapter 34. The flower butterfly becomes a concubine in the sky above. Beams of light surged as numerous flying artifacts traversed the heavens. Most of them were adorned in the attire of the Mu family, while others belonged to nearby clans. Mu Luofei piloted the white jade vessel to the ground and after disembarking with Chen Ping, the vessel shrank into a jade hairpin, which she gracefully inserted into her raven hair. Mu Luo Fei walked ahead of Chen Ping, who deliberately lagged a step behind her until they reached the entrance of the Fong residence. At the door, Fong Xing and the bride were busily arranging to welcome the guests. Chen Ping smiled, extending 10 spirit stones. Congratulations, junior brother Fong. Fong Xing's face lit up with a radiant smile, a blend of suppressed joy. Brother Chun, do come in and take a seat. Mu Luo Fei then presented 10 spirit stones to the bride, her expression warm and gentle. Cousin, congratulations on your marriage. The bride, smiling, beckoned. Sister Luo Fei has arrived. Please come in. As Chen Ping and Mu Luo Fei entered the Fong family home, they found themselves in a grand palace filled to the brim with guests. They were assigned to a table near the front, where Luo Chongji, Lin Feixian, and Han Tongbao were already seated, though Li Ernia was yet to be seen. It had been nearly 2 years since they last met, and the changes in each of them were significant. Most notably, the once apparent vigor in their demeanor had nearly vanished. Each bore varying degrees of fatigue and weariness, yet upon seeing old friends, genuine smiles broke forth. Sister Mu, Brother Chen. The attendees from Jiazi Courtyard were seated together, which was quite pleasant. In the 2 years that had passed, Luo Chongji, Lin Feixian, and Han Tongbao had all reached the 8th level of qi refinement. The newcomers had surpassed Chen Ping, who was now caught off guard by Luo Chongji's confident smile as he looked towards him and said with a cupped fist, Brother Chen, when will you break through to the 9th level of qi refinement? If you do not put in more effort soon, you might find yourself overtaken by me. Chen Ping laughed heartily, responding nonchalantly, Junior brother Luo, let us see if you can break through to the 9th level before I do. He was all too aware of the resources required to make that leap. It was not an easy threshold to cross, otherwise he would not have been so far ahead of them before. This starkly illustrated the vast disparity in resources between him and Mu Luo Fei. Background and upbringing played a crucial role. He was merely a rural boy, alone and without connections, with little to compete for. However, it was also true that Chen Ping had lingered too long at the 8th level of qi refinement. At this moment, Mu Luo Fei interjected with a soft smile, Junior brother Luo, Junior brother Lin, Junior brother Han, while borrowing in the market may seem advantageous, it can indeed become a bottomless pit, more severe than the Mu family's situation. It is wise to exercise caution. Chen Ping was taken aback. Borrowing in the market? Understanding that Chen Ping was often immersed in alchemy and thus unaware of many matters in the world of cultivation, Mu Luo Fei clarified, indeed, in the market. They can borrow spirit stones due to their reputable backgrounds in cultivation families, allowing them to acquire significant resources for advancement. Their aim is to break through to the 10th level of qi refinement, thereby qualifying for tasks at the Hall of Executors and earning more spirit stones. With mastery over various arts of the immortal path, combined with tasks from the Hall of Executors, their income would indeed be substantially higher. However, this path also precludes them from marrying and having children, as they must focus solely on their breakthroughs and seek opportunities for foundation establishment. Chen Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Such practices existed in the realm of cultivation? No wonder these individuals had swiftly caught up in resources and their cultivation soared. As a rural boy, he was oblivious to such matters, let alone the channels for borrowing. No one would be willing to lend to him. Luo Chongji, Lin Feixian, and Han Tongbao exchanged awkward smiles. Lin Feixian sighed with a bittersweet expression, saying, Sister Mu, we truly have no other options. Luo Chongji remarked, First, we must reach the 10th layer of qi refinement. There is still hope for foundation establishment in this lifetime. Han Tongbao turned to Chen Ping and noted, Brother Chun, 2 years have passed, yet you remain at the 8th layer of qi refinement. You must have avoided borrowing. I admire your steadfastness. Chen Ping felt a pang of bitterness within. He was entirely unaware of the situation, but he forced a laugh, brushing it off. Yet, even if he were aware, he would never resort to borrowing, for as Mu Luo Fei stated, it is a bottomless pit, already facing the oppression from the Mu family. To take on debt would render life exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the Pill Hall had not seen anyone break through to the foundation establishment stage for nearly 2 centuries, a fact that had not spread within the hall. At that moment, 2 figures entered the grand hall, 1 man and 1 woman. The man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, clad in a gray robe, exuding an imposing aura. In his large hand, he cradled an alluring figure, a woman in her 20s or 30s, exuding a seductive charm, her complexion flushed as she nestled against the old man. It was Madame Huadai. Chen Ping was taken aback. To think it was Madame Huadai, the object of his youthful dreams. She had once hinted at seducing him, and the innocent Qin Ping had dreamt of her on several occasions. What was the relationship between Madame Huadai and this old man? Given her flushed demeanor and sultry posture, it was clear that their connection was not that of a lawful spouse or a maidservant, especially since she was a descendant of the Mu family. It was astonishing for Qin Ping to witness the enchanting and mysterious Madame Huadai displaying such affection towards an elderly man, prompting a sigh from him. As Madame Huadai's gaze met Qin Ping's, the rosy hue of her cheeks faded, and her face paled slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she nestled back into the old man's embrace, taking a seat at the foremost table. Luo Chongji expressed his astonishment. What an enticing young woman, adorned in Mu family attire. Who are they? Lin Feishin whispered. They are the newly appointed Foundation Establishment Elder from our Formation Department. Ah. So they are a Foundation Establishment Elder. No wonder their actions are so ostentatious. The young woman, known as Mu Huadai, a widow, had willingly become the concubine of the elder. In broad daylight, she embraced a descendant of the Mu family while engaging in lewd acts, and no one dared to speak against it. Mu Luofei remarked coolly, "You may borrow, and she may cling to the Foundation Establishment Elder. All of this is for the sake of cultivation resources. Such arrangements are common among the collateral branches of the Mu family. The less attractive descendants of the Mu family seldom have such opportunities. All is for resources, for the longevity of Foundation establishment, moral integrity, and widowed chastity. Such notions are trifling. Foundation establishment cultivators." Qin Ping clenched his fists, feeling the flames of unquenchable desire igniting within him. He did not wish to remain stagnant at the 8th layer of qi refinement, severing his path to Foundation establishment. Even if a glimmer of hope for Foundation establishment remained, Qin Ping was unwilling to relinquish it. He understood that Luo Chongji and the others, willing to take on debt and plunge into a dark abyss, were driven by the same fervent desire to seize the opportunity for Foundation establishment. Their experiences and the sights they had witnessed were undoubtedly broader than his own, making it impossible for them to suppress their ambitions. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Qin Ping pondered whether there were alternative paths available to him. Chapter 35. The revelation of Li Erniu's identity. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a fervor as two venerable golden core ancestors descended. Such prestige for the Fong family. Moments later, the two illustrious golden core cultivators from the Dongxian sect arrived, evoking both excitement and a hushed reverence among the attendees. It was a rare occasion for many qi refining practitioners, who might never encounter even one in their lifetimes, to witness two at once. Everyone gazed in awe at the celestial figures. Mu Luofei exclaimed, "It is Ancestor Chengxian, Mu Chengxian, the golden core ancestor of the Mu family." But who then was the other golden core ancestor? In an instant, several individuals widened their eyes in disbelief. Their pupils trembled, reflecting their astonishment. Behind the other golden core ancestor stood a young man, Li Erniu, the prodigy from the Jiazi Academy. He was, astonishingly, a descendant of a golden core ancestor. The two golden core ancestors perched above, while Li Erniu, with a smile, approached Qin Ping's table. Fang Xing, Luo Chongji, Lin Feishin, and Han Tongbao hurriedly greeted him. Brotherly, you have hidden your lineage from us so well, being a descendant of a golden core ancestor." Li Erniu's presence overshadowed the newlywed Fang Xing's glory. However, he remained unfazed, responding with warmth as usual. "Please, everyone, take a seat. I only learned about my great-grandfather a few days ago, regardless of the truth. Whatever he says is accepted without question." This revelation clarified why Mu Luofei did not go to the War Department, while Li Erniu, an outsider, did. The female descendants of the Mu family's collateral line could not possibly compare to the golden core direct descendant. Qin Ping observed Mu Luofei's reaction. She appeared calm, as if she had anticipated Li Erniu's true identity all along. It seemed that when Li Erniu sought to marry her, he inadvertently revealed his lineage. Yet Mu Luofei had declined, leading to his assignment to the steward hall. She had not voluntarily chosen to go there. When Luo Chongji inquired about her whereabouts, she had feigned secrecy, while in truth, she was uncertain of her destination. Even if Li Erniu acted without malice, this was the consequence of offending a direct descendant of a golden core ancestor. Qin Ping found himself admiring Mu Luofei's character. Before Fang Xing, Luo Chongji, Lin Feishin, and Han Tongbao, Li Erniu seemed somewhat disinterested in their flattery. He understood the allure of aligning with a golden core descendant, as it could pave the way for a smoother future. Yet, The genuine friendships he shared with the prodigies from the Jiazi Academy left him feeling disappointed as they now stood cautiously before him, having learned of his true identity. The only constants remained Mu Luofei and perhaps Chen Ping. Mu Luofei's awareness of his esteemed lineage and her unwillingness to marry him only intensified his affection for her. After 2 years apart, the group settled down to converse. Though the focus of their discussions had shifted from the somber struggles of cultivation to the intriguing figure of Li Ernio. With most guests in attendance, Fang Xing's wedding was poised to commence in earnest. Seizing the moment, Li Ernio produced a storage bag and handed it to Mu Luofei, saying, "Junior sister Mu, here are the 4 materials you requested me to gather. I managed to collect only 3. Mu Luofei responded with a gentle smile, clasping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brotherly, for your assistance." Li Ernio chuckled heartily. No need for such formality. It was merely a trifling task. At present, his cultivation had ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement. Chen Ping felt a surge of astonishment within. It was surprising that Mu Luofei sought Li Ernio's help to procure materials on her behalf. It became clear why she had previously mentioned owing him a significant favor, stirring a complex array of emotions within Chen Ping. This senior sister truly was remarkable. Li Ernio, casually inquiring, asked, "Junior sister Mu, what do you require these materials for? You seem to have no use for them." With a beaming smile, Mu Luofei replied, "Rest assured, they will prove useful. I shall remember this favor from senior brother." She added, "As for the last material, I will seek out the means to acquire it myself." Chen Ping felt a sudden tightening in his chest. It appeared Mu Luofei was intent on keeping his secret, not wishing for Li Ernio to know she was assisting him in gathering materials. Li Ernio nodded and turned his gaze to Chen Ping. "Junior brother Chen, how have you been lately?" Chen Ping replied with a wry smile, like the other brothers. "Not too well. Merely completing tasks each month leaves one utterly exhausted." Li Ernio, observing Chen Ping's unwavering demeanor towards him, felt a mix of satisfaction and disappointment. "Keep at it," he encouraged. "Once you reach the 10th level of qi refinement, things will improve significantly." With 2 golden core ancestors present, the atmosphere was tense, as all the qi refinement cultivators at the wedding banquet were on edge, unable to relax. Even the foundation establishment cultivator who accompanied Mu Wadai dared not act recklessly. After lunch, the 2 golden core ancestors departed, and the guests attending the wedding began to disperse. Luo Chongji, Lin Feixian, and Han Tongbao, now equipped with flying magical artifacts supported by their families, piloted their vessels away. Mu Luofei maintained a serene expression and spoke sweetly, "Junior brother Chen, we should return to the Mu family now." With a flick of her fingers, she summoned a white jade flying boat, inviting Chen Ping aboard as they made their way back to the Mu family. On the flying boat, Mu Luofei opened the storage bag and handed Chen Ping the 3 materials inside. These included the required Qinggang spirit soil, Yao Wanbone gold, and Wuging spirit water, leaving only the century-old Qinglian root to be acquired. Nevertheless, this would suffice to unlock the Qingwan furnace. Chen Ping felt a rush of excitement. "Thank you, senior sister Luofei." Mu Luofei replied, "As for the remaining material, I will inquire about its whereabouts and inform you once I have any leads." Chen Ping nodded. Recognizing the magnitude of this favor, he would have to deepen his collaboration with Mu Luofei, ensuring she earned more in return for her kindness. "Senior sister Luofei, how many spirit stones should I give you for these 3 materials?" Chen Ping asked. Mu Luofei smiled gently, "Since Li Ernio did not ask for any payment from me, I shall not request any from you. As these materials were his effort, and he chose not to charge, you may save a considerable sum." Chen Ping felt somewhat guilty and presented 100 spirit stones. "Sister Luofei, please accept this money. It should require a considerable sum to investigate the whereabouts of the final material." 100 spirit stones was no trivial amount for any qi refining cultivator. Mu Luofei was taken aback by Chen Ping's generosity, but soon accepted the spirit stones with a radiant smile. "Very well. I will do my utmost to uncover the information swiftly." As nearly 2 years had passed without resolution regarding Chen Ping's matter, her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and warmth at his gesture. Setting off at noon to return to the Mu family, they arrived by evening. Mu Luofei, fatigued yet cheerful, gazed at Chen Ping and suggested, "Chen Shidi, might I rest at your abode for the night?" The day-long journey aboard the white jade flying vessel had weighed heavily upon her. Chen Ping hesitated briefly before responding, "Certainly." Chapter 36. The Qingwan furnace reveals its power. The moonlight was radiant. Chen Ping sat cross-legged beneath the eaves, his thoughts consumed by the enchanting young lady resting in his bed. His heart stirred with turbulent emotions, creating ripples of excitement within. With a soft sigh, he rose from his sanctuary and made his way to the alchemy chamber within the pill hall. Upon hearing Chen Ping's departure, Mu Luofei's pretense of slumber ended, and she drifted into genuine sleep. Chen Ping entered the alchemy room, took a small orb, and entered the Hall of Inheritance. He placed the three materials within the wall's intricate design. The Qingyuan furnace was unsealed. Observing the palm-sized alchemical furnace in his hands, he felt a twinge of confusion. How can I refine pills with something so diminutive? As soon as he spoke, the furnace shrank even further. Chen Ping's eyelids fluttered. Small? Even smaller? The Qingyuan furnace had reduced to a size that could easily serve as an accessory, worn at his waist. A smile broke across his face. This is quite convenient. Indeed, our ancestors were thorough in their considerations. The furnace's ability to change size was advantageous. Chen Ping willed the furnace to expand, placing it atop the spiritual fire of the earth vein. Taking a deep breath, he thought, let us see if I can enhance the yield of the spiritual awareness pills. He still had 3 sets of materials for the pills. 2 hours passed, and on his first attempt, he failed. Chen Ping frowned, his expression darkening. The furnace is excellent, but the spiritual fire is inadequate. It doesn't reach the necessary temperature for alchemy. He decided to employ a more rudimentary method. After cleaning the Qingyuan furnace, he began anew, maximizing the earth vein's spiritual fire. Heating the furnace, adding spiritual water, and finally placing it inside the furnace. 3 hours later, he encountered failure once more. The materials reduced to charred remnants. Undeterred, he focused on the Qingyuan furnace. What is this? An auxiliary material? He discovered that the lid of the Qingyuan furnace had collected some essence of the spiritual awareness pills. Chen Ping felt a surge of excitement. If I can accumulate enough essence, it can serve as an auxiliary material to successfully refine a batch of spiritual awareness pills. He pondered how many sets of materials would be needed to gather enough essence to create a batch of pills. He had not anticipated that the Qingyuan furnace possessed such advantages. With its presence, even with his lack of experience, Chen Ping could, through repeated attempts, successfully refine the elixirs he desired. With no medicinal materials left in hand, Chen Ping took a brief respite before departing the alchemy chamber and arriving at the storeroom. The former Madame Flower Butterfly had been replaced by a 12-year-old girl, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to her predecessor, possessing beauty and an enchanting charm. Chen Ping paused momentarily and inquired, Junior sister, what is your relation to Madame Flower Butterfly? The young girl replied vivaciously, Madame Flower Butterfly is my mother. Chen Ping smiled warmly and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, as we both serve in the Pill Pavilion, I hope you will look after me in the future. I have come to collect this month's medicinal materials and purchase some additional ones. By the way, I am Chen Ping. He had not anticipated that Madame Flower Butterfly had a daughter. It seemed she had sought the company of a foundational cultivator for her daughter's cultivation resources. There are many who find themselves in such circumstances. The young girl chirped, my name is Mu Hongwan. The phoenix star stirs? A peculiar sensation welled up within Chen Ping. I appreciate your assistance, junior sister Hongwan. He produced a small storage pouch and handed it to her. Mu Hongwan nodded, saying, please wait a moment, senior brother Chen. After approximately half an hour, Mu Hongwan emerged from the storeroom with the requested materials, stating that will be 12 spirit stones. The 50 portions of essence pill materials were provided by the Pill Pavilion's tasks. And Chen Ping had additionally purchased 20 portions of essence pill materials and 30 portions of Bigu and Huichi pill materials. Chen Ping returned to the alchemy chamber to continue his research on the spirit awareness pill. After a fortnight, Chen Ping's expression changed dramatically. At last, I have succeeded. With just 15 portions of materials, he could consistently produce a batch of spirit awareness pills. The clouds had finally parted, dispelling the gloom that had lingered in his heart for the past 2 or 3 years. Producing 2 vials of spirit awareness pills each month implied that Chen Ping's essence pill supply could finally be replenished. Taking a deep breath, he commenced the refinement of the essence pills and was pleasantly surprised to discover that using the Qingyuan furnace was twice as efficient compared to the alchemy furnaces provided by the Pill Pavilion. This meant that he could refine 4 batches of essence pills in an hour. He would have additional time for cultivation. If he obtained the Qinglian spiritual fire, the yield of spirit awareness pills would surely increase further. His excitement surged as this was intrinsically linked to his path of foundational cultivation. After reveling in his joy, Chen Ping focused on refining the essence pills and completing this month's tasks. Another fortnight passed, and Chen Ping possessed 2 vials of spirit awareness pills. With his essence pills now replenished, he also held 126 spirit stones. After submitting his tasks, he promptly left the pill pavilion, tore open a movement talisman, and headed toward Baisha Market. He sold the 2 vials of spirit awareness pills to Elder Gua, receiving 36 spirit stones in return. He then purchased 3 vials of essence pills from other shops, sufficient for 2 months of cultivation. However, Chen Ping was cautious with his finances. Should there be any news of the century-old Qinglian route from Mu Luofei, he would likely need to spend further. Nevertheless, being able to produce 2 vials of spirit awareness pills monthly would alleviate his pressing need for a flying artifact. Approaching 20 years of age, the time constraint for foundational cultivation was becoming increasingly urgent, as each round trip to Baisha Market consumed 6 hours. With a flying artifact, this time could be halved to 3 hours, allowing him to reclaim those precious hours for cultivation. Low-priced flying artifact, esteemed friend. Would you be interested in purchasing a flying artifact? Chen Ping nodded, inquiring, how much for that gourd? The shopkeeper replied, you possess remarkable discernment. This flying gourd, which once sold for 70 spirit stones, is now available for a mere 60. Chen Ping's interest was piqued. He had been monitoring the price of flying gourds and was astonished by the sudden reduction of 10 spirit stones. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. The Mu family of Chiuyua Lake has offended the Dongxian sect and must pay a substantial sum of spirit stones to appease them. Consequently, they are drastically reducing the prices of their various celestial items to quickly amass spirit stones. We, too, have no choice but to lower our prices. With the Mu family possessing a golden core ancestor, what could have possibly gone awry with the Dongxian sect? It must be a grave matter. Though it was of little concern to a mere qi refinement practitioner like Chen Ping. He produced 60 spirit stones and declared, I shall purchase this gourd. The shopkeeper added, this gourd allows for flight over a distance of 100 miles, requiring merely 10 grains of spirit sand. A truly economical choice. Your insight is commendable. As Chen Ping grasped the flying gourd and infused it with spiritual energy, the internal formation activated, causing the gourd to enlarge. He stepped upon it and soared into the sky. Chen Ping could hardly contain his excitement. After a decade of cultivation, he finally possessed his own mode of aerial transport. No longer would he need to rely on Mu Luofei's jade flying vessel. Having both father and mother is splendid, yet possessing one's own belongings is even better. Laughing heartily, Chen Ping returned to the Mu family estate, entered the alchemy chamber, and consumed a vitality pill, commencing the process of refining it. It was time to elevate his cultivation. Chapter 37. Qi Refinement 9th Layer. 4 months later, Chen Ping turned 20. In the alchemy chamber, he sat cross-legged, attempting to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. However, his situation was far from favorable. With his eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, sweat beaded on his forehead. His innate talent was rather lacking, and he found himself stymied at the threshold of the 9th layer. The dense spiritual energy within him relentlessly battered against the barrier of the 9th layer, located within his sea of consciousness. It had been 7 days since he began this endeavor. As Chen Ping persisted in his efforts, the bottleneck was gradually eroded by the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. Boom! The spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, breaking open the sea of consciousness, allowing external spiritual energy to flood into Chen Ping's body. The abundant spiritual energy coursed through his meridians and acupoints, ultimately returning to his dantian, transforming into a swirling violet vortex. At long last, he had broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Chen Ping's complexion turned pale, devoid of blood, nearly drained of strength. He hastily consumed a fasting pill and a recovery pill. It was only after half a day that he began to regain his vitality. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Yet there was no glimmer of joy within them. The bottleneck of the 9th layer of Qi refinement is so arduous. I shudder to think how challenging the second qualitative transformation of spiritual energy will be. I must also consume some spirit consciousness pills. His breakthrough had been achieved purely through brute force rather than natural progression. It was only thanks to the efficacy of the great purple immortal pill scripture that he was able to purge the pill toxicity from his body, enabling him to forcefully breach the barrier. Had it been anyone else, they would have succumbed to the backlash of pill toxicity, resulting in failure and possibly even madness. However, if Chen Ping were to consume spirit consciousness pills, he would soon find his resources depleted once more. After all, producing 2 bottles of spirit awareness pills each month yields just enough funds to satisfy his daily cultivation needs. It is likely that after reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement, he will be able to refine a vitality pill each day. 1 vitality pill is equivalent to a month of arduous meditation. Refining a vitality pill daily is advantageous, as it accelerates his cultivation, but correspondingly, his demand for resources will increase once more. A tinge of bitterness lingers in his heart. Years ago, Tang Sheng, Su Fengshan, Zhou Dian's, and Luo Chongji all advised him to become a son-in-law of the Mu family. The reasons were twofold: fewer tasks and the abundance of resources the Mu family could provide. To resolve this predicament, he must acquire the century-old blue lotus root to unlock the rootless blue lotus fire. The flames of Chun Ping's desire for foundation establishment burn fiercely. For now, he must ensure a steady supply of vitality pills and continue his cultivation, consuming some spirit awareness pills before reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement. Ideally, he would unlock the rootless blue lotus fire before attaining that level. He can vaguely glimpse his path to foundation establishment. Once he enters the 10th level of Qi refinement, he will not only need to gather resources for daily cultivation, but also collect materials for foundation establishment. As an alchemist, it would be best to gather materials for foundation establishment pills and refine them himself. Chun Ping exited the alchemy chamber and made his way to the spirit meal hall for a meal. Upon seeing Chun Ping, Su Fengshan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Junior brother Chen, have you broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement? Congratulations!" Considering the time, Chun Ping had lingered at the 8th level for over 2 years. Thus, breaking through to the 9th level was not particularly swift, but rather standard for that duration. Chun Ping smiled. "Thank you, brother," Su Fengshan remarked. "It seems it won't be long before you break through to the later stages of Qi refinement and challenge foundation establishment. It has been 200 years since anyone this young reached the later stages of Qi refinement in the alchemy hall. After 30, there are no opportunities left to challenge foundation establishment. Every Qi refinement cultivator residing in the Mu family has strived towards foundation establishment in their youth. However, only 3 or 4 individuals can achieve foundation establishment every 20 years. As for the alchemy hall, it has not seen anyone reach foundation establishment in approximately 300 years. Su Fengshan held little optimism for Chun Ping's future. After all, his descendants must never enter the alchemy hall. At the very least, they should qualify for the elders' hall. Chun Ping replied, "Brother Su, you flatter me. It only gets harder from here." Su Fengshan laughed heartily. "Who told you not to become a son-in-law of the Mu family back then? Otherwise, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement would allow you to leave the alchemy hall to challenge foundation establishment." Chun Ping rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. "I simply wish to rely on my own efforts. Is it wrong to depend on oneself rather than others?" Su Fengshan merely patted Chun Ping's shoulder, leaving him with a meaningful glance, for Chun Ping had yet to experience any setbacks. After a satisfying meal, Chun Ping returned to the alchemy chamber to resume his practice. The continuous process of refining pills can be quite monotonous. However, Chun Ping had long since grown accustomed to it. He also aimed to refine more vitality pills for storage. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, with a constant supply of vitality pills, he estimated it would take 2 years to reach the 10th level. If he could refine a vitality pill each day, that time could potentially be shortened to 1 year. Has the speed of refining spirit awareness pills increased? Upon discovering his advancement to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, Chun Ping noticed a remarkable acceleration in his ability to concoct spirit awareness pills, coupled with a more meticulous control over the process of spirit stone pill refinement. What could be the reason behind this phenomenon? It was only during mealtime that he sought the insights of Su Fengshan regarding this matter. Su Fengshan replied with a smile. "This is entirely normal. As one's cultivation deepens, the enhancement of spirit awareness naturally leads to a more adept approach in alchemy, thereby increasing both the efficiency and success rate of pill refinement. The superior quality of the pills produced by the Dongsheng sect stems from the fact that they are all crafted by foundation establishment cultivators. Soon, you too will reach the late stage of Qi refinement, at which point you will encounter spirit awareness pills. To manufacture such pills, one must at least be a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Those at the mid-stage lack the requisite spirit awareness to even attempt the process. Conversely, foundation establishment cultivators possess divine consciousness and greater strength, ensuring a higher yield of first-tier pills." Chun Ping was left speechless. He had long struggled with a low success rate for spirit awareness pills, which was evidently tied to his cultivation level and awareness. His ability to craft the pills had solely relied on the alchemical techniques imparted by his inheritance, thus bypassing the limitations imposed by spirit awareness. Taking a deep breath, Chun Ping expressed his gratitude. "I have been enlightened. Thank you, Brother Su." In that moment, he calmed his mind. Returning to the alchemy chamber, he resumed his pill-making endeavors. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, carefully observing the intricacies of the refining process. With insufficient spirit awareness, there were but a few details he could discern. Elevating his spirit awareness had become an urgent necessity, yet it required a measured approach, as resources were limited. On the last day of the month, after completing his tasks, Mu Luofei paid him a visit. With a radiant smile, Mu Luofei announced, "Junior Brother Chen, I have reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement." Chen Ping clasped his hands in congratulations. "Congratulations, Sister Luofei." At just 19, Mu Luofei's achievement in reaching the 10th layer of Qi refinement signaled her promising prospects for foundation establishment. Wouldn't this allow her to depart from the disciplinary hall and undertake more lucrative tasks? Mu Luofei gently shook her head, quite the opposite. "I aim to delve deeper within the disciplinary hall to gather more resources." Chapter 38. The location of the century-old Blue Lotus root recently. The head of the disciplinary hall was replaced by the direct daughter of the family head. Chen Ping was astonished. Such a prominent figure has come to the disciplinary hall as its leader? Shouldn't she be stationed in the war department, patiently awaiting her foundation establishment before ascending to the Dongshin sect? Mu Luofei lowered her voice and whispered in Chen Ping's ear. This young lady attempted to break through to foundation establishment at the age of 20, but failed. Chen Ping was taken aback. A breakthrough to foundation establishment at 20? Is this the remarkable cultivation speed of the Mu family's direct lineage? Truly astonishing. Although it was a failure, given her youth, she still harbored hopes for another attempt at foundation establishment. Chen Ping soon realized, will the Mu family provide a second foundation establishment pill? Mu Luofei shook her head slightly, revealing a smile. No, they will not. At this moment, Chen Ping comprehended the intentions of Mu Luofei and the young lady. The Mu family would not furnish a second foundation establishment pill, and that young lady, naturally desiring to establish her foundation, would have to rely on her own resources. Meanwhile, Mu Luofei aimed to hitch a ride on the favorable winds, gathering the necessary materials for foundation establishment alongside her. Having already worked within the disciplinary hall, her recent breakthrough to the 10th layer of Qi refinement might even grant her the authority to issue her own tasks. Chen Ping smiled and congratulated senior sister Luofei. Mu Luofei glanced at Chen Ping, astonished to discover, "Have you reached the 9th level of Qi refinement?" Chen Ping replied, "I was fortunate to break through." With a beaming smile, Mu Luofei said, "Junior Brother Chen, you are indeed lucky. I have come to inform you that there is a lead on the 100-year-old Blue Lotus root you desire." Chen Ping's expression changed in an instant. Mu Luofei continued, "Recently, a disciple on an external mission discovered an abandoned lotus pond that has been neglected for centuries, home to several first-tier. Unless there are spiritual treasures within, these would not settle there. I researched and found that it is likely the 100-year-old Blue Lotus root you seek." Chen Ping's eyes lit up with excitement, and in a moment of urgency, he grasped Mu Luofei's delicate hand, asking, "Senior Sister Luofei, how many spirit stones would it cost to send a disciple from the steward hall to undertake this task?" Mu Luofei's face flushed instantly, her long eyelashes fluttering as she withdrew her hand, saying, "I am here to discuss this matter with you. If we send other disciples to explore the abandoned pond and eliminate it would require at least 70 to 80 spirit stones." "So expensive?" Chen Ping exclaimed in disbelief. How could he save up so many spirit stones in a month? Moreover, this was merely a suspicion. Whether the 100-year-old Blue Lotus root truly existed remained uncertain. If it did not, those 70 to 80 spirit stones would be wasted. Mu Luofei giggled lightly. "It is indeed quite costly. Therefore, Junior Brother Chen, you could bypass the steward hall and enlist my help. I would only charge 30 spirit stones. If the 100-year-old Blue Lotus root is found, I would only take 30 or 40. If not, consider it part of the elimination experience. Do you have time to accompany me?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping readily agreed. "All right. Then I shall trouble you, Senior Sister Luofei." Given Chen Ping's current alchemy speed, he could easily leave the alchemy hall for 10 days to half a month. With 3 to 4 days, he could refine 40 batches of essence pills to complete the task. Fortunately, the tasks at the alchemy hall were arduous, the monthly salary meager, and there was no attendance system. Otherwise, Chen Ping would not dare leave for fear of punishment. Mu Luofei replied, "Then Junior Brother Chen, make sure to rest well today. We shall depart early tomorrow morning." After that, Mu Luofei took her leave. Chen Ping took out his flying gourd and swiftly headed to Baisha Square City. To venture out and confront, Chen Ping only knew one spell, the Golden Light technique, which had moderate lethality. He needed to prepare some life-saving items. He purchased dozens of talismans such as Sword Wind Talisman, Ice Spike Talisman, and Wood Shield Talisman. He also bought several bottles of detoxification pills. Once the resource issues were resolved, he must learn a powerful sword technique to enhance his strength. In the future, he needed to gather materials for Foundation Establishment pills, and he had to ensure he had the means to protect himself. Qin Ping returned to the Mu residence and took a brief rest for a few hours. When dawn broke, Mu Luofei arrived at Qin Ping's dojo aboard her white jade flying boat. Upon seeing her vessel, Qin Ping put down his flying gourd, feeling it was unworthy in comparison. Moreover, Mu Luofei's white jade flying boat was much faster. As Qin Ping boarded her boat, he inquired, "Senior Sister Luofei, how far is that abandoned pond?" Mu Luofei remarked, "Beyond the borders of the Eastern Xian sect, 2,000 miles away." Qin Ping furrowed his brow slightly. 2,000 miles. That's manageable. With your flying vessel, Senior Sister, we can arrive today. Indeed, Mu Luofei replied with a smile, "At our level of cultivation, it's time to venture forth. Enhance our combat prowess, and temper our hearts. Are you prepared, junior brother Qin?" Qin Ping offered an awkward smile. "I have made some meager preparations." Most disciples of the alchemy hall were too preoccupied with concocting elixirs to find time or resources for spell cultivation, and Qin Ping, lacking a background in a cultivation family, had even less foundation. "Senior Sister, have you mentioned what kind of first-tier monsters might inhabit that desolate pond?" Mu Luofei stated seriously. "They are likely to be creatures such as the Zhu Pelong, demon serpents, or demon oxen." Qin Ping nodded and inquired further, "Mu Luofei, do you have any means to acquire better sword techniques?" Mu Luofei looked at him with mild surprise. "Junior brother Qin, aside from alchemy and cultivation, you wish to learn swordsmanship as well?" Qin Ping replied, "It will be useful sooner or later." "Very well," Mu Luofei said. "I will procure a sword technique for you, though it may not be of the highest quality, as the best offensive techniques are held within the Eastern Xian sect." Qin Ping clasped his hands in gratitude. "That will suffice, primarily for self-defense. I do not seek extraordinary prowess." The two engaged in casual conversation until dusk, at which point they arrived at the edge of a vast, desolate pond. From the flying vessel, they peered down, observing several shadows beneath the water's surface, appearing enigmatic and eerie. Numerous lotus leaves floated on the water, accompanied by a faint luminescence. Qin Ping recalled descriptions of the century-old Qinglian root and felt a flicker of joy. It seems likely that the pond contains the century-old Qinglian root. Mu Luofei cautioned, "Junior brother Qin, it is now dark. We should refrain from acting hastily. Let us rest for the night and strategize before proceeding tomorrow." Qin Ping responded earnestly, "That would be best, given the desolation of the area and their unfamiliarity with the environment." The two dared not land to set up camp for fear of a hidden monster attack. Thus, they remained airborne, consuming spirit stones. After deliberating a strategy, they decided to draw the tiger away from its den, luring the snake out of its hole, and seize the century-old Qinglian root while the monsters were absent. After several arrangements, even if a monster returned, they could combine their strengths to slay it. Monsters were treasures in themselves. Their skins could be transformed into talisman paper, and their blood could be used for alchemy or crafted into talisman ink. Qin Ping produced some offensive talismans and affixed them in various locations. Mu Luofei was somewhat astonished by Qin Ping's resources, her beautiful eyes sparkling, yet she said nothing. Once they were ready, Qin Ping ignited the talismans. Boom! The water's surface of the desolate pond erupted, and several monsters guarding the vicinity of the century-old Qinglian root immediately rushed toward the explosion. The next moment was crucial. Chapter 39. Unlocking the Qinglian root. Fire. Mu Luofei's white jade flying vessel descended swiftly from the sky. Qin Ping cast a golden light spell, causing the water's surface to explode. There, he beheld a segment of lotus root, crystalline and white as jade, emanating a faint, shimmering glow and a fragrant aroma. Qin Ping's heart raced uncontrollably. The century-old Qinglian root. Without hesitation, he reached out with his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to draw it forth. Disregarding the mud and water, "Senior Sister Luofei, we have secured the prize. Let us depart." More Luofei swiftly elevated the white jade flying boat, taking Qin Ping away. Upon the return of the guardian beasts of the lotus root, they discovered that the root had long since vanished, resulting in furious roars. A smile that Qin Ping could not suppress adorned his face. He had finally acquired the century-old green lotus root. Having known Qin Ping for 11 years, this was the first time Mo Luofei had seen him display such joy. Perplexed, she inquired, "Junior brother Qin, While the century-old green lotus root is indeed rare, it is not of such exorbitant value. How can it be of great significance to you? The truth was that the worth of this root was indeed immense. Chen Ping's ascension to immortality hinged upon it. However, he could not disclose this truth to Mo Luo Fei. With a smile, he replied, "It holds great significance for one of my senior brothers." Seeing Chen Ping's dismissive attitude, Mo Luo Fei felt a tinge of displeasure. On the flying boat, she produced 60 spirit stones to return to him, saying, "Junior brother Chun, you previously entrusted me with 100 spirit stones. Now that the matter is concluded, I shall return the excess to you." Chen Ping declined the offer with a smile, saying, "Sister Luo Fei, please accept this money. There is no need to return it to me. You have been tirelessly assisting me, and this sum is but a small token of my gratitude." Mo Luo Fei's mood softened. "Are you certain?" "Junior brother Chen, 60 spirit stones is no trivial amount." Chen Ping replied, "Compared to the significant favor I owe you, this is inconsequential." He was frugal, yet he understood the paramount importance of human connections. It had not been an easy task for the proud Mo Luo Fei to seek assistance from Li Ernyo to gather materials for him. Her mood shifted from anger to delight, her bright eyes sparkling with charm. "Then I shall accept it." Unbeknownst to Chen Ping, he had unwittingly circled around the gates of the underworld. He had no intention of reclaiming the remaining spirit stones. Upon returning to the Mu family, night had fallen, and the 2 days of respite this month had been entirely consumed. Like last time, Mo Luo Fei piloted the white jade flying boat for 2 days, feeling utterly exhausted. She said, "Junior brother Chun, I am too weary. I shall rest in your dojo tonight." Chen Ping nodded. "Sister Luo Fei, please make yourself at home." Once inside Chen Ping's dojo, Mo Luo Fei made her way directly to the hot spring in the backyard. Among the entire Mu family, only the disciples' dojo of the Pill Hall possessed a hot spring. Hearing the sounds of Mo Luo Fei entering the pool stirred waves of emotion within Chen Ping, leaving him restless. He could only close the door and retreat to the alchemy room. In the hot spring, Mo Luo Fei, hearing Chen Ping's departure, finally removed her shoes and socks and entered the water. In the alchemy room, Chen Ping retrieved the century-old green lotus root from his storage bag and proceeded to the Hall of Inheritance. He placed the root upon the wall's intricate design. Then, his Qing Yuan furnace trembled, and a ball of azure lotus fire flew from the wall into the furnace. Chen Ping was left dumbfounded. Is this a legacy left by my ancestors? The extraordinary fire can enter the alchemy furnace? Does this imply that I need not rely solely on the Mu family's spirit fire for my alchemical endeavors? His understanding of the cultivation world was rather limited, and he was unaware of such capabilities of spiritual fire. Even after reaching the 10th level of qi refining, he could seek foundational materials and concoct elixirs anywhere, without needing to return to the Mu family's alchemy room. Chen Ping took a deep breath. Contemplating the next step, it was time to experiment with the Qingyuan furnace and the effects of refining pills using the rootless fire of the green lotus. He first visited Mu Hongluan to collect several batches of medicinal materials before returning to the alchemy chamber to delve into his studies. Should he employ the rudimentary method taught by Brother Su, or revert to the ancestral techniques? After some reflection, Chen Ping decided to utilize the ancestral method. He unfolded the Qingyuan furnace, placed the medicinal materials inside, and activated the rootless fire of the green lotus. An hour later, Chen Ping's countenance grew grim. The attempt had failed. He struggled to control the rootless fire. The spiritual fire of the Mu clan was too weak, while the green lotus fire was excessively potent. In a moment of carelessness, the materials in the furnace had been reduced to ashes. His spiritual awareness was too feeble. He needed to enhance it. Chen Ping felt a pang of distress, having finally unlocked the rootless fire of the green lotus. If he could not harness it, the production of spiritual awareness pills would be jeopardized. He must resort to consuming spiritual awareness pills. Yet, Chen Ping remained undeterred, continuing to explore the usage of the rootless fire. 7 days later, he beheld a batch of spiritual awareness pills within the Qingyuan furnace. A smile gracing his face. It had finally succeeded. His spiritual awareness was indeed too weak for the ancestral methods to be employed at present. However, the rudimentary technique imparted by Brother Su proved effective. A furnace of spiritual awareness pills every 7 days would yield 4 furnaces in a month. The urgent need for resources had finally been alleviated. This simple method also allowed Chen Ping to take a respite, adding spiritual water to the Qingyuan furnace and minimizing the green lotus fire's intensity. After the Qingyuan furnace operated autonomously for 7 days and nights, it could produce a batch of spiritual awareness pills. The rootless fire of the green lotus would naturally absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to replenish its strength. With this newfound time, Qinping could focus on his cultivation, no longer squandering the spiritual energy of the vitality pills. In addition to secluding himself for cultivation, he also had time to utilize the Mu clan's alchemy furnace to refine vitality pills, fulfilling his monthly quota of 40 furnaces. At last, Qinping's mental burden had been lifted. However, given his lackluster aptitude, whether he could reach the 15th layer of qi refinement before turning 40 remained a significant uncertainty. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. The 4 furnaces of spiritual awareness pills each month required a re-evaluation of their allocation. 2 bottles of vitality pills each month were essential, and after breaking through to the 10th layer of qi refinement, he might need to consume 3 bottles monthly. With 4 bottles of spiritual awareness pills, he could sell 3 and keep 1 for himself, thus saving a portion of spirit stones. Qinping resolved it was time to consume a spiritual awareness pill to test its effects. He had been refining spiritual awareness pills for several years, yet he had never used one himself. Retrieving a freshly made spiritual awareness pill from the furnace, he placed it in his mouth and began to refine it. The pill was cool and refreshing, clearing his mind and alleviating the fatigue from alchemy. This surprised him. The spiritual awareness pill had restorative effects, which made sense as its ingredients included components from vitality pills and fasting pills. The refinement of the spiritual awareness pill was swift. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, he had completely refined it. Qinping's spiritual awareness visibly strengthened, and correspondingly, the sensation of being at a bottleneck diminished slightly. This brought a smile to Qinping's face. The effect is indeed remarkable. No wonder it is favored by cultivators in the late stages of qi refinement. Chapter 40. The Favor of Mu Luofei. If the sense of bottleneck diminishes, correspondingly, Qinping's cultivation speed can accelerate. However, this requires more resources. Qinping once again deeply felt the significance of wealth in the realms of financial partnership and resource acquisition. At the end of the month, after submitting his tasks, Qinping received a monthly salary of 3 spirit stones. Having refined 40 bottles of vitality pills in a month, the pill hall would at least profit over 10 spirit stones from each disciple. Yet, they still expected Qinping and the others to be grateful. As usual, after taking a 2-day break, Qinping returned to his Taoist sanctuary, only to find Mu Luofei waiting for him at the entrance. Qinping was in high spirits and couldn't help but tease, "Sister Luofei, how about I give you a restraining token for my sanctuary? From now on, you can come here to rest whenever you like." A faint blush crept across Mu Luofei's delicate face. Although it was called a sanctuary, it also felt like home. It was customary for the head of the household to hold the restraining power. If Qinping were to give her a token, what would that make her? No need. Mu Luofei replied. Qinping opened the restraint, but Mu Luofei stepped into the sanctuary even before him. He poured her a cup of spirit tea and asked, "Sister Luofei, you arrived early today. Is there something urgent?" Mu Luofei gave Qinping a gentle glare with her beautiful eyes. "Did you not mention wanting a sword technique last time? Today, I have brought you the 4-season sword technique." Qinping's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but grasp Mu Luofei's soft, fair hand. "Sister Luofei, is this truly for me?" Mu Luofei's earlobes flushed slightly as she discreetly withdrew her hand and retrieved an old sword technique from her storage bag, which bore the words 4 seasons sword technique. Qinping did not hastily examine the technique, but instead opened his storage bag to fetch spirit stones. "Sister Luofei, how much is this sword technique?" "I will pay you." "No need for payment," Mu Luofei said. "This was left by my father, and I currently have no time to practice sword techniques, so I am simply lending it to you, junior brother Qin. Once you have mastered it, you can return it to me." Qinping smiled. "I am truly grateful, Sister Luofei." Since Mu Luofei reached the 10th level of qi refinement, she had ceased to spend extravagantly. Instead, she began to be as frugal as the disciples of the pill hall. Was there only a finite amount of resources needed going forward? The former lofty Mu Luofei seemed to have changed somewhat. Qinping continued, "However, Sister Luofei, your visit is quite timely. Had you not come to find me, I would have sought you out. I owe you a significant favor, and now I finally have the chance to repay it." "Oh?" Mu Luofei's interest was piqued. Qinping took a bottle of pills from his storage bag. "Sister Luofei, this is a spirit awareness pill." "What?" Mu Luofei exclaimed, momentarily losing her composure. Her cherry lips slightly parted as her small hand hurriedly covered her mouth. She then carefully picked up the bottle to examine it. "This is indeed a spirit awareness pill." Her head spun slightly, and she gazed at Qinping in disbelief. "Junior brother Qin, where did you acquire this bottle of spirit awareness pills?" Qinping smiled and asked, "Sister Luofei, do you still remember the brother I mentioned?" Of course, Mu Luofei replied, her graceful head nodding slightly. The last time, during the Centennial Green Lotus Root event, Qin Ping had introduced a brother who had dismissed her, leaving her feeling quite displeased. Now, as Qin Ping brought him up again, could it be? Seemingly sensing Mu Luofei's speculation, Qin Ping lowered his voice and whispered heatedly in her ear, "This bottle of spirit awareness pills was crafted by that brother of mine." Their proximity made Qin Ping's warm breath tickle her ear, stirring an unusual sense of bashfulness within her. Upon hearing Qin Ping's words, Mu Luofei's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Is there truly such a figure in the pill hall? Qin Ping chuckled, surely. Sister Luofei will not hold this against me. Humph. Mu Luofei huffed playfully. Last time, I mistakenly accused you, junior brother Qin. She then inquired, what is your intention in presenting this bottle of spirit awareness pills? Is it a gift for me, or? Qin Ping replied, having incurred such a significant favor from you, how could a mere bottle of spirit awareness pills suffice to repay it? I have begged and pleaded and managed to acquire this quantity from my brother. He raised 3 fingers. Each month, I can procure 3 bottles for trade with you. Mu Luofei's expression was one of disbelief. 3 bottles of spirit awareness pills a month. It was well known that high-tier pills were under the control of the Dongxian sect, even with the presence of a golden core ancestor in the Mu family. They lacked the formula for spirit awareness pills. Such precious pills were monopolized for profit by major sections. The emergence of a disciple capable of crafting spirit awareness pills within a small pill hall of the Mu family was indeed startling for Mu Luofei. The most critical aspect was the business opportunity it represented. With a smile, Qin Ping continued, what do you think? This is my way of repaying your kindness. And this is merely the beginning. Over time, the monthly supply of pills could increase. Taking a deep breath, Mu Luofei stated seriously, junior brother Qin. What price does your brother intend to charge for each bottle and spirit stones? Naturally, she would not reveal her desire to meet Qin Ping's brother. Qin Ping had been in the pill hall for 6 years, and it was only now that this secret was unveiled. However, he truly did not know the price per bottle. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ping suggested, how about 18 spirit stones? The spirit awareness pills he was currently producing had minimal toxicity and could easily be sold at Wanbao Pavilion for 20 spirit stones per bottle. Mu Luofei's beautiful eyes sparkled. 18 spirit stones? Junior brother Qin, I cannot decide right now. May I take this bottle of spirit awareness pills to inquire about the price? I will give you an answer by tomorrow. She could either consume the spirit awareness pills herself or sell them for profit, depending on the price Qin Ping provided. Understanding her concerns, Qin Ping reassured her, no problem. For Mu Luofei, this was a significant business opportunity. Very well, Mu Luofei said, taking the bottle of spirit awareness pills from Qin Ping. Selling it to her would serve 2 purposes, repaying a favor and allowing Qin Ping to earn more money. Each round trip to Baisha Foxshire using a flying gourd consumed 40 spirit sands, while using a divine movement talisman cost 50 spirit sands. Selling to Mu Luofei, Qin Ping saved at least 40 spirit sands. Over the years, this amounts to a considerable sum. Moreover, Mu Luofei possesses vitality elixirs, allowing him to purchase them directly from her, thus saving time. The spare time could be devoted to further cultivation. The following day, Mu Luofei returned to Qin Ping's dojo, took a sip of spirit tea, and said with a bright smile, junior brother Qin, I can acquire the 3 bottles of spirit awareness pills provided by your senior brother each month at the price you mentioned, 18 spirit stones. Qin Ping inquired, Sister Luofei, how much do you intend to sell each bottle for? Mu Luofei replied with a smile, 19 spirit stones and 50 spirit sands. With each bottle of spirit awareness pills, Mu Luofei earns 1 spirit stone and 50 spirit sands, accumulating a profit of 4 spirit stones and 50 spirit sands each month. This already surpasses the monthly stipend from the pill hall, exceeding the net earnings of many individuals. Chapter 41. Transformation of spiritual power into physical form. Mu Luofei collects elixirs from the disciples at the pill hall, earning 3 spirit sands for each bottle of vitality elixirs. To match the profit from just 1 bottle of spirit awareness pills, she would need to sell 50 bottles of vitality elixirs. Furthermore, both transactions from the pill hall were introduced to Mu Luofei by Qin Ping. Qin Ping smiled and said, that's excellent. Sister Luofei gains profit, and I can repay a portion of the favor owed to you. For other disciples, purchasing spirit awareness pills necessitates a trip to the Baisha marketplace, incurring additional expenses and consuming several hours. Thus, Mu Luofei's sales offer both cost-effectiveness and time efficiency. With glimmering eyes, Mu Luofei gazed at Qin Ping. I didn't anticipate that junior brother Qin would have such opportunities at the pill hall. No wonder your cultivation has progressed steadily. Qinping chuckled. Sister Luofei, you flatter me. It is merely a stroke of luck. Furthermore, I need to procure vitality elixirs from you on behalf of my senior brother. He wishes to buy 3 bottles of vitality elixirs, as he provides 3 bottles of spirit awareness pills each month. Mu Luofei nodded slightly. Certainly. It seems your senior brother has reached the late stage of chi refinement. I can sell you the vitality elixirs for 9 spirit stones and 50 spirit sands per bottle. Selling 3 bottles of spirit awareness pills will yield 54 spirit stones. After deducting the cost of the vitality elixirs, Qinping would net 25 spirit stones and 50 spirit sands monthly. Including the stipend from the pill hall, his monthly earnings are substantial, provided he maintains a steady supply of cultivation resources. Qinping nodded. All right, let us finalize the transaction for the elixirs and secure the spirit stones. Mu Luofei advised, Junior Brother Qin, now that you are at the 9th layer of chi refinement, you must also pay attention to the 2nd and 3rd transformations of spiritual power to lay a solid foundation for foundation establishment. Qinping replied, I would appreciate your guidance. Sister Luofei, Mu Luofei explained, the transformation of spiritual awareness at the 10th layer of chi refinement is soon followed by the 3rd transformation, the transformation of spiritual power into physical form. The 3 transformations of chi refinement are related to one's aptitude and can determine the speed of cultivation. Many late-stage chi refinement cultivators possess frail physiques, and upon reaching the 10th layer, their cultivation progresses slowly due to their insufficient physical strength, requiring extensive time to temper their bodies with spiritual power. This is also preparation for establishing a foundation, generating divine awareness and liquid mana. The corporeal strength is insufficient to bear the immense magical power, resulting in a transformation during the foundation establishment phase. In ancient times, the cultivation of chi consisted of merely 9 levels, devoid of the notion of transformations. However, the majority of our current practices encompass 12 levels, thereby introducing these 3 transformations, which enhance the probability of success during foundation establishment by an additional 20%. Qinping's expression turned serious. Must I refine my body? Yet, he found the mere act of cultivation to be a formidable challenge, leaving no time to utilize his spiritual energy for body refinement. Suddenly, he recalled the records of body refining elixirs within the alchemical heritage. With a cupped fist, Qinping expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Luofei, for your guidance. Speaking of which, I have a few materials I would like to trouble you to gather through the channels of the Deacon Hall. Are these materials for your senior brother? Luofei inquired with a gentle smile. Qinping named the ingredients for the body refining elixir: Vajra fruit, dragon beard grass, demon bone blood. A look of confusion flickered in Luofei's eyes. What purpose do these materials serve? Qinping chuckled softly. Sister, if you ask me, I am not entirely certain. The body refining elixir comprises 7 medicinal ingredients, 4 of which are inexpensive and commonly found, and are not under strict regulation. Moreover, the Wanao Pavilion does not stock body refining elixirs. It seems likely that the eastern domain of the cultivation world lacks the formula for such elixirs. Very well, Luofei said with a light smile. I shall inquire further on your behalf. Brother Qin, I must take my leave, she stated. I shall accompany you, Sister Luofei. There is no need, she replied, busy as she was, gathering various resources to sell and profit from them. For Qinping, resources were not currently a concern. By purchasing what he needed from Luofei, he could save a considerable amount of time. This would allow him to focus his efforts on breaking through to the 10th level of chi cultivation during the later stages of his practice. This endeavor required considerable time and additional resources. He estimated that with continuous consumption of vitality pills, in conjunction with spiritual insight pills, it would take at least over 2 years. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed, and Qinping was now 22 years old. Throughout this period, his transactions with Luofei had not ceased. He had amassed a significant fortune of 643 spirit stones. The Vajra fruit and dragon beard grass needed for the body refining elixir were procured through tasks posted by Luofei in the Deacon Hall, acquiring a substantial amount from several small cultivation families. The remaining materials were also obtained from the marketplace, with only the demon bone blood left to secure. This ingredient had to be collected from fierce beasts, particularly from wolves, bulls, and pigs, among others, with the most effective source being the bull demon. After 2 years of trials, it was confirmed that neither the wolf demon nor the pig demon bore the demon bone blood, and the elusive bull demon was rarely seen. After a thorough selection process, it was determined that the red-horned blood bull possessed the sought-after demon bone blood. However, this elusive creature remained untraceable. preventing Jinping from attempting to concoct the body-refining elixir to test its efficacy. Throughout these 2 years, Jinping's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi. Yet he found himself hindered by a bottleneck in spiritual perception. With a sense of helplessness, he resorted to consuming spiritual insight pills to gradually overcome this obstacle. If the second transformation of spiritual energy was so arduous, Jinping dared not contemplate the challenges that lay ahead in the transformation of spiritual energy into corporeal form. Nevertheless, he could only exert his efforts in cultivation, as time originally dedicated to advancing his level was now devoted to practicing the 4-season sword technique bestowed upon him by Luo Fei. The 4-season sword technique comprises several moves: the Thunderlight Sword, the Sharp Metal Sword, the Ice Rain Sword, and the Radiant Fire Sword. Only those possessing the corresponding elemental roots within their bodies can successfully cultivate these techniques, which possess considerable power. This realization made Jinping touch his nose in contemplation. Sister Luo Fei indeed remembered well, knowing that I am a blend of 5 elemental roots. The 4-season sword technique appears to be tailor-made for him. Such mutated attribute spells can only be wielded by individuals with a diverse array of elemental roots. For instance, those with water and fire roots can manifest mutated lightning attributes. Though they seem formidable, the greater the mix of roots, the slower the cultivation process. Establishing a foundation is exceedingly challenging, akin to scaling the heavens. On a particular day, while dining at the Spirit Meal Hall, Su Fengshan approached Jinping, his expression one of embarrassment and hesitation. "Junior brother Qin, are you in need of resources?" Jinping's eyes reflected confusion. "What troubles you, senior brother Su?" Su Fengshan sat down, his face flushed as he sighed. "I have been in the alchemy hall for 50 years, and in just 10 more, I can reclaim my freedom." Jinping had been in the alchemy hall for 7 or 8 years. Su Fengshan rubbed his hands together, saying, "I have a grandson, and a few years ago, I sent him to the Miscellaneous Disciples Academy. Now, it is time for him to be assigned tasks and to navigate connections." Jinping began to understand. Su Fengshan continued, "I plan to have him marry into the Mu family. Recently, I have been busy selecting a suitable granddaughter-in-law, and the bride price is 100 spirit stones. I have already spent a considerable amount on gifts for the assignment process. Junior brother Qin, could you lend me some? I will repay you once I earn money from alchemy." Jinping inquired, "How much do you need to borrow, senior brother Su?" "Not much, just 40 spirit stones." Su Fengshan replied. Jinping nodded. "Very well." He retrieved 40 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Su Fengshan. The latter's face turned crimson. "Thank you, junior brother Qin," he said gratefully before hastily departing. Su Fengshan had saved a substantial amount, hoping to place his grandson in a more favorable position, though it remained uncertain how much he had spent on gifts. The alchemy hall is notorious for its challenges. After 50 years, Su Fengshan was reluctant for his descendants to tread the same perilous path, primarily because alchemical disciples lacked access to diverse formulas. Alchemy? It's a dead end. Without fortune, one cannot establish a foundation, rendering a lifetime of cultivation futile. Jinping possessed opportunities and was exceedingly diligent, yet his journey toward establishing a foundation was fraught with difficulties. Whether he could succeed in this lifetime remained uncertain. Aside from alchemy, he practiced sword techniques at the Taoist temple, enjoyed tea, and during his leisure, he visited the market to observe prices and appreciate the scenery. On one occasion, he passed by the foot of Dongshin Sex Mountain, a revered destination for countless cultivators, though nearly all are unable to gain entry. As the month drew to a close, Mu Luo Fei arrived at Jinping's dojo for their usual trade. Discussing Su Fengshan's situation, Mu Luo Fei remarked, "This old man has staked his entire life on his grandson. He sent his grandson to the talismans department, spending 500 spirit stones to forge connections. It seems his situation is akin to that of junior brother Fang." Jinping nodded, smiling as he asked, "Sister Luo Fei, when do you plan to break through to the 11th layer of qi refinement?" Mu Luo Fei paused for a moment, then smiled gently, her tone soothing. "It is not so swift. There are countless cultivators who remain stuck in the late stage of qi refinement, unable to make any progress. Until one reaches this late stage, one cannot comprehend the true difficulties of cultivation. Talent, resources, techniques, opportunities, and even the affliction of pill toxicity all play a role. Most cultivators, in their early stages, consume vast quantities of elixirs, which may hasten their progress, yet they also lay the groundwork for future complications. When the toxicity seeps into their bones, it becomes particularly problematic in the late stage of qi refinement, where the transformation of spiritual energy and the physical body occurs. This issue of pill toxicity has thwarted many, leading to damaged spiritual roots and stagnation in their cultivation. Chen Ping was taken aback. Feeling fortunate to possess the inheritance from his ancestors, Chen Ping remarked, if that is the case, it would require even more resources to eliminate pill toxicity, just to restore a normal pace of cultivation. Mu Luo Fei nodded gently. Indeed, one must already expend considerable effort to enhance their physical strength. Now they must also contend with the need to eliminate pill toxicity. Each day is filled with busyness, and before one realizes it, the time to establish a foundation slips away. Chen Ping felt the weight of the pitfalls associated with the late stage of qi refinement. With the limited time before the foundation establishment deadline, he found himself overwhelmed, especially considering the need to gather resources for that very purpose. The layers of peril seemed to crush countless qi refinement cultivators beneath their weight. Chen Ping too found himself ensnared in this shadow. Only by establishing a foundation could one find true ease. Before departing, Mu Luo Fei spoke. Li Erniu is preparing to establish his foundation. At that time, we should be able to gather once more at the Jiazi Academy. Chen Ping was astonished. Li Erniu, at the age of 24, was already on the brink of foundation establishment. He too wished to break through to the 10th layer of qi refinement swiftly. Yet the bottleneck of spiritual awareness was not something that could be resolved overnight. Even with the consumption of spirit awareness elixirs to enhance his perception, the progress was minuscule each month. No matter how many elixirs he consumed, his body's potential was insufficient to elevate his spiritual awareness further. Chen Ping could only bide his time. 3 months passed. Mu Luo Fei sought out Chen Ping, bearing delightful news. Junior brother Chen, I have news regarding the Redhorn Blood Bowl. Chen Ping's spirit surged. Where? Mu Luo Fei replied. In a marsh 8,000 miles away. At the juncture of the Eastern Domain and the Eastern Wilderness. 8,000 miles. Chen Ping exclaimed in astonishment. That would take at least half a month for a round trip. Just the travel expenses would start at 10 spirit stones. Sister Luo Fei, can a task be issued for the disciples of the Steward Hall to undertake this mission? Mu Luo Fei gently shook her head. That is likely unfeasible. Tasks from the Steward Hall generally do not extend beyond 4,000 miles. Anything beyond that requires the direct assignment from the Hall Master. Junior brother Chen, if you manage to break through to the 10th layer of qi refinement, I would accompany you, considering it a form of experience. Chen Ping was taken aback. You would be willing to accompany me on such a long journey, Sister Luo Fei? Mu Luo Fei replied, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is when you will break through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. She had already discerned that Chen Ping was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. Chen Ping chuckled wryly. Sister Luo Fei, with your precious physique, it is too reckless to accompany me to such a distant place. Just share the location with me, and once I reach the 10th layer of qi refinement, I shall make the journey alone. Traveling aboard Mu Luo Fei's white jade flying vessel would take at least half a month, while using his own flying gourd would require a minimum of 2 months. The difference in speed between a 60-stone flying artifact and a 1,000-stone flying artifact is starkly apparent. The flying gourd he possessed could soar up to 500 miles a day, whereas Mu Luo Fei's white jade flying boat could traverse 2,000 miles daily. With a radiant smile, Mu Luo Fei remarked, if you refuse to comply, I shan't divulge the address to you. Chen Ping's expression darkened. Very well, I concede. Within a month, he would surpass the 10th level of qi refinement. Mu Luo Fei's demeanor turned serious. A month, you say? Excellent. We shall embark at the end of next month. I shall also take the time to request a long-distance mission from the Palace Lord. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. He too wished to gather the Redhorn Blood Ox for refining body-tempering pills to test their efficacy. Before departing, Mu Luo Fei cautioned. The Redhorn Blood Ox is relatively perilous among first-tier monsters. Chen Shidi, do prepare adequately. Chen Ping smiled confidently. Rest assured, I have my methods. His 4 Seasons sword technique was formidable, a unique advantage born from his inferior spiritual root. Those with lesser talents often found unexpected advantages in their practices. After Mu Luo Fei's departure, Chen Ping immediately entered a state of seclusion. Over this considerable span, he had diligently overcome the bottleneck of spiritual consciousness through the use of spirit sense pills. He first ingested vitality pills, followed by spirit sense pills. As an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy began to assail the barrier to the 10th level of qi refinement. Boom, boom. The vast influx of spiritual energy battered against the threshold. 7 days later, Chen Ping's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat drenching his body. He had yet to break through to the 10th level. It was something he should have anticipated. He had encountered the bottleneck of spiritual consciousness at the 8th level. And now the barrier of spiritual power and physical body arose as he sought to transcend to the 10th level. One misstep could lead to demonic deviation. His innate talent was far from commendable. After 13 years of precarious cultivation, resource issues could be remedied through inheritance, yet the problem of poor aptitude could not be surmounted. With a resounding explosion echoing within, Qinping finally ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement. Simultaneously, a tumult surged within him, and he coughed forth copious amounts of crimson blood. Collapsing to the ground, his consciousness grew hazy. Thus, Qinping lay there, half alive and motionless. Yet his cultivation method continued to operate smoothly, sustaining his cultivation and life. Chapter 43. The benefits and demands of the pill hall. The simultaneous arrival of two bottlenecks nearly claimed Qinping's life. He lay incapacitated on the ground for 3 days before gradually rising to meditate. His robe was stained with ghastly blood, and his complexion was exceedingly pale. Having entered the 10th level of qi refinement, his spiritual awareness expanded, allowing him to fully introspect. Furrowing his brow, he realized with relief that his foundation remained intact. With some time for recovery, he would fully recuperate. This breakthrough left him with lingering trepidation. He began to understand why some cultivators stagnated, hopeless in their quest for foundation establishment. Resources were indeed a formidable chasm, and poor innate talent was an insurmountable hurdle. Having avoided damage to his foundation this time, what would the next breakthrough entail? He needed to consume vitality pills to enhance his cultivation, while spirit sense and body tempering pills would be required to weather the bottlenecks. Furthermore, he needed to gather resources for foundation establishment. For mortals aspiring to ascend in cultivation, the path to foundation establishment was indeed akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, he was already 3 levels ahead in the qi refinement stage compared to ordinary cultivators. Qinping's expression was bittersweet, yet he swiftly adjusted his mindset to begin his healing process. As the month drew to a close, upon completing his task, Qinping emerged from the alchemy chamber, his complexion pallid and devoid of vitality. He numbly accompanied his fellow disciples towards the dojo of the left hall master. Qinshidi, Su Fengshan approached Qinping, his eyelids fluttering momentarily before his eyes widened in astonishment. Qinshidi, have you reached the 10th layer of qi refinement? Qinping replied feebly. It was merely a stroke of luck. Excellent, excellent. Su Fengshan's expression was one of profound excitement. Congratulations, Qinshidi. It has been 2 centuries since anyone has reached the 10th layer of qi refinement before the age of 30 in the alchemy hall. At just 22. You've attained this level, which signifies your potential to advance to the foundation establishment stage. How on earth did you achieve this? Su Fengshan, after over 50 years of cultivation, had only reached the 11th layer and found himself stuck thereafter. Qinping clasped his hands together, managing a strained smile. Thank you, senior brother Su. Su Fengshan grasped Qinping's arm. Come, I shall take you to meet the hall master. In the alchemy hall, reaching the 10th layer of qi refinement is paramount, as it paves the way for the foundation establishment stage, liberating one from the daily grind of alchemical duties. This advancement is akin to reclaiming a significant portion of one's freedom decades in advance. One could establish their own family or undertake missions in the service hall. The left hall master regarded Qinping with a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. You have reached the 10th layer of qi refinement? Achieving this at the age of 22 is quite remarkable even within the Mu family. Moreover, you are merely a seed of immortality and have not received substantial support within the alchemy hall. It has been 2 centuries since such a disciple has emerged. Qinping humbly acknowledged, it was merely a stroke of luck. Indeed, the left hall master nodded slightly. You seek an audience with me regarding your advancement to the foundation establishment stage? Yes, Qinping replied, his voice weak. The left hall master did not perceive any offense in Qinping's demeanor. Rather, she recognized that all disciples of the alchemy hall carried such an air of determination. Very well, she stated, I shall outline the rules for you. From this day forth, you are no longer required to remain in the alchemy hall for alchemical duties. You must submit 20 vials of essence pills each month and will receive a stipend of 4 spirit stones calculated on an annual basis. Your tasks are halved, yet your remuneration is doubled. Within the span of a year, as long as you fulfill your obligations, all will be well. Should you exceed this threshold, however, you shall face consequences. Do you understand? Qinping nodded. I comprehend. Good. The left hall master continued. Starting today, you have 15 years to pursue the foundation establishment stage while enjoying these privileges. Should you fail to advance within 15 years and enter the Dongxian sect, you will revert to your previous status. You may go. Her astonishment lingered only briefly. While it had been 2 centuries since the alchemy hall had seen a young disciple reach the 10th layer of qi refinement, it was merely an opportunity granted by the Mu family. The path to foundation establishment is fraught with difficulty even for the Mu family's own descendants, let alone for an outsider. However, such unwritten rules must remain veiled, as hope must be offered to those at the grassroots level. Su Fengshan, brimming with excitement, pulled Chen Ping away. Chen Shidi, how impressive. After 2 centuries, the alchemy hall has finally produced a disciple like you who can aspire to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Ping responded with a wry smile. Senior brother Su, it is merely reaching the 10th layer of qi refinement. You know well how many resources one needs to advance to the foundation establishment stage. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. Su Fengshan sighed, reflecting on how many heroes and extraordinary individuals have fallen at this juncture, especially those humble cultivators like them, for whom establishing a foundation is exceedingly difficult. Junior brother, I owe you 40 spirit stones, and I shall repay you soon. Very well. Su Fengshan, armed with numerous medicinal pills, sought out Mu Luofei for a transaction. Meanwhile, Chen Ping approached the storeroom to request a year's worth of alchemical resources from Mu Hongwan, including 700 materials for vitality pills. He also purchased 100 materials for nourishing pills and restorative pills. With just these 700 materials for vitality pills, Chen Ping could sell them in the market for 350 spirit stones. After deducting the cost for 240 bottles of vitality pills, he would still net over 100 spirit stones. This advantageous loophole, which Chen Ping could exploit for 15 years, was intentionally preserved by the alchemy hall. However, this sum of spirit stones would undoubtedly be insufficient for cultivators aiming to break through to the foundation establishment stage. For Chen Ping, maximizing benefits meant concocting spirit awareness pills. After collecting the herbs, he returned to the dojo, where Mu Luofei approached him regarding a trade for spirit awareness pills. Junior brother Chen, let us meet in the tea house's private room at Baisha Square shortly. Although Chen Ping was unaware of Mu Luofei's ulterior motives, he nodded in agreement, as he also intended to purchase some items from the market. While Mu Luofei sought to sell a plethora of medicinal pills for profit, Chen Ping summoned his flying gourd and headed towards Baisha Square. It had been several years since his last visit, yet the place remained as bustling as ever. Utilizing a thousand faces talisman, he changed his attire and arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion, where he found Old Gua. Over the years, Old Gua had become increasingly frail and worn. Ah, it's you, lad. It has been some time, he remarked, his eyes growing cloudy and his cultivation regressing. Chen Ping sold him some medicinal pills and seized the opportunity to inquire, Old Gua, do you know where I might find foundation establishment spirit items? Old Gua chuckled. Such fine goods as foundation establishment spirit items are not available at Wanbao Pavilion. If you seek such treasures, your only option is to try your luck at an auction or in the black market. Chen Ping, puzzled, asked, Old Gua, what are auctions and black markets? Old Gua replied curtly, you don't even know that? Chen Ping's understanding of the cultivation world was limited, and he genuinely lacked knowledge about auctions and black markets. Old Gua continued, many significant spiritual items are controlled by the Dongxian sect and do not circulate in the market. Numerous qi-refining cultivators, like yourself, aspiring to establish a foundation, have formed exchange gatherings, which gradually evolved into auctions and black markets, small circles dedicated to selling items regulated by the Dongxian sect. Chen Ping felt intrigued and produced 10 spirit stones. Old Gua, do you have any connections? Accepting the 10 spirit stones, Old Gua presented a token. This is my token, which I no longer require. I shall give it to you. Chapter 44. The Jiazi courtyard raises its head. Li Erniu enters Dongxian sect. Auctions and black markets are held annually in June, each time at a different location. The token will react at the designated time, guiding you there. Thank you, Old Gua. Chen Ping took the token and left Wanbao Pavilion, promptly heading to the tea house's private room as instructed by Mu Luofei. Upon arrival, Chen Ping was somewhat astonished. Before him stood Fang Xing, Luo Chongji, Lin Feixian, and Han Tongbao. Chen Ping, bewildered, inquired, Junior brother Luo, how is it that you are all here? Employing the qi observation technique, he discerned that Fang Xing and Luo Chongji were at the 9th level of qi refinement, while Lin Feixian was also at the 9th level, and Han Tongbao at the 8th. The group gazed at him with odd expressions, prompting Luo Chongji to remark, Senior brother Chen, did Sister Luofei not inform you that Brother Li Ernia has successfully established his foundation? Chen Ping felt a jolt. Li Ernia had achieved foundation establishment? Why had Mu Luofei not informed him? Fang Xing, with a smile, added, "Our Jiazi Academy has produced a foundation-building senior, and Brother Li Erniu is about to ascend to the Dongshuanzong. Before leaving the Mu family, he mentioned that we should gather again." Lin Feixian interjected, "We can no longer address him as brother. We must call him Uncle Master now." Fang Xing promptly clapped his hand over his mouth. "Indeed, it is Uncle Master Li." Awe and admiration filled their eyes as they acknowledged the transformation of their once fellow practitioners into a figure of such esteemed status. A decade had passed, and one had already stepped into the foundation establishment stage, their positions now vastly different. Han Tongao chuckled, with Uncle Master Li having entered the foundation establishment stage. "How much gift money have you all prepared?" At this, the expressions of the group dimmed. Fang Xing gritted his teeth. 200 spirit stones. "I have 200 as well," Han Tongbao replied with a grin. "Given our connection with Uncle Master Li, such a monumental occasion necessitates a generous gift." Lin Feixian and Luo Chongji's faces paled as they stammered. "We have only prepared 50 spirit stones. What are we to do?" Qin Ping also felt a shift in his expression. To merely present a gift required 200 spirit stones? His monthly salary from the alchemy hall was only 3 spirit stones, and to provide such a gift would mean 6 years of abstinence from food and drink. Fang Xing spoke earnestly. "You are mistaken, Junior Brother Lin, Junior Brother Luo. Uncle Master Li is now in the foundation establishment stage and will soon ascend to the Dongshuanzong. Presenting a substantial gift now ensures that Uncle Master remembers our goodwill, allowing us to seek his assistance in the future. Not to mention, the Dongshuanzong controls numerous resources. Even a small favor from Uncle Master could yield us boundless benefits, especially concerning materials related to foundation establishment." Upon hearing this, Lin Feixian and Luo Chongji's faces turned anxious. "What shall we do then?" "Uncle Master Li and Sister Mu should arrive shortly," Han Tongbao replied. "They should still be a while yet. You two should quickly gather anything valuable you possess to borrow some spirit stones." The two exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They had already borrowed a considerable amount of spirit stones to enhance their cultivation. 200 spirit stones were no trivial sum. After a brief hesitation, they gritted their teeth and hurried downstairs to seek loans. Qin Ping's expression was equally grim. He felt compelled to present 200 spirit stones as a gift. They were all brothers from Jiazi Academy, and now that Li Erniu had entered the foundation establishment stage, it was not only to avoid offending him, but also an attempt to curry favor with him. Furthermore, they would have to borrow to give such a gift. Qin Ping candidly questioned, "Is it truly worth giving 200 spirit stones?" Han Tongbao, still grinning, replied, "Senior Brother Qin, others would yearn for such a connection. So it is undoubtedly worth it. Endure the hardship now, and once you reach the 10th level of qi refinement, it will all be worthwhile." "Indeed," Fang Xing said. Turning to Qin Ping, "How much do you intend to give?" Qin Ping forced a smile, helplessly shaking his head. Though they offered 200 spirit stones, he too could only present the same amount. After a while, Lin Feixian and Luo Chongji returned, drenched in sweat, clearly having borrowed the spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, Li Erniu and Mu Luofei arrived together. For the first time, Li Erniu walked ahead of Mu Luofei and took the principal seat. As a foundational stage cultivator, Li Erniu exuded a formidable aura. Merely his presence was enough to stifle breaths and bring smiles to the faces of all present. This was indeed the might of a foundational cultivator. Qin Ping clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his heart yearning even more to ascend to the foundational stage. At the dining table, the maidservants began to serve the dishes. Fang Xing and others stood up, presenting 200 spirit stones. "Congratulations, Uncle Li, on reaching the foundational stage." Qin Ping also offered 200 spirit stones. Li Erniu gratefully accepted the gifts, saying, "Thank you, dear nephews, for your generosity. There is no need for such formality. A gesture suffices. In those days, we trained together at the Jiazi courtyard, growing side by side. Now, I have taken the lead in reaching the foundational stage. I hope all my nephews will strive diligently and soon follow suit, so that our Jiazi courtyard can once again shine within the Dongxian sect." Upon hearing this, Fang Xing and the others blushed with excitement. Indeed, Li Erniu was a man of nostalgia. They all responded in unison. Yet, Qin Ping sighed inwardly, recognizing the arduous journey to the foundational stage. Meanwhile, Mu Luofei remained calm and composed in front of Li Erniu, exuding a serene and gentle demeanor. Qin Ping mused that now that Li Erniu had achieved the foundational stage, he would likely pursue Mu Luofei again, only to be rejected once more. Such resilience in Mu Luofei. Nevertheless, she too presented 200 spirit stones as a congratulatory gift to Li Erniu. However, He only accepted 100 spirit stones, returning the rest to her. Sister Luofei, you are now at the 10th level of Qi refinement and require more resources to break through to the foundational stage. There is no need to offer so much. Fang Xing and the others were taken aback, realizing that Mu Luofei had already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. She smiled gently. In that case, Uncle Li should return 100 spirit stones to Brother Chun, as he too has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Fang Xing and Luo Chongji stared at Qin Ping in astonishment. Brother Qin, you have attained the 10th level of Qi refinement? Qin Ping clasped his hands and chuckled wryly. I was fortunate to break through a few days ago. Li Erniu's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, excellent. Brother Chun has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. The foundational stage is within reach. As he spoke, he returned 100 spirit stones to Qin Ping. I genuinely look forward to our reunion at the Dongshin sect. Brother Chun, strive hard. Qin Ping did not refuse and accepted the spirit stones. As the feast progressed, the group took turns flattering and appeasing Li Erniu. However, he seemed rather indifferent to their efforts. Eventually, Fang Xing and the others became inebriated. As the gathering was drawing to a close, Li Erniu finally expressed his appreciation to Qin Ping. Brother Qin, you are quite impressive. Qin Ping was typically reticent, although he had also presented gifts. He did not flatter Li Erniu like the others, which endeared him to Li Erniu even more. Qin Ping bowed and said, thank you for your kind words, Uncle Li. Then, Li Erniu turned to Mu Luofei. Sister Luofei, I sincerely wish you a swift ascent to the foundational stage and a place within the Dongshin sect. Mu Luofei gracefully bowed and smiled gently. Then I shall borrow the auspicious words of Master Li. Following this, Li Erniu soared into the sky without the aid of any flying apparatus, transforming into a stream of light as he departed. This was a power exclusive to those in the foundation establishment stage, capable of flight without external assistance, evoking admiration and envy. Countless onlookers gazed up in awe at the figure of the true cultivator as he flew towards the direction of the eastern Xuanzhou. Chapter 45, The Secret Mission from the Mu Family. As soon as Li Erniu left, Fang Xing and his companions found their intoxication considerably diminished. They cast envious glances at Mu Luofei. The group desired to align themselves with Li Erniu, who accepted gifts but seemed indifferent to their intentions. None dared express their dissatisfaction. However, it was common knowledge that Li Erniu wished to marry Mu Luofei, a topic they were too cautious to broach. With a cheerful smile, Mu Luofei inquired, do you wish to purchase any elixirs, my fellow disciples? Fang Xing, Luo Chongji, and the others shook their heads. They had gifted Li Erniu 200 spirit stones, and the notion of buying elixirs was far from feasible. They were more concerned with borrowing spirit stones in the near future. With no purchases made, the gathering soon dispersed. Mu Luofei summoned her white jade flying boat and took Qin Ping to the Deacon Hall. Junior Brother Qin, she said, I have submitted the mission request, but it requires the approval of the Hall Master. I will now take you to meet her. Qin Ping nodded in agreement. Her name is Mu Xingling, and you may address her as Hall Master Mu, Mu Luofei informed him. Upon entering the core training hall of the Deacon Hall, Qin Ping could distinctly feel the high concentration of spiritual energy. Was this the privilege of the Mu family's direct lineage? Remarkably, Qin Ping had been in the Mu family for 13 or 14 years and had yet to meet any direct descendants. After paying his respects to Mu Luofei, he was introduced to a young woman in a flowing red gown, whose stunning beauty radiated an icy allure. She sat poised in the hall, her expression serene, exuding an aura of authority that starkly contrasted with Mu Luofei's demeanor. This was Mu Xingling, a peak Qi refinement cultivator at the age of 22. The female heir of the Mu family, and the hall master of the Deacon Hall. Qin Ping clasped his hands and said, Disciple Qin Ping of the Elixir Hall pays his respects to the Hall Master. Mu Xingling's voice was cool and distant, akin to the sound of a mountain breeze. As her captivating eyes swept over Qin Ping, the Elixir Hall has not had a disciple receive a mission from the Deacon Hall in 200 years. Your youth is indeed commendable. I have a task to assign to you. Luofei, you may withdraw. With that, Mu Luofei exited, leaving Qin Ping bewildered. Why did Mu Xingling wish for him to remain alone to receive her assignment? Mu Xingling spoke calmly. Qin Ping, at the border of the eastern wilderness, there exists a Tianyin Tower where I have stored a second-tier elixir, unknown to outsiders. You are to make a trip to Tianyin Tower and retrieve that second-tier elixir for me. Upon completion, I will reward you with 300 spirit stones. Will you accept this task? Qin Ping promptly clasped his hands. Disciple is willing to accept. Good. Mu Xingling lightly gestured, and a token along with a talisman flew to him. This token serves as proof and this second-tier talisman contains 3 spells for those in the Foundation establishment stage. Should you encounter difficulties during the mission, you may activate this talisman. Qinping's expression brightened. Thank you, Hall Master. This task is confidential and must not be disclosed. Failure to comply will result in severe punishment. You may leave now. Understood, Hall Master. Qinping exited Mu Xingling's training hall. As he turned to leave the Deacon Hall, his expression darkened and his brow furrowed deeply. Mu Xingling's assignment presents significant issues. A second-tier elixir is valued at no less than several thousand spirit stones. Yet the reward for this task is merely 300 spirit stones. Given the gravity of the mission, why would Mu Xingling choose him? A mere Qi refinement level 10 cultivator whom she has just met? If the task holds such importance with Mu Xingling's status, she could easily enlist someone far more formidable to retrieve it. Furthermore, she even bestowed upon him a priceless second-tier talisman, seemingly having inquired about Qinping's lack of offensive spells. There is something amiss here. Secrets, or perhaps a conspiracy lurk beneath the surface. How can Mu Xingling, knowing the elixir's value, not fear that he might abscond with it? Unless she never intended for him to return alive, or perhaps she aims to harm him. Yet this is unlikely. He is but a mere inconspicuous figure in the Mu family and has had no prior dealings with Mu Xingling at the Pill Hall. What should he do? Escape from the Mu family? Upon reflection, such a plan is too perilous. The Mu family would likely pursue him to the ends of the earth. He possesses the inheritance of elixirs, and as long as he preserves his life, given time, he is bound to achieve great things. Currently, with so little information, it is unwise to act rashly. One step at a time. Gritting his teeth, Qinping pressed forward, determined to seek out Mu Luofei. Upon re-entering the Elder's Hall, he spotted a middle-aged couple engaged in conversation with Mu Luofei. Judging by their expressions and gestures, they were likely her parents. Mu Luofei appeared quite reluctant. However, upon catching sight of Qinping, her beautiful eyes brightened. She brushed past her parents and approached Qinping, seizing his arm and leading him outside. In an instant, she summoned the exquisite white jade flying boat, whisking them away. Mu Luofei softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, junior brother Qin. Qinping surmised the situation without directly stating it. I should be the one thanking senior sister Luofei for accompanying me to slay the blood-horned Red Bull. The flying boat transformed into a streak of light, soaring beyond the Mu family's territory. On board, Mu Luofei's spirits seemed lifted, her eyes sparkling. At last, we have left the Mu family. The scenery outside is truly delightful. Qinping questioned, is it really that exaggerated, senior sister Luofei? The scenery at Shoyue Lake, belonging to the Mu family, is quite splendid as well. A relaxed smile spread across Mu Luofei's face, yet her beautiful eyes reflected an indescribable bitterness. Indeed, after so many years in the Mu family, I was nearly driven to madness. Had it not been for your task, junior brother Qin, I might not have had the chance to see the outside world. Qinping replied with a smile. Then, senior sister, there is no need to rush. Take your time to enjoy the view. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. The seemingly exalted and mysterious Mu Luofei, too, bore the weight of many involuntary burdens. All right, Mu Luofei beamed. 2 days later, they ventured beyond the jurisdiction of the Eastern Shin sect. By day, they traveled, and by night, they rested at nearby inns, enjoying the sights and indulging in leisure. While aboard the flying boat, they did not neglect their cultivation, consuming elixirs for refinement. Qinping inquired, Senior Sister Luofei, do you know more about the matters concerning the Hall Master Mu Xingling? Mu Luofei looked puzzled. What is it? Qinping recounted the secret mission entrusted to him. What? A second-tier elixir? Mu Luofei looked astonished. What kind of elixir is it? Why has she entrusted you with such a task? Qinping, weighed down by concern, replied, I do not know. It does feel somewhat amiss. Mu Luofei frowned. The second-tier elixirs of the Mu family primarily originate from the Dongshan sect. How could she possess elixirs so far away? Qinping sighed. That is precisely why I sought your counsel, Sister Luofei. Mu Luofei responded, I do not have extensive knowledge regarding Mu Xingling, but a few years ago, our ancestor was punished by the Dongshan sect due to her actions. Subsequently, after her failure to break through to the foundational stage, she came to the Hall of Elders as the Hall Master. Qinping was taken aback. A mere Qi refining cultivator managed to have our golden core ancestor punished by the sect? That is rather unsettling. Mu Luofei nodded. I am unaware of the specifics, but she is still quite young. Provided she has sufficient resources, she could attempt to break through to the foundational stage once more. This second-tier elixir is likely related to her foundational advancement. This involves internal strife within the Mu family, and Brother Chun, You may merely be a visible bait. In reality, she may have prepared hidden maneuvers, so you need not worry excessively. The Dongxian sect, being a prestigious and righteous sect, would not kill without cause. Upon hearing Mu Luofei's words, Chen Ping felt somewhat reassured. Mu Luofei smiled. The affairs of the Mu family's direct lineage are often quite subtle and typically do not implicate outsiders. The Mu family adheres to strict regulations and seldom engages in underhanded dealings. Chen Ping slightly nodded in agreement. The Mu family may be dark and exploitative towards lower-tier cultivators. Yet they enforce their established rules rigidly and have never treated him harshly. Mu Luofei continued, the Dongxian sect only recruits foundational disciples under the age of 35. However, the resources for foundational advancement are limited, leading to fierce competition among the direct lineage. It was previously rumored that Mu Xingling had the opportunity to join the Dongxian sect during her qi refining phase, but for reasons unknown, she was expelled. Chen Ping's eyes widened. Even a qi refining cultivator could join the Dongxian sect? Mu Luofei smiled lightly. Yes, but only if they are a prodigy or have been recognized by a nascent soul elder. Chen Ping gasped. The competition in the world of cultivation is indeed intense and frightening. Half a month later, Mu Luofei piloted the white jade flying vessel, reaching a distance of 8,000 miles. Just 2,000 more miles, and they would leave the eastern domain of the cultivation world, arriving at the eastern wasteland. The eastern wasteland is vast, inhabited by numerous demonic creatures, and abundant in various celestial treasures. Chen Ping had heard that a war of expansion occurs every 600 years in the eastern domain to extend the territory of human cultivators. Suddenly, the white jade flying vessel came to a halt. Chen Ping inquired, "What is it, Sister Luofei?" With a serious expression. Mu Luofei furrowed her delicate brows and pointed to a swamp below. "Brother Chen, could that possibly be the blood-horned Red Bull you seek?" In the immense swamp, myriad small red dots were scattered. These dots moved, and upon closer listening, one could hear the frantic bellowing of bulls. Chen Ping's eyes lit up, indeed. "It is the blood-horned Red Bull." Mu Luofei appeared somewhat alarmed. "There are far too many blood-horned Red Bulls in this swamp." Chen Ping suggested, "Sister Luofei, there are too many creatures in this swamp. We can lure them to isolate one, then proceed to eliminate it. It serves as an excellent opportunity for experience, sharpening one's skills in combat." "Very well." Mu Luofei nodded before adding, "However, I cannot stay with you, Junior Brother Chen, for too long, at most half a month, after which I must return to the Mu family. By then, my parents shall no longer pester me." Chen Ping smiled and replied, "No problem. I am already immensely grateful that you can accompany me on this journey of 8,000 miles. His assumption was not unfounded. It appeared that after Li Ernie became a foundation establishment cultivator, he once more sought Mu Luofei's hand in marriage, while Mu Luofei herself had declined. Her parents were eager to align themselves with a cultivator of Li Erniu's caliber. The scene witnessed in the Hall of Elders was likely an attempt to persuade Mu Luofei to acquiesce. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Mu Luofei's mouth, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, enchanting to behold. "You must cover the expenses for the spirit stone consumed by the white jade flying boat." Chen Ping, now even more cheerful, responded, "Of course, it is only fitting that I bear this cost. Having benefited from your white jade flying boat for so long, it is only right that I contribute towards the fair." As Mu Luofei piloted the white jade flying boat to the edge of the marsh, their previous collaboration allowed for a swift discussion. She retrieved a piece of spirit beast meat from her storage bag, while Chen Ping produced several herbs to serve as bait. In no time, a blood-horned Red Bull took the bait, straying from its marshy kin towards the enticing offerings. Mu, the blood-horned Red Bull, was a massive creature, its countenance fierce, with its crimson horns radiating a menacing glow. Even from 100 meters away, one could feel its oppressive aura. Mu Luofei whispered, "This ordinary blood-horned Red Bull likely possesses the strength of the mid-stage qi refinement. Junior Brother Chen, I shall take the first strike." Chen Ping nodded in assent. Without delay, Mu Luofei summoned her magical artifact, a sky-blue jade hairpin, and with a flourish of her hands, unleashed its power. "Go." The ice-blue jade hairpin trembled, emanating a stream of azure light as it surged towards the blood-horned Red Bull. Boom. Roar. The blood-horned Red Bull let out an enraged bellow, lowering its head to meet Mu Luofei's ice-blue jade hairpin, resulting in a violent clash of spiritual energies. Mu Luofei gasped, "How is this possible?" Being at the late stage of qi refinement, she should have easily overpowered a mid-stage beast. Yet, the blood-horned Red Bull deflected the hairpin and charged straight at her. Panic washed over her delicate features. "Sister Luofei, do not fret. Allow me to intervene. Qinping reassured her as he drew a green bamboo jade sword from his storage bag, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade. With determination, Qinping advanced toward the blood-horned Red Bull. "Vile creature, take this," he declared, swinging his sword to release a chilling wave of sword energy directed at the beast's head. Having practiced the Four Seasons sword technique for 2 years, this marked his first real combat application. The blood-horned Red Bull, with its nascent, beastly intellect, regarded the incoming sword energy with disdain. Summoning its crimson demonic power, it prepared to counter Qinping's attack. However, the beast's crimson energy, merely at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, proved insufficient against the full might of Qinping's late-stage sword energy. Upon contact, it was utterly obliterated. The icy sword energy struck the blood-horned Red Bull's head, dispersing upon impact. Thud. The enormous bull's body stiffened, not a drop of demonic blood spilling forth, as its massive head was severed and swiftly transformed into ice upon hitting the ground. "Junior Brother Qin, you are truly remarkable. You have remarkably mastered the Four Seasons sword technique. Despite my diligent efforts, I have yet to grasp it." Mo Rongfei gasped, covering her small mouth. Her exquisite face tinged with excitement and disbelief as she gazed at Qinping. The usually unassuming and taciturn junior disciple of the Jiazi courtyard possessed such formidable combat prowess. "We are both late-stage practitioners of the Qi refinement stage," and while her strike failed to harm the blood-horned Red Bull, Qinping effortlessly dispatched the beast with a single stroke, far exceeding her expectations. Qinping felt a twinge of bitterness. The Four Seasons sword technique could only be perfected by those with inferior spiritual roots. As a practitioner of the five-element mixed spiritual root, he found that his cultivation of any spell progressed at an accelerated pace. The sole advantage of having poor aptitude lay in this aspect. With a smile, Qinping replied, "Sister, you flatter me. We fought together. Let us divide the spoils, sister. This beast is laden with treasures that should not go to waste. I will take the bull's horn. The beast's flesh can be consumed. Its hide may serve as material for talismans, and the blood can be collected as well." "Yes, I understand," Mo Rongfei nodded, retrieving tools from her storage pouch to assist in gathering the spoils alongside Qinping. He took on the more laborious tasks of skinning, bleeding, and gutting, while she deftly handled the cutting of meat and collection of blood and entrails. The collaboration between the two was harmonious and efficient. As for the two horns atop the bull's head, Mo Rongfei skillfully removed them intact. The massive horns gleamed translucently, resembling exquisite crystal, emanating a faint, enchanting red glow. After taking stock, she smiled radiantly. The materials from this demon bull can be sold for a spirit stone. It's even more profitable than tasks at the Morong family. No wonder some choose to live on the fringes of the eastern wilderness for profit. Chapter 47. Under the same roof aside from the bloodhorn. Could it truly be worth 2 spirit stones? If one possessed great strength, slaying demons could yield riches. However, the expenses of flying artifacts were considerable. Not to mention the consumption of pill of abandoning hunger and chi replenishing pills, which could hinder one's cultivation progress. Most critically, the risks involved were substantial. Qinping needed the materials from the blood-horned Red Bull, otherwise, he would not have ventured 8,000 miles for such peril. With a smile, Qinping suggested, "Then we can hunt more demon beasts to recover our losses." Mo Rongfei's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of embarrassment. "I would like to. But my combat strength pales in comparison to yours, Junior Brother Qin." She still could not comprehend how. Despite having entered the Qi refinement stage 2 years earlier than Qinping, her combat ability fell short of this. Qinping came to her aid. "I also benefit from the Four Seasons sword technique. The icy sword energy perfectly counters such demon beasts. Do not worry, sister, this is merely an exercise. And earning some spirit stones is a pleasant bonus." Mo Rongfei paused for a moment before smiling brightly. "Junior Brother Qin, I had not realized you were so considerate." Qinping raised his sword, his gaze shifting toward the marsh, spotting another blood-horned Red Bull. "Sister Luofei, would you like to strike first?" "All right," she nodded in agreement. With Qinping's support, Mo Rongfei felt less apprehensive than before. She wielded her icy blue jade hairpin and commenced her assault. This time, she was wiser. Avoiding a direct confrontation, the jade pin soared into the air and then plunged vertically towards the neck of the blood-horned Red Bull. With a resounding thud, the jade-hilted sword struck the blood-horned Red Bull, creating a gaping wound the size of a fist, eliciting an anguished bellow of fury from the creature. A flicker of joy danced in Mu Luofei's beautiful eyes as she exclaimed, "Junior Brother Qin, I have succeeded." Although her achievement paled in comparison to Qinping's ability to slay the bull with a single stroke, it nonetheless marked significant progress for her. Qinping chuckled heartily and replied, "Sister Luofei, Allow me to finish it. He leapt forward, unleashing a frigid sword aura that severed the bull's head with a single strike. His intention was to gather as many blood horns as possible and collect the internal demon bone blood before Mu Luofei departed, after which he would journey 2,000 miles to Tianyin Tower to fulfill the task assigned by Mu Xingling. Fortunately, there was no time constraint on Mu Xingling's mission. As long as he had sufficient alchemical materials, there was no rush to return to the Mu family. By evening, the two boarded a jade-white flying vessel, making their way to a nearby town to rest. Although the pill of abatement could suffice for nourishment, Mu Luofei, a delicate beauty, had perspired throughout the day and required a bath and proper rest. Fortunately, there was a gathering of cultivators 50 miles from the Blood Bowl Marsh, offering food and lodging. The journey back and forth was not cumbersome. However, this gathering consisted mostly of early-stage qi refiners, with even none in the later stages, which perplexed Qinping. Mu Luofei elucidated, such gatherings lack quality spirit veins. The cultivation here is slow due to the mingled spiritual energy. The Mu family, being a subsidiary power of the Dongshin sect, had a profound heritage, which meant that even amidst hardship, most cultivators preferred the safety of the Mu family over the precarious existence elsewhere. Qinping nodded, recognizing that while these lesser cultivators led harsh lives, they enjoyed a freedom that came without constraints. However, this made the emergence of a foundation establishment cultivator all the more challenging. After both had refreshed themselves with baths, they proceeded to the inn for dinner. The food and drink offered here were unlike anything Qinping had encountered in the Mu family. Even the finest meals grew tiresome after years of repetition. He relished the feast, fully satisfied. Mu Luofei, however, nibbled delicately, consuming only a little. Qinping inquired, "Sister Luofei, why not indulge a bit more?" A blush crept across her fair cheeks as she explained, "I cannot afford the refining beauty pill to maintain my appearance. I must eat less." Qinping had assumed she was simply unaccustomed to the rustic fare of such gatherings. Having spent his childhood in a cattle shed, subsisting on simple corn cakes, he could consume anything. Little did he know that Mu Luofei's restraint was for the sake of her beauty. However, the refining beauty pill was a rare first-tier elixir, among the most expensive of its kind. If he had the materials, he could indeed concoct it. As night fell, having dined well, the two prepared to rest and called upon the innkeeper to arrange accommodations. Qinping stated, "Innkeeper, please prepare 2 fine rooms." Certainly, the innkeeper nodded. Yet, Mu Luofei gently shook her head, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Junior brother Qin, 1 room will suffice." Qinping was taken aback, as he had not considered the implications of romantic entanglements. Complying with Mu Luofei's wishes, he reserved a room. Under the proprietor's suggestive gaze, Mu Luofei and Qinping entered a spacious chamber. Mu Luofei gently tapped her storage bag, retrieving a set of formation flags, which she strategically placed in every corner of the room. With a series of hand seals and incantations, the entire room was enveloped in a protective array. Only then did Mu Luofei let out a sigh of relief and explained to Qinping, "Junior brother Qin, this place is not as secure as we imagined under the Eastern Xuanzong. It is only with the formation in place that we can rest assured." Qinping nodded, acknowledging the thoroughness of his senior sister's considerations, a thought that had completely eluded him. Mu Luofei then surveyed the room, her face flushing slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of panic. "There is only 1 cloud bed." Qinping chuckled, "No worries, senior sister Luofei. I can meditate and rest. You can take the cloud bed." Mu Luofei nodded in acquiescence, gracefully accepting the arrangement. She climbed onto the cloud bed, removed her shoes but not her silk stockings, and lay down fully clothed. Qinping situated himself at the tea table by the window, closing his eyes to meditate. He was well accustomed to such arduous days from his time in the alchemy hall. After a brief period of feigned slumber, Mu Luofei drifted into a deep sleep. When she awoke the next morning, a sense of nervousness washed over her. Upon seeing Qinping still in a meditative trance, she felt a wave of relief and couldn't help but admire. "Junior brother Qin, you are truly remarkable, persevering in such rigorous practice without a moment's rest." She donned her shoes and tidied her appearance before stepping forward to rouse Qinping. "Junior brother Qin, it is time to depart." Qinping slowly emerged from his meditative state, fatigue evident in his eyes. "All right, senior sister Luofei. Let us see how many blood-horned Red Bulls we can slay today." The two soared out of the inn, arriving at the marshlands. Qinping furrowed his brow. "Senior sister Luofei, some cultivators are tailing us." Mu Luofei smiled brightly and replied, "In this world of the strong preying on the weak, our ability to slay blood-horned Red Bulls has attracted them. They hope to pick up the spoils and gain some spirit stones. Let us take turns guarding against any surprise attacks," she suggested. Qin Ping beamed with confidence. No problem. Anyone attempting to snatch from me shall find no path to success. This pertains to the materials for my foundation establishment, and those who dare obstruct my path shall face dire consequences. Chapter 48. The terrifying Four Seasons sword technique. In a swift motion, Qin Ping unleashed a sword strike, instantly dispatching a blood-horned Red Bull. His vigilance remained unwavering. 100 meters away, several cultivators watched closely, their eyes filled with trepidation at Qin Ping's prowess, deterred from advancing. Meanwhile, Mu Luofei, perspiring profusely, busily collected and dismantled the spoils. The cooperation between them made the labor less burdensome. Mu Luofei reminded him, "Junior brother Qin, make sure to restore your spiritual energy swiftly." Qin Ping nodded and consumed a qi-replenishing pill. After reaching the 10th level of qi refinement, it typically required about 5 of such pills to fully restore his spiritual energy. Over the course of the day, he managed to slay 7 or 8 blood-horned Red Bulls. Fortunately, he possessed an ample supply of pills, ensuring his spiritual energy remained at its peak. As evening approached, Mu Luofei summoned a white jade flying vessel, and the two ascended into the sky, returning to the gathering places inn. Those cultivators, with their predatory gazes, were emulating the two individuals, preparing to lure the solitary blood-horned Red Bull for a kill. In the dead of night, the two returned to their chamber, where Mu Luofei meticulously arranged the formation flags. She remarked, "Junior brother Chun, tomorrow we shall alter our combat direction to avoid those individuals." Qin Ping nodded in agreement. All right. Were it not for the fact that he shared a room with Mu Luofei, he would have been tempted to take out the Qingwan furnace to refine some body-tempering pills. Nonetheless, Mu Luofei would not remain long, so he chose to endure. As Qin Ping approached the tea table by the window, preparing to meditate and rest, Mu Luofei, with a gentle smile, suggested, "Junior brother Qin, you may take the bed tonight." Qin Ping raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Then where will you sleep, Sister Luofei?" "Surely we cannot share the bed." Mu Luofei seated herself at the tea table opposite him. "I shall meditate and rest tonight. We can take turns on the bed." After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ping acquiesced. Having been away from the Mu family for over half a month, he had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep. Exhausted, he climbed onto the cloud bed, resting his head on the pillow, still able to catch a lingering scent of Mu Luofei. This stirred a ripple in his thoughts. Yet fatigue soon overtook him, and he swiftly slipped into a deep slumber. 12 days later, Qin Ping had slain over 100 bull demons. Gaining a clearer understanding of his own combat prowess, he had collected more than 300 bull horns, sufficient for refining body-tempering pills to last him a considerable time. It was also time for Mu Luofei to prepare for her return to the Mu family. As dusk approached, the two did not return to the gathering places inn. Many cultivators had been watching them over the past half-month. Qin Ping handed a few spirit movement talismans to Mu Luofei, Sister Luofei. "Departing on your flying vessel may make us easy targets. Let us use these talismans to leave this area for several hundred miles before taking our leave by vessel." Mu Luofei smiled lightly. "That is precisely my intention." Her white jade flying vessel was quite distinctive. They tore the spirit movement talismans, their speed dramatically increasing as they departed. However, after running 100 miles, they were intercepted by several cultivators. These individuals were middle-aged and robust, with the leader clad in a hide garment. Greed glinting in his eyes as he addressed them. "Fellow Taoists, are you planning to leave after profiting in this Red Bull marsh?" Qin Ping, employing the Qi observation technique, scoffed. "What? Are we not allowed to leave? Is this Red Bull marsh your territory?" The external environment was truly harsh. They were being blocked and threatened over a mere 100 spirit stones. Qin Ping gripped his sword in one hand while the other held the second-tier talisman given to him by Mu Xingling. The burly man in hides grinned greedily. "Of course. You may leave, but you cannot take the money without payment. Leave behind 100 spirit stones, and you may go." Qin Ping sneered. 100 spirit stones? Such insatiable greed. If you have the ability, try slaying the blood-horned Red Bulls yourself. The assailants did not even pretend to be polite, brazenly obstructing their path to rob them. 100 spirit stones was a significant sum for Qin Ping, and to simply hand them over without a fight would render his years of arduous cultivation in vain. Refusing a toast and choosing a punishment instead, engage. Eliminate this male cultivator and capture the female cultivator to be taken as a slave. The burly man formed hand seals, his magical energy surging as he prepared to unleash a spell. However, unbeknownst to them, someone had already seized the opportunity, channeling a fiery wave of magic that surged towards Qin Ping. Mu Luofei exclaimed, "Jinshidi, be careful." A white jade hairpin atop her head suddenly erupted, releasing a surge of spiritual energy in the form of white mist, enveloping her in a protective shield. Observing this, Chen Ping swiftly unleashed several sword strikes, dissipating the raging flames. It was at this moment that the beast-hide giant completed his spellcasting. Boom! A sharp beam of golden light shot toward Chen Ping's brow. Mu Luo Fei's expression shifted, late stage of qi refinement. Without hesitation, Chen Ping thrust his bamboo sword into the ground, his palm emanating golden light, hastily shielding his brow to intercept the golden spell. Regardless of how the beast-hide giant channeled his power, the golden spell could not inflict the slightest harm upon Chen Ping. Such profound mastery of spiritual energy. The beast-hide giant's complexion changed dramatically, astonished that his golden spell had been effortlessly blocked by the opponent. Mu Luo Fei was equally astounded. Chen Shidi possesses such pure spiritual energy. Could it be that he does not rely on medicinal pills for cultivation? The clash of spells revealed his ability to defend with a single hand. Only through arduous training, without reliance on medicinal pills, could a practitioner achieve such prowess. Those who habitually consumed pills often found their spiritual energy diluted and less potent. Although both Mu Luo Fei and Chen Ping were practitioners at the 10th level of qi refinement, her combat capabilities paled in comparison to his. Chen Ping released talismans from his sleeves, while with his other hand, he drew forth a jade sword of azure bamboo. Leaping forward to launch an assault on the beast-hide giant, several piercing golden sword energies were unleashed. Thud! The practitioner tasked with shielding the beast-hide giant with a protective barrier was instantly pierced through the head, collapsing lifelessly. So formidable! The beast-hide giant was taken aback, realizing that the combat prowess of this seemingly delicate youth exceeded his expectations. Flee! The beast-hide giant tore open a movement talisman, accelerating his speed and turning to escape. Yet, amidst the sword energies, the swiftness of the talisman could not match that of Chen Ping's strikes. Thud! The beast-hide giant was struck by a sword, spitting blood and staggering. Chen Ping swiftly consumed several energy restoration pills, unleashing another wave of piercing golden sword energies. No. The beast-hide giant's eyes filled with despair as a series of sword strikes pierced through his head and chest, rendering him utterly lifeless. Hiss. The remaining qi refinement practitioners nearby were aghast, gasping in horror, their gazes toward Chen Ping, filled with trepidation. They could not help but retreat, hastily fleeing the scene. Initially, they had intended to play the role of the hunter, yet remaining here meant certain death at Chen Ping's hands. It was not that Chen Ping was overly powerful, but rather that these individuals had consumed too many medicinal pills, leaving them burdened with pill toxins and their spiritual energy disordered and weak. Incredible! How astonishing! Mu Luo Fei was utterly mesmerized. In truth, Chen Ping's swordsmanship had not been this sharp at the outset. Slaying demonic beasts for half a month had honed his skills considerably. Chen Ping promptly collected the storage bags of the two individuals and seized Mu Luo Fei, declaring, "Sister Luo Fei, let us depart." Chapter 49, The Art of Harmonious Desire Under the Moonlight. A white jade flying vessel raced through the night. Mu Luo Fei's gaze toward Chen Ping had begun to shift. With a lingering sense of trepidation, she remarked, "Chen Shidi, had it not been for your intervention this time, the outcome could have been dire." Chen Ping laughed heartily. "Sister Luo Fei, you flatter me. I never expected them to be so weak yet dare to obstruct and rob us. Now, it is time to divide the spoils." Chen Ping produced 2 storage bags, emptying their contents onto the ground. Immediately, Mu Luo Fei's delicate form trembled slightly, her fair face flushing a deep crimson. A multitude of women's undergarments spilled forth, vibrant and diverse, mingled with spirit stones, elixirs, and tomes. Chen Ping's expression turned awkward. "I apologize, Senior Sister Luo Fei. I shall tidy this up at once." Mu Luo Fei's long eyelashes quivered, her earlobes reddening, as she gently bit her rosy lip and softly replied, "No need. Let it be, Junior Brother Chun." She then meticulously began sorting through the spoils, casting disdainful glances as she discarded the women's garments. After a considerable time of diligent effort, she finally organized the loot, a total of 500 spirit stones, dozens of vials of elixirs, and a few nameless techniques. Mu Luo Fei stated, "Junior Brother Chun, since you were the one who vanquished these foes, you shall take 80% of the spoils, and I shall settle for the remaining 20%. Chen Ping picked up the unnamed techniques, and upon examining the first one, his pupils constricted. This technique is called turtle breathing technique. It conceals one's true cultivation level. What a remarkable find. Chen Ping practiced a 15th tier technique, handed down by his ancestors, while most members of the Mu family cultivated at the 12th tier. After reaching the 12th tier himself, he required this technique to mask his true abilities. Previously, In the gathering place, these individuals must have employed this very technique. He had been unable to discern their authentic cultivation levels with his divination method. Resolute, Chen Ping declared, "Senior Sister Luo Fei, I shall take this technique." "Very well," Mu Luo Fei replied with a slight nod, not inquiring further about the nature of the technique. Chen Ping then picked up the second technique, True Yang Diamond Technique, a body cultivation method that was fortuitously applicable to him, and claimed it. The third technique, Subtle Desire Harmonization Method, was a dual cultivation technique capable of drawing yang to supplement yin and vice versa. Chen Ping felt his face heat up and coughed lightly. There exists such a technique? Mu Luo Fei's cheeks also flushed, and she explained, suppressing her embarrassment, "This is a technique from the Subtle Desire Pavilion." This individual's ancestor must have been a foundational disciple of that establishment. "Junior brother Chen, you should refrain from taking this technique." "Understood. I shall heed your advice." Senior Sister. Mu Luo Fei conjured a small fireball from her palm and incinerated the tome. Chen Ping then took 300 spirit stones, stating, "Senior Sister Luo Fei, the remainder belongs to you." Upon seeing the remaining 200 spirit stones and several vials of elixirs, Mu Luo Fei attempted to decline. Chen Ping smiled. "Consider the surplus as expenses for the white jade flying vessel. Do not be modest, Senior Sister Luo Fei." Mu Luo Fei's eyes sparkled, and she smiled gently. "Very well. I shall accept it without reservations." Once they had divided the spoils, it was time for them to part ways. Chen Ping remarked, "Senior Sister Luo Fei, my journey to the Eastern Wilderness Market may take several months, and the transactions for the spirit awareness pills will need to be paused for a while." "Understood." Mu Luo Fei replied, "Junior brother Chen, be cautious on your journey, and return swiftly." Chen Ping summoned his flying gourd, saying, "Farewell, Senior Sister Luo Fei. I shall see you again at the Mu residence." He maneuvered the flying gourd towards the Eastern Wilderness Market. As Mu Luo Fei watched Chen Ping's silhouette fade into the distance, she steered the white jade flying vessel with all her might back to the Mu family. 2 days later, Chen Ping traveled 800 miles and chose a desolate, yet sufficiently safe location to halt his journey. At last, he could commence the alchemical process. With no urgency in his task concerning Mu Xingling, Chen Ping made it his priority to refine elixirs and elevate his cultivation. Now separated from Mu Luo Fei, he could finally utilize the Qingyuan furnace. He decided to first concoct the spirit awareness pill. Previously, Su Fengshan had mentioned that one needed to be at least in the late stage of qi refinement to successfully create this pill. Having now broken through to the 10th layer of qi refinement, Chen Ping was eager to give it a try. With great enthusiasm, he began the refinement of the spirit awareness pill. Indeed, with enhanced awareness, my control over the alchemical furnace and medicinal materials will become far more precise. However, after an hour, Chen Ping's expression fell. "Something is amiss. It has failed once again. My awareness is still insufficient." He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Half a month later, Chen Ping's demeanor was somewhat complicated. "In the span of half a month, I have managed to refine 3 batches of spirit awareness pills, which implies that I could potentially produce 6 batches in a month. This is an improvement, albeit not by a significant margin." Although his awareness had strengthened, allowing him to refine the pills at a considerably faster pace, he still primarily relied on the medicinal guides collected by the Qingyuan furnace. Nonetheless, this improvement meant an additional 36 spirit stones each month. Next, he turned his attention to the body refinement pill. After considerable effort, he finally gathered the necessary materials and was eager to test their efficacy. Upon entering the Hall of Inheritance, he placed the materials for the body refinement pill within the designated diagram, where a brief message materialized. The medicinal ingredients are potent and contain considerable toxins. They must be subjected to intense heat for half an hour to refine the demon bone blood, followed by the addition of the remaining ingredients. Should the refinement fail, the residue may serve as a body refinement powder for topical application. Chen Ping's eyes lit up. This way, there will be no waste of materials. After years of alchemical practice, he had wasted countless ingredients due to failed attempts. Moreover, the body refinement pill did not require the simultaneous addition of all materials for refinement. With renewed vigor, Chen Ping began the alchemical process, placing a piece of demon bone blood into the furnace and igniting the Qinglian Wuging fire to its maximum intensity. After half an hour, he added the other medicinal ingredients. Another half hour passed, and Chen Ping's expression shifted as he detected an intensely acrid odor. Upon opening the furnace, he discovered that the materials had been reduced to charred remnants. However, he did not consider this a waste. He promptly extracted the char and soaked it in spiritual water. Stripping himself of his garments, he immersed himself to gauge the effects. A sharp pain surged through his body, followed by a warm sensation. As he probed his physical form with his awareness, he realized that his flesh was undergoing refinement, becoming stronger, and the meridians within him were also experiencing changes. The cyclone of energy within Chen Ping subtly expanded, and he found his control of spiritual power to be more natural and fluid. A smile of delight spread across Chen Ping's face. What a marvelous discovery! The most significant change was that the bottleneck in his physical form had diminished slightly. He was determined not to repeat past mistakes and face the dangers associated with breaking through to the 10th layer of qi refinement. As he journeyed towards the Eastern Wilderness Market, he continued to refine the body refinement pill along the way. After half a month of strenuous efforts, he finally succeeded in producing a batch of the body refinement pill. Upon consuming one to test its effects, he grimaced in pain. This is significantly more effective than the medicinal bath, yet it is excruciating. How painful! Chen Ping's expression changed drastically. His body was far too frail, causing him to tremble uncontrollably with cold sweat pouring down. He endured the pain, unwilling to waste the potency of the elixir as he refined the body-enhancing pill. In this desolate wilderness, he found no one to consult and dared not recklessly consume the pill again. Instead, he picked up the True Young Diamond Sutra to cultivate, intending to strengthen his physique before attempting the pill once more. Thus, he ambled along, taking his time, and after a month, arrived at the bustling Dongwang market, situated 1,200 miles away. Chapter 50. The Sound of Heaven Tower. Mu Xingling's scheme against Chen Ping. As Chen Ping piloted his flying gourd, he beheld the majestic and boundless expanse of Dongwang. The towering mountains, endlessly stretching towards the heavens, resembled a fearsome beast lying in wait. Beyond Dongwang, he also spotted a grand marketplace. Upon entering the market, Chen Ping encountered various cultivators from diverse factions, all clad in distinct robes. The majority were loose practitioners or members of small clans. Compared to the oppressive, somber atmosphere of the Mu family, the cultivators here exuded vitality and vigor. Even Chen Ping felt his spirits lifted. The spiritual energy in this place was chaotic and tumultuous, ill-suited for those dedicated to arduous cultivation. Chen Ping did not rush to the Sound of Heaven Tower. Instead, he wandered through the market. After a day of exploration, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the marketplace was vast, most of the wares were of inferior quality, and safety was a significant concern. Most critically, he found nothing that piqued his interest. This enormous marketplace seemed to pale in comparison to the Mu family under Dong Xuanzang. Shaking his head, he pondered how a marketplace could compete with the Mu family, which boasted a golden core ancestor. The dilemma of seeking freedom versus relying on a powerful backing weighed heavily on him. As evening approached, Chen Ping arrived at the Sound of Heaven Tower. Standing outside, he could hear the enchanting melodies that cleansed the spirit, drawing him into a trance. Just as he attempted to enter, a guard intercepted him. Fellow cultivator, entry into the Sound of Heaven Tower is forbidden without a token. If you cannot produce one, I kindly ask you to leave at once, or else. Chen Ping presented the token given by Mu Xingling. This is my token. I have important business within the Sound of Heaven Tower. Please wait a moment, the guard replied, taking the token inside. Shortly after, a middle-aged woman emerged to welcome Chen Ping. With a warm smile, the woman said, Chen Daoist, Miss Xingling has been expecting you. This revelation stirred unease within Chen Ping. Was Mu Xingling indeed plotting against him, making him a mere bait? Had she informed the Sound of Heaven Tower of his surname, Chen? He clasped his hands and inquired, Madam, where is Lord Mu's item? Please follow me, the middle-aged woman replied, leading him deeper into the tower. As Chen Ping cast a sidelong glance around the Sound of Heaven Tower, he noted its vastness and opulent decor, with an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Numerous young and beautiful female cultivators played musical instruments. However, as they walked, Chen Ping overheard lascivious sounds from a nearby private room, causing his ears to flush and his face to tense. What sort of establishment is this Sound of Heaven Tower? Could it be a brothel? It was clear that the Sound of Heaven Tower was no proper place. Chen Ping felt a surge of anxiety. He resolved to retrieve the item and depart swiftly. A middle-aged woman led Chen Ping into a grand, antiquated room and said, Dear friend Chen, please wait here for a moment. Your items will be delivered shortly. Chen Ping steadied his mind and took a seat within the room. After a brief while, he found himself unable to calm his thoughts and meditate. There was something amiss about this room. He surveyed the elegant furnishings, noting the exquisite decor. A painting adorned the wall, depicting a pure and enchanting goddess, vividly lifelike. With just a glance, Qin Ping felt his composure begin to falter. The aroma within the room gradually intensified. Suddenly, Qin Ping was struck with alarm. Something was wrong. He realized he had been gazing at the painting for nearly half an hour, and the middle-aged woman had yet to return with his items. He took out a detoxifying pill and swallowed it, his vision clearing significantly. The fragrance in this room was laced with an aphrodisiac. He then noticed that the painting bore a title, inscribed in the lower right corner. The enchantress seeks a more. Qin Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Was this Tianyin Tower a property of the Miaoyu Tower? What was Mu Xingling's purpose in sending him here? There was something amiss. Without regard for the underlying issues, Qin Ping resolved to leave immediately. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of a vibrant red dress. Upon recognizing the figure, he staggered back in shock. Palace Master Mu, what are you doing here? This was absurd. Mu Xingling was supposed to be overseeing the affairs at the Mu family, not waiting for him 8,000 miles away at Tianyin Tower. Mu Xingling's small face remained composed, her beautiful eyes harboring inscrutable depths. As she stepped forward, revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate leg, she entered the room, closed the door, and cast a barrier. Why can't I be here? Qin Ping forced a wry smile. Palace Master Mu, if you intend to personally collect the elixir, why summon me here? Mu Xingling's serene expression suddenly transformed into a charming smile. Her jade-like fingers pointing at Qin Ping. Because you are precisely the one I need for that second-tier elixir. Qin Ping felt a jolt, his hand within his sleeve already gripping the second-tier talisman. I do not comprehend your intentions, Palace Master Mu. Mu Xingling's calm demeanor flushed with an unusual hue, her tone wavering. Qin Ping, your willpower is commendable. Even after half an hour in front of the goddess painting, you have not succumbed to its allure. As her words fell, the second-tier talisman in Qin Ping's grasp erupted in light, not aimed at Mu Xingling, but at himself. With a thud, he collapsed onto the floor. An indescribable wave of lustful enchantment tearing at his clarity of mind. Palace Master Mu, what do you mean by this? Even in death, one should understand the reason. Mu Xingling looked down upon him, her beautiful eyes beginning to reflect a sense of yearning. I do not wish to kill you. Rather, I intend to offer you a transformative opportunity. The condition is that you must become my pleasure servant. Pleasure servant? Qin Ping recalled something he had heard from Mu Luofei. The Miaoyu Tower possessed a sinister art that could reduce male cultivators to the slaves of female cultivators. Yet, he could not fathom why Mu Xingling had chosen him. He had long suspected that the task assigned to him by Mu Xingling was fraught with issues. Yet he never anticipated that she would lure him to this distant Tianyin Tower, intending to make him her submissive. Mu Xingling leaned down, resting beside Qin Ping, her hand gently grasping his chin. Their eyes locked, her enchanting gaze swirling like a vortex, threatening to ensnare his very soul. An overwhelming tide of desire surged within Qin Ping. He felt an irresistible urge to possess Mu Xingling's body, willing to sacrifice himself for her, pledging to labor tirelessly in her service from that moment forth. Qin Ping emitted a pained cry, struggling against the overwhelming allure. His pupils darkened with a fierce lust as he pushed Mu Xingling down, pinning her to the floor. In the fleeting clarity of his consciousness, he heard her sigh. Whether he could gain entry to the Dongxian sect with the celestial token depended on this encounter. He hoped the significant cost would not be in vain. Then, Mu Xingling initiated the Miao Yui Huan technique, engaging in dual cultivation with Qin Ping. Chapter 51. The celestial token, a torrent of spiritual energy, surged into Qin Ping's body, washing away his limitations and enhancing his cultivation. He felt his strength, physical form, and spiritual awareness rapidly ascend. Is this the sensation of dual cultivation? An instinctive obsession took hold, drawing him deeper into its depths. Yet, a flicker of remaining consciousness screamed in protest. No, I do not wish to be a submissive. Qin Ping understood that once this last vestige of clarity dissipated, he would lose his identity, becoming Mu Xingling's obedient thrall, destined to exist as a mere shell. Time became an indistinguishable blur as Qin Ping sensed his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Mu Xingling succumbed to the backlash of her seductive power. Concluding the engagement, after thoroughly draining him, she donned her garments and rose, her exquisite form betraying a faint grimace of pain. His spiritual energy was indeed pure. The seed of servitude had been planted. Now, it was merely a matter of allowing him to remain here for a time until he fully transformed into her thrall. With a gentle hand on the wall for support, she departed. Qin Ping lay on the floor, his expression vacant, eyes hollow. The fragrance in the room intensified, and the divine maiden painting radiated a luminous glow, enveloping him. Just as he was on the verge of complete submission, The sense and light began to be absorbed by a small bead hanging from his chest. In turn, his disintegrating consciousness gradually coalesced, restoring clarity and awareness. Upon regaining consciousness, Chen Ping remained still, realizing Mu Xingling thought she could leave after implanting the seed of servitude, intending for this room to transform me entirely into her thrall. The bead left by my ancestor has saved me, but I must not reveal this. I must feign the demeanor of a submissive. As he reflected, Chen Ping discovered a newfound comfort in his body. Mu Xingling had engaged in dual cultivation with me in her pure state, allowing me to absorb her essence, clearing the bottlenecks of the 11th and 12th levels of qi refinement. Moreover, the seed of servitude contained fragments of her memories, thoughts, and spiritual essence, including her experiences in overcoming obstacles and establishing her foundation. Most critically, it held the reason she had chosen him as her pawn, the celestial token. Originally, the celestial decree held by Chen Ping granted him direct entry into the Dongxin sect, even allowing him to take a master from among the venerable infant cultivators. This was a closely guarded secret known only to the direct descendants of the Mu family. Their relentless efforts to recruit celestial seeds were merely a quest to uncover the celestial decree. However, the lower ranks remained oblivious to its significance, especially outsiders like Tang Sheng and Meng Huang'er, who were entirely unaware of the decree's importance. When Chen Ping arrived at the Mu family as a child, the celestial decree was seized by Mu Xingling. Under the pretense of possessing Chen Ping's decree, Mu Xingling quietly entered the Dongxin sect, unbeknownst even to her own kin. With the abundant resources of the sect, she ascended to the 12th level of qi refinement by the tender age of 16, only to be discovered when it was revealed that the decree did not belong to her. Each celestial decree required a corresponding bloodline to activate its verification, leading to Mu Xingling's expulsion from the Dongxin sect. This incident enraged the infant venerables, resulting in severe punishment for the Mu family as patriarch, who subsequently sustained grievous injuries and directed his wrath towards Mu Xingling, demanding she retrieve the decree's rightful owner and return them to the sect. Mu Xingling verbally acquiesced but failed to fulfill this task, instead focusing on her own foundational cultivation. After a period of depression following her unsuccessful attempts, she set her sights on Chen Ping. With no further resources forthcoming from the Mu family, she stationed herself at the Elder Hall, where she sought to amass resources for her own foundational training. Subsequently, she devised a scheme to manipulate Chen Ping into becoming her obedient servant, publicly claiming him as her Dao companion to evade punishment from the sect. Chen Ping, bitterly aware of the treachery surrounding him, lamented the dark machinations of the Mu family. Initially, he could have directly joined the Dongxin sect, yet his ignorance regarding the decree's significance condemned him to servitude within the Mu family for over a decade. Now, the celestial decree lay once again in Mu Xingling's hands, a venomous beauty whose schemes were insidiously ruthless. After considerable contemplation, Chen Ping resolved on a course of action. He needed to feign being Mu Xingling's willing servant to deceive her while secretly cultivating his own abilities, striving to establish his foundation before she could. Should she succeed first, her control over him would become even more formidable. If he had managed to retain his consciousness this time, what would happen in the future? Should Mu Xingling discover that his small talisman nullified her control, how would she retaliate? Without the talisman, how could he resist her methods? A chill coursed through Chen Ping, leaving him numb and helpless. Yet escape was impossible. The Mu family would relentlessly pursue him. His heart was heavy with bitterness. Nevertheless, he had to navigate this immediate crisis by convincingly portraying himself as a successfully enslaved servant. Whether he could deceive Mu Xingling now rested in the hands of fate. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt an intense unwillingness. He was acutely aware of the peril in this situation, yet it also held the potential for unforeseen opportunities. After a week of relentless practice, the constraints were lifted, and the door to his room creaked open. A middle-aged woman entered, her demeanor radiant as she gazed at Chen Ping. "Chen Dao friend, you may return to the Mu family now," she announced cheerfully. Chen Ping's expression was wooden as he replied, "Thank you, madam, for your care during these days." The middle-aged beauty chuckled, her laughter vibrant and lively. "Miss Mu, you are indeed fortunate to have such a captivating servant." She led Chen Ping away from the Tianyin Tower, harboring no doubts about his status as a captivating servant. Chen Ping summoned his flying gourd, embarking on his journey back to the Mu family. Along the way, he speculated that Mu Xingling must have sent someone to surveil him, forcing him to refrain from pausing to refine pills. Thus, he flew steadily, seated upon the flying gourd, consuming pills to enhance his cultivation. He did not travel tirelessly, averaging about 300 miles a day, needing to rest and sleep. After 4 months, he finally returned to the Mu family. Without delay, Qin Ping headed to the steward hall, seeking an audience with Mu Xingling. His heart weighed heavy, uncertain if he could conceal the truth from her. If he could navigate this crisis, he would be safe and could develop quietly in the shadows. As Qin Ping entered the steward hall, he bypassed the reception desk and made his way directly to Mu Xingling's training ground. She seemed to have received word in advance, waiting for him outside the training area. Upon seeing him approach, she guided him inside, promptly closing the door and setting up barriers. Qin Ping felt a bitter pang within. Should he fail to deceive her, she would likely take decisive action. Feigning the demeanor of a captivating servant, he lunged towards her with fervor, exclaiming, "Xingling." Mu Xingling's serene face momentarily froze. Her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. Although the Tianyin Tower had informed her of his successful transformation, it was her first encounter with a captivating servant, leaving her unsure of Qin Ping's true nature. His ravenous demeanor was inscrutable, yet she rationalized that it was only natural. If he were not a captivating servant, how could he dare to disregard societal hierarchies and so brazenly covet her form? "Sit down. From now on, you are not to approach me in any manner without my command," Mu Xingling instructed, a peculiar blush gracing her tranquil visage. Chapter 52. Qin Ping's transformation to distort a person's will and spirit through the captivating servant technique undoubtedly demands a hefty price. Under the immense pressure from the Dongsheng sect and the Mu family's ancestors, Mu Xingling exchanged her purity to ensure Qin Ping's transformation. However, the successful transformation did not imply her willingness to engage in any intimate relations with him. Observing his ravenous demeanor, she questioned why she should reward him. A flicker of anguish and struggle crossed Qin Ping's eyes, yet he obediently seated himself across from her. "Yes, Xingling." Mu Xingling's lovely face nodded slightly, satisfaction gleaming in her gaze. From his infatuation and obedience, she believed he would not betray her. The potential threat posed by Qin Ping seemed to have been resolved. With a cold expression, she stated, "Who permitted you to call me by my name? From now on, you shall address me as the Hall Master. Our relationship is confidential. It must remain a secret from others. Do you understand?" "Yes, Hall Master." Qin Ping strained to control his emotions, showcasing his acting skills. Mu Xingling inquired, "What pills are you capable of refining now? Was this a test?" Qin Ping replied, "Essence pills, Biga pills, and Qi recovery pills." Mu Xingling frowned. "Open your storage bag and show me." Qin Ping opened his storage bag honestly, revealing only a few hundred materials for 3 types of elixirs, along with a blood horn and several hundred spirit stones. Fortunately, he had consumed all the spirit awareness pills, body refining pills, and vitality pills in the past few months. Mu Xingling inquired about the source of such a large number of spirit stones. 800 spirit stones were a fortune for Qin Ping. He attributed the origin of these stones to the 2 bandits he had slain. Mu Xingling nodded slightly and, with a gentle tap on her storage bag, released 300 spirit stones, instructing him to run errands for her in the future and to remember to purchase a good flying artifact. It was infuriating to spend his own spirit stones for her errands. Qin Ping could only agree, gritting his teeth inwardly, vowing to himself that if she tasked him with gathering foundation-building resources, she should not blame him for taking his share. Mu Xingling raised her delicate hand to lift the restriction, saying, "You may leave. I will notify you if needed." Feigning reluctance, Qin Ping retreated. But as he exited the hall, his back was already drenched in cold sweat, and his heart raced like a drum. He felt he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Just as he was about to leave the steward hall, Mu Luofei called out to him, "Junior brother Qin, you've changed so much." After 5 months apart, Mu Luofei observed a significant transformation in Qin Ping, one that rendered him almost unrecognizable. Having consumed body-refining pills, Qin Ping appeared even more handsome, tall, and exuded an extraordinary presence. An inexplicable tension gripped Qin Ping's heart, yet he smiled and replied, "Sister Luofei, what do you mean by that? I am still the same." He understood that Mu Luofei's remarks referred not only to his appearance, but also to the allure he had developed after devouring the slave seed. Mu Luofei's beautiful eyes blinked playfully as she smiled warmly. "It's not about specific changes, just that you seem different from before." Qin Ping chuckled. "It might be because I've been out honing my skills for a few months." "Perhaps." Mu Luofei nodded gently, then, with a beaming smile, announced, "Junior brother Qin, I have broken through to the 11th level of Qi refinement." Qin Ping exclaimed in surprise, "The 11th level of Qi refinement?" He used the Qi observation technique and confirmed it to be true. Bowing his hands in congratulations, he said, "Sister Luofei, congratulations on reaching the 11th level of Qi refinement. You are one step closer to foundation building. I must work harder, or I will fall behind you. Considering the timeline, Mu Luofe had spent 3 years at the 10th level of Qi refinement. It was remarkable that she had achieved a breakthrough after just one excursion. Mu Luofe giggled softly. Then, Junior Brother Chen, you must strive diligently. Who knows, one day I may have to call you Senior Brother Chen. Chen Ping laughed heartily. I too look forward to that day. Mu Luofe blinked her beautiful eyes and said, now that you have returned, we should resume our transactions. Chen Ping nodded, no problem. I have just run out of elixirs. Sister Luofe, I would like to purchase some vitality pills. Mu Luofe smiled brightly, then please follow me. For transactions involving elixirs, it was better to conduct them privately in a small room. Chen Ping purchased 10 bottles of vitality pills in one go and entrusted Mu Luofe with procuring the 3 materials for the body refining pills. As for the flying artifact that Mu Xingling suggested he buy, that could wait for later. Having completed these errands, Chen Ping returned to his own hall, took a bath, and then proceeded to the alchemy room to begin refining elixirs. After being away for half a year, Chen Ping had completely exhausted his supply of medicinal pills. Moreover, during the past 4 months, he had refrained from revealing the Qinghuan furnace for alchemy. Although he had fallen victim to Mu Xingling's scheme, he had successfully broken through the bottlenecks of the 11th and 12th levels of Qi refinement. His cultivation speed had noticeably accelerated, and as he had anticipated, he could now refine a Qi pill in a single day. He calculated that upon reaching the 11th and 12th levels, he would be able to refine a Qi pill in just half a day, which would require even more resources. The benefits were evident, as this might allow Chen Ping to reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 40, giving him a slim chance to surpass Mu Xingling in this endeavor. He needed to enhance his spiritual awareness and physical body, while also gathering materials for foundation establishment pills. As he continued to refine pills and consume medicinal drugs for cultivation, he derived a sense of security from the rapid advancement in his cultivation. At the end of the month, Mu Luofe came to collect the pills. She only received 4 bottles of spiritual awareness pills from Chen Ping, as he needed to consume 2 of the 6 bottles produced in a month himself. Naturally, Mu Luofe was quite pleased to earn some extra money. After her departure, Su Fengshan visited, presenting Chen Ping with 41 spirit stones. His face flushed as he said, Junior Brother Chen, this extra stone is the interest for the money I borrowed from you earlier. Chen Ping invited Su Fengshan into the courtyard for tea and posed several questions. Senior Brother Su, after entering the 10th level of Qi refinement, I plan to temper my body and have purchased some items for consumption, but I find my body is in considerable pain. How can I alleviate this? Su Fengshan chuckled. Junior Brother Chen, this relates to what you consumed in your youth. Before the age of 16, when one's bones are still forming, it is best to temper the body. After 16, altering the bones leads to unbearable pain. Therefore, children from cultivation families are often immersed in medicinal baths from an early age, ensuring better bone quality and fewer bottlenecks. Chen Ping fell silent, realizing he had suffered due to not coming from a cultivation family. In his childhood, he had spent his days herding cattle, consuming nothing but simple meals, let alone any medicinal baths. There was no remedy for this. He would have to endure the pain. He then casually inquired, Senior Brother Su, do you know how long it takes for a person to attempt foundation establishment again after a failure? Su Fengshan replied, this isn't a secret. If one fails in foundation establishment, the next attempt can be postponed to the age of 35, but the success rate is halved. For instance, if our cultivation method is the 12th level of Qi refinement, it grants a 30% success rate for foundation establishment. With a foundation establishment pill, the normal success rate should be 60%, but for a second attempt, it drops to 30%. With the experience from the first attempt, one would strive to perfect every aspect before trying again, yet most individuals lack the necessary resources. For a second attempt at foundation establishment, one should be at least 32 years old, ideally before the critical deadline for foundation establishment. Chapter 53, 11th level of Qi refinement before the age of 35? Chen Ping fell into deep contemplation. He was currently 23 years old and at the 10th level of Qi refinement, leaving him with 12 years to achieve foundation establishment. A rather optimistic outlook. If Mu Xingling were to break through to foundation establishment before then, Chen Ping's heart sank to the depths, judging by this. It seemed nearly impossible for him to establish his foundation before Mu Xingling. Yet, he could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate, sparing no effort or cost to enhance his cultivation for the foundational establishment. Achieving this before the age of 35 would grant him entry into the Eastern Xian sect. However, surpassing this age would render him unable to ascend, forcing him to remain within the Mu family to toil like a beast of burden. Chen Ping had already encountered two such foundational cultivators in the Mu family. One was the left palace master of the Pill Hall, and the other was the elderly foundational cultivator who accompanied Mu Huadai. Chen Ping clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Brother Su." Su Fengshan earnestly counseled him. "This is common knowledge, Brother Chen. Given your daily dedication to alchemy and cultivation, coupled with your limited social interactions, it is understandable that you are unaware of these matters. Now that you aspire to break through to the foundational level, you must pay heed to social relationships. Otherwise, how can you establish your foundation? Let us not even speak of foundational pills. You should at least procure 1 or 2 foundational spiritual items, should you lack the connections of friends and family. How can you gather foundational spiritual items relying solely on yourself?" Chen Ping felt a pang of bitterness within and replied, "I shall take your advice, brother." He had already comprehended this truth. Now he needed to consider the materials for the foundational pills. Without friends or family, how could he possibly acquire these materials? He could only seek information in the black market and at auctions. "Brother, I shall return to the alchemy chamber to refine pills." Su Fengshan waved his hand and departed. For the sake of his grandson, he had exhausted his resources and incurred significant debt, toiling day and night to refine pills and repay his obligations. Chen Ping took a deep breath. If he failed to break through to the foundational level, his fate would be even more dire than Su Fengshan's. Once he reached the 11th layer of qi refinement and fulfilled this year's tasks, he would venture into the black market and auctions to explore his options. Secluding himself, Chen Ping proceeded to the alchemy chamber and dispelled the restrictions. Before him lay the vitality pill, the spirit sense pill, and the body refinement pill, which he consumed one by one for his cultivation. Although Mu Xingling had assisted him in breaking through the bottlenecks of the 11th and 12th layers of qi refinement, his technique required mastery of 15 layers. He could now sense the impending barriers of the final 3 layers. The spirit sense pill and the body refinement pill were indispensable. By consuming and refining them now, he could bolster his foundation and facilitate the overcoming of future challenges. 3 months later, within the alchemy chamber, 2 pill furnaces were actively refining elixirs. Chen Ping sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, exuding a serene demeanor. Suddenly, a powerful explosion reverberated from within him, sending shockwaves throughout the chamber, toppling various items. Chen Ping opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. He had achieved the 11th layer of qi refinement. With the bottleneck cleared, and aided by Mu Xingling's memories alongside sufficient resources, he smoothly broke through to the 11th layer. The purple vortex within him had grown significantly stronger. He promptly took a vitality pill and savored the speed of his refinement. This pace is merely 1 pill per day, rather than the half-day per pill I had anticipated. He then contemplated the distance remaining to reach the 12th layer of qi refinement. At the rate of refining 1 vitality pill daily, it would take him slightly over a year to achieve the 12th layer. A single vitality pill holds the equivalent energy of a month's meditation for one with a 5-element mixed spiritual root. This implies that, without the vitality pill, Chen Ping would require over 30 years of meditation to even have a chance of reaching the 12th level of qi refinement in his lifetime. However, this is merely theoretical. Once a qi refiner surpasses the age of 35, their bodily functions begin to decline, rendering it unlikely for Chen Ping to achieve the 12th level of qi refinement throughout his life. Drawing a deep breath, his eyes sparkled with a newfound hope. At the age of 24 next year, I could attain the 12th level of qi refinement. This not only reflects the advantages of abundant resources, but also highlights the greatest benefit of practicing a cultivation technique free from pill toxicity. Once I reach the 12th level of qi refinement, I can consider shifting my cultivation method, allowing me to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yet, upon further contemplation, Chen Ping shook his head, abandoning this notion. His 5-element mixed spiritual root cultivates slowly, and the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment is even lower than that of others. Those with fewer spiritual roots not only cultivate more swiftly, but they also encounter fewer bottlenecks, thus enjoying a greater likelihood of breaking through to foundation establishment. The 12th level technique theoretically carries a 30% chance of foundation establishment. Even someone as gifted as Mu Xingling, so young and with access to foundation establishment pills, has experienced failure in her attempts. For Chen Ping to succeed in foundation establishment, it would be wiser for him to diligently cultivate to the 15th level of qi refinement to enhance his chances of success. The shadows cast by his near-fatal experience while attempting to break through the 10th level are still fresh in his mind. Contemplating foundation establishment is a weighty matter indeed. Though Qinping no longer needs to submit tasks monthly alongside others, he still finds comfort in stepping outside around this time. He intends to return to the dojo to meet Mu Luofei and trade spiritual stones, vitality pills, alchemical materials, and more. As he deliberates whether to employ the turtle breath technique to conceal his true cultivation level, he concludes that it is unnecessary for now. It would be better to reserve it until he breaks through to the 13th level. This year, he entrusted all his tasks to the left hall master and returned to the dojo just as Mu Luofei was coming from Su Fengshan with vitality pills and other elixirs. Mu Luofei summoned her white jade flying boat and invited Qinping aboard, saying, "Junior brother Qin, let us discuss our transaction on the boat." Once aboard, she deftly piloted the vessel away from the Mu residence, joined by many others heading in the same direction. Qinping, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Sister Luofei, is there an occasion?" With a serene expression, Mu Luofei replied, "Uncle Li Erniu is getting married, and tomorrow is the grand ceremony. He sent out invitations for us to attend." After a brief silence, Qinping remarked, "I did not receive an invitation, having only recently joined the Dongxian sect." It seems that Li Erniu's decision to marry Mu Luofei is indeed a positive development. Mu Luofei responded nonchalantly, "Perhaps he simply forgot about you, junior brother Qin. It is of no consequence." They proceeded to engage in discussions regarding the elixirs and materials. Qinping initially contemplated inquiring about Foundation establishment spiritual items, but reconsidered, realizing their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Moreover, Mu Luofei's demeanor, though outwardly calm, masked her surprise at Qinping's advancement to the 11th level of qi refinement. However, once she collected her thoughts, she was indeed taken aback. As night fell, the sky shimmered with myriad lights, heading towards the Li family on Cloud Edge Island. Mu Luofei piloted the exquisite white jade flying boat. Reclining within as she feigned sleep, her gaze fixed upon Qinping, who sat cross-legged on the deck, engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "Qinshidi, have you truly reached the 11th layer of qi refinement?" In Chapter 54, on the occasion of Li Erniu's wedding, she pondered how to treat Mu Luofei well. Mu Luofei was taken aback by Qinping's rapid progress. She had entered the 10th layer of qi refinement 2 years prior to him, and yet here he was, having achieved the 11th layer in just 1 year. They had maintained regular contact each month, and she was acutely aware that despite her years of cultivation, she had consistently outpaced him. Now, however, he had caught up to her. It was worth noting that in terms of talent and resources, Qinping was vastly inferior to her. Not to mention, his combat prowess surpassed hers by a considerable margin. Mu Luofei's heart stirred with tumultuous waves, making it difficult for her to remain composed. After a while, she regained her composure and smiled, acknowledging that this was indeed a positive development. However, she could no longer maintain her feigned slumber. Instead, she sat up and turned her attention to Qinping. "Qinshidi," she called. Qinping had just completed refining his spirit awareness pill. "What is it?" "Luofei Shiji?" Mu Luofei kindly remarked. "While borrowing is beneficial, it can also be a bottomless pit." Qinping paused, momentarily taken aback. Did she believe he had rapidly advanced his cultivation due to excessive borrowing of resources? He rubbed his nose, finding some solace in the misunderstanding, and managed a wry smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Shiji. I shall be cautious." Mu Luofei shook her head gently, her expression turning serious. "Qinshidi, you do not understand. Alas, Luo Shidi and the others have already ventured into the abyss. I do not wish for you to follow suit." She trailed off, her words hanging in the air. Qinping's expression shifted slightly. What has happened to Luo Shidi and the others? He recalled that Luo Chong and his companions had borrowed 200 spirit stones to present gifts to Li Erniu. Their monthly salaries, in their respective positions, barely amounted to a few spirit stones. Mu Luofei turned her face away, her voice barely above a whisper. Worse than death. Qinping was taken aback, falling into a contemplative silence. No one could resist the allure of foundation establishment and longevity. Yet, far too many had suffered grievously because of it. Luofei Shiji. "I understand. I will exercise caution regarding borrowing," he assured her earnestly. Mu Luofei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and soon shifted the conversation to another topic. "Qinshidi, what kind of spiritual material do you plan to use for foundation establishment in the future?" Qinping was somewhat surprised that Mu Luofei would broach such a topic with him. He replied candidly, "If possible, I would prefer a foundation establishment pill. Mu Luo Fei shot him a knowing glance and replied softly, Chen Shidi, do not hold on to such hopes for a foundation establishment pill. This item is exclusively controlled by the 4 major sections. Our cultivation techniques offer only a 30% success rate. If we were to obtain a spiritual material that increases this by 10%, we would be fortunate indeed. The 5 primary spiritual materials for the foundation establishment pill included the jade marrow fungus, purple monkey flower, heavenly spirit fruit, second-tier demon core, and 100-year spirit milk. Aside from the demon core, each of the 4 major sects cultivated one type of foundation establishment spiritual plant. Of course, the realm of cultivation was vast, and occasionally wild spiritual plants were discovered. However, for cultivators like them to gather all 5 essential spiritual materials was nearly impossible, let alone mastering the refinement techniques for the foundation establishment pill. Chen Ping replied earnestly, Luo Fei Shiji, I am aware of this. We will do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Mu Luo Fei responded, among them. The 100-year spirit milk can directly increase the success rate of foundation establishment by 10%. My goal is to acquire a drop of 100-year spirit milk. There exists a probability of 40%, which is not negligible. Mu Luo Fei possesses an exceptional spiritual root, and indeed, a 40% likelihood is considerable. However, Chen Ping is burdened with a mixed spiritual root of 5 elements. If he were to rely solely on that 40% chance to establish his foundation, failure would be inevitable. He is determined to procure the materials for the foundation establishment pill, regardless of the cost or means, to concoct it himself. The 4 major sects monopolize the materials for foundation establishment, granting them dominion over the cultivation world of the eastern region for generations to come. Only the direct descendants of prominent figures like the Mu family and Li Ernie can obtain the foundation establishment pill directly from the sections. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at Uni Island. The entire isle was shrouded in mist, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon their arrival, Chen Ping was immediately struck by the grandiose spectacle before him. The least of the guests were already foundation establishment cultivators, and from a considerable distance, he could see Li Ernie welcoming an array of golden core experts. Mu Luo Fei also mentioned the identity of the bride, a prodigious female cultivator from Dongshen sect, who at the tender age of 18 had successfully established her foundation. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Had it not been for the esteemed status of Li Ernie as a golden core cultivator, he would not have been able to marry such an exceptional partner. With the Mu family's contingent arriving, the foundation establishment cultivators gracefully arranged for their seating. Placing Mu Luo Fei and Chen Ping at the same table, they presented a gift of 10 spirit stones. Chen Ping observed members of the 4 major sects in the eastern region, led by golden core cultivators, come to celebrate and partake in the feast. Such a scene was enough to astonish anyone regarding the Li family's connections. This piqued Chen Ping's curiosity, and he lowered his voice to inquire, Sister Luo Fei, given the Li family's strength, why did Uncle Ernie come to the Mu family to seek an immortal seed? Mu Luo Fei replied, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I do know that the Li family is under a curse that has claimed many male heirs, including Li Ernie, who was given a humble name to ensure his safety and growth. Chen Ping understood now. The name Li Ernie for a golden core cultivator's grandson bore such significance. Moments later, several individuals from Jiazi courtyard arrived, but their expressions were far from pleasant. Fang Xing and the others appeared disheveled, their robes even sporting patches, with stains on their collars and sleeves that had not been addressed. Chen Ping was taken aback. These individuals were all at the 10th layer of qi refinement. Yet they had fallen into such dire straits. Is this what Mu Luo Fei meant by a fate worse than death? What could have transpired in their lives? Just a few years prior, they had been brimming with ambition to reach the foundation establishment stage, yet now they appeared in such a state. As they took their seats, their expressions were somewhat restrained, cautiously greeting Mu Luo Fei. Chen Ping nodded. Sister Mu, Brother Chen. Mu Luo Fei responded with a gentle smile. It seems my younger brothers have not purchased pills from me in quite some time. Would you like me to introduce some lucrative tasks for you? Among them, Luo Chongji and Lin Feixian expressed excitement, as if they had found a lifeline. Thank you, Sister Mu. Fang Xing and Han Tongbao exchanged awkward smiles, clasping their hands in acknowledgement. If the need arises, we will surely seek Sister Mu's assistance. Chen Ping felt a surge of emotion. If they were lacking even vitality pills, had they truly run out of essence pills as well? To what extent had their circumstances deteriorated? Luo Chongji's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Chen, you have reached the 11th layer of qi refinement. The others were equally stunned. and soon their faces were filled with bittersweet expressions as they congratulated Qin Ping. Luo Chong sighed with a wry smile, remarking, "Perhaps senior brother Qin finds his time at the alchemy hall quite agreeable, far removed from the matters of borrowing. Senior brother Chun, do refrain from engaging in such debts. Do not tread the path we once did." Years had passed since he had deceived Qin Ping, yet that memory lingered, prompting him to caution Qin Ping. Unsure of how to respond, Qin Ping silently nodded in acknowledgement. Once the guests were nearly assembled, the young and lovely maidens commenced serving the dishes. Previously, Qin Ping had devoured his meals ravenously. Now, however, Luo Chong and the others gazed upon the feast with glistening eyes, indulging as they once had. Mu Luofei and Qin Ping savored their food delicately. After several rounds of wine, Li Erniu, as the groom, began to toast each table with his bride at his side. Fang Xing and the others felt a surge of excitement as Li Erniu cast a brief glance their way, his gaze drifting past Mu Luofei to finally rest on Qin Ping. "Junior brother Chun, ensure you treat sister Luofei with the utmost care." At these words, Qin Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could clarify, Li Erniu had already moved on, wine cup in hand. Mu Luofei's eyes conveyed a hint of regret. Fang Xing and Luo Chong exchanged astonished glances, their expressions laden with ambiguity. How could this be? Yet, Uncle Li would not speak falsely. Qin Ping couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. He owed Mu Luofei a significant favor and now found himself ensnared by it, thus repaying the debt. He could not voice a defense. For the sake of returning the favor, he would accept whatever others might think. At that moment, a middle-aged couple approached Mu Luofei, their expressions frigid and their gazes shrouded in darkness. Rising gracefully, Mu Luofei greeted them, "Father, mother." The man responded harshly, "Li Gongzi has sought your hand twice. And I believed you had eyes for some noble suitor, but it appears instead you have chosen a mere servant of the Mu family. You have truly brought disgrace upon us." A servant. Upon hearing this, Qin Ping's demeanor remained unperturbed, though his hand clenched tightly beneath his sleeves. Devoid of foundational cultivation, he was stripped of freedom and dignity. Even if it meant shattering himself, he would strive for the foundation establishment. Golden Core. The humiliations endured today would be avenged. The middle-aged woman spoke, "Luofei, this matter has reached the ears of the elders of both families. We anticipated a union between the Mu and Li families. Yet your actions have brought disgrace upon your father. You must tread carefully moving forward." Qin Ping felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This news had reached the Golden Core elders? She cast a cold glance at Qin Ping, her voice devoid of warmth, a mere fade, lacking true ability, yet harboring nefarious intentions. With that, the middle-aged couple departed. Throughout the encounter, Mu Luofei maintained her gentle smile, unwavering. Were the women of the Mu family also adept at scheming? Qin Ping's expression remained unchanged. Internally, he bore no resentment towards Mu Luofei. Had she not once assisted him in procuring materials, he would still be confined to that dilapidated alchemical furnace at the alchemy hall, unable to access the resources necessary for cultivation, let alone contemplate the foundation establishment. After enjoying the feast, Qin Ping rose to take his leave, summoning his flying gourd worth 60 spirit stones to depart from Yunya Island and the Li family. 2 hours later, Mu Luofei piloted her jade flying boat to catch up with Qin Ping, matching his pace. A gentle smile graced Mu Luofei's face as she spoke, "Junior brother Qin. It would be swifter to return to the Mu family aboard my vessel. Come closer." Qin Ping nodded, and with a light leap, he boarded Mu Luofei's flying boat. Retracting his own flying gourd, Mu Luofei then inquired, "Junior brother Chun, do you still remember my original aspiration?" Qin Ping replied, "Indeed." Senior sister Luofei stated that until one has established their foundation, matters of love should not be considered. With this single remark, there was no need for mutual reproach. Mu Luofei remarked, "It seems that only you and I from the spirited days at the Jiazi Academy still recall such words." Qin Ping was taken aback. Mu Luofei's determination towards the path was truly steadfast. Setting aside everything else, her rejection of Li Erniu's affections was admirable. As Mu Luofei gazed out at the vast expanse of sky, she suddenly asked, "Have you contemplated your plans should you fail in establishing your foundation?" Qin Ping was astonished. Meeting her gaze, "Senior sister Luofei, you mean?" "I." A delicate blush crept onto Mu Luofei's exquisite face, her tone slightly flustered. "Junior brother Qin. That is not what I meant." Qin Ping chuckled heartily. "I understand." Mu Luofei, high above, could not be swayed even by the golden core heir Li Erniu. How could a mere cowherd like Chen Ping dare to entertain such thoughts? He had never harbored such notions regarding Mu Luofei. She gently tucked a strand of wind-tossed hair behind her ear, then smiled softly, as if to herself, if one were to fail in establishing their foundation, junior brother Chen would indeed be a commendable choice. Beauty, no matter how exquisite, holds no value if one cannot establish their foundation in a fleeting few decades. Even the most enchanting visage will fade, rendering it meaningless. Only the Tao and immortality hold true significance. Chen Ping slowly shook his head, smiling as he said, Senior Sister Luofei, with our steadfast hearts towards the Tao, we shall undoubtedly establish our foundations. Internally, he felt a pang of bitterness. His purity and original essence had already been lost to Mu Xingling. He was a traditional man, and even if Mu Luofei had intentions, Chen Ping's mind was in disarray, unsure of what to think, so he resolved to think no more of it. Mu Luofei smiled warmly. Establishing a foundation is not so simple, is it? Chen Ping replied earnestly. Precisely because it is not easy, we must strive diligently, regardless of the means or costs, to succeed. Mu Luofei slightly nodded in agreement with his words. She continued, Junior Brother Luo, Junior Brother Han, and Junior Brother Lin have already sold their ancestral properties. Yet they still owe considerable debts. Despite toiling day and night, maintaining their cultivation progress has become exceedingly difficult. Each of them now earns a meager 2 spirit stones a month, and can only take on some slightly profitable tasks at the servant hall or outside. Chen Ping was astonished and couldn't help but sigh, all for resources and gifts. If they were to abandon their dreams of establishing a foundation and focus on repaying their debts, they might still have opportunities to marry and leave descendants, making a comeback in the future. However, should they fail in their attempts, they might leave nothing behind in this lifetime, drained by the cultivation world. He resolved to gather materials for foundation establishment. Chen Ping spoke, Senior Sister Luofei, could you kindly take me to Baisha Fengshi? Certainly, Mu Luofei agreed. I also need to procure some items at the market. As night fell, the two parted ways upon arriving at Baisha Feng Market. Even in the dark of night, the market remained bustling with activity, with a steady stream of vehicles and shops still open for business. The establishments, such as the Tianyin Tower, were particularly lively, as they were in full swing during the nighttime hours. Chen Ping made his way to Wanao Pavilion in search of Elder Gua, only to be informed that the elder was nearing the end of his life and was preparing to leave with his disciple to take over his responsibilities. Thus, Chen Ping found himself wandering through the market, primarily in search of a fine robe for his cultivation practice. He entered a store specializing in formations, which was eerily quiet, devoid of customers. Only a woman sat behind the counter, surrounded by various celestial artifacts related to formations. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ping realized that the woman guarding the shop was none other than Madame Huadai. Years had passed, and while she still exuded her former allure and sensuality, there was an added air of desolation about her. However, with Chen Ping's growth in age and experience, the goddess of his dreams had lost her charm, appearing rather unremarkable compared to other female cultivators, primarily due to his experience with Mu Xingling. Approaching her with a smile, he greeted, Sister Huadai. He was aware of her current situation, having heard from Su Fengshan during a meal that the elder of the formation division had grown tired of her and had taken several younger concubines in addition to her. In just a few years, things had drastically changed. Madame Huadai, taken aback by Chen Ping's tall stature and handsome features, hesitated before confirming, Is that you, Junior Brother Chen? Indeed, he replied, causing her to gasp in surprise, covering her mouth in astonishment. Junior Brother Chen, you have changed so much in just a few years. Chen Ping chuckled. It seems so, Sister Huadai. Have you already forgotten your junior brother? Her laughter, once tinged with melancholy, now seemed lighter. Junior Brother Chen has truly grown. Oh. You've reached the 11th level of Qi refinement already. Such rapid progress in just a few years. With a smile, Chen Ping responded, My cultivation speed is quite satisfactory, thanks largely to the support of my family. Without the legacy left by my ancestors, I would not have progressed so swiftly. Madame Huadai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That girl Hung Wan has not mentioned this at all. So, what brings you here? I can offer you a discount. Chen Ping glanced around the shop and said, Sister Huadai, I am preparing for an expedition and need a quality robe. Do you have any recommendations? With a beaming smile, she replied, You have come to the right place. Everything in this shop is crafted by that esteemed guest elder, each piece a genuine masterpiece. She refrained from mentioning her past marriages. Her first husband had passed away young, and her second marriage, which she believed would lead to a better life, had instead brought her sorrow. Chen Ping's eyes lit up. If these artifacts are personally refined by the guest elder, they must indeed be exceptional. He smiled. Then please outfit me with a complete set. Acquiring a complete ensemble is not merely about a simple robe. It encompasses an inner lining, an outer garment, trousers, boots, and a belt. What? An entire outfit? Madame Huadai immediately quivered, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Purchasing just one item may not be exorbitantly priced, but to procure an entire set would cost upwards of 100 spirit stones. She shot a flirtatious glance at Chen Ping, exclaiming, "With your esteemed background, why did you not mention it sooner?" She did not believe that Chen Ping could afford such an amount on his own, after years of guarding the alchemy hall's treasury. She was well aware of the meager resources available to the disciples under training. Chen Ping smiled nonchalantly. "Sister Huadai, you never inquired." Madame Huadai giggled. "Oh dear Chen, you are now a benefactor to your sister. Come, allow me to select a splendid outfit for you." As a shopkeeper for foundation building guests, she not only earned commissions but could also discreetly keep some items for herself, thus ensuring her profit from this transaction. With a tone of careful enthusiasm, she continued, "This inner lining is resistant to dust, dirt, and odors, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer, forever free from stains. This robe is inscribed with lightweight and illusionary formations, protecting you from insect bites. These shoes are engraved with a divine wind formation, enabling you to travel effortlessly for 300 miles and leap several meters with ease." Chen Ping casually remarked, "Indeed, it appears quite satisfactory. I shall take this set. How much?" The materials and craftsmanship of this ensemble were of excellent quality. Madame Huadai replied, "For you, dear Chen, I shall offer a discount, charging only 100 spirit stones." Chen Ping lightly tapped his storage pouch and nonchalantly retrieved 100 spirit stones, saying, "Sister Huadai, please ensure you counted accurately." "Certainly." Madame Huadai beamed, accepting the payment, knowing she would profit at least 5 spirit stones from this transaction, enough to sustain her for several months. With a flattering gaze, she looked at Chen Ping and coyly asked, "Do you require anything else?" as she adjusted her already loose garments. Chen Ping shook his head. "No, thank you." Her demeanor was somewhat off-putting to him. "Very well," Madame Huadai continued. "If you ever find yourself in need of anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall provide you with the best and most favorable prices." Chen Ping did not respond and left the shop directly. Watching his retreating figure, Madame Huadai felt compelled to chase after him, taking a few quick steps before ultimately stopping at the threshold, unable to follow. As he vanished into the throng of the marketplace, a profound sense of desolation washed over her, her eyes suddenly reddening with unshed tears that trickled down her cheeks. She then vacantly returned to her post behind the counter. As Chen Ping walked through the bustling marketplace, he noted the cacophony of vendors haggling, with some individuals flushed with anger over the price of 10 spirit sands. The value of his new attire, 100 spirit stones, was beyond the reach of ordinary disciples from common cultivation families. Unbeknownst to him, through his own efforts, he had already surpassed many scions of established cultivation lineages. In the marketplace, Chen Ping sought to acquire additional offensive and defensive techniques for his survival, yet such valuable items were conspicuously absent from the stalls. After seeking refuge in an inn for a night, Chen Ping prepared to depart from Baishafang City, embarking on a journey to the black market, located 6,000 miles away, where an auction awaited. News had already reached him regarding the token bestowed by Elder Gua. This year's auction would indeed be held in a mortal town situated 6,000 miles from his current location. Utilizing the array inscribed on his robe, Chen Ping altered his appearance to resemble an elegant young scholar. He then activated the turtle breathing technique, tempering his aura to that of a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. It was prudent to maintain a low profile while traveling, and he deemed it wise to reserve a few hidden cards up his sleeve. Instead of summoning his flying gourd, he opted to purchase a puppet horse for 5 spirit stones. Once considered an extravagant expense, the puppet horse was now a mere trifle, acquired to obscure his true identity. As for the costly white jade flying boat, priced at 1,000 spirit stones, it was beyond his current means, but his circumstances had undeniably improved compared to before. 8 days later, Chen Ping rode over 1,000 miles and set up camp beside a spiritual lake, where numerous cultivators were taking a respite. Notably, a large flying vessel hovered above the lake, a passenger boat from the eastern region's cultivation world that could transport individuals thousands of miles for the price of a single spirit stone. Coincidentally, this vessel was bound for the vicinity of the black market, making it a practical choice for Chen Ping to board, whether to save spirit stones or time. Upon paying the spirit stone, as Qin Ping stepped onto the boat, he was approached by a portly cultivator. "Fellow cultivator, are you heading to the black market auction?" Qin Ping regarded the rotund figure with caution, employing the qi observation technique to discern his cultivation level, which stood at the 8th tier of qi refinement. "There's no need for such apprehension, my friend," the chubby cultivator chuckled. "We are all disciples under the Eastern Shin sect. Given the potential dangers of the journey to the black market auction, I thought it prudent to gather a few companions for mutual support." Qin Ping furrowed his brow. Forming a team? 6,000 miles away is hardly within the jurisdiction of the Eastern Shin sect. Traveling alone does present certain risks. Yet teaming up does not guarantee safety either. There are dangers such as ambushes, betrayals, and even specific cultivators dedicated to robbery. However, Qin Ping's understanding of the cultivation world was limited. He resolved that feigning a desire to team up would facilitate the gathering of intelligence, should any danger arise. He could swiftly retreat. With a cultivation level of the 11th tier of qi refinement, along with the 4-season sword technique for self-preservation and a substantial supply of elixirs, he felt he had some measure of confidence. After a brief contemplation, Qin Ping replied, "Very well, I accept." Chapter 57. Forming a team following the portly cultivator. Qin Ping entered a serene private room. Inside sat 2 female cultivators, one adorned in a purple dress, strikingly beautiful and alluring, and the other in white, with graceful features reminiscent of pure snow. Once seated, the jovial cultivator introduced, "Let us form a team for the black market auction. It will be beneficial for our mutual safety. I am Gao Yuzhua." Qin Ping clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Tang Sheng." The woman in the purple dress flashed a charming smile and cast a flirtatious glance at the others. "I am Lu Zian." The woman in white introduced herself. "I am Showing. A pleasure to meet you all." After a round of cordial exchanges, the woman in purple spoke up, "Dear friends, as we venture out into the world, it would be wise to solidify our alliance with a heart demon oath." Including Qin Ping, the 3 individuals exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with unspoken intentions. Unfamiliar with one another, this hasty alliance was born out of necessity. However, with the swearing of the heart demon oath, their safety was considerably enhanced. Gao Yuzhu clapped his hands and laughed heartily, declaring, "This is excellent. I, Gao Yuzhu, hereby swear the heart demon oath, pledging that during this black market auction, I shall not engage in any actions detrimental to my companions." Qin Ping followed suit, swearing the heart demon oath as well. Even though he was using an alias, the moment he uttered the oath, he felt an inexplicable force binding him. This left Qin Ping astonished at the oath's potency, a testament to its status as the most formidable covenant in the history of the cultivation world. The 2 female cultivators also swore the heart demon oath. With this, the atmosphere became significantly more relaxed and lively, filled with laughter and conversation. Gao Yuzhu proposed, "Dear friends, though we are strangers, our meeting is fated. Allow me to treat you all to a meal." He summoned a table laden with fine wine and exquisite dishes. They gathered around a square table, each taking a seat at one side. As the delicacies were served and the spirit wine flowed, the ambience grew warm and familiar. Lu Zian, exuding charm and exuberance, raised her glass, saying, "To you, Tang Daoist, I offer this toast." Beneath the table, Qin Ping felt a delicate foot gently brush against his calf. He raised an eyebrow, his heart tightening. Could Lu Zian be a practitioner from the Miaoyu building? From the outset of the meal, Lu Zian subtly employed her allure to entice both Qin Ping and Gao Yuzhu. Having experienced the incident with Mu Xingling, Qin Ping's resistance to such charms had notably strengthened. Despite having sworn the heart demon oath, Lu Zian's behavior raised questions. Was she aiming for a dual cultivation to absorb yang and supplement yin, or something else? Regardless of her intentions, Qin Ping remained unperturbed, feigning ignorance. Noticing Qin Ping's lack of reaction, Lu Zian leaned playfully against Gao Yuzhu's plump form, asking, "Gao Daoist, would you care to share a drink with me?" This display caused Gao Yuzhu to momentarily lose himself in delight, responding with a cheerful, "Of course, of course." Meanwhile, Zhou observed this scene with a furrowed brow, yet chose to remain silent. It was no surprise that cultivators would go to great lengths for resources and benefits. Qin Ping spoke up at the table, "This is my first venture to the black market auction. I am curious about what items are typically sold there." Gao Yuzhu chuckled, explaining, "I have attended several times, Tang Daoist. The black market primarily sells items controlled by the Dongxian sect, along with rare treasures not found in the Eastern cultivation realm. The auction features some particularly uncommon and expensive goods. As this is your first visit, you should take the opportunity to broaden your horizons." Chen Ping smiled in agreement. Indeed, I should seize the chance to learn more. Zhou Ying added. The black market auction is held for only 7 days each year, and the Yutian flying boat will return to the Dongxian sect in due course. Do not miss out, Tang Daoist. Chen Ping nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the reminder, Fairy Zhou. As they conversed, a sudden, intense tremor shook the surroundings, and moments later, they witnessed the massive ship lift off the lake's surface, ascending gracefully into the air. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, the group proceeded to their respective private chambers within the package hall to rest. Chen Ping sat cross-legged in his room, his consciousness entering the Hall of Inheritance. The vast first layer of the palace is now shrouded in no mist, fully open to Chen Ping. Standing within the palace, he gazes at several walls and the passage leading to the second palace. The recipes for first-tier elixirs are nearly all present here, yet the materials are elusive. The ancestor has left behind the solitary second-tier elixir, the foundation establishment pill, on this layer. Even if I gather the necessary materials for the foundation establishment pill, the absence of a second-tier alchemical furnace and spiritual fire would significantly increase the likelihood of failure. To successfully refine the foundation establishment pill, it would be prudent to first acquire a second-tier alchemical furnace or second-tier spiritual fire. The 4 major sects of the Eastern Domain's cultivation world dominate vast territories, monopolizing high-tier elixirs. Thus, Chen Ping must keep his preparations for the foundation establishment pill a secret from outsiders. Accumulating the materials for the foundation establishment pill is already a daunting task, and to refine it oneself makes it even more challenging. For an ordinary person, establishing a foundation is akin to reaching the heavens. The passage to the second hall is enshrouded in mist, preventing Chen Ping from entering. With a sigh of resignation, he exits the Hall of Inheritance. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking resonates. Who is it? Chen Ping inquires cautiously. A sultry voice of a female cultivator emerges from outside. Friend, the long night is upon us. Would you like me to keep you company? Chen Ping is taken aback. The Kuan cultivator from the Miaoyu Tower? He had heard that some Kuan cultivators might come knocking, either to absorb yang energy or to earn spirit stones. Some married male cultivators, unable to indulge in their desires during ordinary times, might find solace in such encounters. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ping responds, no need. He then takes out a vitality pill, consumes it, and silently resumes his cultivation. After 6 days of travel aboard the flying vessel, they finally arrive near the black market auction, where the grand vessel comes to a halt. Chen Ping and the others emerge from their compartment, preparing to head to the black market auction. To Chen Ping and Zhou Ying's astonishment, in the days that have passed, Gao Yuzhu and Lu Ziyan have already become entangled, emerging from a private room together. Their bodies exude a suggestive aura, indicating that they have engaged in activities both appropriate and inappropriate. Chen Ping overhears Zhou Ying mutter under her breath, wretched couple. Gao Yuzhu remarks, the black market auction is 400 miles from here and opens tomorrow. We should set off, my friends. In truth, there is no need for his reminder, as the black market token reacts to guide them. Each of them summons their respective flying artifacts, embarking together toward the black market auction. Along the way, Chen Ping notices numerous small groups making their way to the black market auction. Their assembly appears rather commonplace. After several hours of flight, they finally behold the colossal black market, which is at least several times the size of the Baisha commercial district. Presenting their tokens for identity verification, they step into the black market, exhaling a breath of relief. Here, they must part ways to seek out their desired items. Embracing Lu Ziyan, Gao Yuzhu cheerfully addresses Chen Ping and Zhou Ying. Well then, friends, it is time for us to bid farewell. The group exchanges glances before dispersing into the black market. Chapter 58. The auction. Chen Ping cautiously wanders through the black market, dazzled by the myriad of goods on display. Some unscrupulous individuals brazenly sell stolen items. With limited funds, Chen Ping possesses merely 1,100 spirit stones, which is hardly substantial. He must be meticulous in his purchases, possessing a legacy of cultivation techniques from his ancestors. He is also capable of concocting the necessary elixirs for himself. His objective in the black market is to acquire materials for foundational elixirs, second-tier spiritual fire, second-tier alchemical furnaces, or the ingredients for the golden essence pill, along with superior sorts. The artifact he fabricated from first-tier jade bamboo is barely functional, and should he encounter something better, he would not hesitate to exchange it. After wandering the market for 2 days, Chen Ping left empty-handed, refraining from any purchases. Even when he came across materials for the vitality pill, he chose not to buy. Currently, He intends to refine the Spirit Sense pill and Body Refinement pill. And with his training schedule already pressing, he finds himself short on time. Furthermore, acquiring materials for the Vitality pill poses potential risks with minimal benefits. He noted that a batch of Vitality pill materials was priced at 4 spiritual stones, which would mean he had to spend that much just to utilize the Vitality pill. A tempting prospect indeed. However, time constraints prevented him from engaging in the refinement process, and the quantity of materials to purchase presented a dilemma. Buying in excess could attract unwanted attention, leading him to forego the purchase altogether. In the black market, he also encountered the Youth Preservation pill. Priced steeply at 500 spiritual stones each. Many female cultivators flocked to it, willing to deplete their fortunes, showcasing their fervor. This spectacle caused Chenping's heart to race. If he possessed the materials for the Youth Preservation pill, what need would he have for the Spirit Sense pill? A single batch of the Youth Preservation pill could fetch 5,000 spiritual stones. Regrettably, after scouring the black market, he found no materials for it. Otherwise, he would have braved the risks to acquire them. Among these treasures, the longevity pill commanded the highest price. Extending life by 3 months and selling for 1,000 spiritual stones each, a supply that could not meet the demand. Such valuable items would certainly not circulate in the Baishao market, igniting Chenping's enthusiasm for alchemy. If these treasures were absent from the auction, what greater wonders might await there? A sense of anticipation surged within him as he made his way to the auction house. The auction house, located at the heart of the black market, was a grand structure, drawing people from all directions. Upon entering, he paid an entrance fee of 10 spiritual stones. A beautiful woman halted him at the entrance. Chenping exclaimed, "So expensive?" The 10 spiritual stones equated to 5 months of his salary at the pill hall. The woman smiled and explained, "Dear friend, our black market auction charges 10 spiritual stones for entry, and you will be safely escorted out once the auction concludes." Chenping's eyes brightened at the thoughtfulness of the service. He produced 10 spiritual stones, received his number plate, and entered a private box on the first floor. Surveying the room, he noted the sheer number of boxes, at least several hundred, most of which were occupied. Sipping the spiritual wine provided by the auction, he waited patiently. A weary-looking elder in a black robe, exuding foundational cultivation, ascended the stage. His voice, raspy yet commanding, welcomed everyone. "Thank you for attending our black market auction. Before we commence, let me outline the rules. No acts of robbery or murder are permitted within the auction. Violators will be pursued by the golden core cultivators of the black market." The crowd quieted, attentively listening to the elder's words. This revelation left Chenping secretly astonished. What a grand spectacle, a black market auction with a golden core cultivator presiding over it. The utterance of this statement instantly reassured many qi refining practitioners. As the auction commenced, the first item up for bid was a second-tier alchemical formula. The announcement elicited a wave of astonishment among the crowd. A young and beautiful female cultivator gracefully presented an ancient alchemical formula on stage. The second-tier formula for the 8 treasures body refining pill. Countless pairs of eyes sparkled with excitement as gasps of disbelief filled the air. Could it truly be a second-tier formula for body refining? Remarkably, such a treasure was not something one would typically find within the Eastern region's cultivation world. It is no wonder, as the Eastern region primarily focuses on legalist practices. However, pursuing body refinement remains a viable path for those unable to establish their foundation. Chenping was taken aback. The old man in the black robe raised his hand, quieting the auction hall, and with a smile, he remarked, "In the Eastern region's cultivation world, foundational pills are controlled by the 4 major sections. Pursuing body refinement is indeed a commendable path. In the realm of body cultivation, one possesses a distinct advantage when hunting demonic beasts in the eastern wilderness. A fact well understood by all present. The starting bid for this alchemical formula was set at 500 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by 10 stones. As soon as the announcement was made, eager voices began to call out bids. 550, 560, 570. Before long, the price for this second-tier formula soared to 700 spirit stones, igniting fervor among the qi refining practitioners who had lost hope of establishing their foundations. 750, 760, 770, 770 for the first time, 770 for the second time, 770 for the third time. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box 393 for acquiring the formula. Witnessing this scene, Chenping was left in shock. Could a mere alchemical formula fetch such a hefty sum? 700 spirit stones likely represented the entire fortune of a small cultivation family. While he possessed the ancestral heritage of alchemical knowledge, he had no intention of selling the formula, as it constituted the foundation of his standing. Shortly thereafter, the old man instructed the beautiful female cultivator to bring forth a vial of elixirs. Next, we present the second item for auction, a first-tier body refining pill. This concoction is essential for overcoming the physical bottleneck faced by late-stage qi refining practitioners. At this revelation, a frenzy erupted among the qi refining cultivators. What? A body refining pill? If it can break through the physical bottleneck, does that not mean I might have a chance to establish my foundation? This item must be secured. Qinping inhaled sharply. Is there truly a body refining pill available here? Being an alchemist himself, he was acutely aware of the efficacy of such a pill. It indeed had the potential to refine one's physical limitations, thereby enhancing a qi refining practitioner's odds of breaking through to foundation establishment. The black-robed cultivator wore a broad smile. There are 100 vials available, to be auctioned at the highest price, first come, first served. The starting price is set at 20 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 1 stone. The bidding commenced, 22 spirit stones. I will take all 100 vials. The number of bidders was few, as those desiring the elixir likely hoped for a lower price. However, it was evident that the black market auction had likely employed shills to artificially inflate the bids. 20 for spirit stones. 25 spirit stones. The onlookers observed with cold indifference. But the price soon escalated to 30 spirit stones. 33 spirit stones. 34. 35 spirit stones. 35 spirit stones for the first, second, and third time. Sold. The onlookers observed with cold eyes, yet their hearts burned with fervor. As the price was finalized, they hurriedly sought out the auction house to purchase body refinement pills. Qinping's gaze was aflame. A single vial of body refinement pills could fetch 35 spirit stones. He calculated the cost of a batch of these pills, which amounted to less than 3 spirit stones. The challenge in concocting this potion lay in the collection of demon bone blood. If only he could find a channel to sell body refinement pills. Chapter 59. A series of threats, extremely dangerous. A single batch of body refinement pills could yield a staggering profit of 30 spirit stones. This profit surpassed that of the spirit sense pills by a great margin. However, the success rate for crafting body refinement pills was not high. Currently, Qinping could only produce 3 vials a month, one of which he intended to consume himself. He did not waste any failed body refinement pills. Yet, the prospect of an additional 60 spirit stones in profit each month was enough to ignite Qinping's ambition. He had risked selling spirit sense pills to Mo Fei out of gratitude, but he had no intention of selling body refinement pills to her, as it could increase his risks. Half an hour later, 100 vials of body refinement pills were sold out. The old man in the black robe stepped onto the stage once more, the next item for auction. A stunning female cultivator held a tray displaying a crystal-clear fire crystal. Confusion flickered in the eyes of many. The old man in the black robe explained, this item is known as the Fire Radiance Crystal, a fire lure of the second tier. Utilizing this item will entice spiritual fire to manifest for refining. Qinping felt a jolt of excitement. A second-tier fire lure was precisely what he needed. The old man in the black robe continued. The starting bid for this item is 300 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 spirit stones. As the words fell, bids of 320 spirit stones and 330 spirit stones were made. Few were interested in this item. Only 2 or 3 individuals placed bids, and it remained uncertain if they were merely shills arranged by the auction house. Qinping's heart raced, eager yet hesitant to place a bid, fearing the price would be driven too high by the shills. Nevertheless, he was determined to acquire this fire lure stone. Moments later, the price reached 400 spirit stones. But the bidding had slowed considerably. Seeing the opportune moment, Qinping declared, for 120 spirit stones. A few individuals raised their brows, secretly speculating about Qinping's identity. Only one person remained to challenge Qinping, for 130 spirit stones. Qinping furrowed his brow, for 150 spirit stones. Humph. Is a second-tier fire lure truly worth such a high bid? 460 spirit stones. His words carried the oppressive aura of the foundation establishment stage. Many glanced at Qinping's private box with a sense of schadenfreude. Qinping's complexion paled. A foundation establishment cultivator had entered the fray. Thoughts of retreat surged in his mind, but this item was crucial for his path to foundation establishment. He could not afford to give up. Qinping's resolve surged, for 170 spirit stones. This astonished many. A Qi refinement stage cultivator daring to contest with a foundation establishment stage cultivator was tantamount to courting death. However, the foundation establishment cultivator was rather shameless, seeking to exploit a Qi refinement stage cultivator's bid. The pressure from the foundation establishment cultivator immediately receded. The elderly man in black observed coldly and spoke. 470 for the first time. 470 for the second time. 470 for the third time. Congratulations to the esteemed guests in box 462 for acquiring this item. Chunping immediately withdrew from the box and approached the backstage staff, requesting, "Could you possibly make an exception? I am willing to spend an additional 50 spirit stones to purchase this item, but I need to receive it right now and be escorted out of the black market." Without glancing at the subsequent auction items or wandering around the black market, Chunping prioritized his safety and aimed to leave as soon as he obtained the item. The beautiful female cultivator revealed a hint of surprise in her eyes. "You are quite astute. Very well, follow me." The enchanting female cultivator led Chunping to the lower section of the auction house, where a network of concealed passages sprawled. She retrieved the fiery red crystal from a cabinet, and Chunping presented 520 spirit stones in exchange. Once the transaction was complete, the beautiful female cultivator handed the item to Chunping and pointed out a passageway. "This secret path stretches 50 miles. Follow it, and you shall exit the black market." Chunping clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, fairy." He then tore open a movement talisman and swiftly entered the dark passage, his figure vanishing in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a foundation-building cultivator arrived below and approached the beautiful female cultivator. As he released his foundation-building aura, it caused the female cultivator to tremble and turn pale. "Senior, what brings you here?" she inquired. The middle-aged foundation cultivator, with a brooding gaze, demanded, "Which passage did that boy who won the spirit fire powder leave through?" The beautiful female cultivator pointed to one of the dark passages. "It was this one." The middle-aged cultivator said nothing further and rapidly flew into the passageway. The beautiful female cultivator's eyes glimmered with disdain. Bullying the weak, how utterly shameless. The dark passage Chunping took was, in fact, the opposite of the one she indicated. Chunping understood that she had accepted 50 spirit stones from him, naturally guiding him to safety. Why would she assist the foundation cultivator, who offered no payment and instead oppressed her? Emerging from the dark passage, Chunping was greeted by a broad view. He did not linger but summoned his flying gourd and directed it towards the domain of the Eastern Shin sect. On this return journey, he dared not board the domain's flying vessel, fearing it would lead to his demise. The distance to the Mu family was 7,000 miles. By flying 300 miles a day, he could leisurely make his way back. Along the way, he could refine pills and cultivate, ensuring no time was wasted. He dispersed the formations on his robe and tore open a 1,000-face talisman to alter his appearance. After flying approximately 100 miles, a chilling voice interrupted him. "Daoist Tang, why do you not take the domain's flying vessel to leave?" Before him stood a slender man, wielding a knife, his expression indifferent as he fixed his gaze on Chunping. Chunping immediately halted, his brow furrowing in trepidation. "Who are you?" Why did he refer to him as Daoist Tang? "Daoist Tang, do you not recognize me?" A voice from behind startled Chunping. It was Lu Xian's voice, sending a shiver down his spine as his countenance changed dramatically. "Lu Xian, how is this possible?" Turning around, he beheld Lu Xian holding the body of Gao Yuzhua with one hand, while Zhou Ying was battered and on the verge of collapse. "Are you bandits?" Lu Xian, serving as bait, immersed herself within the fray, meticulously observing them. Once they dispersed, would she commence her strike? Yet, what perplexed Chunping was how Lu Xian had pinpointed his whereabouts and how she managed to target Gao Yuzhua and Zhou Ying. With a countenance laden with vigilance, Chunping inquired, "You swore the heart demon oath alongside us. How is it that you have not succumbed to its backlash?" Lu Xian, her face a mask of indifference, scoffed lightly, "Indeed, I have sworn the heart demon oath, vowing not to lay a hand upon my fellow Taoists, yet it is not I who has committed murder." Chunping inhaled deeply, acknowledging her cunning. Typically, cultivators, after pledging such oaths, would lower their guard. Little did they anticipate that Lu Xian had an accomplice in her nefarious endeavors. With a furrowed brow, Chunping queried, "One thing still eludes my understanding. After I departed through the auction house's secret passage, how did you ascertain my trajectory?" Lu Xian erupted into laughter. "Since Daoist Tang is destined to perish, I might as well enlighten you. There exists a type of mother-child goo worm that, when affixed to a person, can track their location within a 300-mile radius." Chunping's expression darkened. During their initial encounter, Lu Xian had brushed against him, not merely to entice him, but to implant the goo worm upon him. Chapter 60. One who stands by the riverbank will eventually get wet after several days of interaction. Lu Ziyan had discerned their vulnerabilities and was now lying in wait to ensnare them. Gao Yuzhua and Zhou Ying had already fallen victim, only he remained. A steely resolve glinted in Chen Ping's eyes as he turned to the slender cultivator. Are you two so confident in apprehending me? He could not harm Lu Ziyan, nor could she harm him. His focus was solely on one adversary. A flicker of disdain danced in Lu Ziyan's gaze. My husband is at the 10th level of qi refinement. Dealing with you, a mere 9th level cultivator, would be effortless. Daoist Tang, if you are wise, stand still and allow your demise to be swift and painless, preserving your corpse intact. Chen Ping cast a glance at the slender cultivator, whose expression seemed somewhat vacant. So, Lu Daoist hails from the Miaoyu Tower. This individual is your charming slave. A melodious laugh escaped Lu Ziyan. Daoist Tang possesses remarkable insight to recognize a charming slave. No wonder my alluring techniques failed to ensnare you that day. It seems I must exert myself further this time. As her words fell, the slender cultivator launched an assault. A blade of light surged towards Chen Ping. Instantly, Chen Ping unleashed the aura of an 11th level qi refinement, drawing forth his Qizhu Jade sword from his storage bag, unleashing a torrent of crimson sword energy. With a resounding explosion, the slender cultivator stood no chance against Chen Ping, who swiftly severed his head with a single thrust. Lu Ziyan's complexion paled dramatically. How can this be? Chen Ping gazed at her with an expression of cold indifference. Lu Daoist, having spent your days hunting the wildfowl, you have indeed been blinded by the very birds you sought to ensnare. This time, the turtle-breathing technique had proven invaluable. Lu Ziyan, forcing a smile, regarded Chen Ping. What of it? With the heart demon oath in place, how dare you lay a hand upon me, Daoist Tang? Chen Ping raised his sword, pointing it at her while donning a gentle smile, yet his gaze was as frigid as ice. Lu Daoist, your argument holds merit. The vow of the heart's demon we made initially was that during this black market auction, we would refrain from committing any harmful deeds. And the auction itself would only last 7 days. There are still 4 days left to escape. Lu Ziyan's face turned pale with horror. Tang Sheng was unexpectedly astute. Having found a loophole in the heart's demon vow, she immediately abandoned the corpse of Gao Yuzhu and the barely conscious Zhou Ying, disregarding her own servant's lifeless body, and summoned a magical sword, soaring into the air. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, then relaxed. A practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement could pilot an ordinary flying artifact, covering at most 400 miles a day. He reached out with a gesture, retrieving the bodies of Gao Yuzhu, Zhou Ying, and the servant, stacking them atop his gourd, while leaving a fireball spell to reduce the severed head to ashes. Chen Ping then piloted the flying gourd, pursuing Lu Ziyan from behind. He was not in a rush. First assessing his spoils. From the servant's body, he extracted a storage bag, which bore restrictions preventing immediate access. He accepted this storage bag, incinerating the servant's remains to ashes. Gao Yuzhu's body also possessed a storage bag. Chen Ping regarded his corpse. Daoist Gao, I have avenged you in this manner. May you find peace. He then cast another fireball spell, reducing it to ashes. Next was the barely conscious Zhou Ying. Chen Ping was not one to indiscriminately slay innocents. Seeing that Zhou Ying still had a breath left, he produced a detoxification pill and a restorative pill to feed her. He also retrieved 2 healing talismans, unfastening her clothing to apply them to her grievously wounded areas. Her physique was admirable, yet Chen Ping had no desire to gaze upon her form. Saving her took precedence. After dressing her properly and completing these tasks, he spoke. Daoist Zhou, your survival now rests in your hands. He then pursued Lu Ziyan with all his might. Damn it. Lu Ziyan's expression was exceedingly grim. Daoist Tang, must you truly kill me? I am willing to offer 1,000 spirit stones as compensation, hoping you might show mercy. I have deeply realized my mistakes, and if Daoist Tang is willing, I would serve you with my humble self. Chen Ping chuckled. Daoist Lu, how could someone as wicked as yourself genuinely recognize your faults? You are merely aware of your imminent demise. Lu Ziyan's complexion shifted dramatically. Daoist Tang, you are indeed ruthless and unfeeling. Understanding Chen Ping's resolve to kill her, she immediately attempted to fly towards the domain sky ship, where cultivators were present, hoping to find others to assist her against Chen Ping. Chen Ping discerned her intentions, flying faster than her, forcing her to veer in another direction. If she wished to avoid being caught tightly by Chen Ping, Lu Ziyan had no choice but to comply with his course. After 2 days and nights of flight, Lu Ziyan's spirit was nearly exhausted. She glanced back to see Chen Ping following her, his expression still unchanging. Little did she know, Qin Ping had long been accustomed to hardship. As the deadline for the heart's demon vow approached, Lu Xian's pressure mounted, and her mental state was on the verge of collapse. Qin Ping's steadfast nature was something she had seldom encountered. At that moment, Zhou Ying on Qin Ping's flying gourd began to stir. I'm not dead. Zhou Ying weakly opened her eyes. Taoist Zhou, you are awake. Qin Ping gazed intently ahead, focused on the fleeing figure of Lu Xian. Zhou Ying merely surveyed the surroundings, noting the direction in which Lu Xian was escaping. With a glance at the several storage pouches secured at Qin Ping's waist, she quickly grasped the situation. Feeling the healing talisman pressed against her skin, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Struggling to sit up, she clasped her hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Taoist Tang, for saving my life." Qin Ping's voice was weary, low, and hoarse as he replied, "Taoist Zhou, we shall discuss the matter of gratitude later. We have just over a day until the deadline of the Heart Demon Oath arrives, at which point you may take your revenge on Lu Xian. It is imperative that you restore your strength. I have pursued her using my flying artifact for several days, and I am nearing my limit. At that time, I will be unable to assist you." Zhou Ying nodded, retrieving a medicinal pill from her storage pouch to hastily heal her wounds. Damn it! Upon seeing Zhou Ying awaken, Lu Xian felt a surge of despair, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. After days and nights of relentless flight, Qin Ping was exhausted, but Lu Xian, as the pursued, was in an even worse state. Time slipped away slowly, and Lu Xian's body began to tremble, the specter of death drawing ever nearer. As a certain binding force within her heart suddenly dissipated, Zhou Ying rose to her feet, her face pale as she shouted, "Wretched servant, prepare to meet your end." She summoned a silken artifact and struck at Lu Xian with lethal intent. For days and nights passed, and Lu Xian, already at her wit's end, was caught off guard by Zhou Ying's vengeful strike, unable to defend herself in time. With a piercing sound, Lu Xian's chest was pierced, and she fell lifeless from the sky. Chapter 61. Spoils of War. Sudden wealth. Qin Ping maneuvered the flying artifact downward to land. He first collected Lu Xian's storage pouch. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted, and with only Zhou Ying remaining, he felt a twinge of wariness toward her. Zhou Ying seemed to sense Qin Ping's unease. "Taoist Tang, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance on this journey. Should you seek me in the Wanbao Pavilion of Baisha Market, I shall repay your kindness." Baisha Market? Qin Ping's heart stirred, and he responded affirmatively, "Very well, Taoist Zhou. We shall part ways here. Farewell." Having gone sleepless for days, he was utterly fatigued. He forced himself to maintain focus, piloting the flying artifact for half a day longer before finding a secluded spot to conceal himself. There, he consumed a medicinal pill to restore his vitality. After waiting a day and confirming that no one was following him, Qin Ping finally relaxed and collapsed into a deep slumber. After 2 or 3 days of rest, his spirits were restored to full vigor, and the talismans he had previously set did not trigger. Now free to attend to his spoils of war, he examined 3 storage pouches. Each pouch was sealed with a restriction. A smile spread across Qin Ping's face as he retrieved a few talismans designed to break such seals, which proved to be quite useful. Swiftly, he tore open a breaking talisman and accessed the alluring servant's storage pouch. Qin Ping frowned slightly upon discovering only a handful of spirit stones and a few vials of energy-replenishing pills. What a miserly hoard. Could she truly be a cultivator? Yet, he quickly surmised that the true treasures would likely reside within Lu Xian's pouch. Qin Ping opened Lu Xian's storage bag, his expression shifting dramatically before breaking into a smile. "I've struck gold." Inside, there were over 2,000 spirit stones and dozens of bottles containing various elixirs. Most crucially, he found notes regarding the potential whereabouts of 2 foundational elixir ingredients. His pupils constricted sharply as he read. The 2 ingredients were Yusue mushroom and Tianling fruit. These were not controlled by any sect, but rather were wild specimens. However, this was merely a possibility, not yet verified. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to embark on an exploration. The allure of wealth and power is indeed irresistible, he mused. To his surprise, Lu Xian, as a bandit cultivator, possessed quite a few valuable items. He then proceeded to open Gao Yujua's storage bag. What a fortune! Qin Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. A white jade airship worth 2,000 spirit stones, even superior to senior sister Luo Fei's white jade flying vessel. He extracted the airship from the bag, his heart racing with anticipation. While senior sister Luo's vessel can travel 2,000 miles in a day, this white jade airship must surely exceed 3,000 miles. Traveling will be much more convenient henceforth. Gao Yujua's impressive background was evident. Indeed, my efforts to avenge you were not in vain. In addition to the airship, Gao Yujua's storage bag contained several hundred spirit stones, along with valuable elixirs such as vitality pills, spirit awareness pills, and others. Chen Ping had suddenly become wealthy. His worth skyrocketed to 3,800 spirit stones, enough to purchase a foundational elixir. However, such precious items were not easily acquired, even with wealth. Moreover, with the hundreds of bottles of vitality pills, essence pills, spirit awareness pills, recovery pills, and dietary pills, he would not need to buy elixirs for a while. He could focus solely on refining body-strengthening pills, thus freeing up more time. His primary goal, beyond cultivating, was to investigate the whereabouts of the foundational elixir ingredients. He understood why a beauty like Lu Zian would willingly become a bandit. The profits from such a life far surpassed any other path in cultivation. Yet, it was ultimately not the righteous way and should not be glorified. If discovered by any sect, one would be doomed. After refining the White Jade airship, he maneuvered it towards the jurisdiction of the Eastern Xian sect. Wow, what a thrill! Chen Ping sat aboard the airship, his face radiant with joy and exhilaration. A childhood dream had finally been realized. He did not rush his journey, but instead sat on the airship, consuming vitality pills to cultivate. Even so, the airship could travel over 2,000 miles a day, and within 3 days, Chen Ping covered 6,000 miles, returning to the Eastern Xian sect's domain. Once there, he adopted a low profile, switching to his slow-moving flying gourd for a leisurely journey. Having reaped such great rewards, he decided to retreat for a period of seclusion. 3 days later, Chen Ping arrived back at the Mu family estate. There was no need to visit the alchemy chamber. He returned directly to his own place of practice. Sitting beneath the eaves, consuming vitality pills, spirit awareness pills, and body-strengthening pills, enhancing his cultivation and foundation. The sensation of breaking through his bottleneck and the enhancement of his powers was intoxicating. A smile graced Chen Ping's face. At the end of the month, Mu Luofei, as usual, arrived at the Dan Medicine Hall to collect elixirs, seeking to trade with Chen Ping. Chen Ping presented several hundred vials of essence pills, fasting pills, and recovery pills. However, he refrained from offering the vitality pills and consciousness pills for sale. Mu Luofei, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Chen Shidi, from whence do you possess such an abundance of elixirs?" With a smile, Chen Ping responded, "Sister Luofei, these are the elixirs my senior brother wishes to sell. He will be entering seclusion for a time and cannot provide the consciousness pills for now. Once he emerges, I shall contact you to resume our trade." Understanding. Mu Luofei nodded slightly, her face aglow with delight as she remarked, "With so many elixirs, I shall earn quite a fortune." She handed Chen Ping nearly 400 spirit stones, elevating his net worth to 4,200 spirit stones, a staggering sum among qi refining practitioners. Furthermore, Chen Ping still possessed many vitality pills and consciousness pills, filling his heart with joy. After Mu Luofei departed, Chen Ping resumed his cultivation in seclusion. Time in the cultivation realm is timeless, and a year swiftly passed. Now 24 years old, Chen Ping sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed. As immense spiritual energy surged within him, crashing against the barrier of the 12th level of qi refining. This barrier merely symbolically resisted for a moment before Chen Ping's pure and potent spiritual power broke through, sending powerful waves of energy crashing through the room. Thus, he entered the 12th level of qi refining. His physical form gleamed with a crystalline luster, having successfully transcended the spiritual power barrier. It was only at this moment that Chen Ping gained profound insight into the cultivation method he practiced. At the 13th level of qi refining, he would refine his spiritual power, compressing and condensing it into a state between gaseous and liquid, thereby increasing the foundation building probability by 10%. At the 14th level, he would refine his consciousness, expanding it to its utmost limit, lying between spiritual and divine awareness, further enhancing the probability by another 10%. At the 15th level, he would refine his physical body, upgrading it to the second tier, thus augmenting the probability once more by 10%. However, he realized that he need not reach the 15th level of qi refining to build his foundation. Achieving perfection at the 12th level would suffice to challenge the foundation building phase. The treasures left by the ancestors are truly remarkable. Chapter 62. The Path of Future Cultivation in this manner. Advancing to the 15th level of qi refining would equip him with a 60% probability of foundation building. Chen Ping finally caught a glimpse of the path ahead. Yet, this was merely a glimmer, for the gathering of materials for the foundation building pill remained a challenge. Above him loomed the shadow of Mu Xingling, a formidable presence. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping assessed the changes at the 12th level of qi refining. His spiritual power was now several times greater than at the 11th level. Remarkably, the time required to refine a vitality pill had decreased from 1 day per pill to half a day. What splendid news! If I calculate the time to reach the 13th level of chi refining at this rate, it will take me approximately 2 years, just in time for my 30th birthday to attain the 15th level. It seemed plausible that he could attempt foundation building before Mu Xingling. With renewed determination, he retrieved his elixirs and continued his seclusion, consolidating and enhancing his cultivation. Half a month later, Mu Luofei sought out Shenping once more. A knock echoed at the door. "Shenshidi, are you home?" came Mu Luofei's voice from outside. Shenping did not respond immediately. His cultivation speed had progressed rapidly. Reaching the 12th level of chi refinement, he had no intention of revealing his true abilities to others, especially not in front of the Mu family. For fear of being discovered by Mu Xingling, he promptly employed a technique to obscure his cultivation level, adjusting it to the 11th level of chi refinement. Only then did he rise to lift the restrictions and open the courtyard door. During his year of seclusion, Mu Luofei had visited him twice. While he focused on enhancing his abilities, she was busy accumulating spirit stones. "Senior Sister Luofei, what brings you here?" Shenping inquired, noting that it was still not the end of the month, though she had yet to break through to the 12th level of chi refinement. Her aura suggested that she was close. Despite the alluring prospect of her addressing him as senior brother, Shenping remained resolute in concealing his true cultivation level before her. With a radiant smile, Mu Luofei teased, "What? Must there be a pressing matter for you to seek out junior brother Chen? Can't it simply be that I wish to see you?" A sudden flutter of emotion stirred within Shenping's heart. At 23, Mu Luofei had blossomed into a striking young woman, her exceptional charm captivating all who beheld her. Having grown up together, he had managed to withstand her allure over the years. With a wry smile, he touched his nose and replied, "If that is the case, why have I not seen you seeking me out before?" "Humph." Mu Luofei huffed playfully, feigning anger. "So this is how junior brother Chen perceives me." Shenping found himself at a loss. Seeing him flustered, Mu Luofei giggled, "Come with me to the Hall of Deacons. Lady Mu Xingling wishes to see you." A wave of pressure and a sense of urgency surged within Shenping. He did not refuse but instead asked, "Do you happen to know why the Hall Master is looking for me, Senior Sister Luofei?" Mu Luofei shook her head. "I do not know. I was simply instructed to call you." Nodding, Shenping stepped onto her white jade flying vessel, heading towards the Hall of Deacons. Once aboard, he inquired, "When do you plan to break through to the 12th level of chi refinement, Senior Sister Luofei?" A flicker of surprise danced in her beautiful eyes as she smiled lightly. "Your insight is truly sharp, junior brother Chen. It should be soon. I anticipate breaking through within 6 months." If she were aware that he had already surpassed the 12th level, he would relish witnessing her astonished expression. Suppressing that thought, Shenping continued, "Do you have any leads on foundational spirit materials? The century-old spirit milk, a vital ingredient for foundational pills, would significantly ease his efforts if he could obtain some through Mu Luofei's connections." Mu Luofei gently shook her head. "It is not that simple. A single drop of century-old spirit milk is worth 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, and obtaining any relevant information is quite challenging. A furnace of foundational pills contains 10, valued at 35,000 spirit stones. Although the materials for crafting foundational pills are expensive, those capable of producing them earn substantial profits. He hoped to discover such materials before turning 30. Otherwise, he would have to trouble Uncle Liurnia to purchase them at an auction." Shenping nodded, acknowledging that with Uncle Liurnia's connections in the foundational realm, acquiring century-old spirit milk would indeed be much easier for them. However, he was reluctant to seek Uncle Liurnia unless absolutely necessary. He understood Senior Sister Luofei's sentiments. With a bright smile, Mu Luofei remarked, "Should I find leads on century-old spirit milk, I will be sure to invite you, junior brother Chen." After years of observation, she felt a sense of assurance regarding Shenping's character. Shenping smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall await the good news from Sister Luofei." Upon arriving at the Hall of Elders, they were greeted by a multitude of chi refinement disciples, each displaying expressions of numbness, daze, despair, and pallor. Observing this, Shenping inquired about Feng Xing and the others. "How are my fellow disciples faring?" Mu Luofei's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly as she shook her head, saying, "Over the past year, they have undertaken numerous substantial tasks from me, barely managing to catch their breath. The best outcome for them in this lifetime would be to achieve a peaceful conclusion. Apart from Feng, Han, Luo, and Lin, the situation was dire for them all." Shenping pondered for a moment and suggested, "Sister Luofei, when you next encounter a few of the disciples, You might assign them a task to gather the blood of the blood-horned Red Bull. I am willing to purchase a single horn for 50 spirit sands, with no upper limit. The refining of body-tempering pills is not available here at Dongshin sect, and the profit margin exceeds that of spirit stone pills. His spiritual awareness had advanced further, allowing for greater efficiency in pill crafting, and his stock of demon blood was nearly depleted, making this an opportune replenishment, while also providing assistance to his fellow disciples. Mu Luofei smiled brightly. Chen Shidi, is your senior brother about to emerge from seclusion? Chen Ping nodded with a smile. Indeed. Mu Luofei remarked, with you as a senior brother, Fong and the others have a glimmer of hope. This deepened her admiration for Chen Ping's character. After Li Erniu ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he had shown her nothing but infatuation, neglecting all the other disciples in Jiazi courtyard. At Li Erniu's wedding, he didn't even glance at Fong Xing and the others. Previously, when Li Erniu was establishing his foundation, Fong Xing and his companions had even lent him spirit stones to present gifts. Had Li Erniu shown some mercy, Fong Xing and the others would be leading much better lives now, not teetering on the brink of losing their homes. Now, with Chen Ping's intervention, the group truly had a sliver of hope. A single blood-horned Red Bull, aside from its demon blood, holds material value equivalent to a spirit stone. Furthermore, to harness one from 8,000 miles away incurs significant travel costs, not to mention the expenses for pills such as the spirit replenishing pill and the energy returning pill. After deducting these costs, the genuine profit lies in the blood-horned Red Bull itself. If each person could slay one per day, they would earn a spirit stone daily, enabling them to rise from their desperate situation. Chen Ping smiled and said, if Sister Luofei can assist them, I, as their senior brother, shall do my utmost to help as well. It ultimately depends on their own fortunes. He presented 200 spirit stones to Mu Luofei, stating, this sum is to be given to the disciples as a form of earnest. Mu Luofei accepted the money with seriousness. I shall ensure it reaches them. At that moment, they happened to arrive outside Mu Xingling's training hall. After Mu Luofei departed, Chen Ping entered Mu Xingling's hall alone. Chapter 63. The Fate of the Purple Monkey Flower. Elder Gua and his granddaughter seated in the center of the hall in a flowing red dress. Mu Xingling sat cross-legged. Hall Master. Chen Ping performed with fervor, his gaze fervently devoted yet restrained as he looked at Mu Xingling. Her delicate face was calm as she replied, Chen Ping, return home to prepare. A month from now, accompany me on a journey. Chen Ping felt a sudden tightening in his heart, his expression becoming increasingly fervent as he sought information. What task does the master wish for me to undertake? Mu Xingling replied, the whereabouts of the purple monkey flower have been discovered. This information has been gathered by several families. At the appointed time, you shall secretly procure a blossom of the purple monkey flower for me. It is one of the 5 essential materials for the foundation establishment pill. Chen Ping's heart leaped with joy. Yes, master. Mu Xingling nodded slightly, her small face serene and imposing. You will accompany other families on this expedition. Do as I instruct and avoid any complications, understood? Understood, Chen Ping affirmed, nodding vigorously. Indeed, it was Mu Xingling's noble lineage that granted her broader channels of information. This could be considered a fortunate turn of events. Had Mu Xingling not viewed Chen Ping as her devoted servant, he might have remained unaware of the means to access such foundational spiritual resources for an extended period. Mu Xingling continued, this venture is perilous and not to be taken lightly. Prepare yourself thoroughly and take your leave. Rising, Chen Ping excused himself and departed from her training hall. Instead of returning to his own abode to continue his cultivation, he took out his flying gourd and headed towards Baishafeng Market. Upon entering the Wanbao Pavilion, he approached Old Guo's counter, where he found the elder, leaning on his cane and patiently instructing a young woman. As Chen Ping observed the young woman's features, he was momentarily taken aback. Old Guo, it's you, Taoist Zhou. Old Guo lifted his clouded eyes to Chen Ping, a smile spreading across his face. Ah, it's you, young Chen. Zhou Ying looked puzzled. Do we know each other, Taoist? Chen Ping responded with a gentle smile. Taoist Zhou. Have you forgotten the matter concerning Lu Zian? Zhou Ying's body trembled slightly. Taoist Tang, is it you? Chen Ping laughed heartily. Indeed, it is Chen. Who would have thought we would meet again under such fortunate circumstances? Old Guo interjected. So you are the benefactor my granddaughter spoke of, young Chen. Come inside to converse. They moved to a private room behind the counter. Old Guo continued. Young Chen, Xiaoying is my granddaughter. She recently attended an auction in the black market to sell some items in order to take my place. Little did I expect you would save her life. Henceforth, the Guo family will be at your service. Xiaoying poured tea for Chen Ping. her eyes glimmering with delight as she regarded him. I had no idea my benefactor had such a connection with my grandfather. Chen Ping was taken aback. It appears my thousand faces talisman did not deceive old Guo after all. Haha. Old Guo laughed heartily. Young Chen. Although you used the thousand faces talisman, your speech and body language were not easily altered. Chen Ping felt a pang of regret. I have learned my lesson. After all these years of using the thousand faces talisman to alter his appearance while trading spirit pills with old Guo, he finally revealed his true self. Now, young Chen, what brings you here today? Chen Ping dispelled his disguise, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Old Guo, I have reached the 12th layer of Qi refinement and seek a foundation establishment elixir. I wonder if you might have any channels to assist me in this endeavor. Having established a rapport with old Guo, there was no need for further concealment. Zhou Ying, upon seeing Chen Ping's true visage, felt her cheeks flush. Astonished at his youthful and handsome appearance, old Guo squinted his eyes. Which elixir are you seeking? Chen Ping began, second-tier demon pills or century-old spirit milk. Guo Lao and Zhou Ying exchanged glances. Zhou Ying spoke, Daoist Chen, both second-tier demon pills and century-old spirit milk exist solely in the eastern wilderness. Most late-stage Qi refinement cultivators flock to the markets there in search of these items. However, my Guo family possesses channels to help you inquire about this matter. As a means of repaying your life-saving grace. Chen Ping's face lit up with joy. In addition, I have a business proposition for you. He gently patted his storage bag and produced a vial of body-tempering pills. The mere scent caused Guo Lao's frail body to tremble. Body-tempering pills. Indeed, Chen Ping nodded. It seems you are aware of their merits. May I inquire what price you would offer for their acquisition? Guo Lao took a deep breath. Though this is merely a first-tier pill, it is exceedingly rare outside the eastern region's cultivation circles. I cannot provide a definitive price for buying or selling. However, if you trust me, we could organize a small auction through my Guo family with a 10% commission fee. What do you think? The Guo family's ability to host a small auction indicated considerable influence. After contemplating, Chen Ping agreed, seeing this as a means to maximize benefits. From Chen Lao's words, it became evident that body-tempering pills were indeed absent from the eastern region's cultivation world, even among the 4 major sections. Such knowledge of the myriad paths of immortality was invaluable. Guo Lao added, you may attend the auction. There might be items of interest to you. Chen Ping nodded and then inquired about another matter. Do you know where I might find second-tier spirit fire, the kind that is unclaimed? Second-tier spirit fire? Guo Lao exclaimed in surprise. That too is a precious commodity. I will inquire on your behalf. This led him to suspect that Chen Ping was an alchemist in need of second-tier spirit fire, which is utilized not only in alchemy, but also in artifact forging. Zhou Ying handed a token to Chen Ping. Daoist Chen, if I gather any information, this token will signal you. You may then come to the Wanbao Pavilion. Very well. Chen Ping responded, accepting the token. He then requested Guo Lao to assist him in acquiring various materials for body-tempering pills, planning to return every 3 months. Chen Ping understood the importance of not placing all his eggs in one basket. Selling pills and acquiring materials must be conducted separately to avoid exposing his formulas. After Chen Ping departed, Guo Lao turned to his granddaughter Zhou Ying and said, we must ensure that Chen's matters are handled with the utmost care. Little Ying, I cannot hold on for much longer. My passing is imminent within the month. Although you have established yourself in Wanbao Pavilion without a formidable external ally, the Guo family is left with just you and your mother, unable to endure for long. Now that Chun has produced body-tempering pills, you can stabilize matters, allowing me to depart in peace. Remember, we must not reveal Chen's existence. Understood, grandfather, Zhou Ying replied, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. The current plight of the Guo family compelled Guo Lao to forge goodwill connections, all in a bid to preserve their century-old legacy. Otherwise, even a whisper of Chen Ping's dealings in spirit pills could lead to his demise without a trace. Upon departing from Wanbage, Chen Ping directly returned to the dojo to ingest elixirs aimed at enhancing his cultivation and combat prowess. In Chapter 64, titled The Great Feng Mine, Mu Xingling's Promise, Chen Ping's mana became more refined, leading to a deeper comprehension of his techniques. After reaching the 12th level of Qi refinement, not only did it increase the success rate of foundation establishment, but it also allowed Chen Ping to elevate his combat strength to a level perilously close to the foundation stage. Consequently, when traversing the outside world and confronting adversaries of the same Qi refinement stage, his chances of survival improved significantly. With the simultaneous consumption of vitality pills, spirit perception pills, and body refinement pills, he could feel his strength gradually surging. Ping's mindset began to shift from one of careful trepidation and despair to a more resolute determination. He reflected on his resources. With 4,000 spirit stones at his disposal, a formidable attack technique in the form of the four-season sword art, and the means of travel provided by a jade-white airship, he was well equipped to successfully elevate his physical form to the second tier. The cultivation of the true young diamond technique must commence. Ping was acutely aware of his mediocre aptitude, even with the techniques bestowed by his ancestors. The likelihood of reaching the 15th level of chi refinement, let alone foundation establishment, remained slim. However, with a substantial number of spirit stones available, he could begin practicing body refinement techniques to strengthen his physique and solidify his foundation. Employing external body refinement powder and internal body refinement pills, Ping found his training in the true young diamond technique to be remarkably smooth. The only drawback was the substantial consumption of spirit rice and spirit beast meat. The fasting pills held little value for body refiners. A smile graced Ping's face as he realized that at the alchemy hall, he could feast on spirit beast meat and spirit rice without incurring any expenses. Soon, Ping made a surprising discovery. As long as resources were abundant, progress in body refinement was rapid. Was this swift advancement due to the foundation laid by his earlier consumption of numerous body refinement pills? Within a month, he had reached the mid-stage of the first tier of body refinement, depleting countless quantities of spirit beast meat and spirit rice. While the alchemy hall simply regarded him as a glutton without alarming anyone. Outside the steward hall, Mu Xingling summoned a jade-white airship, eliciting gasps of astonishment from many onlookers. Such a flying artifact was valued at 2,000 spirit stones, a sum that many disciples in the Mu family would toil a lifetime to earn. Countless gazes were fixed upon the airship, filled with awe, longing, and envy. Ping, however, arrived punctually, boarding the airship and departing from the Mu family estate. He did not encounter Mu Xingling, but instead was greeted by a ghostly maidservant, ethereal in appearance, her feet never touching the ground, exuding a chilling aura. "I am Yuehua. My master has instructed you to choose a room for your stay, Master Chen." This was a testament to the Mu family's profound heritage, as they employed such a young and beautiful ghostly cultivator. "Thank you, Miss Yuehua," Ping replied. Yuehua offered a faint, eerie smile before vanishing into the ship's structure. The jade-white airship, identical to Ping's, boasted 3 levels and numerous rooms. He selected a chamber to reside in, and under the watchful eyes of Mu Xingling, Ping refrained from taking out vitality pills for cultivation. Instead, he consumed essence pills to train in disguise. Such rich spiritual energy. Could it be that this airship is inscribed with a second-tier chi gathering array? However, Ping's 5 elements mixed spiritual root was too deficient. Now at the 12th level of chi refinement, using essence pills for cultivation was nearly futile. Accustomed to indulging in the invigorating essence of the vitality pill, the task of refining the ethereal energies of heaven and earth into his body felt somewhat disconcerting. As Ping had anticipated, Mu Xingling's ghostly servant was covertly observing him. Yuehua approached the main chamber to pay her respects to Mu Xingling. "Mistress, your enchanting servant's physical vitality is remarkably potent, suggesting she has cultivated a body refinement technique." Mu Xingling was seated in meditation, absorbing spiritual energy and purifying her spiritual force while dispelling any residual pill toxins, remaining unresponsive to her. After approximately 3 days of travel, Yuehua summoned Ping to the deck. Before a colossal mountain range abundant with or floated dozens of white jade airships. Upon stepping onto the deck, Ping beheld the alluring silhouette of Mu Xingling, who was engaged in conversation with the direct descendants of other families. Subsequently, the fleet of white jade airships descended in unison. A middle-aged man with a common demeanor and a sycophantic smile greeted Mu Xingling and her companions. "Welcome, esteemed immortals, to the Dafeng or mountain range." After a round of pleasantries, the group entered a lavish inn. Ping gleaned the location's significance, situated near the eastern wasteland market, renowned for its variety of precious stones. However, he was puzzled as to how the purple monkey flower related to the ore. That evening, Mu Xingling sought out Ping, stating, "Tomorrow, you shall enter the Ur mountain range for a month. Your task is to locate this type of ore." She delicately held a small, captivating piece of purplish red ore. "This is the essence young purple stone, a companion, or of the purple monkey flower. If you uncover this ore and continue to dig deeper, you may have the opportunity to find the purple monkey flower. This area is not under the jurisdiction of the Dongxian sect, and killing is not prohibited. You understand the significance of the purple monkey flower." Ping feigned an expression of obsession and fervor. "I shall surely retrieve this item for the master." Indeed, Mu Xingling remarked, slightly taken aback by Chen Ping's obsequious demeanor, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Her tone turned commanding. If you find the purple monkey flower, I will reward you with a night of servitude to fulfill my pleasures. Chen Ping was momentarily stunned, pondering if she truly viewed him as a mere servant, where serving her pleasures constituted a reward. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of excitement and fervor. Yes, mistress, I shall brave any peril to retrieve this item for you. Mu Xingling then advised. The Dafeng mountain range harbors numerous caves. The quantity of ore you excavate will determine your reward. Should you encounter any formidable beasts, prioritize your safety and retreat. Understood, mistress. Chen Ping responded with heightened enthusiasm. Internally, he harbored doubts about her concern for his well-being. No. She merely wished to safeguard her chance at entering the Dongxian sect. This expedition involved over a dozen families, and within the mountains, you must avoid them. Our family's direct descendants will not engage personally, each bringing their own servants. They will go to any lengths to rise above the rest, so exercise caution. With that, Mu Xingling waved her hand, returning to her meditative posture. The following morning dawned. Chen Ping, accompanied by 17 others, arrived at the foot of the mountain range. The boorish man from the marketplace, who had previously displayed a sycophantic demeanor, now wore a haughty expression, his eyes devoid of warmth. With a forced smile, he addressed the group. Esteemed friends, you shall enter the mine for a month. Here are the mining tools. Should you unearth valuable ores, feel free to seek me for acquisition. I assure you, the prices will be to your satisfaction. He distributed maps and mining equipment before ushering the group into the mountains. Exchanging glances, Chen Ping and his companions dispersed in different directions toward various mine entrances. The man's eyes glimmered with derision as he thought to himself, a pitiful bunch of unfortunate souls. However, being at the bottom of the cultivation world, he remained oblivious to the fact that within the mountain's caverns lay the elusive purple monkey flower. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Ping traversed numerous mine shafts, all of which were depleted of resources. Along the way, he encountered several weak first-tier beasts. Continuing on this path, the prospect of discovering the purple monkey flower within a month seemed increasingly unlikely. As a month swiftly passed, Chen Ping emerged from the mountain range, his body weary from the toil. During this time, he had explored dozens of mines without a trace of the coveted flower. The vastness of the Dafeng mountains made the search for the purple monkey flower a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he had extracted several high-quality first-tier ores, which could potentially elevate his Qizhu Jade Sword S grade. The absence of success for him did not equate to failure for others. Thus, amidst the mining efforts, Chen Ping continued to cultivate, seeking to enhance his own prowess. Upon exiting the mountain range, he found Mu Xingling and several other celestial scions awaiting him. "Did you find anything?" inquired one young gentleman. Chen Ping and his companions shook their heads. They opened their storage bags to inspect their findings. A young lady spoke coldly, demanding to see their results. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, revealing the contents felt like an invasion of privacy. He glanced at Mu Xingling, seeking her counsel. Mu Xingling replied, "Chen Ping, you must open your storage bag for inspection. The clues were discovered collectively, and anything of value must be verified. If you have nothing to hide, there is no need for concern." Chen Ping felt a pang of anxiety, fortunately. He had anticipated that Mu Xingling and the others would not relent without finding the purple monkey flower. He had discreetly concealed a storage bag within one of the mine shafts. Obligingly, Chen Ping opened his storage bag to reveal several bottles of vitality pills, energy pills, fasting pills, and recuperation pills, along with over 100 pounds of various ores. After the servants examined their own storage bags, it was confirmed that none had found the purple monkey flower. "Rest today and replenish your strength. We shall return to the mountains tomorrow," someone declared. Mu Xingling's expression remained serious as she stated, "Chen Ping, come with me." She led him into a private chamber, raised a barrier, and coldly inquired, "Did you discover any associated ores of the purple monkey flower?" Chen Ping shook his head, responding, in reply to the hall master, "I found none. I explored dozens of mine shafts, but did not uncover the purple monkey flower or its associated ores." Mu Xingling nodded slightly. "I anticipated this outcome. The first month was merely a preliminary trial. From here on, we must each employ our own means to search for the purple monkey flower. We shall not depart until it is found. Rest now. We will return to the mines tomorrow." "Understood, Hall Master," Chen Ping replied before taking his leave. Mu Xingling summoned her ghostly servant, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a cold, unfeeling light. "Yuewa, you will accompany Chen Ping into the mountain range tomorrow. keeping a close watch on those dozen or so servants. Should you discover anyone uncovering the whereabouts of the purple monkey flower, you must inform Qinping, and together, eliminate them to ensure we secure the flower. Yuo materialized, offering a graceful bow. Yes, master. Mu Xingling received word that other families of the three major sects in the eastern region had also caught wind of the purple monkey flower's location in the Great Wealth or mountain range, estimating their arrival within 2 to 3 months. At that time, obtaining the flower would become increasingly challenging. Qinping returned to his quarters to bathe and rest. A knock resounded at the door. He donned a fresh robe and called out, "Who is it?" "Senior brother Qin, it is I, Luo Chongji," came the voice from outside. Surprised, Qinping approached the door and opened it to reveal Luo Chongji. At 24, Luo had begun to grow facial hair, appearing somewhat more mature than before, lacking the youthful exuberance he once possessed. Qinping smiled. "Junior brother Luo, how did you know I was here?" Luo Chongji clasped his hands and replied with a grin. "It was senior sister Mu who informed us. She mentioned that the hall master brought you here for a task, and after some inquiries, I was able to locate your lodgings. In the vast expanse of thousands of miles, encountering a familiar face was indeed a joyous occasion." Luo then produced a storage bag, stating, "Senior brother Chun, within this bag are the materials for the demon bone blood you requested. After arriving here with senior brother Han and the others for half a month, I managed to gather 100 pairs. I happened to be in the vicinity for resupply and brought them for you." "Excellent," Qinping exclaimed, taking the storage bag and revealing a look of delight. He had been without the body-refining pill for half a month, making this the perfect moment for its concoction. Luo Chongji's visit had alleviated his pressing need. Qinping scratched his head. "However, I lack spirit stones at the moment and must return to the Mu family to provide you with them." Luo Chongji beamed. "What do you mean, senior brother? Do we not trust you?" "After discussing with junior brother Han and the others, we plan to stay here for no more than 3 months. The storage bag will be filled by then, and we must return to the Mu family to handle the materials for the bloodhorn cattle. Senior sister Mu mentioned that in your absence, she would cover the costs of these materials. Moreover, a month prior, you left us with 200 spirit stones, and based on the prices, we still owe you several hundred pairs of demon bone blood." Qinping glanced around. "But where are junior brother Fong and the others?" Luo Chongji explained. "I came alone to deliver supplies. Senior brother Fong and the others are still near the marshes. Now that I have delivered the goods, I will not linger and must return to slay the bloodhorn cattle." Without further ado, Luo Chongji departed. Watching his retreating figure, Qinping felt a sense of comfort. The following morning, Mu Xingling instructed Wei to slip into Qinping's sleeve and conveyed her intent. Once Qinping was prepared, they, along with the others, re-entered the Ur Mountains. This time, malicious gazes were repeatedly cast toward Qinping. He had a foreboding sense of what was to come. He initially pretended to arrive at a mine to excavate or seeking the whereabouts of the purple monkey flower. After half a day's time, Yuehua emerged from Qinping's sleeve, departing the vicinity to surveil the situation of others. Seizing the opportunity, Qinping retrieved his storage bag, extracted the Qingwan furnace, and commenced the refinement of body-enhancing elixirs. The smoke emanating from the elixir furnace penetrated into the mine, swiftly vanishing from sight. "What is happening? This mine I am in is not a dead end. Why does the smoke drift inside and then disappear?" Fortuitously, Qinping completed the refinement of a batch of body-enhancing elixirs, secured the Qingwan furnace, and ventured deeper into the mine. There, he discovered a fissure. The smoke had vanished here. Could it be that there is another path within? With a pinch of his fingers, Qinping unleashed a beam of golden light, blasting apart the pile of stones before him. With a resounding crash, a genuine path emerged from what was once a dead end. Qinping's spirit surged. He drew forth his Qizhu jade sword and strode into the dark, narrow new passage. After traversing an indeterminate distance, approaching yet another dead end, Qinping raised his sword and slashed at the stone wall. Moments later, a faint purple glow emanated from the wall. "This is the essence yang purple stone." His heart raced wildly, an impulse to howl and exhilaration surged within him. Chapter 66. The Plan of Deception. There exists the purple monkey flower nearby. Qinping stifled the urge to howl, a smile gracing his lips. This also unraveled one of his mysteries. Why Mu Xingling and others had received clues about the essence yang purple stone's location, while they had spent a month in the Mine Mountains without a trace of the purple monkey flower. It turns out someone had unearthed the essence yang purple stone and subsequently sealed the mine's passage to mislead others. Moreover, the individual who sealed this route possessed remarkable skills. Had it not been for Qinping's alchemical endeavors, he might never have noticed the smoke drifting inside. With utmost caution, Chen Ping utilized his golden light technique to carefully excavate the essence yang purple stone from the wall, fearful that a misstep might jeopardize the nearby purple monkey flowers. One of the 5 foundational spiritual herbs, the purple monkey flower is valued at 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones per bloom and is virtually unavailable on the market. It is a treasure that cannot be purchased even with wealth. After painstakingly digging for half a day, upon shattering the final thin layer of ore, a purple flower resembling a monkey appeared before Chen Ping. This flower did not root in the soil, but rather thrived within the essence yang purple stone. Or perhaps the purple monkey flower catalyzed the soil into essence yang purple stone. The purple monkey flower exuded a faint, enchanting fragrance that captivated the senses. The purple monkey flower. And there are 2. Chen Ping was both astonished and elated. He hastily retrieved a jade box from his storage bag, specifically designed to contain rare spiritual items and preserve their medicinal properties. With great care, he extracted the purple monkey flowers from their roots and placed them into the jade box. His heart raced with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ping began to clear away the traces of the essence yang purple stone. He could not claim these stones for himself. Subsequently, he inhaled deeply and began to silently contemplate the matters that lay ahead. 2 purple monkey flowers. How could he possibly extract them from the vast Dafeng mountain range without being discovered by Mu Xingling and her companions? Offering them to Mu Xingling was utterly impossible. He could not allow his enemies an increased probability of foundation establishment. Such an act would render him eternally devoid of freedom. Upon entering the mountain range, no one conducted body searches, yet upon departure, inspections of storage bags were inevitable. Attempting to swim through murky waters and evade everyone's scrutiny was not a viable path. What if he were to sneak out of the Dafeng mountain range? Chen Ping emerged from the mine and observed the perimeter of the mountains for a time. Surrounded by wooden barriers that appeared fragile, they were, in fact, fortified with restrictions. Though seemingly weak, they were sufficient to sense any entity attempting to leave the mountains. Should the restrictions be triggered, help would arrive immediately, exposing him in the process. Lost in contemplation, Chen Ping finally conceived a plan. If he could not act alone, he would employ demonic beasts to transport the items, thus avoiding suspicion. The Dafeng mountain range harbored numerous demonic beasts, posing a threat to other Qi refinement practitioners but not to Chen Ping. He would have to wait until the end of the month to execute this plan, ideally with the cooperation of Feng Xing and others. A united front would provide greater security and reliability. Moreover, he needed to stir the waters, ensuring that Mu Xingling would not obtain the purple monkey flowers while being unable to trace the blame back to him. This required careful arrangement. A fierce glint flickered in Chen Ping's eyes. This matter pertained to his path of foundation establishment. He would not yield nor retreat. Subsequently, Chen Ping began to gather some weaker demonic creatures. Upon encountering them, he only injured them without delivering the final blow, compelling these beasts to flee toward the mountain's exterior. After several days of meticulous observation, he noted that the restrictions had been triggered, and soon thereafter, practitioners from the mining site took to their flying artifacts in pursuit of these creatures. However, upon slaying the beasts, no one collected their remains. Instead, nearby loose cultivators dissected the carcasses. After all, the corpses of demonic beasts were of little worth compared to precious ores, and mishandling such remains posed a significant risk of infection. Chen Ping took in this scene, his heart ablaze with excitement. This could work. If he could conceal a storage bag within a demonic beast's body and send it charging out of the mountain range, he could not only bring back the purple monkey flowers, but also extricate his storage bag, while a single or even 2 beasts would be inconsequential. If he could amass dozens of them to charge out together, he could blend into the chaos. Chen Ping pondered this plan deeply, increasingly convinced of its feasibility. The first phase of the plan was complete. Next came the second phase. Chen Ping required a catalyst to serve as bait for this endeavor. He ceased mining, dedicating half of his time to cultivation and the other half to setting up the bait. His approach was simple. He feigned an air of mystery, igniting flames and creating smoke in various mines as a test. While others sought to mine as discreetly as possible, Chen Ping's contrarian tactics naturally drew attention. What was this fellow up to, darting back and forth between different mines? Zhang Ergu covertly observed Chen Ping's movements, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be that he possesses a unique method to locate the essence yang purple stone? Otherwise, he truly could not fathom the rationale behind Chen Ping's actions. He was certain that Chen Ping harbored secrets. Zhang Ergu shared the same status as Chen Ping, both hailing from a lineage of immortal cultivators, serving as mere pawns in the grand scheme. Such a role was not afforded to ordinary practitioners, and he naturally desired to make a commendable impression before his master. Having spent over a month and a half within the Great Feng Mountain Range, Zhang Ergu had yielded nothing. He remained in the shadows, refraining from immediate confrontation. Meanwhile, Qin Ping had long sensed Zhang Ergu's presence, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. The bait had proven effective. A sizable catch was soon to be ensnared. Unable to suppress his own avarice, he had ventured forth, inviting his own demise. Such was not Qin Ping's fault. As the end of the month approached, the crowd departed from the mountains, many fixing their gaze intently upon Qin Ping. Opening his storage pouch for inspection, Qin Ping revealed nothing of significant value. None had yet unearthed the purple monkey flower, which inevitably left the noble descendants of the immortal clans feeling disheartened. Qin Ping, follow me, commanded Mu Xingling coldly. Qin Ping entered her chamber, where Mu Xingling scrutinized him with a harsh gaze. Yuehua said you scarcely mind this month. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Qin Ping's apparent neglect led her to wonder if the slave mark had indeed failed. Upon examining Qin Ping's cultivation, she noted he remained at the 11th layer of qi refinement, far from escaping her control. Qin Ping's eyes gleamed with fervor, his tone charged with excitement. Mistress, allow me to clarify. I have discovered a shortcut to locating the purple monkey flower. He relayed the information about the essence yang purple stone, albeit omitting the crucial detail regarding the purple monkey flower. Mu Xingling's expression shifted, her brow arching slightly. Yuehua, you must immediately venture into the mountains to verify his claims. Chapter 67. Men die for wealth, beasts die for food. Yuehua departed for an hour before returning to report, Mistress, there is indeed a location of essence yang purple stone within the mine, and the purple monkey flower has been retrieved. Her words confirmed that Qin Ping had not deceived Mu Xingling. This revelation unsettled Mu Xingling, her previously composed countenance now betraying a change. Excellent, Qin Ping. You shall return to the mountains tomorrow. Should you discover the essence yang purple stone, notify Yuehua to inform me at once. If it pertains to foundational spiritual materials, and there is a genuine chance to secure it, I shall personally intervene. Yes, mistress. Qin Ping gazed at her intently, his fervent voice promising, I shall not disappoint you. A fleeting blush graced Mu Xingling's icy visage, a subtle reminder of the promise she had made to him 2 months prior regarding a night of passion. Her willingness to relinquish her purity as an obedient concubine had finally borne fruit. With a tone softened by inexplicable emotion, Mu Xingling instructed, you may retire and rest. As Qin Ping took his leave and returned to the inn, he found Fang Xing, Han Tongbao, Lin Feixian, and Luo Chong all present. Upon his entrance, they rose and clasped their hands in greeting. Senior Brother Qin. Calculating the time, several individuals left the Mu family and journeyed to this distant place, 8,000 miles away. The journey took nearly half a month, and the return would require the same duration. Now, having spent 2 months here, their storage bags were nearly full, and it was time to return to the Mu family to manage the supplies of the blood-horned Red Bull. Before departing, they needed to hand over the demon bone blood to Qin Ping. Brother Qin, we have a total of 400 pairs of demon bone blood materials, Qin Ping stated as he received the storage bag, and once again produced 200 spirit stones. However, Fang Xing and the others shook their heads in refusal. Brother Qin, last time you provided us with 200 spirit stones to alleviate our urgent needs. Now our storage bags are filled with materials. There is no need for you to give us a deposit. At present, they had reached the 10th level of qi refinement and had left their previous department to take on tasks in the Elders' Hall for income. Earning merely 10 spirit stones a month, their efforts over the last 2 months for Qin Ping had yielded each of them over 50 spirit stones. Having grown up together, they had experienced the vicissitudes of life and understood the preciousness of Qin Ping's assistance. They were also keenly aware of the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Qin Ping replied, for this month, do not return to the Mu family just yet. I require you to assist me with another task. One of my storage bags was taken by a demon beast in the mountains, and I intend to purchase some meat materials from you to lure the creatures out and retrieve my storage bag. You will guard the area and help me reclaim it. This payment is not only for the materials, but also for your assistance. What do you say? Unaware of Qin Ping's true intentions, they assumed he was in trouble and needed their help. The four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Qin, we will assist you. Qin Ping then indicated a specific location for them. In an effort to save money, they opted not to stay in an inn, but instead went directly to the designated spot to guard overnight. Once, Qin Ping had refrained from eating or drinking for 3 days and nights to avoid wasting the efficacy of his spirit pill. Now, these young men were so determined to save that they preferred to sleep outdoors rather than pay for a room. The next morning, Chen Ping arrived at the foot of the mountains and entered with the group. However, this time, upon entering the mountains, Chen Ping tore a travel talisman, swiftly distancing himself from the others, concealing his presence while intentionally revealing some flaws. Zhang Ergu, who had been observing Chen Ping for a month, quietly followed, taking advantage of the openings he had exposed. Chen Ping entered a mine, holding a torch that emitted smoke. Thus, he discovered yet another hidden cave. With a single spell, he shattered the rocks on the cave wall. The essence sun purple stone emitted a faint glow. Even Gui Pu Weihua, who had accompanied Mu Xingling and seen much of the world, gasped in astonishment. Essence sun purple stone. Chen Ping, you truly found the purple monkey flower. What? Essence sun purple stone? Purple monkey flower? Zhang Ergu, concealed in the shadows, felt a surge of urgency and rushed forward, shouting, hand over the purple monkey flower, and I will spare your life. As he spoke, he had already begun to gather his magical energy, poised to strike at any moment. However, he failed to notice that Chen Ping was already clutching a talisman in his hand. Chen Ping promptly activated the talisman, unleashing a torrent of formidable magical energy that surged forth, manifesting as a droplet of light aimed directly at Zhang Ergu. No, Zhang Ergu, sensing the overwhelming power characteristic of a foundation-building cultivator, felt an overwhelming terror seize him, his eyes wide with despair. With a thunderous crash, his corporeal form was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by the weight of that luminous droplet. A cold glimmer flickered in Chen Ping's eyes. Self-destruction is a choice. I bear no responsibility. He then turned to Weihua. Miss Weihua, I have located the pure young purple stone. Please summon our lord to this place. Excellent, Weihua responded, her excitement palpable, a hint of admiration gleaming in her pale eyes. Chen Ping, please wait here. I will immediately fetch the lord for the purple monkey flower. With that, she swiftly departed. Chen Ping exhaled a few breaths, steadying his mind, his gaze cold and resolute. The next step is the most crucial part of the plan. He hastily exited the mine, discarding the flesh of the blood-horned Red Bull from his storage pouch to deliberately attract nearby beasts. He then released a prepared spider demon from another cavern, stuffing the pouch containing all his possessions into it. Before long, dozens of beasts came rushing towards the scattered meat, the spider demon blending seamlessly among them. These creatures charged wildly toward the outskirts of the Dafeng mountain range. For wealth, humans die. For food, beasts perish. After ensuring all was in place, Chen Ping returned to the mine containing the pure young purple stone to await further developments. Time ticked away slowly. Master, it lies just ahead, came Yuehua's eerie voice from within the cavern. Chen Ping soon beheld the alluring figure of Mu Xingling. I greet the lord. Upon seeing the intact pure young purple stone embedded in the rock face, Mu Xingling's composure wavered, and she immediately issued a command. Yuehua, pry open the pure young purple stone. Yes, master. With her ghostly hands raised, Yuehua summoned her magical prowess to erode the stone. Sizzle. The pure young purple stone emitted the sound of being corroded and scorched, crumbling into small fragments that fell away. Chen Ping remained vigilant, his tension mounting. At this moment, Mu Xingling was already ensnared. It remained to be seen whether Zhang Ergu's associates would prove competent. After a brief interval, the purple monkey flower began to come into view. Mu Xingling's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips curving into a slight smile. The purple monkey flower can enhance the probability of foundation establishment by half primarily. It elevates spiritual awareness and divine consciousness, and for me, it could increase the probability by a full 10%. Just then, voices from other cultivating families echoed through the mine. Ha ha ha. Xingling, why did you not inform us of your discovery of the purple monkey flower? Mu Xingling's expression changed drastically. Chapter 68. The plan succeeds. The purple monkey flower obtained suddenly. A dozen elegantly dressed, distinguished cultivators entered the cramped mine, followed closely by their respective attendants. Mu Xingling's serene face turned cold as she replied, I discovered the purple monkey flower. Why should I notify you? The leading male cultivator spoke. Mu Xingling, your words are misguided. The clues were discovered collectively, and this purple monkey flower is a treasure we all share. Indeed, well said, the others echoed in agreement. Mu Xingling let out a cold snort. The market price of the purple monkey flower is 2,600 spirit stones. I shall give each of you 260 spirit stones. The leading male cultivator's tone turned harsh. Mu Xingling, are you trying to dismiss us like beggars? Who among us is not a direct descendant of a prestigious family? Do you think we lack your meager 2 or 300 spirit stones? This purple monkey flower only enhances our foundation establishment success rate by 0.5%, but for someone like you, who has already attempted foundation establishment. It would yield a full percentage. Mu Xingling's expression turned icy. Jean Melong, what exactly are you implying? Jean Melong sneered. The families from the other 3 sects will arrive within half a month. We have been in this Dafeng mountain range for over 2 months. And we have only now discovered a single purple monkey flower. If you wish to claim this flower, it is not impossible. As long as you pledge a heart demon vow and marry me as your partner. As his words fell, Mu Xingling's resolve was unwavering, her heart ruthless. She immediately raised her hand, unleashing a spell that reduced the purple monkey flower embedded in the stone wall to ashes. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Unable to react, even Qinping, who had devised this plan, was taken aback, gasping inwardly. This woman is fierce and decisive. She chose to destroy the foundation cultivation material rather than succumb to coercion. If I cannot have it, then no one else shall. Jean Melong stood dumbfounded. While the others behind him wore expressions of incredulity, the invaluable purple monkey flower had been destroyed just like that. Mu Xingling regained her composure. Her voice cold. Since the purple monkey flower is gone, there is nothing more to discuss. Qinping, let us return to the Mu family. Qinping was momentarily stunned. But after a brief pause, he regained his senses. Yes, Palace Master. Although the process was unexpected, the outcome was achieved. Mu Xingling did not obtain the purple monkey flower. And he could not be held accountable for this matter. As Mu Xingling led Qinping out, the group of cultivators parted to make way. Upon exiting the mine, Mu Xingling elegantly gestured, transforming her hairpin into a magnificent white jade airship, which carried Qinping directly towards the direction of the Mu family. Standing on the deck, Qinping glanced down and even saw Fang Xing and a few others struggling to slay demonic beasts. His heart steadied slightly, yet maintaining the facade was essential. He turned to Mu Xingling, a look of dissatisfaction and intense frustration on his face. Palace Master, are we leaving just like this? Mu Xingling's gaze was indifferent. The purple monkey flower is gone. We can await news of the next foundation cultivation material. Then, with a teasing glint in her eyes, she looked at Qinping. What, do you wish for me to marry someone else? Of course not. Qinping, feigning submission, gritted his teeth and declared, any man who dares to lay a finger on the Palace Master, I will kill him. Mu Xingling suspected nothing. A devoted servant was indeed fervent and obsessed with their master, obeying her commands while viewing her as a treasured possession, allowing no one else to touch her. Moreover, a single servant could only exist for one master. Mu Xingling let out a cold laugh and said, Qinping, open your storage bag for me to inspect. Without asking any questions, Qinping dutifully complied and opened his storage bag. Inside, there were only some ores, elixirs, and spirit stones. Indeed, she did not fully trust him. Even at this late stage, she still harbored doubts. It seemed that he could not return to the East Wilderness for the time being, lest she grow suspicious of him. Qinping resolved within himself, feeling fortunate that he had sent Fang Xing and others to collect the blood of demon bones, thus sparing himself from having to return to the East Wilderness. This incident had further elevated his understanding of Mu Xingling's character, calculating, ruthless, and decisive. After inspecting the storage bag, Qinping proceeded to finalize his plans, his gaze fixated on Mu Xingling with fervent admiration. Mistress, I have found the purple monkey flower, as you promised me. Mu Xingling's delicate face flushed slightly, her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on Qinping as she replied indifferently, although you have found the purple monkey flower, I have not received it. Therefore, you have not completed your task and will not receive my reward. Qinping felt a sigh of relief. If Mu Xingling were to fulfill her promise, he would find himself in a predicament. Thus, this plan was considered a complete success. Half a day later, Fang Xing, Han Tongbao, Lin Feishin, Luo Chengji, and the others, having slain the demon beasts, retrieved Qinping's storage bag from the belly of a spider demon. They had no time to rest and hurried to the inn to find Qinping, only to be informed by the innkeeper that he had already left. And the members of the cultivation families had returned to their respective clans. They had come up empty-handed. What shall we do with Qinping's storage bag? Greed whispered to them, urging them to open it, for they could reap considerable rewards. Qinping had previously given them 400 spirit stones. His storage bag must contain a significant fortune. The four exchanged glances, and Luo Chengji spoke up, since Brother Chen has returned with Mistress Mu to the Mu family. We should also return to the Mu family and return the storage bag to Brother Chen. Brother Luo, don't you wish to? Luo Chengji interrupted them without hesitation. I only know the importance of gratitude. If we were to tamper with Brother Chen's storage bag, how could we ever face Sister Mu or Brother Chen again? Let us not forget that it was Brother Chen who lent us a helping hand when we were at our most difficult. Fang Xing, Han Tongbao, and Lin Feixin wore expressions of shame, each slapping themselves. Deep inside, Luo Chongji silently thought, "Brother Chen, this way, my debt to you will be repaid." Half a month later, Chen Ping was cultivating at his own dojo. With the supply of body-refining pills and powders restored, the pace of his physical cultivation had resumed. If he could break through to the second tier of body refinement before reaching the 15th level of qi refining. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. "Junior brother Chen, are you home?" It was Mu Luofei. Chen Ping went to open the door, a smile gracing his face. "Sister Luofei, what brings you here?" Mu Luofei handed him the storage bag, saying, "This is your storage bag. Junior brother Fong and the others asked me to return it to you." Chen Ping accepted the storage bag, noticing that the restrictions had not been tampered with, and he breathed a sigh of relief. 2 purple monkey flowers. And now they have truly fallen safely into my hands. Chen Ping chuckled and remarked, "Why don't they come to return them themselves?" Mu Luofei shot him a glance and explained, "They returned to the Mu family yesterday to rest for the night and set off for the eastern wilderness again this morning." Chen Ping nodded and then said, "Sister Luofei, you've come at the perfect time. I have a favor to ask. I wish to upgrade my Qi Zhu Yujian. During my recent expedition with the Palace Master, I collected a considerable amount of ore." Mu Luofei's beautiful eyes immediately narrowed into crescent shapes. "Resembling a little treasure seeker, let me have a look." Chen Ping welcomed her into the dojo. In the past, she would have forcefully entered Chen Ping's courtyard without him needing to say a word, yet now, she required an invitation to step inside. Time, and its subtlety, alters every individual. Chapter 69. The Guo family auction. Chen Ping had already reached the 12th level of Qi training. Yet his Qi Zhu Yujian remained a low-grade artifact of the first tier. This limitation hindered his martial prowess. Having mined a significant amount of ore from the Dafeng vein, he could enlist a craftsman to infuse the ore into the Qi Zhu Yujian, thereby enhancing its quality. After examining Chen Ping's ore, Mu Luofei smiled and said, "Junior brother Chen, your collection of ores is quite comprehensive. You can use 10 spirit stones to elevate the grade of your Qi Zhu Yujian." Chen Ping replied, "I am not acquainted with any craftsman. I must trouble you, Sister Luofei." Mu Luofei gently patted her ample chest, beaming with a smile. "Very well. I shall take care of this matter for you. It will be accomplished within a month at most." She hurriedly took Chen Ping's ore and Qi Zhu Yujian and departed, likely preoccupied with breaking through to the 12th level of Qi training. Acknowledging her kindness, Chen Ping silently appreciated Mu Luofei's favor. The Qingyu bamboo in the courtyard was also nearing the mid-stage of the first tier. Watching Mu Luofei's alluring figure depart, Chen Ping gently shook his head and rose to head towards the spirit cuisine hall of the alchemy pavilion. He could not miss out on the complimentary spirit beast meat and spirit rice. Upon arriving at the spirit cuisine hall, he found only a sparse number of disciples from the alchemy pavilion dining, with more being the miscellaneous disciples. Su Fengshan entered the hall, leading a young boy, and kindly explained to him, "From now on, you will be dining here," before bringing the boy to Chen Ping. "Junior brother Chen, this is our newly arrived junior brother Du. Junior brother Du, this is your senior brother Chen, who, despite his youth, has already attained the 11th level of Qi training and is currently striving for the foundation establishment stage." Junior brother Du immediately wore a look of astonishment. Gazing at Chen Ping with disbelief, his tone respectful, "Greetings, senior brother Chen." Chen Ping was taken aback. It was quite rare for newcomers to arrive at the alchemy pavilion. He smiled, "There is no need for formality. Junior brother Du, please sit down and share a meal with us." Su Fengshan grinned, saying, "Junior brother Du should be the last disciple I personally brought before leaving the Mu family." Chen Ping nodded. "In another 6 years, senior brother Su, you shall regain your freedom." Calculating this, he realized he had been in the alchemy pavilion for a decade and had been in the Mu family for 15 years. Su Fengshan chuckled. "Indeed, then I can enjoy a leisurely retirement. Junior brother, you are now 24 years old. When do you plan to break through to the 12th level of Qi training?" Chen Ping managed a wry smile as he touched his nose and remarked, "It should be soon. I have long since lost my potential. I can only hope my grandson will succeed." Su Fengshan's eyes brimmed with longing for foundational cultivation. He tirelessly refined elixirs day and night, and despite his cultivation at the 11th stage of Qi refinement, at 68 years of age, his hair had turned completely white. After satiating his hunger and thirst, Chen Ping departed from the pill hall. Instead of returning to the dojo, he produced a flying gourd and leisurely made his way to Baishaofeng Market. The token left to him by old Gu had just reacted, indicating that a small auction was about to commence. Ping intended to auction off the body-refining elixirs he had concocted while also seeking to procure some beneficial items for himself, while others possessed precious tools yet felt lost. Ping found himself burdened with a considerable fortune, grappling with uncertainty on how to spend the 3,800 coins he possessed. Upon arriving at Bai Shafang Market, he passed by Mu Wadi's shop, where she was sweetly bidding farewell to a customer. Noticing Ping's figure approaching, she raised her hand but ultimately lowered it, refraining from greeting him. Ping reached Wandao Pavilion and headed directly to the Gu family's counter, only to find Zhou there. "Zhou, where is old Gu?" he inquired. A hint of sorrow flickered in Zhou Ying's eyes as she replied, "Grandfather passed away last month." Ping clasped his hands in condolence. "My deepest sympathies, Zhou." "Thank you." Zhou Ying returned the gesture. "I would like to invite you to a private room for a discussion." She led Ping to an elegant chamber, leaving a maid to guard the counter. Once seated, Zhou Ying displayed a faint smile. "The auction is scheduled for 3 days hence. The invitation has already been dispatched. May I inquire how many body-refining elixirs you have prepared?" With old Gu's passing, the Gu family's business had suffered a significant blow, especially with her, a granddaughter, at the helm, which led to widespread discontent and distrust. To successfully inherit old Gu's legacy, this auction was critical, and the sale of Ping's body-refining elixirs was of utmost importance to her. Ping smiled. "I have only 5 bottles. That should suffice." Zhou Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement, her body quivering slightly, her alluring figure betrayed by the rising and falling of her chest. Body-refining elixirs are exceedingly rare. Should there be more, their value may diminish. Ping was well aware of the elixir's worth and inquired what valuable items might be available at the Gu family's auction. Zhou Ying's lovely face flushed with embarrassment. "As I have only recently taken charge, many acquaintances do not yet trust me, and some particularly fine items were not submitted for prior listing. We will only discover them on the day of the auction." Ping nodded. "When shall I attend the auction?" Zhou Ying smiled. "You may accompany me shortly." She added, "Regarding the matters you entrusted to me last time, I have made some progress. We can discuss it on the way." "Very well," Ping replied with a smile. Zhou Ying's adeptness was evident. Following her would allow Ping to disseminate news of the body-refining elixirs, attracting more participants to the auction and enticing them to present their fine goods. Upon leaving Wandao Pavilion, Zhou Ying summoned a white jade flying vessel, which contained 2 elegant chambers, perfectly accommodating their need for separate respite. Aboard Zhou Ying's celestial vessel, she spoke. "First and foremost, the batch of elixirs that Daoist Chen acquired previously has been successfully procured by my kin, valued at a total of 50 spirit stones." She produced a storage pouch, allowing Ping to inspect its contents. Ping nodded in satisfaction and promptly transferred 50 spirit stones to Zhou Ying. "The second matter pertains to the second-tier spirit fire that you have been searching for. Our family has received news indicating a lead, but I must wait until we arrive at the clan to divulge further details to Daoist Chen." Ping's eyes brightened with excitement. "Excellent. The efficiency of the Guo family is indeed commendable." Given these 2 matters, Ping resolved to maintain his connection with the Guo family. As for the second-tier demon core and the century-old spirit milk, there has been no progress, though inquiries have been made through contacts in the eastern wilderness. This endeavor is indeed underway, and the resources provided by the Guo family are substantial. Ping remarked with a smile, "I appreciate your efforts, Zhou Daoist. I shall cover all expenses incurred in this endeavor." Zhou Ying nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Her vessel, capable of soaring 2,000 miles daily, was a mere 500 spirit stones more costly than the Baiyu flying boat, despite offering only 2 additional private chambers. After 3 days of travel, they found themselves 6,000 miles away, precisely at the edge of the eastern Xuanzong's dominion. Here, Ping encountered the Guo family, residing within a magnificent city bustling with no less than 1 million mortals. Ping had visited several cultivation families, but among Qi refinement clans, the Guo family stood out as the most prosperous and formidable, leaving him in awe of their profound heritage. "Perhaps one day, should I find myself unable to elevate my realm, I too shall establish a cultivation lineage." As the ship descended into the opulent palace city, a bevy of youthful and lovely maidservants greeted Zhou Ying. "Miss, is she not the clan leader?" Ping pondered. Sensing his confusion, Zhou Ying smiled and clarified. "The current clan leader is my mother." "Ah," Ping replied, understanding dawning upon him. Zhou Ying continued, "This auction is of great significance to our family. My mother has spared no expense in hiring a foundation establishment rogue cultivator for protection. She is likely occupied with arrangements for entertaining the auction guests." Ping nodded. Recognizing the strength of the Guo family's resources in employing a foundation establishment cultivator for such an event, Zhou Ying led Qin Ping to an elegant courtyard to rest. Daoist Qin, tomorrow you may use the hidden passage within the courtyard to attend the auction. Qin Ping nodded, handing her 5 vials of body-refining elixirs in advance. This gesture stirred excitement within Zhou Ying, causing her to tremble slightly. Thank you for your trust, Daoist Qin. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Ying took her leave. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Ping shook his head slightly. During their interactions over the past few days, he sensed her subtle attempts at allure, yet he found it inconsequential. Her methods were rather discreet, not qualifying as sinister enchantments, merely temptations and suggestions. Furthermore, he did not favor Zhou Ying's type of female cultivator. Her tactics held no sway over him. Qin Ping retrieved a pill and consumed it for cultivation purposes, as it was essential to enhance his prowess wherever he went. On this day, numerous luminous flying vessels arrived at the Guo family's palace city. The following day dawned. Qin Ping entered the auction held by the Guo family through a hidden passage in the courtyard. This venue resembled a small palace beneath the ground, both clandestine and opulent. Transforming his appearance and aura, Qin Ping slipped into a private box. Unlike the bustling black market auction attended by hundreds, this gathering hosted approximately 100 guests, a testament to the Guo family's extensive connections. Zhou Ying, adorned in an elegant and noble attire, ascended the auction stage with poise and acumen, addressing the esteemed guests. Welcome, fellow cultivators and honored seniors, to this auction. I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter and present the first item for bid. A dagger-like magical artifact, exuding a menacing aura, was displayed. What an intense malevolence! What grade of artifact could this be? If I possessed such a weapon, wouldn't my combat prowess increase by 20%? An enhancement of such magnitude is indeed significant. It would afford me greater safety in my travels. The eyes of several cultivators gleamed with excitement, eager to act. Zhou Ying continued with a smile. This artifact was once a second-tier weapon, but due to certain circumstances, its grade has diminished, revealing its malevolent energy. It currently stands as a first-tier high-grade artifact. With diligent nurturing, it can be restored to its former second-tier status. The starting bid was set at 200 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10 stones. Qin Ping was taken aback. A first-tier high-grade artifact starting at 200 spirit stones is quite a considerable price. Once restored, it would be valued in the thousands. Such an artifact could be passed down through generations, serving purposes from chi refinement to foundation establishment, ultimately saving hundreds of spirit stones. Zhou Ying's formidable opening bid showcased the Guo family's solid foundation. Qin Ping felt reassured. It appeared that his body-refining elixir would not go unsold and might even fetch a high price. With a calm gaze, he observed the bids rise. Although this artifact was impressive, it was a dagger, whereas he practiced sword techniques, making it incompatible with his skills, unless he were to discover a blade technique superior to the Four Seasons sword technique. Ultimately, this first-tier high-grade artifact was acquired for 600 spirit stones, causing Zhou Ying's cheeks to flush with a hint of confidence. Following this, the auction proceeded with various rare first-tier materials, such as beast hides, ores, talismans, and techniques. As the event approached its conclusion, the atmosphere among the attendees grew increasingly vibrant. Next came the penultimate item for auction. Zhou Ying, with her delicate hand, presented a prismatic copper mirror from the tray. This item, named the Radiant Prism, was a first-tier high-grade defensive artifact. Infusing her spirit energy into it, a brilliant light erupted, forming a protective, angular shield around her, appearing remarkably sturdy. This caught Qin Ping's eye, stirring his interest. He was in need of a reliable defensive artifact, especially as he planned to venture out to gather materials for foundation establishment. Caution was prudent. However, few seemed interested in this item, as most chi refinement cultivators seldom encountered peril within their families. Zhou Ying cheerfully announced, "The starting bid is 300 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10 spirit stones." Upon the announcement of the price, many were dissuaded. Specialized defensive artifacts are scarce in the market. Most artifacts are either for flight or offensive purposes. Rarity enhances value. Qin Ping promptly declared 320 spirit stones. A few individuals began to raise the bid, 330, 340, 360. Qin Ping furrowed his brow. Were these raised bids orchestrated by the Guo family, or was there truly someone contesting him? Nevertheless, he was determined to acquire this item and continued to bid, 380. The price swiftly escalated to 500 spirit stones. Someone scoffed. Is 500 spirit stones truly worth it for a superior defensive artifact? Defensive artifacts are not as valuable as offensive ones. Chen Ping too felt it was excessive. Yet this was his first encounter with a defensive artifact, and he did not wish to miss the opportunity. He finally bid 550 spirit stones. A few individuals cast cold glances at Chen Ping, ceasing their bids. 550 for the first time, second time, third time. Congratulations to the friend from Box 36 for securing the Radiant Prism. Zhou Ying smiled brightly. Next, we present the final auction item, the Body Refinement Pill. The Body Refinement Pill is rare and not found in the Eastern region's cultivation world. Its purpose is to assist late-stage Qi refining cultivators in overcoming physical bottlenecks, enhancing cultivation speed, and increasing foundation establishment probabilities. This auction was fortunate to feature 5 vials, starting at 30 spirit stones, with a minimum bid increment of 50 spirit sands. Upon this announcement, many attendees felt their breaths quicken with anticipation. Numerous individuals had come specifically for the Body Refinement Pill. 32 spirit stones. 34 spirit stones. Fellow cultivators, I have been stuck at the 11th layer of Qi refining for quite some time. I urgently need the Body Refinement Pill. Who isn't? 35 spirit stones. Chen Ping's eyes sparkled. 37 spirit stones. Now auctioning his own item, he could also act as a shill, raising the price. After all, the higher the price, the greater his profit. Currently, deducting material costs, he would earn at least 30 spirit stones per vial of Body Refinement Pill. This was far more lucrative than concocting spirit awareness pills. Chapter 71. Profitable Body Refinement Pills. 39 spirit stones. 41 spirit stones. The price gradually escalated, surpassing the 40 spirit stone threshold, yet the number of bidders dwindled. Chen Ping's heart raced. Is this the thrill of profiting at an auction? 43 spirit stones. 43 for the first time, second time. 44 spirit stones. 44 for the first time, second time, third time. Congratulations to the friend from Box 67 for acquiring the Body Refinement Pill. The auction concluded successfully. Zhou Ying, equally exhilarated, bore a blush upon her cheeks, her figure radiating excitement. Next, please proceed to the back to collect your auction items and spirit stones. As Zhou Ying descended from the auction stage, the attendees from the box began to exit in succession. Chen Ping was also thrilled, with the Body Refinement Pill sold at 44 spirit stones after deducting costs. He netted a profit of 40 spirit stones per vial. The art of alchemy is indeed highly lucrative. Before leaving the box, a maid from the Guo family approached, holding a tray with a piece of paper. Chen Ping unfolded the note, which bore a single line: second-tier spirit fire, cold ice ghost fire. Suspected to be located 5,000 miles away at the Cloud Ice Mountain. A subtle smile graced Chen Ping's lips as he thought. The Guo family chose to inform me about my sister's spirit fire only after the auction concluded. Reducing the note to ashes, he proceeded backstage. Zhou Ying personally greeted Chen Ping, saying, Daoist Chun, here is the Radiant Prism you successfully bid for. Chen Ping produced 550 spirit stones, handing them to Zhou Ying, before receiving the Radiant Prism along with the corresponding refining incantations. The auction had garnered 220 spirit stones from the sale of 5 bottles of Body Refining Pills, and after deducting the auction's 10% fee, Zhou Ying presented Chen Ping with his 200 spirit stones. While he accepted the stones with a calm demeanor, his heart raced with excitement. Zhou Ying ushered Chen Ping into an elegant private room, stating, Daoist Chen, following today's auction, the Body Refining Pills will gain significant notoriety. You need not worry about selling them in the future. My Guo family wishes to establish a long-term partnership regarding the Body Refining Pills. Chen Ping's expression shifted slightly. What does this long-term partnership entail? With a smile, Zhou Ying explained. The Guo family will purchase the Body Refining Pills from you at 44 stones each and sell them at 46. Furthermore, you will be able to utilize our channels to gather information without incurring any fees. Additionally, we will ensure the confidentiality of your identity through a solemn vow, safeguarding your existence. Chen Ping fell into contemplative silence, while Zhou Ying felt a twinge of nervousness. After a considerable pause, Chen Ping finally replied, The Guo family's sincerity is commendable. I accept. The Body Refining Pills will be delivered every 6 months. He acknowledged that he needed time to gather foundational spirit materials and could not commit to monthly deliveries. Thus, a 6-month interval seemed prudent. Very well. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement. With Chen Ping's Body Refining Pills, she would be able to confidently occupy her position behind the counter at the Wanbao Pavilion. Daoist Chun, you may rest at the Guo family for 2 days before returning to Baishafang City. Qinping intended to stay, as he wished to master the crafting of the radiant prism before departing. At that moment, a maid arrived to escort Qinping away. Soon after, a tall, alluring, and dignified middle-aged woman emerged. Upon seeing the elegant lady, Zhou Ying promptly stood and called out, "Mother." The matriarch of the Guo family had been working behind the scenes, orchestrating affairs without revealing herself. Her demeanor reflected both the stature of a family head and the reality that many men sought her attention as a widow. In a cold tone, Madame Guo inquired, "Has Qinping agreed?" Through a mix of persuasion, Daoist Chun has acquiesced, Zhou Ying replied, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "Mother, why resort to such tactics to secure his collaboration with the family? The radiant prism could have been sold to him at a mere 300 stones, which would surely have endeared him to our Guo family." Madame Guo smiled gently. "Ingo, I understand your admiration for Qinping, but the only ones capable of safeguarding our Guo family are foundation-building cultivators. The chasm between foundation building and qi refining is vast. Investing too much in a qi refining cultivator is imprudent. You are aware of how difficult it is to accumulate the 250 stones in profit." Zhou Ying bitterly nodded. Madame Guo remarked, "Now that we, as orphans and widows, have managed to establish ourselves, as for Qinping, should he succeed in foundation building, I shall host a banquet to atone for my wrongs." 3 days later, in a serene and elegant courtyard, Qinping finally grasped the radiant prism. Reciting the incantation, he infused his spiritual energy into the artifact, and a solid light shield instantaneously enveloped him, bestowing upon him an immense sense of security. The cost was indeed steep. Activating it once required 10 spirit stones, which left Qinping feeling somewhat pained, as he had not anticipated that a high-grade artifact at this level would be so expensive. Yet, in critical moments, preserving one's life made those 10 spirit stones seem hardly exorbitant. After placing the radiant prism into his storage pouch, Qinping sought out Zhou Ying to take his leave. At that moment, he beheld the cold and noble Madame Guo. This widow was truly stunning. Was she truly Zhou Ying's mother? While Qinping could withstand the allure of both Zhou Ying and Mu Xingling, the sight of Madame Guo, resembling a luscious peach, made his gaze involuntarily heat up. When the two women stood together, they appeared more like sisters than mother and daughter. However, Madame Guo secretly harbored a negative impression of Qinping. This Qinping shows no reaction towards Ying, yet gazes at me with such fervor. Does he prefer my type? Zhou Ying spoke, Qin Daoist. Today my mother and I shall swear our oaths of inner demons before you. Very well. Qinping quickly regained his composure, retracting his gaze. Zhou Ying and Madame Guo then recited the prearranged oaths. Only then was Qinping satisfied to take his leave. He summoned the white jade flying ship, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Qin Daoist possesses a white jade flying ship worth 3,000 spirit stones. His family's wealth is indeed substantial, Zhou Ying mused in astonishment. Madame Guo huffed softly. I wonder which family's young master he is. Inger, from now on, aside from medicinal pills, you should limit your interactions with him. After acquiring the white jade flying ship, Qinping was using it for the second time. He was not afraid of exposing himself before Zhou Ying, as they had sworn oaths not to reveal his existence. Upon learning of the whereabouts of the second-tier spirit fire, Qinping refrained from immediately heading to the Ice Cloud Mountain, which lay 5,000 miles away. He needed to at least break through to the 13th layer of qi refinement and restore his spiritual energy before he could confidently subdue the second-tier spirit fire. In the days that followed, life became considerably easier for him, as he would only need to refine body-tempering pills, thus freeing up more time for cultivation. After flying for several hours and covering a distance of 500 miles, suddenly, a spell surged from below, striking towards Qinping and causing the white jade flying ship to shake violently. 2 rogue cultivators, controlling a flying artifact, rapidly approached Qinping. Chapter 72, Rogue Cultivators Assault. Failed breakthrough. Qinping's expression turned cold. Rogue cultivators. He immediately stowed the white jade flying ship and descended to the ground. For remaining in the air would render him a living target in the eyes of the 2 rogue cultivators. He initially suspected that the Guo family had betrayed him, but quickly suppressed that thought. These 2 rogue cultivators must have been present at the auction, having set their sights on him during that event. The assailants were an elderly man and woman. Were they partners in crime? The old woman's expression darkened as she confronted Qinping, demanding, "Hand over the radiant prism, and I shall spare your life." Was she truly here for the radiant prism? Indeed, it seemed trouble had arisen from the auction. Qinping scoffed, retorting, "If I surrender the radiant prism, I shall merely await my death. This is the territory of the Eastern Xian sect. should you dare to commit robbery. The celestial guards will ensure your demise." The old man smirked menacingly. "Once you are dead, escaping the confines of the Eastern Shin sect will render us free from fear." Without further ado, he commanded, "Do not waste time. Let us act swiftly." The old woman hissed, raising her skeletal hands, from which dozens of tiny concealed weapons flew forth. Qin Ping, with an indifferent gaze, unleashed a spell of golden light, effortlessly neutralizing the onslaught of projectiles. In that moment, the old man lunged at him with a sword. Qin Ping's pupils constricted. The proximity indicated that they wished to prevent him from wielding the radiant prism. However, this played into his hands perfectly. With a swift motion, he drew a finely crafted iron sword from his storage bag. During his time mining in the Great Abundant Vein, he had contemplated upgrading his Chiju Jade Sword and had not failed to prepare several swords for himself. Even a superior iron sword could withstand only 3 of his strikes at most. Having reached the 12th level of Chi refinement, coupled with his physical training, his movements were astonishingly swift. He unleashed a wave of fiery sword energy. No, the old man's complexion shifted dramatically. How can you possess the cultivation of the 12th level of Chi refinement? He had struck a wall of steel. Yet, he had no time to evade. As the fiery sword energy engulfed him, resulting in a chilling scream before he was reduced to a charred corpse. "My husband!" The old woman cried out in despair, her eyes now brimming with venomous hatred as she glared at Qin Ping. "Beast, I shall slay you." Consumed by rage, the old woman, despite her inferior strength, charged at Qin Ping rather than retreating. "Die!" she roared, her skeletal hands reaching out towards him, fingers resembling those of a zombie. Unbeknownst to him, she had invoked some dark sorcery, her aura rapidly intensifying to a level that instilled a sense of danger within Qin Ping. "I cannot allow her to live, otherwise I may find myself in peril." Qin Ping raised an eyebrow, wielding his sword to unleash 2 more strikes of sword energy. With a resounding swish, the sword energy cleaved through the air, reducing the iron sword in his grasp to fragments. The 2 waves of energy struck the old woman, severing her hands into countless pieces. The old woman emitted a harrowing scream, her eyes wide with disbelief. "This is impossible. How can your power be so formidable?" Qin Ping wasted no breath and, raising his hand, cast another golden light spell that pierced through her skull. The old woman's body crumpled to the ground. It was disheartening that someone of her age and feeble strength would dare to engage in robbery. Yet, he understood that they were likely not seasoned bandits, as their methods were woefully inadequate. The reason behind their desire for the radiant prism was of little concern to Qin Ping. He was too preoccupied with his own struggles to delve into the stories of others. Merely extending a hand to his former peers was already beyond his limits. Qin Ping discovered 2 storage bags and a back mirror piece of the radiant prism from their bodies. Were these 2 individuals the former owners of the radiant prism, who had purchased it from them, only for them to subsequently eliminate that person and reclaim what was theirs? Qin Ping's complexion turned pale. The depths of this matter were indeed alarming. Fortunately, his strength was barely adequate. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences today. The methods employed by bandits to track cultivators were truly diverse. A first-tier high-grade magical artifact still retained a tracking backdoor. Henceforth, it would be wise for him to have his magical artifacts crafted by someone rather than purchasing them from the market. Otherwise, he might find himself in a perilous situation without even realizing it. Opening the 2 storage bags with a broken restriction talisman, Qin Ping curled his lip in disdain. They were quite impoverished. The combined worth of the 2 bags barely exceeded 100 spirit stones, containing only a few bottles of vitality pills and aphrodisiacs. Nevertheless, a modest gain was still a gain, adding an extra 100 spirit stones to his coffers. With 3,500 spirit stones remaining, he could afford a foundational cultivation pill. After collecting the vitality pills, he discarded the aphrodisiacs and cast a fireball technique, reducing the bodies to ashes. Qin Ping summoned his white jade airship once more and returned to the Mu family. 2 days later, upon his return to the Mu family, he first indulged in a hearty meal at the Spirit Meal Hall before retreating to his training grounds for cultivation. The days passed monotonously as he refined body-tempering pills and consumed medicinal elixirs. After 6 months, Qin Ping reached the pinnacle of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Then, an intuitive sensation arose within him. If spiritual consciousness were to combine with spiritual power in a surge, it would lead to the foundational stage. However, solely relying on spiritual power to advance would merely compress the spiritual energy and cyclone for the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Naturally, Qin Ping was not foolish enough to attempt breaking through to the foundational stage at this moment. Instead, he focused on the 13th layer of qi refinement. Soon, he encountered the difficulties and bottlenecks inherent in this endeavor. Despite possessing relatively pure spiritual power and a minimal amount of pill toxicity, it was still insufficient for the 13th layer of qi refinement. As he felt the bottleneck, realizing that he needed to compress the gaseous state to its utmost before transitioning to the liquid state of foundational magical power, Chen Ping's expression darkened. It was as though he had returned to the struggles of breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement from over a decade ago. With a cough, he spat blood, his complexion ashen. The strength of his physical body was inadequate to support the compression of the cyclone and further refine his spiritual power. Had he attempted to break through to the foundational stage at the 12th layer, he might have met with fatal consequences. His foundation was simply too weak. Very well, he thought. He would take his time and wait until he reached the late stage of the first tier of physical cultivation before proceeding. He felt an inexplicable urgency previously. He had estimated it would take 2 years to reach the 13th layer of qi refinement. Yet it had been less than a year, just 11 months, since he first attempted to break through to the 13th layer. This had been a painful lesson for Chen Ping. Marking his first failure in breaking through a realm, the experience was far from pleasant. He could only wait until his physical body grew stronger before furthering his cultivation, compressing the cyclone and refining his spiritual power. Immortality cannot be forced. One must tread carefully, diligently cultivating to glimpse even a sliver of hope. Calculating in his mind, he realized that it would take at least another 6 months for his physical body to reach the late stage of the first tier. In the span of these 6 months, Chen Ping was determined not to squander his time and was preparing to venture out in search of the whereabouts of the agate mushroom and the heavenly spirit fruit. At that moment, Mu Luofei arrived at his doorstep. For many years, Mu Luofei had always appeared to Chen Ping as a figure of grace, confidence, and beauty. However, today, as she sought him out, her complexion was slightly pale, and her breath was somewhat unstable. The smile on her face seemed forced. "Chen Shidi, are you at home? May I trouble you for a cup of tea?" Chen Ping nodded with a smile. "You are welcome at any time." He took out some green bamboo leaves to brew tea for Mu Luofei, and soon, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. The two sat beneath the eaves, Mu Luofei quietly observing Chen Ping's dojo while sipping her tea. Chen Ping remained silent, noting for the first time her frail and delicate demeanor. After a long while, Mu Luofei finally spoke. "Chen Shidi, I have failed to break through to the 12th level of qi refinement." Chen Ping was taken aback for a moment, recalling that during their last conversation, she had mentioned she would achieve this breakthrough within 6 months. Now, 10 months had passed, and yet she faced failure. With a calm smile, he replied, "Sister Luofei, do not lose heart. I, too, have experienced a setback in my breakthrough. This journey has imparted many insights. Immortality cannot be forced. We can only advance step by step, diligently cultivating our foundations to glimpse a ray of hope. You see, my own aptitude is lacking. I encountered a bottleneck at the 8th level of qi refinement when striving for the 10th. In retrospect, I realized my physical strength, spiritual awareness, and magical power are all insufficiently refined. Thus, I must further study a physical cultivation technique." "A physical cultivation technique?" Mu Luofei gazed at Chen Ping with thoughtful eyes. "No wonder you have undergone such significant changes in recent years. It is due to your practice of physical cultivation techniques." Chen Ping nodded. "Indeed. The early bird catches the worm. One cannot simply stifle oneself." For reasons unknown, Mu Luofei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Despite having interacted with numerous individuals over the years, she always found a sense of calm and comfort in Chen Ping's company. Rising to her feet, she performed a graceful bow to him, her tone significantly lighter. "In the past, I have shared teachings with you, but today, it is you who enlightens me. I am grateful." This marked the first time Mu Luofei had bowed to Chen Ping. Chen Ping hastily returned the gesture. "Sister Luofei, you flatter me. I have merely encountered many obstacles and gathered a few experiences to share." Mu Luofei smiled radiantly. "You, Chen Shidi, are always so humble and courteous." Chen Ping could only manage a wry smile. It was not humility that guided him, but rather a sense of inferiority, a fear of overstepping. As a rural boy thrust into the world of cultivation, without anyone to look out for him, he could only navigate with caution. Mu Luofei then said, "I shall not leave today. May I stay here with you, Chen Shidi?" "Of course, you are most welcome," Chen Ping replied with a smile. "From now on, Sister Luofei, feel free to visit me anytime. I will provide you with a token of restriction." "Absolutely not." Mu Luofei's pale cheeks flushed with a hint of color as she playfully scolded him. That would be quite improper. Qinping laughed heartily, as if you, Mu Luofei, have not acted improperly before. Inside, Mu Luofei felt a sense of comfort and joy, reassured by the trust Qinshidi placed in her. Even willing to hand over the talisman of the dojo's restrictions. Qinping smiled and said, Sister Luofei, you still have the Mu family to rely on. While I am not so fortunate, henceforth, I plan to venture out in search of opportunities for breakthrough and foundation establishment. Mu Luofei, invigorated, replied, I too shall strive diligently to surpass the 12th level of qi refinement and plan for my foundational establishment. As Qinping remarked, her background was far superior to his. Despite his setbacks and breakthroughs, he remained undeterred and intended to travel for opportunities. Therefore, she had even less reason to be disheartened. Soon after, Mu Luofei rose and headed to the kitchen. Qinshidi, today I shall prepare a meal for you. Qinping was taken aback. Sister Luofei, you can cook? Mu Luofei responded matter-of-factly, a woman must maintain her beauty, relying solely on pills for nourishment won't suffice. Occasionally, one must also cook. Qinping chuckled softly. Watching Mu Luofei busily in the kitchen, he couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. The seemingly unattainable Mu Luofei was actually preparing a meal for him. That evening, the two sat beneath the eaves, eating and drinking, engaging in light conversation until deep into the night. Mu Luofei, in a drunken stupor, wandered into Qinping's bedroom to sleep. Though she dozed off, traces of tears lingered in her eyes. Qinping sighed gently, approached her to tuck her in, and then quietly closed the door. He sat beneath the eaves, sipping on some spirit liquor, his gaze drawn to the luminous moon above. Mu Luofei was burdened with worries about the future, contemplating her ability to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This weighed heavily on the hearts of every qi refinement practitioner, instilling a constant fear of complacency. Mu Luofei felt this, and so did Qinping. Perhaps sometimes slower cultivation could be a blessing. Reaching 30 without achieving the 10th level of qi refinement might be advantageous, allowing one to live life free from the anxieties of foundational establishment. Marrying, having children, and forming a small cultivation family to enjoy a comfortable life in the latter half of one's days could be quite fulfilling. At the very least, one would not have traversed this world in vain. After pondering for a long while, when dawn broke, he left behind the dojo's restrictions, a vial of pills, and a note. He then proceeded to the pill hall to submit his tasks for this year and the next. This required him to seek the approval of the left hall master, hoping she would be amenable to his request. Despite having been in the pill hall for 11 years, the left hall master had not changed in the slightest, a testament not only to the longevity of foundation establishment practitioners, but also to the support of substantial financial resources. Hall master, I wish to embark on a distant journey to seek opportunities for breakthrough and foundational establishment. Hence I intend to submit the tasks for this and next year. Qinping respectfully reported. In truth, he was reluctant to meet the left hall master, uncertain if the turtle breathing technique could be concealed from her. Fortunately for him, the left hall master remained seated in the dojo, her eyes closed, not sparing him a glance. She merely moved her lips, uttering a melodious yet cold word. Granted, had she opened her eyes at that moment, she would have been astonished to discover that the 25-year-old Qinping had already reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement. Thank you, hall master. I take my leave, Qinping thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Exiting the pill hall, he summoned his flying gourd and leisurely made his way to Baishafeng Shi. Upon descending outside the bustling Baishafeng market, Qinping stepped into its vibrant expanse. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the diverse array of shops. The market primarily offered goods suited for the early to mid stages of qi refinement, with only a scarce selection available for those in the later stages. Most cultivators here were at the mid-level of qi refinement, with few having successfully transitioned to the later stages. Qinping made his way to the one-out pavilion, where he sought out Zhou Ying. Upon spotting Qinping, Zhou Ying greeted him warmly, her smile radiant. Please, Qin Daoyu, let us converse in a private chamber. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qinping followed her. In the half-year since their last meeting, Zhou Ying had matured significantly, her countenance blossoming with an alluring charm that was hard to resist. She exuded a captivating presence, effortlessly endearing herself to those around her. Qinping couldn't help but admire her transformation, noting that she now possessed a hint of the enchanting allure reminiscent of Madame Gua. He refrained from any improper thoughts, recognizing that a woman in business must adapt to thrive, lest she be left with nothing. Chapter 74. Wanhu Island. Following his encounter with Madame Gua, Qinping realized he had developed a preference for mature female cultivators, akin to the sweetness of a ripe peach. Yet he understood that such feelings were merely impulses, a yearning for carnal pleasures rather than genuine affection. Qin Ping was adept at controlling these urges. Upon entering the private chamber, he found himself stealing glances at Zhou Ying's charming visage before gently tapping his storage pouch to produce a dozen bottles of pills. Here, I have a total of 18 body refinement pills. Zhou Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qin Daoyu, in just half a year, you've managed to procure so many body refinement pills? Since the auction where these pills gained notoriety, numerous cultivators had sought her out for purchases, solidifying her position in the market. Apart from the annual black market auction, she was the sole channel for acquiring these coveted pills, necessitating good rapport to support her business. With a smile, Qin Ping shook his head. This is not from half a year. It's a year's supply. I plan to venture out soon in search of opportunities for a breakthrough. I may not return for 6 months, so I thought it prudent to bring a year's worth with me. In truth, he could produce even more body refinement pills, as he was currently capable of refining 6 batches per month. However, he calculated the risks. Oversupplying Zhou Ying might hinder the Guo family's ability to assist him. A strategy he had learned from them. To ensure a horse runs well, one must feed it just enough grass, but not too much. Zhou Ying paused for a moment. Then her face lit up with a sultry smile. 18 bottles of body refinement pills is indeed a substantial offering, showcasing your sincerity, Qin Daoyu. Had Qin Ping presented more, she might have questioned whether they were indeed of his own making. Zhou Ying handed over 792 spirit stones to Qin Ping. He smiled broadly as he accepted the stones, his wealth rapidly approaching the 5,000 spirit stone mark. Were it not for the unavailability of foundational spiritual materials, he could have solely focused on refining body refinement pills at home. However, under the governance of the Dongshan sect, such a luxury was unattainable. Zhou Ying remarked, Dear friend Chun, do remember to return to Baishaofeng City each year. If our family manages to collect anything that you desire, I can conveniently inform you. Understanding her words, Qin Ping nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qin Ping took his leave. As he departed, Zhou Ying let out a slight sigh. The previous occasion had been an opportune moment to deepen her relationship with Qin Ping. However, due to her mother's arrangements, she felt that their bond could have flourished further, and she could have earned more spirit stones. When Mu Luofei awoke, it was already dusk, and Qin Ping had been away the entire day. She unsteadily propped herself up, noticing the neatly arranged quilt over her, the closed door to her room, and her spirits lifted like never before. With a gentle smile, she removed her icy silk stockings and garments, heading to the spring within Qin Ping's dojo for a refreshing bath. After indulging in the soothing waters, she changed into a fresh outfit from her storage bag. Upon opening the door and stepping under the eaves, she discovered something left by Qin Ping. Picking up a note, she read, Sister Luofei, I look forward to our next meeting. Your junior has left you a bottle of body refining pills, which can assist in honing your physical form. After using them, you may mention my name to repurchase at the Guo family's counter in the Wanbao Pavilion. I require all the demon bone blood collected by Brother Luo. I would appreciate it if you could kindly advance the spirit stones. Mu Luofei glanced at the pill bottle and the dojo's restrictive token, her eyes slightly reddening. Soon after, her smile returned to its usual elegance and confidence. Since she was 8 years old, she had been caring for Qin Ping and 5 other celestial seeds in the Jiazi courtyard. Now, Qin Ping's thoughtful care touched her deeply, evoking feelings she had never experienced before. Having changed his appearance and aura, Qin Ping departed from Baishaofeng City, summoning a white jade airship and heading southeast. His first destination was to seek the information recorded by Lu Zian regarding the clues to the jade marrow herb. Its whereabouts were suspected to be in the southern One Island Lake, 13,000 miles away. This immense lake, vast as the sea, housed numerous immortal families that had settled there 2 millennia ago. Many islands within remained unexplored, and Lu Zian hailed from a family associated with One Island Lake, inadvertently obtaining clues about the jade marrow herb. However, due to her status as a rogue cultivator, she was expelled from the region and did not investigate promptly. This location is one of the few in the Eastern Domain's cultivation world that remains ungoverned by sects, thus many areas within remained uncharted, providing future generations an opportunity to seize foundational advancements. After 8 days of travel aboard the white jade airship, Qin Ping arrived at the outskirts of One Island Lake. He stowed the airship and stepped into the market of One Island Lake, first seeking out a rental agency. He controlled his aura to the 8th level of qi refining. A cultivator of only the 4th level approached him, rubbing his hands together with a fawning smile. Esteemed senior, are you looking to rent a room, purchase a maid, or inquire about information? Jinping replied, I wish to rent a room. Oh, esteemed senior, for rental matters, you should speak to Wang Anquan, the man said, still wearing a wide grin. I am a native of One Island Lake, and I am well acquainted with every street in this market. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Jinping responded, I am Tang Xing. Senior Tang, may I inquire what type of residence you seek? Wang Anquan asked. Jinping's expression remained impassive as he replied, Please, enlighten me about the available options. Certainly, Wang Anquan responded with a smile. The properties in Wanao Lake Square are categorized into the inner city, outer city, and alley districts. If you are a cultivator who has escaped from one of the 4 major sects, residing in the inner city would be your best choice. If you have offended an adversary and are seeking refuge, then the outer city is preferable. Should you merely be looking to settle in the square, I recommend starting with a courtyard in the alley district. The information was abundant, yet Jinping did not probe further, knowing that he would eventually grasp these matters. Wang Anquan indeed exhibited professionalism. Then lead me to view the courtyards in the alley district, Jinping instructed. Half a day later, Jinping chose a courtyard in Honglu Alley. The environment was serene, and most importantly, it was inconspicuous and secured. The annual rent was merely 3 spiritual stones. A remarkable bargain, though the neighboring Flower Willow Alley was bustling with numerous female cultivators conducting business, with their lewd calls echoing even in broad daylight. Jinping's neighbors were a talisman maker and a weapon refiner, as Wang Anquan mentioned, both of whom had resided there for over a decade. This will do, Jinping decided, offering 6 spiritual stones, paying 1 and depositing 1. Thank you, senior. Should you wish to inquire about local news, do not hesitate to seek me out. Wang Anquan, he said, receiving the spiritual stones with an obsequious smile before departing. Jinping settled into the small courtyard, simultaneously cultivating and beginning his search for the whereabouts of Yu Suizhi. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 75, Late Stage of Body Cultivation Level 1. A thick plume of white smoke billowed from the pool, where a handsome young man with an upright stature sat. His skin was a fiery red, akin to a boiled shrimp, as he absorbed the medicinal essence from the water. Jinping furrowed his brow, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his expression tinged with discomfort. The white smoke emanated from his flesh, indicating he was at a critical juncture. After 6 months of cultivation, he was on the verge of reaching the late stage of body cultivation level 1, currently breaking through the bottleneck of his physical form. Jinping had not anticipated that his poor innate constitution, despite possessing body refining pills, spiritual awareness pills, and peak cultivation at the 12th level of qi refining, would encounter such a barrier while striving for the late stage of body cultivation. Should he attempt to establish his foundation now, failure was assured. As the pool began to boil, a tremendous explosion occurred, scattering the medicinal liquid everywhere. Blood began to seep from Jinping's pores, a dark and foul-smelling fluid that clearly indicated it was old blood. However, as the blood oozed from his flesh, his expression gradually calmed, and his body ceased to tremble. With a sigh of relief, Jinping opened his eyes. I have finally broken through to the late stage of body cultivation level 1. The blood seeping from his flesh was akin to a blood transfusion, enhancing his strength. It was no wonder that the scions of immortal families underwent medicinal baths from a young age. Alas, I have suffered greatly at this hurdle. At 25, my innate constitution is already fixed. To alter it and enhance my strength, substantial sacrifice is inevitable. This seepage of blood does not alter my innate constitution. It is merely a process of purification. To achieve the profound transformation of one's essence and bones is to truly alter the very foundation of one's being, a feat that Jinping has yet to attain. Feeling the burgeoning strength and solidity of his physical form, he refrained from recklessly assaulting the 13th level of qi refinement. Instead, he chose to assess the power of his late-stage first level of body cultivation. Rising promptly, he struck several stances, closing his eyes to attune himself to the sensations of strength, meridians, and the flow of vital energy within him. Wisps of white vapor emanated from his body, evaporating the blood that clung to his skin. If only he possessed the golden essence pill, he could transform his roots and elevate his spiritual foundation, sparing himself from such tribulations. The strength of his late-stage first level of body cultivation brought Jinping great joy. After expelling some stagnant blood, his meridians and physical form became even more robust, increasing his capacity to harness spiritual energy. The bottleneck at the 13th level of qi refinement seemed to diminish somewhat. It was indeed a wise choice to focus on body refinement. In the later stages, body cultivation and the path of immortality complement each other, providing mutual support. While it may not directly enhance the success rate of Foundation establishment, it undeniably bestowed upon him greater potential. Having completed his introspection, Qinping opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of delight. He retrieved several body-refining pills and swallowed them to restore his physical state. After changing into fresh attire, he seated himself on a mat and consumed a vitality pill. He began to refine the abundant spiritual energy before attempting once more to compress the energy vortex into a purer form. This time, unlike the previous occasion, he did not feel his meridians on the verge of shattering, nor did he force himself to the brink of self-inflicted injury. The energy vortex within him accelerated its flow through the meridians without causing turmoil, leakage, or harm to the pathways. Remarkably, the vortex exhibited a barely perceptible reduction in size. And while its energy did not further refine, Qinping found it increasingly manageable. With a raised brow, Qinping mused, "There is promise." Stepping into the 13th level of qi refinement, he could finally glimpse the light of hope. Once he compresses the energy vortex to its utmost and purifies his spiritual power to the highest degree, he would naturally and effortlessly ascend to the 13th level. With a hearty laugh, Qinping acknowledged the arduous journey he had undertaken. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed a note wedged in the door of the barrier. Deactivating the barrier, he picked up the note and, with a composed gaze, pushed the door open to the adjacent courtyard. He clasped his hands in greeting, smiling as he addressed his neighbors. "Taoist Zhao, Taoist Hong, I apologize for keeping you waiting during my seclusion." The two were his neighbors, Zhao Han, a talisman master, and Hong En, a weaponsmith. In the past 6 months, Qinping had not been a recluse. After completing his daily cultivation, he would venture out to seek news of the jade marrow mushroom, fortuitously befriending these two gentlemen, often engaging in outings together. Hong En, a jovial man in his 30s with a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refinement, chuckled, "Taoist Tang, had you delayed your exit by a few more hours, Taoist Hong and I would have set off without you." Zhao Han, in his late 20s, with sunken eyes and a gaunt frame, bore the appearance of someone who had indulged excessively, interjected, "Now that both friends have gathered, it is indeed time for us to depart." The three summoned their flying artifacts, leaving the bustling market district and making their way towards the uninhabited lake islands. Hong En stroked his beard with eager anticipation. "I wonder how many treasures we shall uncover on this expedition." The vast Wanhudo Island teemed with spiritual creatures and mystical beings, existing at the lowest echelons of the immortal realm. Though they possessed skills in various immortal arts, they remained frugal, always seeking to conserve resources. For instance, Hong En, a skilled blacksmith, chooses not to procure ores from the marketplace for his crafting, but instead utilizes the bones of spiritual shells, spiritual shrimp, and spiritual fish as his materials. Meanwhile, Zhao Han, a talisman master, can transform the blood of spiritual fish into ink and their skins into talisman paper. Qinping, masquerading as a down-and-out alchemist, ventures out to gather spiritual herbs himself. Their financial constraints compel them to band together, allowing them to look out for one another. Moreover, these two individuals have resided in this area for over a decade, rendering them far more familiar with the locale than Qinping. The description of the jade marrow fungus indicates that it thrives in environments rich in wood and fire spiritual energy. The island is predominantly forested, with lakes stretching as far as the eye can see. Where, then, could one find such a fiery environment? Qinping speculates that Wanhu Island must conceal an undiscovered ley line of spiritual fire. Coincidentally, he recalls having seen Zhao Han catch a flame-blade spirit fish, which only inhabits extremely hot waters. This particular fish possesses blood akin to magma and scales as sharp as blades, its entire being a treasure. Qinping chuckles wryly, rubbing his nose. "I am certain both of you have had fruitful catches, but I wonder if the spiritual herbs I seek will be pilfered by thieves." Certain spiritual plants are often guarded by monsters, and Qinping must employ talismans and formations to eliminate potential hazards before safely harvesting herbs. However, in the past 2 months, he has found his spiritual medicines repeatedly snatched away by some creature. Hong En claps Qinping on the shoulder and declares earnestly, "Tang Dao Yu, today we shall certainly aid you in capturing this thief." Zhao Han nods and coughs lightly, his voice low. "Indeed, as low-level cultivators, our existence is already fraught with difficulties. Now we must contend with thieves stealing our spiritual herbs. What chance do we have?" Qinping frequently pretends to concoct qi-gathering pills, fasting pills, and recovery pills, and he sends them some from time to time. While these items are not particularly expensive, valued at merely a few dozen spirit sands, their ability to win hearts is significant. They accompanied Qinping in exploring Wanhu Island, allowing him to achieve great things with little expenditure. Arriving at a densely forested island, Zhao Han and Hong set up their equipment and bait, then followed Qinping to the location where he previously deployed his talismans and formations. In Chapter 76, The Search for Treasure and Strange Beasts, the birthplace of spiritual herbs is notably rich in spiritual energy. The moonlight grass is one of the primary ingredients for the Qi gathering pill. The trio reaches the designated area prepared by Qinping. To their dismay, while the talismans and restraining formations remain intact, the moonlight grass has been almost entirely devoured, leaving only a few roots behind. Curse thief. Qinping feigns exasperation. It's just like last time. The talismans and formations were not activated, yet the spiritual herbs have vanished once again, marking the second occurrence. Zhao Han's expression darkens, as these talismans were crafted by him and sold to Qinping. Having failed to serve their purpose twice in succession at the hands of a thief, it feels like a slap to his face. Zhao Han speaks up. Tang Daoyu, do not be angry. We have come this time to ensure we capture this rogue. He then inquires, are there any other spiritual herbs in the vicinity? Qinping nods affirmatively. Indeed. Zhao Han turns to Hong and states, for the next few days, we shall not return. We will wait here for the thief to show itself. Agreed. Hong nodded, acknowledging the connection, with Qinping's reduced yield of spiritual herbs. Their supply of elixirs obtained from him would consequently diminish. Qinping led them to another part of the forest, where blood-red camellias, a vital ingredient for the recovery pill, flourished. Each plant was valued at 1 spiritual sand. Zhao Han and Hong assisted Qinping in arranging the formation and talismans, and they settled nearby, braving the elements. In truth, Qinping was indifferent to the identity of the herb thief. His sole concern was whether Hong's fish basket could once again yield the flame blade spirit fish. The trio took turns guarding the area to apprehend the thief, while Zhao Han and Hong ventured to catch fish. Qinping, on the other hand, discreetly tore a concealment talisman, stealthily following them to glean knowledge. At the lakeshore, the two men retrieved their fishing nets, which had been submerged for several hours. Suddenly, Hong exclaimed, the net has burst. An ordinary spirit fish was worth merely a few spiritual sands, while Zhao Han's talismans fetched only dozens of spiritual sands each. Look, Zhao Han noted as the net writhed vigorously, there must be a flame blade spirit fish this time. Old Hong, quickly pull in the net before the fish perish and the net tears. A flicker of excitement surged through Qinping's heart. A flame blade spirit fish. It had been 2 months since the last sighting. During this time, he and his companions had traversed numerous islands, their efforts not in vain. He mused silently. More flame blade spirit fish must be caught to better discern their location for thorough exploration. The search for foundational spiritual materials was a time-consuming endeavor, more tedious than cultivation itself, testing one's patience, and oftentimes resulting in nothing. Yet for low-level cultivators aspiring to foundation establishment, this was the only path available. Upon witnessing their catch, Qinping returned to the watch point as if he had never left, taking out a pill to consume and refine. Shortly thereafter, the two returned with a bountiful catch, grinning as they presented Qinping with 2 palm-sized spirit fish. Daoist Tang, here, let us roast the spirit fish to eat. Thank you, thank you. No need for such formalities. After feasting, Hong took the fresh spirit fish to the market to sell. Leaving Zhao Han to keep Qinping company, the two engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, a glint of silver flashed in Qinping's eyes. He turned to see nothing amiss at the formation site. Was it merely an illusion? Qinping could not be certain. Zhao Han, puzzled, inquired, what is it, Daoist Zhao? Qinping replied, I thought I saw something burrowing into the formation. Let us go investigate. Zhao Han promptly rose. They surveyed the area but found nothing. Qinping smiled. Perhaps it was just my imagination. The next morning, upon checking again, Qinping's expression shifted. The blood-red camellias within the formation were gone, similar to the moonlight grass. These camellias had been devoured, leaving only the roots behind. Last night's silver flash had indeed been real, not a figment of his imagination. If that were the case, what could have rendered the formation and talismans unresponsive? Moreover, this entity was not merely clever. Counting the previous 2 incidents, this marked the 3rd occurrence. Qinping pondered, could it possibly be some treasure-seeking beast? The thought quickened his heartbeat. If he could capture this treasure-seeking beast, would it not be even more convenient for him to search for the jade-like mushroom? He would return to investigate what it is and devise a method for its capture, utilizing it for his own purposes. With this thought, Qinping chose not to disturb Zhao Han. Instead, He lifted the restrictions and retrieved some materials of the blood-colored camellia from his storage bag, disguising them as if freshly picked. If it were indeed the work of a treasure-seeking beast, it would hold significant value. His relationship with Zhao Han and Hong and was not particularly close. Thus it was best not to divulge such information to them. Upon seeing Qin Ping produce the blood-colored camellia, Zhao Han assisted in tidying up the restrictions and talismans. With a smile, Zhao Han remarked, "It seems we were fortunate this time. No thieves came to steal the spirit herbs." Qin Ping felt a surge of joy within, maintaining a smiling demeanor as he replied, "Indeed, it appears that creature is aware of your presence, Taoist Zhao, and dares not act recklessly." After organizing their belongings, the two departed and returned to the market. Zhao Han and Hong busied themselves sorting through the materials, while Qin Ping made his way to the Wandao Pavilion in the marketplace. A young girl at the front desk greeted him. "Senior, how may I assist you?" Qin Ping replied with a calm expression, "I wish to purchase a compendium of beasts." The girl responded, "Please wait a moment, I will retrieve it for you." Shortly thereafter, she returned with a jade slip, stating 5 spirit stones. Qin Ping was taken aback. Is it truly that expensive? For merely a compendium. It costs as much as renting a room in the market for a year, which is only 3 spirit stones. The girl, with a bright smile, explained, "This is the compendium of beasts meticulously compiled by Wanbao Pavilion, ensuring no omissions. Therefore, its price is higher than other beast compendiums." Feigning resignation, Qin Ping replied, "Very well. I shall purchase it." He handed over the 5 spirit stones and took the jade slip home. 2 days later, despite looking fatigued, he bore an expression of excitement. He had indeed discovered a treasure-seeking beast. Its fur was silver, impervious to both water and fire, and its hair was an extraordinary material, allowing it to evade detection by restrictions and talismans. Such a wondrous spirit beast existed in the world. The compendium depicted a completely silver-white marten, known as the silver-furred treasure-seeking marten. It had been extinct in the Eastern Domain's cultivation realm for a millennium. Even a colossal entity like Wanbao Pavilion had failed to uncover its whereabouts during this time. Qin Ping had not anticipated encountering it here. This beast must be destined to cross paths with him. His eyes burned with fervor. Next, he needed to devise a strategy to capture the silver-furred, treasure-seeking marten. Given that its fur was an extraordinary material, conventional methods employed by cultivators would prove ineffective. Initially, Qin Ping contemplated purchasing traps for spirit beasts in the market. Yet he feared the risk of word spreading. He understood well the adage that a common man may suffer for possessing precious possessions. Quietly, he set out alone for the island, preparing to lay a trap to ensnare the treasure-seeking beast. My spirit herbs are so delectable, this time. I shall let you indulge to your heart's content." Chapter 77. Capture of the silver-furred treasure-seeking marten. Qin Ping believed that this silver-furred treasure-seeking marten was no ordinary creature. It had pilfered his spirit herbs 3 times, leading him to change islands several times. Was this creature fixated solely on him? Did it intend to dine exclusively on his offerings? Regrettably, Qin Ping is not yet a foundation establishment cultivator and lacks the ability to project his consciousness outside his body. If he could, he would have unleashed his spiritual awareness to scan and capture it. Qin Ping prepared several iron cages and ventured to a pre-identified location where a spiritual herb was situated. Employing the golden light technique, he excavated a large pit, placed the iron cages within, and covered them with a layer of soft soil before setting up a restriction. This restriction, while ineffective against the rare treasure-hunting ferret, would facilitate Qin Ping's ability to open the cages. The structure of the cages resembled that of a fish net, allowing entry but preventing escape. He then affixed several talismans in a seemingly casual manner. Once everything was arranged, Qin Ping turned and departed, suspecting that the treasure-hunting ferret was lurking nearby, waiting for him to appear. He found a quiet spot in the vicinity to meditate and patiently awaited its arrival. The abundant spiritual energy within the elixirs was refined by Qin Ping, forming a compressed cyclone of pure spiritual power. In a little over 6 months, he would be able to attempt a breakthrough to the 13th level of Qi refinement. A wisp of spiritual energy in his dantian had already transitioned from gaseous to misty, a precursor to reaching the 13th level. The transformation of spiritual energy into a liquid state would signify foundation establishment. In terms of combat prowess, Qin Ping felt he had gained a little over 10% in strength. After consuming 2 vitality pills, he heard no movement, which left him puzzled. Could it be that the little creature had seen through his arrangement and sensed danger, thus choosing not to appear this time? Since he was playing the waiting game, he decided to be patient and wait a bit longer. Qin Ping continued to meditate with his eyes closed, taking out a spiritual awareness pill and a body refinement pill. A pair of beady black eyes observed Qin Ping from a tree 100 meters away, scrutinizing him and the nearby spiritual herb. The little creature had just caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and approached not long ago. Both Qin Ping and the creature exhibited remarkable patience, silently awaiting the right moment. 3 days later, Qin Ping opened his eyes and glanced at the spiritual herb within the restriction. It hasn't moved at all? Could it be that the little creature truly discovered my setup? This thought left Qin Ping somewhat disheartened. He questioned his own abilities if he couldn't even deceive a mere spirit beast. Nevertheless, he shook his head and stood up. It was time to return. Being out alone for too long was unwise, as it might arouse suspicion from Zhao Han and Hong, and Qin Ping summoned his flying gourd and slowly piloted it away. After half an hour of travel, a faint rustling sound emanated from the branches 100 meters away. A silver-white ferret head cautiously emerged, surveying the vicinity before descending the tree and darting swiftly, leaving a blur as it plunged into Qin Ping's restrictive trap. As before, neither the restriction nor the talismans were triggered. The little creature immediately consumed the safely contained spiritual herbs, savoring a hearty meal. Its small eyes reflected a human-like satisfaction as it prepared to leave leisurely. At that moment, a crackling sound erupted. The time limit set by Qin Ping's restriction had elapsed, automatically triggering the mechanism. The little creature was startled by the sudden commotion and scurried about. Although the restriction and talismans did not hinder its escape, they were also not designed to contain it. After running several dozen steps, its 4 tiny paws missed their footing, and it promptly fell into the iron cage set as a trap by Qin Ping. With a loud clang, the cage shut, and the little creature emitted an angry whimper, desperately trying to escape with all its might. Moments later, a flying gourd slowly appeared in the sky and descended. The creature grew even more agitated, scratching frantically with its tiny paws in a bid for freedom. Upon seeing the silver-white paws, a smile spread across Qin Ping's face. Ha ha ha. Little one, you dare to challenge me. He had been crouching for several days, and though the creature had yet to reveal itself, he surmised it was lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to steal food, just as it had done before. As Qin Ping landed and beheld the treasure-hunting ferret, its entire body glistening silver, his eyes burned with excitement. Little creature, you have pilfered my spiritual herbs multiple times, and now you have finally fallen into my grasp. The ferret bared its teeth at Qin Ping, appearing fierce and defiant. However, Qin Ping was unperturbed. This creature was merely a spirit beast, lacking any cultivation. He opened the cage, firmly grasping its neck and tail to control it completely. The ferret clawed at him in a frantic attempt to escape, but Qin Ping, having reached the late stage of body refinement, remained unscathed. With one hand clutching the ferret and the other manipulating the flying gourd, Qin Ping truly returned to the market for the first time. His heart raced. The exquisite treasure-hunting ferret was not an ordinary find, and if news of its existence leaked, it could incite chaos and bloodshed. Upon returning home, he immediately imprisoned it in the iron cage, finally letting out a sigh of relief. This exquisite creature posed a unique challenge, as its fur was of an absolute spirit body, rendering conventional beast-taming techniques ineffective, and it could not be stored in a spatial pouch. He could not force it to acknowledge him as its master. He would have to tame it gradually. Furthermore, he must not reveal its existence, for doing so would jeopardize both its safety and his own life. Standing before the cage, Qin Ping produced a spiritual herb. Little one, acknowledge me as your master, and I shall provide you with spiritual herbs and elixirs at every meal. The treasure-hunting ferret bared its teeth, huffing in refusal of Qin Ping's offerings. With a slight frown, Qin Ping realized patience would be necessary. He recalled the old rural methods of taming cats, dogs, and hawks, often employing hunger as a tool. Once sufficiently starved, they would naturally lower their heads to eat and acknowledge their master. This spirit beast, despite its cleverness, possessed little intelligence due to its lack of cultivation. Qin Ping closed the door and reinforced the room with a layer of barriers. As he wandered through the market, he spotted Zhao Han casually making his way into a brothel, seeking the company of familiar courtesans. Qin Ping could not help but shake his head. Every time Zhao Han earned some money, he would squander it on the brothel without a thought for enhancing his cultivation or seeking a life partner. He visited the brothel twice a month, either paying in currency or providing yang essence for the courtesans to replenish their yin. Thus, Zhao Han remained both impoverished and physically weakened. As Qin Ping continued to stroll through the market, he aimed to broaden his horizons, rarely purchasing anything. Occasionally, He would set up a stall to sell some fasting pills or recovery elixirs, maintaining the fade of a livelihood. After a leisurely stroll, Jinping returned home, preparing to engage in his daily cultivation, only to encounter Hongan, who was just finishing up his business for the day. With a rosy complexion, Hongan greeted him with a cheerful bow. Daoist Tang. Jinping, maintaining a fade of nonchalance, inquired. I just saw Daoist Zhao heading to the brothel to find Kuan Xiao. You appear quite flushed, Hong Daoist. Have you encountered some fortuitous event? Hongan revealed a startling piece of news that sent a tremor through Jinping's heart. It seems a wealthy young master has emerged from nowhere, willing to pay 5 spiritual stones to purchase the yin Dao spirit fish. Over the past few days, old Zhao and I have caught several spirit fish, earning a quick profit. The yin Dao spirit fish is typically priced at around 40 to 50 spiritual sands each, making this sudden offer quite extraordinary. Could it be that the news of the Yusue Ji is leaked? Chapter 78. The leak of Yusue Ji's clue. Jinping felt a sharp pang in his heart, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly pressed down upon him, rendering him somewhat uneasy. Yet, he managed to maintain a jovial demeanor, saying, I suspected as much. Daoist Zhao has only recently visited the brothel, and now he has money to spend again. Hongan laughed heartily. His condition is already quite frail. To seek Kuan Xiao now, he can only afford to spend. Hongan then suggested, Daoist Tang, while that gullible fool is still around, why not join us in fishing to earn some quick money? Jinping felt tempted, but wore a conflicted expression. Hong Daoist, I would love to join, but I must enter closed-door training to break through my cultivation soon. I cannot even venture to the island to gather herbs. Hongan nodded. That's wonderful news, Daoist Tang. You must seize the opportunity to break through, and then we can go fishing together to earn some money. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Jinping returned to his room. However, his expression suddenly darkened. The clue regarding the Yusue Ji had most likely leaked, and someone was attempting to ascertain its possible location through the purchase of yin Dao spirit fish. This approach was indeed clever. Jinping himself could afford to do the same. Yet, such actions were bound to arouse suspicion, and as a solitary rogue cultivator, he felt quite vulnerable. With the Jiaomao treasure-seeking ferret in his possession, he only needed to tame it. Subsequently, he could explore the islands alone, without relying on Zhao Han or Hongan. Just as he had captured the treasure-seeking ferret, this unfortunate turn of events had arisen. The weight of pressure bore down upon Jinping, leaving his mind in disarray. However, this news was not enough to cloud his judgment or cause him to lose his composure. Taming the treasure-seeking ferret, enhancing his cultivation, and collecting the Yusue Ji. Then he would depart from this place and return to the Mu family. Jinping resolved to take a deep breath, retrieve his elixirs, and continue to consume and refine them. Half a month later, Jinping returned home with a grim expression. An ordinary yin Dao spirit fish had reached the price of 5 spiritual stones each, and over the past 2 weeks, many had sensed something amiss. Numerous low-level cultivators were frantically fishing in the lake, and many had already consumed so much spirit fish that they were on the verge of vomiting. After all, fishing required little skill. Even an ordinary person could engage in it. Fools, they are making a grand spectacle out of this. Jinping's gaze turned dark and cold. However, this also presents an opportunity for me. With so many individuals venturing into the lake to fish, it provides me with a chance to navigate the murky waters. From the current market perspective, the puppeteer behind this endeavor has already expended at least 5,000 spirit stones to acquire the flame blade spirit fish. This price is sufficient to purchase a foundational elixir. As Hongan mentioned, one wonders where such a wealthy young master has emerged from. This is not a descendant of the great celestial clans, who would possess such financial capability. Even the current Jinping cannot muster 5,000 spirit stones. At this rate, it is uncertain how many more spirit stones will be required to locate the gathering place of the flame blade spirit fish. Jinping then turned his gaze towards the iron cage within the room, his expression clouded with concern. Calamity seldom comes alone. He had underestimated the nature of the golden-furred treasure ferret. This little creature had gone without food or drink for half a month, reduced to skin and bones, feeble and on the brink of death. If this continues, it would not be long before it starves itself to death. This creature is no ordinary challenge, and it is no wonder it faced extinction over the millennia. In this little creature, Jinping saw a reflection of himself. Was he not also stubbornly seeking freedom within a cage? Sighing, Jinping crouched down and willingly opened the cage. Little one, I concede. Eat, regain some strength, and then depart. I shall not keep you. The golden-furred treasure ferret weakly opened its eyes, its once bright gaze now dimmed, yet it remained watchful of Jinping. He merely said, I do not deceive you. Since I cannot tame you, I cannot bear to let you starve. Eat a little to restore your strength, and then you may leave. Chun Ping left a bowl of spirit water, some spirit beast meat, and spirit herbs, then sat beneath the eaves to meditate and cultivate. The ferret, cautiously eyeing Chun Ping for some time, finally mustered the strength to rise and stealthily began to eat, regaining its vitality. Chun Ping paid it no further mind. 2 nights later, the little creature had regained considerable strength and devoured all that Chun Ping had provided. Under the cover of darkness, it slipped out of Chun Ping's courtyard. The restrictions within the courtyard posed no hindrance to it. Watching it depart, Chun Ping exhaled in relief and proceeded to tidy up the iron cage. He reminded himself, perhaps my fortune is insufficient. Even if I were to learn of the whereabouts of the jade marrow herb, I am destined not to acquire it. Likewise, I am fated to be unable to refine a foundational elixir or cultivate to the foundational stage through its consumption. Alas, perhaps I shall never reach that stage in this lifetime. A self-deprecating smile graced Chun Ping's face, yet within, he felt an unprecedented tranquility. 7 days later, a knock echoed at the door. Outside, Hongin's voice rang out. Daoist Tang, are you home? Chun Ping went to open the door and found Hongin standing there. A look of curiosity in his eyes. Daoist Hong, what brings you here? In their customary exchanges, both parties had always held reservations, and meetings were typically arranged in advance. Such a direct visit was unprecedented in over half a year. Hongin rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. It seems that Daoist Zhao and I have discovered a nest of flame-blade spirit fish, containing at least dozens, if not more. However, I cannot join you and Zhao Chun. Would you like to accompany us? We can share the profits, and you would receive 30%. At this, Chun Ping felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing. The lair of the flame-blade spirit fish, could it mean that the precious jade spirit grass was nearby? Was it possible that a new opportunity lay ahead? Chun Ping almost agreed, but the words on his lips transformed into, I'm sorry, Daoist Hong. I am about to enter a crucial period of seclusion and cannot go. He was not swayed by the potential gains. In the world outside, one must be cautious. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Prudence is paramount, even if he were to investigate the fish's lair. Chun Ping would only go alone and in secrecy. Daoist Hong expressed disbelief, urging him, Oh, Daoist Tang, if you accompany us, you could earn at least 100 spirit stones from this venture. How long would it take you to earn that much from alchemy? With these funds, you could also seek a partner, which is what Daoist Zhao intends. Chun Ping's expression shifted from intrigue to hesitation. I am indeed tempted, but I truly cannot leave in the coming days. I am on the verge of a breakthrough and cannot be distracted. Furthermore, I am not adept at combat. Daoist Hong, appreciating his sincerity, sighed and departed reluctantly. Once back in his room, Chun Ping closed the door, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. Chapter 79, Fishing for Trouble. Harming oneself and others, Chun Ping donned a new outfit. He tore open an invisibility talisman and a faceless talisman, activating the turtle breathing technique to adjust his cultivation aura from the 8th to the 11th level of chi refinement. Under the cover of night, he slipped out through the back door, stealthily following Daoist Hong's trail. Beneath the night sky, the lake was dotted with numerous fishing boats, and flying magical tools were busy at work. The scene was bustling, resembling a starry river in the heavens. Chun Ping frowned slightly. The commotion was rather overwhelming. However, the greater the noise, the more it suited his intent to take advantage of the chaos. Daoist Hong moved away from the crowd, heading toward a secluded corner. Chun Ping closely trailed him. After an hour, Daoist Hong arrived at a crescent-shaped island. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before entering a cave on the island. The cave was shrouded in darkness, nearly devoid of light. Chun Ping was unaware of the arrangements made by Daoist Hong and Zhao Han within this place. He followed closely behind, mimicking Hong's path. As they ventured deeper into the cave, a faint red glow became visible. Chun Ping maintained his distance, eavesdropping on their conversation. Daoist Hong remarked, Old Zhao, Daoist Tang has entered seclusion and could not agree to come. Zhao Han coughed a few times, his complexion pale and voice hoarse. Beneath this pool lies a lair of flame-blade spirit fish, which not only contains dozens of these fish, but also a fish king that possesses demonic power. The mention of the flame-blade fish king startled Chun Ping. A fish king imbued with demonic energy was indeed remarkable. His heart raced with anticipation. Capturing this fish king might reveal whether the jade spirit grass truly existed on Wanhu Island. Unbeknownst to him, Daoist Hong had concealed such crucial information. Zhao Han's next words sent a chill down Qin Ping's spine. Without a human sacrifice, it is utterly impossible to lure out the Fish King. Yin furrowed his brow and spoke, Old Zhao, I am aware of your words, yet without Tang Daoyu's arrival, how can we deceive someone into participating in the sacrifice? A chill enveloped Ch'Nping's heart. This Yin was indeed scheming to lure him into a sacrificial trap. How truly insidious. Zhao Chen suddenly broke into a sinister grin. Old Ying. Haven't you already come here? Ying's face turned pale with horror. Zhao Chen, you. Zhao Chen promptly activated several talismans he had previously laid out. A wicked smile adorning his face. Old Ying, at your age, you have little hope of establishing a foundation. Sooner or later, you shall return to the earth. So why not fulfill my desires? With a series of hissing sounds, the talismans erupted with formidable power, instantly riddling Ying's body with holes. Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as his breath ceased, unable to fathom that a neighbor of over a decade could betray him so treacherously. Ch'Nping observed coldly. Ying sought to harm him, only to have his life extinguished by Zhao Chen. Indeed, he had it coming. He had not anticipated that Zhao Chen, who appeared frail and unwell, could be so ruthless. Was he truly willing to sacrifice a life to summon the Fish King? Perhaps even aware of the news regarding the YCUCH? Zhao Chen cast Ying's corpse into the water cave, then formed a seal with his fingers. Chanting fervently, Heavenly born above, the mother knows, the ultimate bliss of the mortal realm. Ch'Nping narrowed his eyes. Was Zhao Chen a disciple of the Heavenly Born sect? In the Eastern Domain's cultivation world, there were no pure evil sects. Both the Heavenly Born sect and the Miao Yu Tower treaded the crooked path, yet this was his first encounter with the methods of the Heavenly Born sect. As Zhao Chen continued his incantation, Ying's corpse began to decompose, and the water's surface gradually began to boil. Beneath the water cave, a colossal and terrifying shadow emerged, radiating an overwhelming demonic aura that sent chills down one's spine. This level of demonic power could rival that of a half-step second-tier beast. Ch'Nping's expression darkened, yet he did not immediately retreat. He was curious to see what Zhao Chen intended to do with this Fish King. Internally, he speculated that this Fish King was already a half-step second-tier demonic beast, just a step away from reaching the second tier. Combining the information regarding the YCUZH, Ch'Nping reached a conclusion. This half-step second-tier Fish King was likely awaiting the maturation of the YCUZH, intending to consume it to ascend to a second-tier beast. Zhao Chen, catching sight of the immense shadow beneath the water, broke into a smile. Fish King, heed my command. Offer up all the flame knife spirit fish to me. Leave it to your lair. Suddenly, the water's surface erupted. The Fish King devoured Ying's corpse in one gulp, revealing its massive form, its visage fearsome, with razor-sharp teeth and eyes imbued with a semblance of human intellect. After a brief pause, the Fish King sprang into action, opening its gaping maw wide to strike at Zhao Chen. A pallor washed over Zhao Chen's face. This is bad. The offerings are insufficient. The spell backfires. He attempted to flee, but the Fish King bit into his arm. With a sickening tear, one of Zhao Chen's arms was severed and swallowed, blood gushing from him like a fountain. Ah! Zhao Chen screamed in agony, hurriedly summoning his flying artifact to escape. Meanwhile, Ch'Nping remained, witnessing the Fish King's intelligent eyes turn a blood-red hue as it submerged back beneath the water's surface. Ch'Nping did not approach the vicinity of the water cave. After much contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. The depths below may not necessarily be the lair of the flame blade spirit fish. The Yusue mushroom is not located here. From his deductions over the past few months, the sporadic appearances of the flame blade spirit fish were likely due to its migration from its original den. This Fish King possesses intelligence, and with so many fishermen recently, it would surely distance itself from its lair to prevent being discovered by human cultivators who might unearth the Yusue mushroom. Understanding this provided clarity regarding the sporadic sightings of the flame blade spirit fish over the past months. Subsequently, Ch'Nping slowly retreated from the cave. As the sounds of screams echoed outside, the Crimson Fish King relentlessly attacked the human cultivators on the lake's surface, staining the waters with blood. There is a Fish King. It is devouring people. Ascend quickly. Ascend. Yet, many cultivators of lower cultivation lacked the means to purchase flying artifacts and could only hasten towards the nearby islands. Those who were slower became the Fish King's prey. Ch'Nping summoned his flying gourd and ascended gradually, reflecting, greed harms both oneself and others. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Had he not remained vigilant against external threats, he might have been deceived by Hongan and met a tragic end. Originally, he could have quietly followed the Fish King to locate the Yusui mushroom. But who could have anticipated that the Fish King had gone mad due to Zhao Han's dark sorcery? The waters of the Yusui mushroom had indeed been muddied by Zhao Han's own machinations. If, after another 6 months, he still could not find the Yusui mushroom, he would leave this place and return to the Mu family upon breaking through to the 13th level of Qi refinement. Qinping piloted his flying artifact back to his residence, while below, the anguished cries of lower-tier cultivators continued to resound. Quietly returning to his courtyard as if oblivious to the chaos outside, he produced a pill and resumed his alchemical practice to enhance his cultivation. Chapter 80, A Twist of Fate. The treasure ferret appears for food in the following period. The turmoil caused by the Fish King escalated. Yet the procurement of flame blade spirit fish was far from concluded. However, the number of cultivators willing to fish in the lake island diminished significantly. The flame blade spirit fish is valuable, but one must have the life to enjoy it. Who among the cultivators could contend with that half-step second-tier Fish King? As Qinping continued his cultivation, he also explored the surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhao Han remained at home, nursing his injuries, refusing to see anyone. Time flew by, and 3 months passed. The Fish King, which prowled the lake, continued to devour people, leaving no one capable of confronting it. The mastermind behind the scenes remained undeterred in their pursuit of the Yusui mushroom, raising the purchase price of a single flame blade spirit fish from 5 spirit stones to 10. Under the allure of great rewards, brave souls would surely emerge. Yet, Qinping remained empty-handed. The vastness of Wanhudo rendered thorough exploration an uncertain endeavor. He was on the verge of abandoning the search for the Yusui mushroom. Due to the Fish King's madness, scattered flame blade spirit fish roamed throughout the expanse of Wanhudo, making it impossible to deduce the location of the spiritual fire within the earth veins. Qinping's progress towards the 13th level of Qi refinement had surpassed the halfway mark. The cyclone of spiritual energy within him had been compressed into a mist-like state, resulting in an increase of both his spiritual energy and combat prowess by an additional 20%, compared to the average cultivator at the 12th level of Qi refinement. His spiritual power and combat strength surpassed 30%. The probability of foundation establishment had increased by half. Qinping calculated with his fingers. In approximately 3 months, he would be able to challenge the 13th level of Qi refinement. As he took out a vitality pill to consume and refine, a sudden rustling sound pierced his meditation. Qinping opened his eyes, startled to find a silvery treasure ferret rummaging about in his room, searching for food. The gazes of man and beast met. To his surprise, the ferret did not flee. Instead, it opened its mouth and pointed a tiny paw toward it. Qinping couldn't help but chuckle. Little creature, have you come here seeking food because you couldn't find any? Unexpectedly, the small beast seemed to comprehend his words and nodded human-like. Qinping gently patted his storage bag and produced several spiritual herbs for it. Here, eat. Recently, disturbances in Wanao Lake due to the Fish King had disrupted even this little one's life, it seemed. The treasure ferret, unafraid of Qinping, stepped closer and sniffed the offered herbs, only to disdainfully push them away. Qinping's eyes widened. You want to eat? Why not? The ferret again opened its mouth and pointed. Qinping fell silent. If you don't eat spiritual herbs, what do you wish to consume? He then retrieved some dried meat from his storage bag. Would you prefer this? Instantly, the treasure ferret dashed forward, snatching the meat from Qinping's hand, and began to munch contentedly, its cheeks puffing out. Qinping's body jolted as if struck by lightning. He suddenly realized, could this little creature be carnivorous? The last time he had captured the treasure ferret, he had fed it spiritual herbs. If its usual diet consisted primarily of spiritual beast meat, everything fell into place. The recent chaos caused by the Fish King in the lake must have hindered its hunting, prompting it to seek him out. The compendium of beasts sold at Wanbage had mentioned that the treasure ferret primarily consumed meat. It was through this serendipitous misunderstanding that Qinping discovered the ferret's true dietary preference. Thus, its previous theft of his spiritual herbs must have been to use them as bait for hunting. He slapped his forehead. How could I have overlooked this? With its sleek, shiny fur, how could it survive without meat? Turning to the treasure ferret, which was joyfully devouring the meat, he proposed, Little one, would you care to join me? If you accompany me, I shall ensure you are well fed with spiritual beast meat at every meal. What do you say? The ferret, with its intelligent little eyes, regarded Qinping cautiously, though its chewing did not cease. Qinping smiled. I mean you no harm. How about this? You assist me in finding spiritual herbs, and I shall provide you with spiritual beast meat in return. A fair exchange, wouldn't you agree? After pondering for a moment, the ferret extended a tiny paw toward Qinping, seemingly indicating that it wished to see some meat first as a show of sincerity. Amused, Qinping retrieved some dried spiritual beast meat from his storage bag. Given his own practice of body refinement, he had ensured that both spiritual rice and beast meat were always in ample supply. Upon encountering Qinping, the golden-furred treasure-seeking weasel's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the abundant spirit beast meat he presented. The creature emitted a few soft whines, seemingly in agreement. Qinping couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought he would tame this golden-furred treasure-seeking weasel under such circumstances? With a plentiful supply of spirit beast meat, the weasel was in high spirits. When Qinping reached out to gently pat its glossy little head, it neither objected nor fled. After satisfying its hunger, it unexpectedly curled up on Qinping's bed, drifting off into a deep slumber. Witnessing this scene, Qinping's heart brimmed with joy. He had nearly given up on the jade marrow fungus, but now, having successfully tamed the golden-furred treasure-seeking weasel, his desire for the jade marrow fungus reignited fervently. He produced a spirit consciousness pill and began to refine it. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the weasel finally awoke, leaping from the bed to devour more spirit beast meat. Qinping paused his cultivation and addressed the weasel, saying, "Brother Weasel, having feasted, you must assist me in return." It emitted a couple of soft whines, displaying a level of intelligence that was quite remarkable. Sensing hope, Qinping continued, "Brother Weasel, the item I seek is called jade marrow fungus, and it resembles this." He presented an image and explained, "This fungus grows in particularly hot regions. Do you know where it might be found?" With a soft whine, the treasure-seeking weasel responded. Qinping's heart raced with excitement, of course. Brother Weasel resided in the Wandao Lake and was a treasure-seeking creature. Surely, it could not overlook the treasures hidden within. It must know where the jade marrow fungus is located. Qinping pressed on, "Brother Weasel, if you lead me to this fungus, I shall reward you with 100 pounds of spirit beast meat. What do you say?" The weasel halted its meal, raising a tiny paw and extending 2 fingers. Qinping laughed heartily. "All right then, let it be 200 pounds of spirit beast meat." The weasel emitted a satisfied whine in agreement. Qinping's heart soared with joy. 200 pounds of spirit beast meat for the jade marrow fungus was an exceptional bargain. He mused that even 2,000 or 20,000 pounds would be worthwhile. After its meal, the weasel climbed onto Qinping's shoulder and emitted a sound, signaling that they were ready to depart. However, Qinping hesitated. "Brother Weasel, you cannot simply perch on my shoulder. If others see you, they might capture you. Unlike me, they would not treat you kindly or provide for you as I do." The weasel responded with a curious sound, inquiring what they should do. Gently, Qinping cradled its body and tucked it into his sleeve, saying, "It would be safer for you to stay in my robe while we are outside." Though the weasel protested with a dissatisfied call, it did not resist. With a hearty laugh, Qinping summoned a flying gourd, ascending into the air and heading toward the lake. Chapter 81. Brother Weasel's Contribution. The second flame blade fish king across the vast expanse of Wandao Lake. Qinping had been flying for 2 hours, covering over 200 miles. This was his first foray so deeply into the lake, where numerous uninhabited isles lay scattered. Here, human presence was scarce, and the spiritual energy was a chaotic blend. Qinping inquired, "Brother Weasel, have we not yet arrived?" The weasel replied with a series of soft whines. The treasure-seeking ferret peered out from the sleeve, its silvery head emerging as it emitted a few soft calls. This indicated that they had not yet arrived and would need to wait a while longer. Qinping's flight was not particularly swift, as he needed to be attentive to the ferret's reactions to avoid missing the direction towards the elusive jade crystal fungus. After flying for an hour, Qinping had traversed 300 miles and entered the expanse of Wandao Lake, yet the lake's end remained elusive. Its vastness was overwhelming. Suddenly, the ferret let out 2 excited whines. Startled, Qinping halted his flight and turned to the ferret in his sleeve, inquiring if it meant that the jade crystal fungus was on a nearby island. The ferret nodded eagerly. With his heart racing, Qinping took a deep breath and deftly maneuvered the flying gourd down towards the island below. This island, irregularly shaped, spanned approximately 6 or 7 acres. Its surface cloaked in dense forest. Qinping approached the shore with a cautious demeanor, gently tapping his storage pouch to retrieve the azure bamboo sword. This sword, a mid-grade magical artifact, was being wielded for the first time since its recent forging. Stepping onto this new island, he was acutely aware of the potential dangers lurking within, especially if the jade crystal fungus was indeed present, as it would likely attract formidable beasts. In his other hand, he delicately grasped the radiant prism. The ferret, with its vibrant coat, darted forward a few paces, displaying remarkable agility, before turning back to call out to Qin Ping, urging him to follow. Qin Ping replied, "Brother Ferret, we are uncertain of the dangers that may lie ahead. It would be prudent to proceed with caution." After searching for the jade crystal fungus for so long, he felt no urgency to rush through the 6 or 7 acres. However, should hidden perils be present, or if he were to lose the ferret, the endeavor would be in vain. The ferret acquiesced, slowing its pace as it led Qin Ping forward. As they walked, Qin Ping remained on high alert, his eyes keenly scanning the surroundings, particularly scrutinizing the shadowy areas. After a leisurely half-hour of exploration, the ferret halted before the entrance of a subterranean cave, its intelligent eyes betraying a hint of fear. "Brother Ferret, are you suggesting that the jade crystal fungus lies within, yet poses a danger to you?" Qin Ping's expression shifted as he inhaled deeply, determination igniting in his eyes. "Even if it is a den of dragons and tigers, we must venture forth." He addressed the ferret. "If it is perilous inside, you may take refuge in my sleeve. I will ensure your safety." The ferret promptly burrowed back into Qin Ping's sleeve, peeking out with just its small head and a paw. Qin Ping activated his turtle breathing technique, tearing off the invisibility talisman. Sword in one hand and radiant prism in the other, he cautiously stepped into the dark cave. As he advanced, Qin Ping sensed a stark contrast between the cave's interior and the outside world. It was warm, humid, and filled with gravel, reminiscent of the medicinal hall of the Mu family, where the underground spirit fire thrived. If sufficient water were present, it would be akin to a hot spring. Merely this scene allowed Qin Ping to discern the presence of the earth-vein spirit fire. However, not every instance of such fire can nurture the precious jade marrow fungus. It also depends on the attributes of the spirit fire and the surrounding environment. The golden-furred, treasure-seeking weasel possessed a far keener sense than Qin Ping. As they ventured deeper, the weasel trembled with palpable fear, as if sensing great terror within. Soon, Qin Ping encountered a colossal serpent's shed skin, measuring 3 to 4 meters in width and nearly 100 meters in length. The mere thought of a serpent of such magnitude sent a shiver down Qin Ping's spine, pondering the cultivation level of such a creature. Could this cave be a serpent's lair, with serpents above and fish nests below? Continuing further into the depths, Qin Ping beheld a massive, grotesque spider adorned with numerous eyes. Yet, this spider demon emanated only the aura of a first-tier novice, posing no threat to him. Moreover, Qin Ping utilized an invisibility talisman. Even as he passed before the spider demon, it remained oblivious to his presence. The golden-furred treasure-seeking weasel's intelligent eyes sparkled with astonishment at the spider's lack of awareness. To avoid alarming the creature, Qin Ping refrained from dispatching it. A simple incantation could have easily vanquished the spider. As he pressed onward, Qin Ping's heart quickened with anxiety at the prospect of encountering the gigantic serpent. However, upon reaching the depths of the cave, a crimson glow appeared, and the aromatic scent of jade marrow fungus wafted to his nostrils. Yet the enormous serpent remained unseen. Could it be that the serpent was not home? A sense of relief washed over Qin Ping. This was fortuitous for him. At the very bottom of the cave, he discovered molten lava, spirit fire, and a lake. Above the molten rock, a crystalline jade fungus blossomed, its core flowing with fragrant golden jade marrow. The sight of the jade marrow fungus stirred excitement within Qin Ping. After almost a year in the Wanhu Island market, he had finally laid eyes on it. Yet, he dared not become overly exuberant, for within the lake adjacent to the lava lurked a massive fish demon. What business did a fish king have here? Qin Ping felt trepidation towards this fiery blade fish king. Earlier, he had witnessed the blood-red-eyed fish king searching for traces of human cultivators. Now, it seemed this cave harbored yet another fish demon. 2 half-step second-tier fiery blade fish kings? The one before him bore numerous injuries, leading Qin Ping to speculate. Could it be that this fish king had fought with other demons over the jade marrow fungus, driving them away to monopolize it? The aura emanating from the half-step second-tier fish king caused the golden-furred, treasure-seeking weasel to tremble with fear. Qin Ping, too, hesitated to seize the jade marrow fungus. The terrifying might of the half-step second-tier fish king posed a considerable threat if it were to attack. Qin Ping, who had yet to break through the 13th layer of qi refinement, would be unable to withstand it. Now that he had finally glimpsed the jade marrow fungus, he wished to avoid any missteps. He resolved to safely and prudently retrieve the jade marrow fungus and exit. Slowly, he retreated from the underground cave, making his way back to the island's surface. Chen Ping's gaze was both indifferent and resolute. He needed to lure the Fish King away from its lair. Once he obtained the jade spirit herb, he would promptly depart from the Wanao Lake and return to the Mu family. Chen Ping opened his storage pouch to examine its contents, discovering a substantial stock of talismans within. Chapter 82. Chen Ping severely injured, securing the jade spirit herb. Chen Ping retrieved all offensive talismans, some of which he had acquired from Zhao Han. Although Zhao Han was treacherous and ruthless, his craftsmanship in talismans was undeniably proficient. Chen Ping prepared some spirit beast meat as bait and successfully caught dozens of flame blade spirit fish in the vicinity of the island. He then placed these talismans inside the bodies of the spirit fish, utilizing the iron cage he had previously employed to capture the treasure weasel, and arranged the fish neatly within. Following this, Chen Ping set up several suppressive formations nearby to confuse the flame blade fish king. Once everything was in place, he began detonating the talismans. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed, sending towering waves crashing upon the lake's surface, causing even the island to tremble slightly. However, rather than immediately retreating into the cave, Chen Ping remained in a state of invisibility, keenly observing and waiting to see if the flame blade fish king would appear. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued to resound, saturating the water's surface with an overwhelming fishy aroma. After a while, Chen Ping finally caught sight of the massive, injured flame blade fish king surfacing. It had been successfully lured out. This was the moment. Chen Ping tore a movement talisman, maintaining his invisibility, and swiftly re-entered the underground cave. Inside the cave, apart from a feeble spider demon, there were no other creatures present. Chen Ping held the radiant prism in one hand while directing the treasure weasel to carry the box containing the spirit herbs with the other. He then raised his hand gently, channeling his magical energy to pluck the jade spirit herb from the rock. His heart raced as he safely harvested the herb, placing it into the medicinal box and subsequently into his storage pouch. Yet, he did not leave immediately. With a magical hand, he carefully pushed aside the lava, searching to see if there was a second jade spirit herb in this location. The jade spirit herb was resistant to lava, being a spirit object catalyzed by wood and fire spiritual energy. Soon, Chen Ping discovered a second jade spirit herb, a stroke of fortune. For this herb boasted an even older medicinal potency than the first. He placed the second jade spirit herb into his storage pouch, his face illuminated with uncontainable joy. Yet he still lingered. The magical hand continued to sift through the lava in search of the herb's whereabouts. Based on the age of the second jade spirit herb, Chen Ping surmised that this treasure trove had existed for quite some time, and there might be even older herbs concealed within the lava. However, just as he was searching for a third jade spirit herb, he subtly sensed the returning presence of the flame blade fish king. Hurry! Hurry! His heart began to race. As the silhouette of the flame blade fish king emerged just beneath the water's surface, Chen Ping's eyes brightened. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his gaze. Indeed, there was. He had discovered a jade spirit herb with at least 200 years of medicinal age hidden deep within the lava. Chen Ping swiftly harvested this third jade spirit herb from thin air. Roar! This scene did not escape the keen eyes of the flame blade fish king, who was enraged to discover something stealthily pilfering the precious yushui mushroom beneath his very eyelids. In a fit of fury, he opened his gaping maw and unleashed a terrifying roar, simultaneously launching a powerful, sharp water arrow directly at Chen Ping's position. Buzz! Chen Ping immediately activated the radiant prism, but the piercing water arrow struck the luminous shield with a resounding crash, causing stars to burst before his eyes and blood to flow from his nose. Chen Ping's complexion changed drastically, such formidable power. The radiant shield bore visible cracks from this strike. He pondered how much longer it could withstand. It was time to retreat. Chen Ping secured the third yushui mushroom safely in his possession. Maintaining the shield's protective state, he swiftly retreated deeper into the underground cavern. Yet, the flame blade fish king leapt from the water onto the shore, using its pectoral fins to propel itself forward with surprising speed. It launched another water arrow, which crashed against Chen Ping's radiant shield, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose, indicating he had sustained serious injuries. For the first time, Chen Ping felt the pressure of life and death, his scalp tingling. This was the might of a half-step to the second tier, far beyond what a mere 12th-layer chi refinement practitioner like himself could contend with. After the second strike, the radiant shield was noticeably more damaged. Chen Ping's heart bled. This was a defensive artifact he had purchased for 550 coins, now severely compromised. Regrettably, he possessed only a first-tier escape talisman. Grinding his teeth, he thought. Had he known, he would have bought a second-tier talisman to ensure that beast could not pursue him. With blood streaming from his eyes and nose, Qin Ping fled desperately towards the cave's exit, his gaze unwavering and resolute. This was his path to Foundation establishment. There was no escaping it. Only by dancing on the edge of danger could he seize a glimmer of hope, just as he was but a few steps from the cave's exit. The Flame Blade Fish King struck the radiant shield once more. Qin Ping's body trembled violently as he spat blood, and the shield was utterly shattered. Stumbling out of the cave, he summoned the white jade airship without delay and ascended into the sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On the ground, the Flame Blade Fish King burst forth from the cave, unleashing several water arrows at the airborne white jade airship, causing it to shudder violently. The white jade airship soared through the skies at an incredible speed, covering 3,000 miles in a single flight. Though it was struck by several arrows, it suffered no severe damage, merely sustaining a few holes in its hull. This fortunate circumstance was due to the distance, as the power of the water arrows diminished significantly. Had the airship been destroyed, a grim fate awaited Qin Ping. Witnessing Qin Ping pilot the white jade airship into the distance, the Flame Blade Fish King let out an unprecedented roar of rage. The price had been steep, yet Qin Ping had successfully obtained 3 Yushui mushrooms. It was worth it. Merely harvesting 1 Yushui mushroom would not suffice, as one was required to unlock the recipe for the Foundation establishment pill. Furthermore, the second mushroom would likely yield a low probability of success when Qin Ping attempted to refine the Foundation establishment pill with his first-tier spiritual consciousness. There is no other reason. It is merely due to his previous lack of spiritual awareness, resulting in a significantly low success rate for concocting spiritual awareness pills and body-refining pills. Furthermore, should one of the petals be removed, the Flame Blade Fish King would surely sense it upon returning, inevitably leading it to migrate to the location where the jade marrow mushroom is cultivated. Coughing. Qin Ping's complexion was pale, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. The strength of this half-step second tier is indeed formidable. Had I not been a late-stage body cultivator, even with the protective shield of the radiant prism, the force of that water arrow would have been sufficient to obliterate me. However, at this moment, I cannot leave One Island Lake immediately and must find a place to heal. Despite the backlash from his injuries, Qin Ping gritted his teeth and flew for 200 to 300 miles until he arrived at a secluded, uninhabited island. There, he set up a barrier and hastily retrieved healing pills, settling into a meditative position. Although there was a risk of being discovered by the Flame Blade Fish King, he could not afford to delay any longer. Any further procrastination could exacerbate his injuries, jeopardizing his foundation and ultimately severing his path to establishing his core. Chapter 83. A narrow escape from exposure, the transformation of One Island Lake. A month later, Qin Ping's injuries had fully healed. He could not help but feel grateful, fortunately. I also practiced body cultivation. Otherwise, my recovery would not have been so swift. Qin Ping dismantled the barrier in the vicinity, revealing the corpses of several weak demonic creatures outside. Most had turned to bones, their flesh entirely consumed by the Jimao treasure ferret. Having feasted on so much meat, this little creature had remained steadfastly by Qin Ping's side. It was quite loyal indeed, proving that his call of brother ferret was not in vain. Rising to his feet, Qin Ping raised his sleeve and addressed the Jimao treasure ferret. Brother ferret, I am grateful for your care over the past month. Now that I have recovered, it is time for us to depart. With a couple of chirps, the treasure ferret naturally burrowed into Qin Ping's sleeve. Despite consuming so much flesh, it had not gained weight. Rather, its fur had grown increasingly glossy, providing a delightful tactile sensation. Qin Ping summoned his flying gourd and set off towards the market district, intending to gather his belongings from his rented accommodation and reclaim his deposit before leaving One Island Lake. Not long after, just as Qin Ping was about to reach the shore, a late-stage chi refining cultivator blocked his path. Did you capture the Flame Blade Spirit Fish? You are not permitted to land. At this moment, Qin Ping exuded an aura of the 8th layer of chi refinement, and his heart sank. He clasped his hands and inquired, "What is your intention, fellow cultivator? Are you not allowing me to return to my own home?" The late-stage chi refining cultivator sneered. "My young master has decreed that anyone wishing to leave this lake must capture 10 Flame Blade Spirit Fish. You may return home only after you have caught 10. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Qin Ping's countenance darkened. This late-stage chi refining cultivator was not someone he could defeat with a single strike. Yet, he could not act rashly, as he did not wish to attract unwanted attention. The manipulator behind this was indeed tyrannical, daring to enforce such demands. Jinping chose to swallow his pride and turn back into One Island Lake. Then tore open an invisibility talisman to observe and investigate the situation nearby. There must be something amiss for someone to dare blockade the island, surely. Significant events had transpired during his month of healing. Soon, Jinping witnessed an individual capturing 10 flame blade spirit fish. Receiving 100 spirit stones from a practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement. Just as he was about to leave, he was halted by the same practitioner, who insisted on searching him and demanded that he open his storage bag for inspection. The man had just earned 100 spirit stones, feeling both angered and powerless. He complied and opened his storage bag for examination. Jinping's expression shifted dramatically, a search of the storage bag. Did the mastermind suspect that the jade marrow fungus had been taken? If he rashly attempted to escape, he would undoubtedly attract attention, exposing his acquisition of the jade marrow fungus. A wave of fear washed over Jinping. Fortunately, he had exercised caution and swallowed his anger. For the consequences of exposure would be dire. Most critically, the route leading out of the lake had been sealed with restrictions. Jinping's heart sank, as it seemed highly likely that news of the jade marrow fungus being harvested had leaked. The longer he lingered at the Wandao Lake, the greater the risk of exposure. At that moment, he yearned to leave Wandao Lake and return to the Mu family. With a somber and indifferent gaze, he resolved to first capture 10 flame blade spirit fish before devising a plan. For him, capturing 10 flame blade spirit fish was not a daunting task. However, the mastermind was suspicious of those capturing the flame blade spirit fish. To obtain the jade marrow fungus, he would need to approach the lair of the flame blade spirit fish. Should Jinping return to that small island, he would almost certainly be exposed. If he carelessly ventured to the areas abundant with flame blade spirit fish, he would unwittingly fall into someone's trap. Realizing this, Jinping was determined to avoid the 2 islands teeming with flame blade spirit fish. Steering clear of these locations, he began his pursuit of the flame blade spirit fish. Before long, he noticed the one-armed Zhao Han nearby, also capturing flame blade spirit fish. Jinping's eyes flickered as he adjusted his breath. Ascending to the 9th level of qi refinement and approached Zhao Han, Taoist Zhao. Zhao Han's complexion grew even paler. His condition was already frail, having lost an arm to the Fish King during their last encounter, which had severely drained his vitality and severed his path to immortality. Upon seeing Jinping, a glimmer of surprise and resentment flashed in Zhao Han's eyes. If Jinping had agreed to Hong in last time, he could have sacrificed both Jinping and Hong into the Fish King, thereby avoiding his current injuries and the loss of his immortal journey. Zhao Han concealed his emotions well, but Jinping discerned them nonetheless. Zhao Han greeted him with a smile. Taoist Tang, you are also here to capture flame blade spirit fish? Jinping laughed heartily and replied, indeed. After a prolonged seclusion, my resources have nearly been depleted. Gathering medicinal herbs yields little profit, while fishing brings quicker returns. Zhao Han nodded in agreement. True. This time the wealthy have raised the purchase price of the flame blade spirit fish to 15 spirit stones each. If we catch enough, we could secure resources for a comfortable life with a spouse in our later years. Jinping feigned surprise, subtly probing for information. What accounts for such a high price? Zhao Han explained. There are 2 fish kings in this lake that have been attacking practitioners furiously. Capturing the flame blade spirit fish is quite challenging. Fortunately, that wealthy young master has set up restrictions where the flame blade spirit fish frequent, making things somewhat easier for us. Jinping nodded, contemplating internally. So it was the Fish King's attacks on practitioners that had leaked the news. Both of the Flame Blade Fish Kings are at the 2nd tier of the half-step realm, a fact easily discernible to cultivators from prominent families. With just one more 2nd-tier spirit herb, these beasts could ascend to the rank of 2nd-tier demon beasts. One of them has blood-red eyes, a sign of madness, while the other, though retaining its clarity of mind, also attacks cultivators. This suggests that someone must have harvested the jade spirit mushroom, which has driven the Fish King into a frenzy. Forcing the cultivators to capture the flame blade fish and inspect their storage bags is but a means to uncover the identity of the one who picked the mushroom. The flame blade fish is merely a pretext. Upon realizing this, Jinping felt a chilling sense of death closing in on him, leaving him breathless. The cultivators from esteemed families are indeed ruthless and cunning, without a single one to be underestimated. Zhao Han, with a smile, pointed Jinping towards a direction. Taoist Tang, there are still some flame blade fish in that water area. You may try your luck there. Thank you, Taoist Zhao. If I catch any fish, I shall treat you to a feast, and perhaps we can visit Kunxiu together. Qinping replied cheerfully as he headed in the direction Zhao pointed. Seeing Qinping's chosen path, a venomous malice glinted in Zhao Han's eyes. Qinping had already sensed his ill intentions and would not foolishly follow through. Instead, he leaped across several islands, altering his course towards the opposite direction. Sure enough, in the direction Zhao had indicated, the terrifying figure of a flame-blade fish king soon emerged. If Qinping wished to survive and bring the jade spirit mushroom out, he glanced at the treasure-seeking ferret within his sleeve. Brother Ferret, I shall need your assistance. Chapter 84. The cunning plan backfires, departing from Wandao Laking? The ferret's eyes displayed a hint of confusion. Qinping spoke, Brother Ferret, if you could deliver my storage bag back home, I shall reward you with 100 pounds of spirit beast meat. Ing, the ferret agreed. Qinping promptly set up a formation of restrictions and then bound his storage bag to the ferret's belly. Brother Ferret, try passing through the restrictions with the storage bag. Qinping instructed. The ferret immediately scampered towards the restrictions, but soon found itself stuck, unable to pass through with the bag attached. Qinping's expression darkened. As expected, this restriction was impenetrable for any spirit creature. Even this basic first-tier restriction, set by someone intent on obtaining the jade spirit mushroom, seemed to extend beyond the bounds of first-tier formations, likely reaching the second tier. Thus, the notion of using the ferret to smuggle the storage bag out had become unrealistic. Initially, he had only entertained a hopeful attitude, but now, with the reality laid bare, Qinping's countenance was grim. As time elapsed, the flame-blade fish within the lake would dwindle, and the range of the restrictions along with the number of cultivators would narrow. If he lingered, it was only a matter of time before he would be targeted. Just as Qinping's expression soured while he contemplated his next move, the treasure-seeking ferret emerged from the restrictions, its fluffy tail wrapping around the storage bag. It floated lightly outside the restricted area, looking back at Qinping. Qinping's gaze lingered in astonishment for a considerable time. Is it truly possible? He dispelled the restrictions and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the treasure-seeking weasel. Brother Weasel, after you return the storage pouch home, please come back and let me know you are safe. I beseech you. The weasel stood up, mimicking Qinping's gesture, its tiny paws joined together in a similar bow. This clever little creature was not easily perplexed. Qinping chuckled heartily, Brother Diao, be swift in your return. Under the cover of night, the treasure-seeking weasel set off at an incredible speed, vanishing like a flash of silver light from Qinping's sight. A smirk graced Qinping's lips. You have your schemes, and I possess my countermeasures. What can you do to me? The mastermind behind this plot, despite their intricate calculations, likely did not anticipate the presence of a rare and gifted treasure-seeking weasel within the myriad islands of the lake. Subsequently, Qinping began earnestly to capture the flame-blade spirit fish. After a day and night, the weasel returned safely, much to Qinping's relief, and he had successfully caught 6 flame-blade spirit fish, with the rich and potent flesh of spirit beasts serving as bait. The nearby spirit fish would soon take the hook. The weasel gleefully embraced each fish, devouring them with great delight. After another day's endeavor, Qinping had gathered a total of 10 flame-blade spirit fish, leaving the remainder for the weasel to consume. Qinping announced, Brother Jiao, we must take our leave from here, return home, and await my arrival. Upon my return, I shall present you with 300 pounds of spirit beast meat. The weasel emitted a few cheerful sounds and departed once more. Not only was it crucial that the Yusui mushroom remained undiscovered, but the weasel's whereabouts must also remain concealed. In many respects, the weasel was far more precious than the Yusui mushroom. Qinping understood that leaving the Myriad Islands lake would involve a thorough search, including an inspection of his storage pouch. In such circumstances, retaining the weasel with him would be tantamount to courting disaster. With 10 flame-blade spirit fish in hand, Qinping approached the shore once more. Esteemed senior, I have captured 10 flame-blade spirit fish. May I ascend to the shore and return home? The practitioner in the late stage of chi refinement accepted the fish and handed Qinping 150 spirit stones. Just as Qinping took a few steps beyond the restrictions, the late-stage practitioner called out to him, Halt. Anticipating this, Qinping obediently came to a stop, allowing the practitioner to search him and inspect his storage pouch. Within, there were only some spirit herbs, essence pills, and fasting pills. After this thorough examination, Qinping finally ascended the shore, strolling leisurely with a joyful expression towards the market. Meanwhile, aboard an airship in the sky, a young cultivator with a visage as striking as jade sat, accompanied by an elder. Young master, let us wait a little longer. The number of cultivators within the restriction circle is dwindling, and we shall surely uncover the one who harvested the Yusui mushroom. Indeed. The young cultivator replied with a hint of indifference, yet I wonder how this thief learned of the Usue mushroom's existence in Myriad Islands Lake. Managing to seize it before I could. The elder chuckled ominously, regardless of how this knowledge was obtained. Once we capture this individual, the young master will learn everything. True. The young cultivator conceded. Overthinking can lead to one's downfall. They could never have anticipated that Qinping had already exited the restrictions. Qinping returned to the rented courtyard and, upon seeing the untouched storage bag, felt his racing heart gradually regain its calm. Only then did he dare to exhale deeply. A smile gracing his face, he was finally safe at home. After this ordeal, Qinping decided not to request the deposit of 3 spirit stones from Wang Anquan. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. He meticulously packed all his belongings into the storage bag and, with a cheerful expression, turned to the treasure mole, saying, "Brother Diao, could you assist me with the task?" Qinping retrieved several talismans from the storage bag and instructed, "Please affix these talismans to the door of the adjoining courtyard." Right here. He demonstrated by pointing at the gaps between the 2 doors from behind the courtyard gate. The treasure mole accepted the talismans, disregarding the restrictions, and swiftly slipped into Zhao Han's courtyard, returning shortly after to confirm that the talismans were properly placed. Qinping raised his sleeve to let the treasure mole inside, then exited the courtyard, summoning his flying gourd, and set off towards the Mu family, a distance of 12,000 miles. He hesitated to use the white jade airship directly, fearing it would attract unwanted attention. After flying for 3 or 4 days and covering a couple thousand miles, he finally summoned the airship and sped towards the Mu family. Meanwhile, on his way back, Zhao Han had managed to capture 30 fiery blade spirit fish. With a delighted expression, he walked out of the restrictions, clutching 450 spirit stones, musing, 450 spirit stones, enough to court a wife and establish a small family. I wonder if that Tangxing has been devoured by the Fish King, relieving my pent-up resentment. A single misstep in one's fortunes can lead to drastically different outcomes. Had Qinping foolishly followed along that day and seized control of the fiery blade Fish King, all the fiery blade spirit fish in the lake would have been his. And he might have astonishingly discovered the jade marrow grass. Just from the fiery blade spirit fish, he could have earned thousands of spirit stones, securing a foundation for his future cultivation. However, just one step short, he found himself crippled, his path to immortality irrevocably severed. Upon reaching the door, he carefully dispelled the restrictions with one hand and pushed the door open. Suddenly, he heard the tearing sound of talismans from behind the door, and his pupils constricted in realization, but his body failed to react in time to flee. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, claiming Zhao Han's life instantly, leaving no trace of his body. His final thought before death was, how is this possible? Who would have thought there were talismans behind the restrictions? From the moment he plotted against Qinping, it was clear that Qinping would not allow him to survive. 7 days later, Qinping returned to the Mu family. His initial plan had been to search for the jade marrow grass, break through to the 13th level of qi refinement, and subsequently gather the materials for the 2nd-tier spiritual fire. However, due to his lackluster aptitude, he had only managed to advance his physical cultivation to the late 1st stage, still lagging in reaching the 13th level of qi refinement. This solitary expedition for foundational pill materials had taken 11 months, and at the age of 26, Qinping reflected on his journey, fraught with peril and hardship, yielding 3 jade marrow grasses, while suffering numerous losses. His radiant prism defense artifact shattered, and the white jade airship sustained several holes needing repair. Had he prepared even slightly less, he would not have returned to the Mu family at all. Subsequently, he planned to remain at the Mu family until he reached the 13th level of qi refinement before venturing out, adjusting his cultivation to the 11th level of qi refinement. Qinping entered the Hall of Stewards. Upon returning to the Mu family, his first order of business was, of course, to meet with Mu Luofei. At 25, Mu Luofei radiated brilliance and charm. Approaching the counter, Qinping respectfully saluted Mu Luofei, who stood behind it, addressing her as senior sister Luofei. "Ah, junior brother Qin. You have returned." Mu Luofei lifted her beautiful eyes as she spotted Qinping, a smile illuminating her face. "Junior brother Qin, come with me to a private room for a chat." Nodding, Qinping followed Mu Luofei to the elegant chamber. Naturally, Mu Luofei was aware of Qinping's purpose for visiting, as she produced a storage bag. "Junior brother Qin, this contains the demon bone blood collected by junior brother Fong and the others over the past year." Qinping grinned broadly and clasped his hands together in gratitude. "Thank you for covering the spirit stones for me, senior sister Luofei." How many spirit stones worth of demon bone blood does this contain? Mu Luofei smiled gently, her eyes appraising Chen Ping as she replied, quite a lot, indeed. There are 2,000 portions of demon bone blood inside. If you had delayed your return any longer, I would have run out of funds to cover your materials. 2,000 portions of demon bone blood equated to 2,000 spirit stones. Divided among the 4 members of Feng Xing's group, each would receive 500 spirit stones, yielding a monthly profit of 40 to 50 spirit stones. Chen Ping retrieved a storage bag and placed 2,000 spirit stones within it, handing it to Mu Luofei with an apologetic expression. I've troubled you greatly. Senior Sister Luofei, I owe you a favor. Chen Ping did not even glance at the storage bag Mu Luofei had given him to check the quantity of demon bone blood. Similarly, Mu Luofei did not verify whether the spirit stones amounted to 2,000. This was a testament to their mutual trust. Mu Luofei smiled brightly, saying, all right, I shall remember this favor. Perhaps in due time, you will have the opportunity to repay it. Chen Ping laughed heartily. I would willingly traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for it. What a dramatic expression. Mu Luofei's fair cheeks flushed with a subtle hue, and she inquired, Junior brother Chen, during your year away, have you made any progress? Chen Ping shook his head with a wry smile. No, Senior Sister Luofei, as you can see, I have yet to break through my cultivation. While seeking opportunities, he had also been attending to matters for his senior brother. The lies he had once told now required more lies to uphold. Otherwise, it would seem peculiar for Chen Ping to produce 2,000 spirit stones without a breakthrough in his cultivation. Mu Luofei nodded slightly, then you must seize the moment. I have already advanced to the 12th level of qi refinement. Chen Ping's face lit up with delight. Congratulations, Senior Sister Luofei. For cultivators like Mu Luofei, who practice techniques of the 12th level of qi refinement, reaching the pinnacle of this level would soon allow her to challenge the foundation establishment. Recalling the various setbacks he had encountered in his own cultivation, Chen Ping could not help but feel envious of Mu Luofei, with her celestial lineage. Mu Luofei proudly lifted her head, showcasing her elegant swan-like neck, and beamed. This achievement is also thanks to the body-refining elixir you gifted me. With that elixir, I successfully underwent the transformation of spiritual energy into flesh and entered the 12th level of qi refinement. In contrast, after years of consuming body-refining elixirs, Chen Ping had not experienced results as remarkable as hers after just one vial. However, since this was Mu Luofei, he felt no trace of jealousy. Rather, he was genuinely happy for her success. Chen Ping once again presented 2 bottles of body-refining pills before Mu Luofei. Sister Luofei, persistent consumption of these pills greatly benefits one's cultivation. Mu Luofei narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. What are you trying to do, Junior brother Chen? They're a gift for you, sister. A flicker of emotion crossed Mu Luofei's lovely gaze. No, please take them back. I inquired at the Wanbao Pavilion. And each bottle of body-refining pills costs 46 spirit stones, which is quite expensive. In her understanding, the 2,000 spirit stones Chen Ping possessed were not his own. Otherwise, with such wealth, he would have long since broken through to the 12th level of qi refinement. Perhaps he too needed these pills to achieve that milestone. Just as she did. Sister Luofei, I still have more. Chen Ping smiled as he produced another bottle of body-refining pills. You have already reached the 12th level of qi refinement, and now is the crucial time for you to advance to foundation establishment. Yet you are still busy collecting materials for me. These 2 bottles of body-refining pills are merely a token of my appreciation. Over the past year, his proficiency in refining these pills had increased, allowing him to produce 8 bottles in a month. Seeing Chen Ping's insistence, Mu Luofei reluctantly accepted the 2 bottles. Her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons, a sight to behold. Then I shall accept them. She placed the 2 bottles into her storage bag. Although she had her doubts about the origin of Chen Ping's body-refining pills, she did not dwell on the thought of their production. Mu Luofei inquired, Junior brother, do you still need to purchase more demon bone blood? Chen Ping did not respond directly, but instead asked, how are Junior brother Feng and the others faring? Mu Luofei replied, over the past year, they have slain the blood-horned Red Bull, and with the income from the demon bone blood, they have completely regained their footing and fighting spirit. The 500 spirit stones from the demon bone blood, along with their other earnings, should suffice to resolve their debt issues. Chen Ping pondered for a moment before saying, then please inform Sister Luofei to tell Junior brother Feng that I will purchase demon bone blood for another 6 months. 3,000 units of demon bone blood would sustain Chen Ping for quite some time. Unless he decided to take on disciples in the future to teach them the method of refining body-refining pills, he would not need to continue purchasing demon bone blood. I hope junior brother Fong and the others harbor no grievances towards me, Chen Ping sighed. However, Mu Luofei shot him a fierce glance and retorted, how dare they? If they can't even comprehend this, Witnessing Mu Luofei defend him, Chen Ping smiled, and he pointed out 1,000 spirit stones to her, saying, let this sum be used to purchase demon bone blood from junior brother Fong and the others. This time, Mu Luofei was genuinely surprised that Chen Ping had produced another 1,000 spirit stones. Just how many spirit stones does he possess? She accepted the spirit stones and replied, I will convey your message to junior brother Fong. Junior brother, how long do you intend to stay this time? Chen Ping contemplated before responding, about 4 to 5 months. Next year, I will truly embark on a journey to seek opportunities for a breakthrough. Chapter 86, Repairing the White Jade Airship 4 to 5 months. Mu Luofei smiled brightly. Then you must strive to break through and return soon, for I have matters that require your attention. Chen Ping's expression shifted, and in a hushed tone, he asked, but is there a lead on the century-old spirit milk? Mu Luofei gently shook her head. I cannot be certain just yet, but preparations must commence. At 25 years of age, how much longer can she delay her foundation establishment? As one grows older, the probability of success diminishes. Very well, Chen Ping nodded. I will expedite my affairs and return promptly. Chen Shidi, you must succeed. Mu Luofei covered her mouth with her delicate hand and chuckled. Let us hope that by the time I establish my foundation, you are not still in the qi refinement stage. Ha. Chen Ping laughed heartily. That would indeed be quite amusing. After all these years, Sister Luofei has always progressed faster in her cultivation than I have. He added, just don't follow in Uncle Li Ernyo's footsteps after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. After Li Ernyo's breakthrough, he became utterly detached from Chen Ping and the others, fixating solely on Mu Luofei. A mischievous glint sparkled in Mu Luofei's beautiful eyes, perhaps. Chen Ping smiled outwardly, but inwardly felt a tinge of bitterness. Mu Luofei had sufficient foundation, with just one suitable spirit herb for foundation establishment. She could easily break through. Chen Ping had collected 2 such herbs, yet his own foundation establishment remained uncertain. His qualifications were lacking, and his foundational strength was woefully inadequate. Cultivators of celestial lineage, from a young age, are accustomed to medicinal baths that enhance their innate talents, granting them a significant advantage during the transformation of spiritual energy into physical form. This transformation had nearly cost Chen Ping his life on 2 occasions. All probabilities of success in foundation establishment were merely theoretical. The reality lay in one's foundational strength and cultivation status. Chen Ping resolved to concoct a foundation establishment pill before attempting his own breakthrough. Time waits for no one. Chen Ping rose and clasped his hands. Sister Luofei, upon my return to the Mu family, you are my first visit. However, I have trivial matters to attend to and cannot linger. Understanding Chen Ping's predicament, Mu Luofei replied, then you should hurry along, and I shall certainly come looking for you later. As she spoke, her earlobes flushed slightly, recalling how Chen Ping had once left her a token of his trust. Yet, she preferred to keep this matter unspoken. Very well. Chen Ping performed a respectful bow and departed the steward's hall, not returning to the alchemy hall, but instead taking out his flying gourd and heading towards Baisha Square City. On the journey, the Mu family disciples visiting the stewardess hall bore the same expression as before, emotionless, despondent, and stifled. Chen Ping dreaded becoming like them, devoting a lifetime to cultivation only to find it all in vain. After 2 hours of flight, Chen Ping arrived at Baisha Square City, which remained bustling with activity. Entering the Wanbao Pavilion, he was greeted by Zhou Ying, who appeared somewhat surprised. Indeed, Qin Daoyu, you have kept your word. It has been nearly a year. Over the course of this year, Zhou Ying had become even more enchanting, her every smile and frown exuding an irresistible allure. Her demeanor had grown more poised and self-assured, evidently bolstered by the body-refining pills Chen Ping had provided, securing her position. Chen Ping smiled and replied, unless there are extraordinary circumstances, I would never betray my word. Zhou Ying rose from behind the counter. Please, Qin Daoyu, accompany me to a private room for a discussion. She walked ahead, her steps graceful, the ribbon at her waist accentuating her slender figure and alluring curves. Even her silhouette was captivating. Chen Ping couldn't help but ponder. Zhou Daoyu's cultivation has indeed flourished. The first time I encountered Zhou Ying, her demeanor was frigid. Yet, in such a short span of time, she has undergone a remarkable transformation into an alluring and captivating woman. Sensing Chen Ping's gaze, Zhou Ying felt a subtle warmth rise in her cheeks. She recalled several years prior when Chen Ping had saved her life, during which he had affixed healing talismans to her vital points. Upon arriving in the private chamber, the two took their seats opposite each other, and Zhou began. Qin Daoyu, there are still no leads regarding the second-tier demon core and the century-old spiritual milk that you requested my family to inquire about. However, rest assured, my family is diligently pursuing this matter, as I too require foundational spiritual items. Qin Ping, realizing that despite Zhou Ying's mature and enticing appearance, she still referred to herself in the humble manner of this humble servant, was struck by the understanding that she was, in fact, unmarried and without a partner. It dawned on him that Zhou Ying, though young, was equally qualified to pursue foundational cultivation. He nodded, confident that the Gu family would not treat this matter lightly. Understood. Qin Ping replied. From his storage pouch, he produced 72 vials of body refinement pills. Zhou Daoyu, this is the supply of body refinement pills for the upcoming year. Zhou Ying's lips parted in surprise, realizing her lapse in composure as she hurriedly covered her mouth with her petite hand. Qin Daoyu, how could you possibly present so many body refinement pills? With a cheerful smile, Qin Ping responded, What, Zhou Daoyu, are you unable to consume them? Not at all. Zhou Ying giggled. It's just that previously, you only presented 18 vials of these body refinement pills. I could easily consume all of these. That is splendid. Qin Ping replied with a grin. My collaboration with the Gu family has been quite pleasant, and my senior brother has decided to deepen our partnership with them, which is why I am able to offer you such a substantial quantity of body refinement pills, by allowing Zhou Ying to savor the benefits of these pills. He was confident that the Gu family would earnestly seek information regarding foundational spiritual items for him. Presenting 18 vials previously, and now 72 indicated that the initiative was firmly in Qin Ping's hands, and who could say how many more pills he might procure. While he had a debt of gratitude towards Zhou Ying, the Gu family's efficiency still hinged on Qin Ping's own leverage. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying's enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement. Rest assured, Qin Daoyu, the Gu family's collaboration with you is entirely sincere. Moreover, I am indebted to you for saving my life. Regarding the foundational spiritual items, you have my utmost assurance. Excellent, Qin Ping acknowledged, his objective fulfilled. Subsequently, Zhou Ying presented him with 3,168 spirit stones, replenishing his wallet to 4,000 spirit stones. However, he still possessed a wealth of materials for crafting body refinement pills. Yet, the need for expenditure loomed ahead. Qin Ping spoke, Zhou Daoyu, my white jade flying ship has sustained damage. Do you know a master craftsman who could assist me in its repair? He produced the diminutive, unactivated white jade flying ship. The ship, valued at 3,000 spirit stones, left Zhou Ying astonished by Qin Ping's financial prowess. She couldn't help but wonder which esteemed family he hailed from, as there were no prominent Qin families in the vicinity of Baisha Square. Suppressing her surprise, Zhou Ying smiled brightly. I have recently made the acquaintance of a master craftsman from the Dongshin sect. I can arrange for him to repair your white jade flying ship. It may cost around 200 to 300 spirit stones. That is acceptable. The price seems reasonable, Qin Ping replied. I appreciate your assistance, Zhou Daoyu. I also intend to procure a batch of alchemical materials, along with a portion of vitality pills, fasting pills, and recovery pills. After such a long time, the supplies I initially seized from Lu Zian and others have nearly been exhausted. 1,000 spirit stones were swiftly spent like flowing water. Chapter 87. The situation at the pill hall. Having replenished the materials necessary for my daily cultivation, Qin Ping prepared to take his leave. Just as he was about to depart, Zhou Ying inexplicably asked, Qin Daoyu, are you married? Qin Ping's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he replied, I, Qin, aspire to the path of longevity and currently have no thoughts of seeking a partner. Furthermore, Zhou Daoyu is not quite my type. Oh, that is not what I meant. You have misunderstood, Qin Daoyu, Zhou Ying said, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Her heart felt a twinge of shyness. Could it be that Qin Daoyu truly favored women like her mother, who were mature and sweet as peaches? How long would it take for her to become a woman like her mother? Her inquiry was merely a casual question, hoping to find a way to mend her relationship with Qin Ping and deepen their connection, unaware of Zhou Ying's inner thoughts. Qin Ping bid farewell and left the Wanmao pavilion. After strolling through the marketplace, he summoned his flying gourd and returned to the Mu family. Along the way, he encountered the mother-daughter duo, Mu Huadai and Mu Hongwan. Years had passed, and the little girl who once guarded the storeroom had now blossomed into a graceful young woman, her beauty surpassing even that of Mu Huadai. Qin Ping also noticed that all of the Mu family's descendants were exceptionally charming, each possessing their own unique allure and grace. Qin Ping spotted his junior brother, Du, who had joined the pill hall after him. To his surprise, Du was eagerly approaching Mu Huadai and Mu Hongwan. Was he attracted to Sister Huadai or Sister Hongwan? Regardless of whom he favored, they were both older than him. Shaking his head, Chenping returned to the Pill Hall's dojo. Upon opening the restrictions and stepping inside, he expected his dojo to be covered in dust after a year of absence, necessitating a thorough cleaning. To his astonishment, the place was immaculate, as if someone had frequently visited and maintained it. He went to the backyard hot spring to soak. Although there were no traces of a woman's presence, he caught a whiff of the lingering fragrance of Mu Luafei. He was quite familiar with her scent. It seemed that during his year away, Sister Luafei had often come to stay and had even tidied up the place, keeping it in pristine condition. What a wonderful senior sister she was. After 17 years of cultivating, he had formed the deepest connection with Mu Luafei in the realm of cultivation. After his bath, Chenping headed to the Pill Hall's dining hall for a meal. He relished his food, grateful that he could dine without spending his own money. Chenping was a frugal man, making the most of every resource. Had he not feared the dangers lurking in the Wan Island Lake Marketplace, he would have demanded the return of the 3 spirit stones deposit from Wong, and dining here was especially delightful, as he enjoyed spirit beast meat and spirit rice without spending a dime, making his appetite even more robust. A few sounds emanated from his sleeve, prompting Chenping to lower his voice. Brother Jiao, do be patient. I will bring you something delicious shortly. There are people all around now, so stay hidden. Chenping's sleeve settled into a tranquil stillness. Junior Brother Chen? At that moment, Su Fengshan's voice resonated in Chenping's ear. A voice imbued with the weight of years. It has been quite some time since I last saw you at the Alchemy Hall. Chenping lifted his gaze, set down his bowl and chopsticks, and with a respectful gesture, smiled. Senior Brother Su, I have been away for a year in search of opportunities for a breakthrough, and I have just returned. Su Fengshan's hair had turned completely white, and he appeared aged, yet his spirit remained quite vibrant. I celebrated my 70th birthday yesterday. Had you returned just a day earlier, I could have invited you to partake in the festivities. Chenping chuckled heartily. That is the fault of the junior brother. He produced 5 spirit stones and pushed them towards Su Fengshan. Allow me to contribute my share. Su Fengshan accepted the 5 spirit stones with a beaming smile. Now that is more like it. Chenping inquired, Senior Brother Su, how is it that upon my return, I find the Alchemy Hall bereft of so many individuals? Su Fengshan's smile turned bittersweet. In the past year, the quality of medicinal materials sent to the Alchemy Hall has declined, resulting in a drop in success rates for alchemy. Several junior brothers have tragically perished during their attempts to meet deadlines. I too have incurred a fair share of fines. Chenping was taken aback. Senior brother, you have also paid fines? Su Fengshan, who had refined chi pills for decades with a near-faultless track record, had faced failures? Su Fengshan nodded and, bowing to the Alchemy Hall, remarked, fortunately, the left hall master showed mercy, allowing me to pay fines without extending my years of service. Otherwise, with only 5 years remaining until I regain my freedom, an extension would be a death sentence in the alchemy chamber. Chenping nodded in understanding. Su Fengshan had devoted 55 years to the Alchemy Hall, and any extension would force him to face an untimely end amidst the alchemical flames. Su Fengshan sighed. Junior Brother Chen, our fate in the immortal clan is sealed. Without the foundation of cultivation, we are destined to be mere beasts of burden for the rest of our lives. You must strive diligently, lest you follow in my footsteps. Chenping offered a wry smile. Senior brother, the foundation of cultivation is indeed formidable, akin to scaling the heavens. I cannot guarantee my success. I can only do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. The two continued their conversation, touching upon the Alchemy Hall's shortage of personnel. The left hall master had applied for additional hands from the Mu family, and come next year, a significant influx of aspiring cultivators would arrive at the Alchemy Hall. This indicated that a new wave of youthful dreamers would be drawn into the world of alchemy. They also spoke of Junior Brother Du. Su Fengshan chuckled. That lad is quite astute. He has grasped the struggles of the Alchemy Hall, with many newcomers arriving next year. If he wishes to become a son-in-law of the Mu family, he must act swiftly, or he may find his opportunities dwindling. Sister Hong Wan and her mother share a penchant for youthful suitors. Unable to resist the intrigue, Chenping asked, is Junior Brother Du pursuing Sister Huadai or Sister Hong Wan? Su Fengshan lowered his voice. Do not let this slip. Junior Brother Du is infatuated with Madame Huadai and is likely already in secret communication with her. Sister Huadai owns a shop in the market, which is quite lucrative. Influenced by you, Junior Brother Du aspires to cultivate as well. Aligning himself with Sister Hong Wan could yield him some benefits. Chenping stared in disbelief. This Junior Brother Du is quite ruthless. Lady Huadai is a widow, and her daughter Mu Hongwan is even older than junior brother Du. Not to mention, Lady Huadai is merely a concubine of a Foundation establishment guest elder. In pursuit of resources, he directly bypassed Sister Hongwan to seek out Lady Huadai. Su Foshan chuckled. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Chen Ping sighed in admiration. That is indeed a point. Each person has their own fate and circumstances. After their conversation, Chen Ping rose to pack some spiritual delicacies to return to the dojo for cultivation, while Su Foshan, having eaten his fill, staggered towards the alchemy room. At 70 years of age, he still had to produce a substantial amount of elixirs daily, a struggle too bitter to share with outsiders. And thus he could only indulge in gossip to add a touch of amusement to his life. Chapter 88. 13th Layer of Qi Refinement. Upon returning to the dojo, Chen Ping's nimble treasure-hunting Martin eagerly darted from his sleeve, voicing its displeasure with a few whiny sounds before indulging in the delightful spiritual cuisine. Chen Ping smiled and commenced his daily routine of cultivation, alchemy, and physical training. He meticulously compressed the energy vortex, further purifying his spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Chen Ping had entered his 18th year of cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, Chen Ping furrowed his brow, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He was attempting his second breakthrough to the 13th layer of Qi refinement. At a crucial moment, he sensed a deficiency in his spiritual power and hurriedly swallowed several essence pills. While maintaining his breakthrough state, he refined the essence pills, causing a substantial influx of spiritual power into his body, yet his spiritual consciousness was rapidly depleting. Time flowed unknowingly, until the spiritual power within Chen Ping transformed entirely from gaseous to mist-like, filling every meridian in his body. Boom! An immense torrent of spiritual power surged against the bottleneck of the 13th layer of Qi refinement, relentlessly advancing until it shattered the barrier completely. Unlike his previous experiences breaking through to the 8th and 12th layers, where the bottleneck was merely worn down, a formidable wave of energy radiated from Chen Ping's body, distorting the air around him, as various furnishings in the room were obliterated by the force. Even the mat beneath him was reduced to powder, bearing the brunt of the impact. Remarkably, Chen Ping's form did not plummet to the ground. Instead, he hovered slightly above it, exhibiting signs characteristic of a Foundation establishment practitioner. The spiritual power of a Foundation establishment cultivator is liquid, whereas now, as he entered the 13th layer of Qi refinement, his energy vortex had fully transitioned into a misty state. Strictly speaking, he could now be considered half a step into Foundation establishment. Finally, he had reached the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Chen Ping opened his eyes, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze reflecting a mixture of relief and astonishment. Had he delayed the refinement of the essence pills even slightly, this breakthrough would have ended in failure. The abundant mist-like spiritual power coursing through him imbued Chen Ping with an unprecedented sense of strength. Achieving this transition to mist-like spiritual power was arduous, only marginally increasing his chances of Foundation establishment, truly a difficult endeavor. The overwhelming misty spiritual power also pressed against Chen Ping's physical body, compelling it to strengthen somewhat, enabling him to endure and adapt to the mist-like energy. One must once again refine their spiritual awareness, physical form, and traverse the long path of immortality. Subsequently, Chen Ping began to gauge the combat prowess of the 13th layer of Qi refinement. The amount of spiritual energy is several times that of when I first entered the 12th layer. If I were to strike now, a single move would suffice to annihilate my former self, as I have just entered the 13th layer. The capacity for spiritual energy still requires enhancement. I must push this mist-like spiritual power to its limits before attempting to break into the 14th layer. Along the way, I also need to bolster my supplementary spiritual awareness. This will likely take another 2 to 3 years. At present, at 27 years of age, reaching the 14th layer of Qi refinement would place me around 29 or 30. Given the foundational limit of 40 years for the 15th layer, I have ample time. However, the Eastern Xian sect only accepts Foundation cultivators under the age of 35. Exceeding this age would bar my entry, forcing me to depart from the Mu family and pursue a solitary path as a Foundation cultivator. As he contemplated deeply, Chen Ping realized that upon entering the 13th layer of Qi refinement, his control over spiritual power had advanced significantly. This led him to ponder, with my current mastery of spiritual energy at the 13th layer, could I, coupled with the turtle breathing technique, conceal my presence from those in the Foundation stage? He resolved to seek an opportunity to test this theory. Coincidentally, his white jade airship had been restored by his friend Zhou. Chen Ping settled into a meditative posture, continuing his seclusion to solidify his cultivation. and consumed a vitality pill for refinement. To his delight, he soon discovered that the time required to refine a vitality pill had decreased from half a day to merely 3 hours. While this was indeed a positive development, it also indicated that the resources he required would need to double. Consequently, he would have to produce more body-enhancing pills to earn money. He also planned to assess his alchemical efficiency to determine whether he could collect that second-tier spiritual fire. The robust and abundant spiritual energy instilled in Chun Ping a sense of confidence, albeit tinged with anticipation and trepidation. Even the weakest second-tier spiritual fire embodies formidable power. His mist-like spiritual energy could be deemed a half-step into the second-tier foundation, yet it had not yet reached the true second-tier foundation. Half a month later, Chun Ping emerged from his retreat. As he stepped outside, he beheld a graceful and alluring figure seated beneath the eaves, emanating a familiar and fragrant aroma. With a cheerful smile, Chun Ping greeted, "Sister Luo Fei, since you are here, why not come inside and say hello?" Mu Luo Fei, appearing as the gracious host, brewed some spiritual tea for Chun Ping, her gentle smile and melodious voice enchanting to the ears. "I was aware you were in seclusion. How could I possibly intrude? I would not wish to disrupt your cultivation and be unable to compensate for it," she replied. The once straightforward sister, who had matured through years of experience in the Deacon Hall, now possessed a charm as captivating as jade, exhibiting both grace and depth. "Junior brother Chun, do you have any gains from this retreat?" she inquired, delicately offering him a cup of tea. Chun Ping beamed as he sat down. Cradling the cup, "I have made some progress and attained a deeper understanding of the path to foundation." Mu Luo Fei scrutinized him with her beautiful eyes. "Have you not yet broken through to the 12th layer of qi refinement?" Chun Ping scratched his head. "Almost there. I'm just a step away. The resources available at the Mu family are too limited. To break through, I must leave this place and seek opportunities elsewhere." Mu Luo Fei nodded slightly. "Then you must seize the time, for in no more than a year and a half, I will need you to accompany me on a journey." Chun Ping felt a stir of excitement. He had found a lead on the centenary spirit milk. Yet he did not intend to confront it directly. He calculated the time. He would be departing shortly, and with a year and a half at his disposal, he should be able to return. This journey was for the second-order spirit fire, which had a specific location, unlike other vague pursuits that required endless searching. Once he obtained the second-order spirit fire, he would return. The second-order ice phantom fire was located at the Yunbing Mountain, 5,000 miles away from the Guo family, making it a total of 11,000 miles from Chun Ping. While he spoke of owing a debt of gratitude to Mu Luo Fei, it was clear that her quest for the centenary spirit milk was dragging him along, which not only failed to repay his debt but rather deepened it. However, given the value of foundational spirit items, Chun Ping sought any opportunity to gather information, even if it meant incurring further favors from Mu Luo Fei. In fact, he welcomed the idea of having more companions to whom he could owe such debts. Mu Luo Fei set down her teacup and gracefully rose, her delicate figure moving with poise. "I wish you a smooth journey, junior brother, and a swift return. I shall not take up more of your time. It is the end of the month, and I still need to seek out senior brother Su to inquire if they have any elixirs available." The issues with the medicinal materials at the Alchemy Hall had significantly impacted her business. "Junior brother, I look forward to our next meeting." With elegant and lively steps, Mu Luo Fei departed from Chun Ping's abode, leaving behind a faint trace of her fragrance beneath the eaves. Chun Ping watched her figure until it vanished from sight, then summoned his flying gourd to head to the Wanbao Pavilion to retrieve his jade-white airship. Chapter 89. Expensive second-order talismans upon arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion. Chun Ping retained the aura of a cultivator at the 11th level of qi refinement. Zhou Ying welcomed him, and they settled into a private room. To Chun Ping's disappointment, the foundational cultivator behind Zhou Ying did not make an appearance. Zhou Ying retrieved the jade-white airship. "The craftsmanship of that senior is exceptional. They have restored your airship to perfection." Chun Ping accepted the airship and examined it meticulously, nodding in satisfaction. Had the airship remained unrepaired, it would have pained him greatly. For even with his current wealth, he could not bear to spend 3,000 spirit stones on a new one. After receiving the airship, Chun Ping inquired, "Zhou Dao friend, do you have any defensive artifacts available?" Zhou Ying blinked her beautiful eyes. "Chun Dao friend, I recall you previously purchased a superior grade artifact, did you not?" Chun Ping's expression turned a touch awkward. "It broke. The radiant prism was used only once and is now completely ruined." Zhou Ying gently shook her head. "Currently, we do not have any defensive artifacts. Those typically come from the Eastern Xin sect and are not often available. However, if you require one. I can certainly keep an eye out for you. Very well, Qinping nodded, refraining from placing blame on Zhou for this matter. The cultivation world in the eastern region tightly controls knowledge of all arts. Qinping had sworn a heart demon oath upon acquiring the refining methods for the vitality pill, recovery pill, and the pill of dietary restriction from the Mu family. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he activated his bloodline inheritance, allowing him to struggle from the very bottom and gaze upon the path of foundation establishment. As a compromise, Qinping asked, "Do you have any better defensive talismans available?" The talismans are all one-time use, with offensive talismans being the most sought after, followed by healing talismans. Over the years, considerable sums have been spent on these talismans, making their use rather impractical for cultivators. With a beaming smile, Zhou remarked, "Indeed, I have just received a new batch of exquisite defensive talismans." Her connection to the Wanbao Pavilion allowed her to interact with numerous cultivators, cultivating a clientele similar to what Mu Luofei achieved within the Mu family. Thus, she had once risked her life to auction her possessions in the black market to secure her counter from Old Gu. The Invisibility Talisman, Shield Light Talisman, and Divine Wind Talisman are all premium-grade talismans. What is the price? Zhou responded, "These are premium talismans, priced at 50 spirit sands per talisman for 1 spirit stone." Qinping couldn't help but gasp. Such exorbitance. A low-grade first-tier talisman typically costs only a few to 30 spirit sands. Although these are also first-tier talismans, being of premium quality, their price has doubled. Yet, given the perilous journey ahead, he resolved to purchase them regardless of the cost. "All right, I will take them all." Noting Qinping's substantial demand, Zhou subtly inferred that he was preparing for a long trip and inquired, "Friend Qin, I also have a few second-tier offensive talismans. Would you be interested?" Second-tier? Qinping's interest was piqued, as he had never encountered anyone selling second-tier talismans in by Shafang City, the black market auction, or Wandao Lake Market. Carrying second-tier talismans while traveling would undoubtedly enhance his safety. Zhou gently tapped her storage bag and produced 3 talismans brimming with spiritual energy: the Thunder Blast Talisman, Fire Dragon Talisman, and Golden Sword Talisman. Qinping was immediately captivated. "Friend Zhou, how much for these talismans?" With a radiant smile, Zhou replied, "For you, friend Qin. They are priced at 200 spirit stones each." Gasped. The first-tier talismans cost only 1 spirit stone. Yet the price for these second-tier talismans soared to 200 spirit stones, a 100-fold increase. Qinping grimaced at the expense. "I will take them." No matter how steep the price, it paled in comparison to the value of life. These offensive talismans could be life-saving in critical moments. He promptly transferred 600 spirit stones to Zhou. Curiosity overcame him, and he asked, "Friend Zhou, why are these second-tier talismans so costly?" In a hushed tone, Zhou explained, "These second-tier talismans can only originate from the major sections. Even foundational cultivators must pay a hefty price to acquire knowledge within their sections. The knowledge within the sect cannot be leaked, and such talismans cannot be easily obtained." Qinping nodded, understanding the monopolistic information disparity and high costs involved. "To be honest with you, these talismans are the remnants of a foundational cultivator's family, sold to me by their descendants. Otherwise, I wouldn't have access to them." Qinping acknowledged, "I see." The advantages of having a broad network for profit were evident. The legacies of cultivator families would eventually lead to their rise. Qinping further appreciated the merits of establishing a family. After conversing with Zhou for a while longer, he altered his appearance and aura, exiting the Wanbao Pavilion and summoning his flying gourd to depart. After flying 500 miles, he finally summoned the White Jade airship in a secluded area, swiftly heading towards the Yubing Mountain, located 11,000 miles away. On the journey, Qinping remained industrious, extracting the Qingwan furnace to commence alchemy. His proficiency in concocting body refinement pills had reached a remarkable level, and now that he had ascended to the 13th layer of qi refinement, his mastery over spiritual energy was even more refined. The success rate of producing body refinement pills had increased by 20%. Over the course of a month, he could produce at least 2 additional batches, bringing his total to 10 batches each month. He intended to consume 2 vials for himself, leaving 8 vials, while he also required vitality pills and spirit sense pills. Currently, he could refine a single vitality pill in 3 hours, necessitating the use of 60 to 90 spirit stones monthly. The spirit sense pills took half an hour each to refine, and he could allocate 2 hours daily for their consumption, amounting to 4 pills. Consequently, he would need to expend 228 spirit stones each month. purchasing spirit sense pills from Zhou Ying at 19 spirit stones per vial. Thus, Qin Ping would only manage to save 20 spirit stones monthly, or even less. Should his consumption of vitality pills increase, he would find himself in deficit, not to mention the expenses of the airship. Moreover, he needed to engage in body refinement, requiring spirit beast meat and spirit rice. Ultimately, his earnings would tally up to 308 spirit stones monthly, precisely matching his expenditures. As Qin Ping tended to the alchemical furnace, he pondered, although I have long sensed a strong connection between alchemy and spiritual awareness, this feeling has become even more pronounced with my recent advancements. Once I reach the 14th layer of qi refinement and undergo the transformation of my spiritual awareness, the success rate of my pill concoctions should significantly improve. He eagerly anticipated reaching the 14th layer, should his spiritual awareness greatly enhance. He would have a solid chance at refining foundation establishment pills. The stronger his awareness, the more meticulous his control over medicinal materials, the furnace, and the spiritual fire would become, with the vast spiritual energy serving merely as support. If he were to acquire the ice-cold ethereal fire, the success rate of his alchemy would surely rise further. As he refined pills and practiced cultivation, he arrived outside the Yunbing Mountain after 5 days. The colossal mountain range towered into the clouds, with numerous icy formations visible from afar. Qin Ping promptly dismissed the white jade airship, opting for a flying gourd, and adjusted his aura from the 11th to the 8th layer of qi refinement. He then leisurely made his way to the nearby marketplace. Chapter 90. The Second Order Spiritual Fire and the Young Lady's Invitation. The Yubing Mountain Range lies to the southwest of the Dongshin sect. This region is renowned for its specialty, silkworm ice threads. These threads can be used to craft garments, footwear, and even magical artifacts. For instance, the robe Qin Ping wore was woven from silkworm ice threads, as was Zhou Ying's silk artifact. His initial encounter with silkworm ice threads likely stemmed from seeing the icy silk stockings adorning Mu Luofei's delicate feet. Despite the Yunbing Mountain Range's unique offerings, few cultivation families established themselves in this area, and the Yunbing marketplace consisted merely of a narrow street. The harsh environment was unsuitable for cultivation, and the chaotic spiritual energy rendered it an unfit abode for any cultivation family in the long term. Qin Ping once again assumed the guise of Tang Sheng and rented a small courtyard at the end of the marketplace street. This time, he refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he sought information to ascertain whether any significant forces operated nearby or if any peculiar events had transpired. The Wanao Lake marketplace was purely a stroke of fortune for Qin Ping, facilitated by the presence of the treasure-seeking weasel. The treasure-seeking marten, adorned with a splendid coat, approached the vicinity of the Yunbing Mountain Range, radiating joy amidst the frigid landscape. It found comfort in the icy embrace of the snow, even resorting to nap on the frosty ground, lazily rubbing its back against the snow and twisting its body about. This expedition aimed at collecting the second-tier spiritual fire, and Qin Ping had brought this little creature along, for its keen sense of smell might uncover hidden treasures, thus allowing him to profit further. Brother Martin, once we enter the mountains, should you discover a treasure, I shall exchange it for 300 pounds of spirit beast meat. What say you? With a delighted chirp, the treasure-seeking marten readily agreed. Its silvery fur rendered it nearly invisible against the snowy backdrop, making it difficult for the naked eye to detect, especially given its remarkable speed. While Qin Ping gathered intelligence, he also practiced his cultivation and alchemy. The small market was sparsely populated by local hunters and weavers. Over the course of a month, Qin Ping had yet to encounter even a single practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement. This, however, was a relief, as the absence of disruptive individuals suggested that his venture to subdue the second-tier spiritual fire might proceed smoothly. Perhaps the second-tier spiritual fire held little significance for practitioners of larger clans, thus attracting minimal attention. After a month of observation, Qin Ping prepared to venture into the mountains. Brother Martin, he called, and the treasure-seeking marten scampered over, diving into the folds of his sleeve. As Qin Ping stepped outside, neighbors greeted him. Xiao Tang, are you heading out? Indeed, I am off to the mountains in hopes of uncovering something valuable. One cannot simply live off the mountains without effort. Searching for silkworm ice and other spiritual materials in this locale was referred to as rushing the mountains. That sounds promising, but do take care. The mountains have been unsettled lately, with many demonic beasts roaming about. We've been too fearful to enter. Thank you for your concern. I shall exercise caution. Qin Ping replied with a smile. Perhaps due to the remoteness of the area and the limited benefits, the community of Yunbing was characterized by its simplicity and tranquility. Yet, Qin Ping remained cautious, treating others' words as mere references rather than absolute truths. Yunbing Mountain lay deep within the range, shrouded in thick, icy mist, as if concealing lurking beasts, with roars echoing intermittently. Therefore, employing flying artifacts to navigate the mountains was deemed perilous compared to the safety of walking. Qin Ping ventured forth on foot, and the Marten could no longer restrain itself from frolicking out of his sleeve, as if it had returned home. Qin Ping made no attempt to hinder it, allowing it to revel freely. With his physical cultivation at the late stage of the first tier, Qin Ping felt no fear of the cold as he entered the Yunbing mountain range. After 5 days of traversing 800 miles, he arrived at the foot of Yunbing Mountain. Here, the ice and snow melted continuously, transforming into mist that ascended into the heavens, ensuring the mountain was perpetually enveloped in clouds. A smile graced Qin Ping's face, for this phenomenon was likely the result of second-tier earth-vein spiritual fire. He sought a secure spot and retrieved a spiritual fire-igniting stone from his storage bag. Acquired years ago at a black market auction, it had finally found its purpose. Qin Ping infused it with spiritual energy. Swish! The palm-sized stone suddenly emitted a radiant glow and warmth. Moments later, the surrounding ice and snow began to melt rapidly, and Qin Ping observed a wisp of ethereal blue flame emerging from the ground. This flame, slender as a finger, exuded a tremendous pressure and threat upon its appearance. Despite his cultivation at the 13th level of Qi refinement, this second-tier flame was undeniably formidable. The wisp of flame drifted towards the spirit fire-inducing stone, and Qin Ping felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. He retrieved the small pearl of bloodline inheritance hanging from his neck. To harness this flame for his own use, he needed to draw it into the Hall of Heritage, where he could refine it with the power of his bloodline. Otherwise, his physical body alone would be utterly incapable of refining this second-tier flame, which could incinerate him to ashes. With utmost caution, Qin Ping placed the pearl beside the spirit fire-inducing stone. The flame circled the stone, causing it to imperceptibly shrink while simultaneously intensifying the flame. Qin Ping unleashed his magical energy, urging the wisp of flame towards the pearl. Initially, the endeavor was successful, with the flame beginning to enter the pearl. However, before long, an inexplicable scene unfolded. The flame halted its advance, not only ceasing to enter the pearl but also beginning to dissipate and retreat, no longer swirling around the stone. Qin Ping was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. What was happening? Had the spirit fire-inducing stone ceased to function? As the flame retreated into the earth, disappearing from view, Qin Ping felt a wave of concern wash over him. The flame within the pearl was but a mere half-wisp, far too scant. He needed at least a full flame to obtain a trace of its essence, lest it vanish entirely. Qin Ping once again activated the spirit fire-inducing stone. Yet the cold ethereal flame failed to reappear. Could it be that the flame had developed sentience? Did it wish to evade his grasp? No. If it had indeed gained intelligence, its earlier actions would have been sufficient to provoke its ire, and he would have been reduced to ashes. There must be some other peculiarities at play. Just as Qin Ping was deep in contemplation, a young girl clad in a green dress, carrying a bamboo basket on her back, appeared before him. She appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, her figure graceful and her beauty strikingly alluring. Their eyes met, and she showed no fear upon seeing Qin Ping. Instead, she sweetly inquired, "Have you encountered some trouble, esteemed traveler?" Qin Ping, feeling a hint of wariness, used his divination technique and discerned that she was a Qi refinement practitioner of the 5th level. He replied, "Indeed, I have encountered some difficulties." The girl continued, "If you do not mind, you may come to my home to escape the chill. There are many demonic beasts in these mountains, and it is not particularly safe outside at night." Faced with the girl's invitation, Qin Ping did not decline and readily accepted. The hospitality of Yubing Market was known for its simplicity and warmth. Having resided in the market for a month, he had experienced the kindness of his neighbors, who frequently inquired about his well-being, thus rendering the girl's invitation quite customary and not suspicious. Moreover, a girl of the 5th level of Qi refinement posed no threat to him. Unbeknownst to him, the peculiarities of the flame might reveal useful information through her. Chapter 91. A delicate blossom in danger. Taoist tang. Please enjoy some tea. The girl presented a cup of spirit tea to Qin Ping, cradling it delicately on a jade plate. Qin Ping accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist Tao." The abode of this young woman, or rather her dojo, exudes an ancient charm. Although it has fallen into disrepair, one can still discern a once affluent background from the various furnishings and decorations. Outside the dojo, there exists a half-step second-tier restrictive formation. Chen Ping took a sip of the spiritual tea and remarked, something is amiss. The tea was poisoned. Instantly, vigilance and murderous intent surged within him. How audacious for a mere girl, only at the 5th level of qi refinement, to attempt to harm him. The poison in the tea would not claim his life, but it would render him weak and cause him to faint. However, Chen Ping, having attained the 13th level of weapon refinement, silently suppressed the poison by channeling his spiritual energy and expelled it through his fingertips. Yet, he did not act immediately. Instead, he feigned enjoyment of the tea, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Why did she resort to poisoning me? What scheme lies behind her facade? At the 5th level of qi refinement, he could easily extinguish her life with a mere gesture. He was not in a hurry. Chen Ping spoke, Taoist friend Tao. Do you reside here alone? Tao Shuang'er replied, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. I once had a master, but ever since he passed away, I have been here alone to cultivate. Chen Ping nodded. This place is indeed suitable for solitary cultivation, free from external disturbances. After finishing his cup of tea, he stated, Taoist friend Tao, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude further. I wish you safety and success. Tao Shuang'er, skilled in her performance, exhibited no flaws on her face and even escorted Chen Ping to the entrance, watching him depart. Half an hour later, Chen Ping returned to the location where he was capturing the icy, ethereal fire. He waited quietly. An hour later, one hand rested on his storage bag while the other concealed within his sleeve. Clutching a second-tier talisman, he spoke expressionlessly, Taoist friend Tao. Why not reveal yourself since you have come? His voice echoed in the empty foothills. Soon after, he observed a streak of escaping light racing towards the dojo. A cold smile curled on Chen Ping's lips as he summoned the jade-white airship and pursued closely. After the duration of a tea break, the distance between Chen Ping and Tao Shuang'er diminished. Standing on the deck, one hand gripping the jade sword of green bamboo, he said lightly, Taoist friend Tao. Since you have arrived, why do you leave in such haste? He then urged the airship to accelerate, blocking Tao Shuang'er's path. Her face turned pale, and she maintained her composure as she asked, what is the meaning of this, Taoist friend Tang? Chen Ping scoffed, Taoist friend Tao, your question is disingenuous. You poisoned my tea and have followed me for an hour and a half, waiting for the poison to take effect. You are young, at only the 5th level of qi refinement, yet your mind is so insidious and malicious. Tao Shuang'er's complexion paled further, her pupils constricting sharply. In this instance, she had jeopardized her master's significant undertaking. With a sharp reprimand, she retorted, it is you who seeks to steal my master's spiritual fire. That is why I acted. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes. This second-tier icy ethereal fire is indeed claimed? Yet your master has passed, rendering this fire ownerless. No wonder it vanished halfway through its collection. He continued, Taoist friend Tao, harboring intentions to harm me entails corresponding consequences. In Chen Ping's eyes, a murderous intent became increasingly difficult to suppress as he unleashed a sword qi directed at Tao Shuang'er. With a resounding explosion, Chen Ping was astonished to find no trace of Tao Shuang'er's corpse. Instead, her furious voice rang out, do you truly believe that I, Tao Shuang'er, fear a mere 8th level qi refinement cultivator? Chen Ping's sword qi was potent enough to slay a 12th level qi refinement practitioner, yet Tao Shuang'er remained unharmed. He then observed Tao Shuang'er wielding a palm-sized jade disc. A magnificent and fierce spiritual light erupted from it, hurtling toward Chen Ping. His pupils constricted in disbelief, a second-tier magical artifact. Your master must be a foundation establishment cultivator. This woman surely had a significant background. A 5th level qi refinement cultivator possessing a second-tier artifact could easily navigate the perilous Cloud Ice Mountain, teeming with monstrous beasts. Die! Tao Shuang'er exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Chen Ping immediately summoned the spiritual energy within him and unleashed another sword strike. The two attacks collided with a thunderous crash, yet neither sustained injury. How is this possible? You, an 8th level qi refinement cultivator, can withstand the force of a magical artifact? Tao Shuang'er's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Chen Ping chuckled. Do you possess any other means? Although a second-tier artifact is formidable, it is beyond the true capacity of a 5th level qi refinement cultivator to wield its full power. Panic-stricken, Tao Shuang'er once again activated the jade disc, abandoning her inexpensive flying artifact and instead utilizing the magical artifact to transform into a beam of light, escaping. It would be wise for you to remain, Tao fellow. Chen Ping launched another sword strike, unleashing a torrent of fiery sword qi that struck Tao Shuang'er with tremendous force. A resounding impact echoed as she was slammed down, blood spurting from her mouth. her expression filled with despair. Had it not been for her protective artifact, this blow alone would have been fatal. Beneath her scorched garments, she wore a layer of translucent, gossamer-like defensive artifact. However, this sheer veil did little to conceal her alluring figure, subtly revealing hints of her beauty that stirred the senses. Qin Ping narrowed his eyes, recognizing it as a first-tier exquisite defensive artifact, and noted its unusual design. Your master must be quite the libertine, he mused. Tao Shuang'er plummeted to the ground, crashing into the snow, blood spilling from her lips, her face a mask of despair. Without the protective artifact, she would have surely perished from the fall. With a second-tier offensive artifact and such a peculiar, high-quality defensive artifact, Tao Fellow, your master would command a substantial reputation even among Foundation establishment cultivators. And that second-tier spiritual fire, standing on the deck. Qin Ping looked down upon her. I shall spare your life if you lead me to the resting place of your master. His remnants are intertwined with my destiny. With a wave of his hand, he seized her weakened form and set off toward Tao Shuang'er's domain. In pursuit of the treasures linked to these artifacts and the second-tier spiritual fire, Qin Ping knew he must thoroughly exploit this woman to procure what he desired. The path to Foundation establishment is fraught with thorns and obstacles. Those who stand in his way shall perish. Tao Shuang'er, horrified, sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from Qin Ping, realizing it was nearly on par with her masteress. Could this man before her truly be a Foundation establishment cultivator? Tao Shuang'er's complexion was pale, her lips slightly bitten. If I cooperate fully, can you truly spare my life, senior? Qin Ping chuckled softly. I am not one who delights in killing. Your fate hinges upon your cooperation. Tao Shuang'er, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied, I shall ensure your satisfaction, and I can relinquish all of my master's relics to you. Moreover, I am well versed in the arts of pleasure, which will surely please you. Qin Ping chuckled again, realizing his assumptions were correct. This disciple was not a conventional individual, serving both as a student and a concubine to her master. Chapter 92. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Seizes Control. Little Pearl demonstrates its power again. Qin Ping refrained from acting impulsively and inquired, what is the background of your master? Tao Shuang'er responded, my master is Li Jizong, a discarded disciple of the Celestial Birth Sect. Celestial Birth Sect? Discarded disciple? Qin Ping stroked his chin. The Celestial Birth Sect was renowned in the Eastern Domain's cultivation world, being one of the 4 major sections. Their actions were both righteous and wicked, and while not as licentious as the Pleasure Pavilion, they possessed a notorious lack of moral integrity. Women they desired were taken as disciples and were compelled to serve them, regardless of whether the master was a male or female cultivator. Indulgence and extravagance prevailed, with female cultivators even maintaining male consorts. However, what had Li Jizong done to be expelled from the Celestial Birth Sect as a Foundation establishment cultivator? The sect resided in the wealthiest region of the Eastern Domain's cultivation world, and due to its corrupt atmosphere, wealth was abundant. It was no wonder that a Foundation establishment cultivator had so many treasures to bequeath to a mere Qi refinement 5th-layer cultivator like Tao Shuang'er, relics from a deceased Foundation establishment cultivator. Qin Ping's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Qin Ping narrowed his eyes and said, Tao Shuang'er, if you hand over all your master's relics, I shall spare your life. As he spoke, they arrived at Tao Shuang'er's designated area. Her face drained of color, and her steps faltered. Please, senior, follow me. My master's meditation cave is not within the main hall, but rather behind it. Qin Ping followed Tao Shuang'er for the duration of 2 cups of tea, circumventing the hall until they reached a concealed stone chamber. This site, intended for meditation, was remarkably hidden. Those not intimately acquainted would struggle to locate it. Qin Ping's eyes glinted with intensity. Open the stone chamber and enter. Yes, senior. Tao Shuang'er formed a seal and channeled her energy to unlock the door to the chamber. To eliminate any potential deceit, Qin Ping struck her abdomen with a palm. Ah! Tao Shuang'er cried out. My spiritual energy. Qin Ping replied coldly. Silence. I have merely sealed your spiritual energy temporarily. If all goes well, I shall release it later. Even if there were treachery within the stone chamber, with Tao Shuang'er's energy sealed, she would be powerless to act. Her complexion grew even paler. Tao Shuang'er entered the stone chamber first, while Qin Ping stood outside, one hand gripping his sword and the other forming a talisman. Should she make any unusual movements, he would not hesitate to end her life. Time passed slowly, and Tao Shuang'er remained untroubled within the chamber, yet Qin Ping still refrained from entering. From his previous strategies against adversaries, certain talismans, once activated, would trigger automatically after a set duration. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, Tao Shuang'er had neither eaten nor drunk, and having sustained injuries, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chen Ping refrained from rashly entering, instead meticulously observing whether Tao Shuang'er was merely feigning her condition. 2 days later, he noted that her breathing had become increasingly shallow, her injuries worsened, and she appeared to be on the brink of death. This was a reality that could not be fabricated. Only after witnessing this did Chen Ping's heart quietly relax. As he cautiously stepped into the stone chamber, at the innermost part of the chamber sat a white, withered skeleton clad in the elegant garb of a disciple of the Celestial Church, its death shrouded in mystery for an indeterminate length of time. Scattered objects lined the walls, among which a spatial ring stood out prominently. Chen Ping's eyes widened with excitement. A spatial ring could fetch a price of 5,000 spirit stones. This was a disciple's ring from the Celestial Church, and within it lay untold treasures. Second-tier spirit fire, second-tier offensive artifacts. And this spatial ring rendered the Foundation establishment cultivator extraordinarily affluent. Chen Ping remained rooted in place, cautiously lifting his hand to attempt to grasp the spatial ring from a distance. Suddenly, a wisp of blue, ethereal flame materialized. With a resounding thud, the chamber door slammed shut. "He, my dear disciple, I did not anticipate that you would bring me such a fine vessel," came a voice. "Once I seize this body, I shall treat you splendidly." Unbeknownst to him, Tao Shuang'er, who lay on the ground, had awakened at some point, her eyes sparkling with a coy smile as she said, "Thank you for the compliments, master. I have endured considerable hardship to ensnare this individual in the seizing array. It would be remiss of you not to show a little tenderness toward me." Chen Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Seizing a body? This Foundation establishment cultivator is still alive? The ground beneath him erupted with blue light, revealing an array. Chen Ping attempted to activate the talismans concealed in his sleeves, only to discover that he was utterly immobilized, even his internal spirit power unable to circulate. In such a confined space, an array of the second tier had been inscribed. Chen Ping's countenance darkened to an extreme. Tao Shuang'er's gaze turned cold and vengeful, her face adorned with a seductive smile as she regarded Chen Ping. "Friend Tang, your body is quite commendable. You may as well resign yourself to being seized by my master. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance." At that moment, Chen Ping could scarcely comprehend the situation. She had been deceiving him from the outset, lulling him into complacency. She had deliberately revealed the information about the deceased Foundation cultivator. "Wretched servant! I shall surely kill you one day." Chen Ping's fury was palpable. Tao Shuang'er laughed, her mirth as delicate as a flower in bloom. "Friend Tang, you might as well surrender to my master." With a swift motion, a wave of soul energy emanated from the seated bones, and Chen Ping then witnessed a blue light rushing toward him, piercing directly into his forehead. "Ah!" Chen Ping's expression contorted in agony as he let out a tortured scream, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. This marked the onset of Li Jizong's attempt to seize his body. Chen Ping's veins swelled ominously, and to his astonishment, he uttered words that were not his own. "TSK. TSK, a practitioner of the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Such techniques are typically bestowed only upon the direct descendants of those aged and venerable. A formidable body cultivator at the late stage of the first tier, indeed impressive. Frost, protect me well as I seize this opportunity," he commanded. Tao Shuang'er bowed gracefully, responding, "Yes, master." Yet, Chen Ping's consciousness remained intact. Far from feeling panic or despair, he harbored a chilling smile, filled with murderous intent, following the incident involving Mu Xingling. He had come to realize that this ancestral pearl of his was not merely a vessel for elixirs, it possessed the power to safeguard his bloodline and soul. A force of remarkable magnitude. "Seize my body, if you dare," he thought, observing with cold detachment as Li Jizong attempted the unexpected act of possession. Soon, Li Jizong's soul invaded Chen Ping's corporeal form, manifesting within Chen Ping's spiritual domain, the final step of possession. If Li Jizong could refine Chen Ping's spiritual realm, he would succeed in taking over. The overwhelming soul power of a foundation-building practitioner was formidable. Just as Li Jizong seemed poised for victory, an anguished scream erupted from the soul within the spiritual domain. "Impossible. This is power beyond comprehension." The small pearl hanging around Chen Ping's neck transformed into a fiery crimson hue, channeling through his blood, ensnaring Li Jizong's soul within it. Chen Ping's expression turned gravely serious. This moment is crucial. With a pained cry, Chen Ping felt Li Jizong's soul power surge into his body, compelling him to refine it. His pupils flickered between clarity and ferocity as Li Jizong's voice echoed, "If I consume you, I can ascend the path of immortality once more." Tao Shuang, standing outside the formation, displayed a gleam of joy. As Li Jizong's soul was absorbed into the pearl, it surged back into Qin Ping's being. However, the nature of the encounter had shifted. It was now Qin Ping who sought to refine him. To his astonishment, Qin Ping realized that Li Jizong's soul was no mere foundation-building spirit. It radiated with golden light, akin to a blazing sun, revealing it to be the soul of a golden core cultivator. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ping fought against the soul's encroachment. Striving to utilize the pearl and his bloodline to refine Li Jizong, he resolved to maintain a sliver of clarity, for if he succeeded in refining Li Jizong's soul, he risked being tainted by its memories and becoming something unrecognizable. Agonizing screams erupted from Li Jizong's spirit as the might of Qin Ping's bloodline and the pearl began to manifest. As time progressed, Li Jizong's soul underwent refinement, and unfamiliar memories flooded Qin Ping's mind. He discovered that Li Jizong was named Ji Chaxing, a being of heavenly roots, a direct descendant of a high-ranking elder within the heavenly sect, possessing a noble identity and exalted status. Beginning his cultivation at the tender age of 6, he had reached the pinnacle of the 14th layer of Qi refinement by 13, with an innate foundation success rate of 5 layers. Ultimately achieving foundation establishment at 14 with the aid of a superior foundational elixir. In the celestial sect, one revels in unmatched splendor, indulging in exquisite carriages and alluring beauties. Every enchanting maiden he desires finds her pleasure beneath his embrace. Yet, this very indulgence leads to his downfall, as he becomes a target of treachery, injuring his foundation of Tao. For the subsequent century, Ji Chaxing tirelessly seeks opportunities to restore his Tao foundation. At the age of 80, he finally succeeds, and by 99, he triumphantly transcends the tribulation, entering the Golden Core stage, becoming a true disciple of the celestial sect. He aspires to claim the title of Holy Son and yearns for ascension to the nascent soul stage. Thus, accompanied by numerous wives and servants, he embarks on a quest for glory, accumulating merit and enhancing his strength. At 170, he attains the mid-Golden Core stage. By 249, he reaches the late Golden Core stage, and at 299, he achieves the pinnacle of Golden Core perfection, tantalizingly close to the nascent soul. Amidst the fervent competition for the title of Holy Son, he falls victim once again to insidious schemes during the tribulation of the nascent soul, ultimately perishing in the storm of lightning. However, his soul transforms into a fragment of the nascent soul, allowing him to cling to life in despair. Undeterred by the trials of the celestial path, he seizes the opportunity to possess the newly established Li Jizong. Yet, Ji Chaxing's essence remains unchanged. He demands that his Golden Core master, in his foundational form, become his companion, only to be gravely injured and cast out from the celestial sect. Li Jizong, now bearing injuries to both body and foundation, finds himself unable to pursue the celestial path. In resignation, he takes his disciple, Tao Shuang, to the Cloud Ice Mountain, awaiting a suitable vessel for possession. The Cloud Ice Mountain, however, harbors complexities beyond its surface, facilitating the prolongation of his injuries and extending the lifespan of his soul. Notably, Ji Chaxing, despite his profound affection for Tao Shuang, conceals truths from her, preparing for possession with dual stratagems. The first involves a hidden chamber, where he leaves behind a false corporeal form, dividing his soul to remain concealed within the formation. The second entails his physical body, frozen and hidden in another secret chamber, unknown even to Tao Shuang. Fool, you shall perish. Are you truly the direct descendant of that ancient monstrosity? Ji Chaxing cries out in anguish, feeling an overwhelming dread from Qin Ping. A mere Qi refinement practitioner daring to refine his Golden Core soul is utterly astonishing. Spare me, I beseech you. If you grant me mercy, I shall serve you as a slave for a century. Everything I possess is yours. If you desire Tao Shuang, I shall make her your obedient servant. Just grant me my life. In desperation, Ji Chaxing pleads for survival before Qin Ping, a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. Yet, Qin Ping, intent on refining his soul, nears the brink of collapse, clinging to the last vestiges of clarity. Ji Chaxing's soul wails in torment, and after half an hour, it is thoroughly refined by Qin Ping. Following the complete refinement of Ji Chaxing's essence, Qin Ping's spiritual consciousness teeters on the edge of explosion, nearly transforming into divine awareness, threatening to separate from his body. His own soul, riddled with fractures, suffers backlash. The small orb around his neck cools from red to gray, and finally to a deep blue, initiating the restoration of Qin Ping's soul. Throughout this healing process, Chen Ping gradually absorbs Ji Changxing's memories, his soul and consciousness slowly recovering from the brink of collapse. After 3 days, his state stabilizes completely. Upon regaining consciousness, Chen Ping found himself endowed with a vast expanse of memories and was astounded to discover the remarkable enhancement of his spiritual awareness. The barrier of the 14th level of Qi refinement dissipated instantly. He could sense that should he commence his cultivation forthwith, he would swiftly ascend to the 14th level. The 15th level, however, would necessitate a meticulous refinement of his physical and spiritual prowess. Yet, as long as Chen Ping first advanced to the second tier of physical cultivation, this would pose no challenge for him. After a moment of contemplation, the circumstances became clear. He had refined the soul of Ji Changxing, and everything that constituted Ji Changxing transformed into nourishment for Chen Ping's own soul, even imparting a trace of Ji Changxing's essence to Chen Ping's consciousness. It was akin to having indulged in a hearty meal, the lingering flavor of the dish still present in the aftertaste of a satisfied belch. Through this soul transference, Chen Ping's character and spiritual essence experienced a profound elevation, granting him insights into the darker, treacherous aspects of the cultivation world, its intrigues and rivalries. Ji Changxing, with his unfortunate lineage, had also fallen victim to such schemes. As Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, a depth of emotion, stoic, indifferent, and weathered, shone through. Starkly contrasting with his former self, he now possessed a clearer understanding of his path to immortality and a plan ahead. "Congratulations, Master, on once again embarking on the path to immortality," exclaimed Tao Shuang'er, who, upon witnessing Chen Ping's awakening, knelt before him, her face radiating with joy. With a playful smirk, Chen Ping gestured with his fingers, dispelling the enchantment that bound her. In an instant, Tao Shuang'er, akin to a fledgling swallow seeking warmth, flung herself into his embrace. Her voice dripping with seduction, "Master, it has been so long since we shared such joyous moments. Now that you have returned to the path of the immortal, you must indulge me properly." "Indeed, you should revel in the pleasures with your master," Chen Ping replied, gently stroking her hair. Unbeknownst to her, she mistakenly believed that Li Jizong had successfully seized control, entirely unaware that Li Jizong had long been supplanted by Ji Changxing. "I shall send you to reunite with your master," Chen Ping declared, a surge of magical energy emanating from his palm, which he promptly directed towards Tao Shuang'er's head. Her body stiffened, blood oozing from her orifices, and she soon ceased to breathe, succumbing to death. Chen Ping pushed her lifeless form aside, his gaze devoid of warmth. "I promised to eliminate you, wretched maid." Though Chen Ping had reaped immense benefits from this ordeal, had it not been for Tao Shuang'er's insidious machinations against him, he would not have had to endure such peril. Chapter 94. The Slaughter of Foundation Establishment, Part 1. While Chen Ping's spirit bore the imprint of Ji Changxing, the dominant consciousness remained his own. The girl wielded a second-tier magical artifact not through her own refinement, but because Li Jizong's physical form had not perished, lurking in the shadows and bestowing upon her the authority to wield the artifact. However, it is now mine to claim. Chen Ping crouched down, retrieving the storage bag from Tao Shuang'er's corpse, along with a superior sheer defensive artifact and a second-tier offensive disc. He moved aside to pick up a second-tier spatial ring, which bore restrictions preventing immediate use. For now, he would take it. As there were no other treasures in this stone chamber, Ji Changxing's valuable possessions were all contained within the spatial ring. Chen Ping did not leave Yunbing Mountain immediately. Instead, he seized the lifeless body of Tao Shuang'er and proceeded to the place where Ji Changxing had concealed himself. Chen Ping's journey was undertaken to procure the second-tier spiritual flame, the cold ice phantom fire, essential for his alchemical pursuits in crafting the Foundation Establishment pill and embarking on the path of Foundation Establishment. This second-tier spiritual flame was firmly under Ji Changxing's control. However, Chen Ping could not reveal that he had refined Ji Changxing's soul. The White Jade airship soared for an hour before arriving at a locale characterized by both ice and hot springs. It truly was an astute choice of location. With one hand, Chen Ping cast Tao Shuang'er's corpse into the hot springs. Moments later, a formidable spiritual sense of Foundation Establishment swept toward him. Yet, at that moment, Chen Ping's own soul power was formidable, albeit he had yet to step into Foundation Establishment and could not transform his spiritual power into spiritual consciousness. Humph! Chen Ping's complexion paled slightly, and he let out a faint grunt. The probing of the spiritual consciousness had cost him a minor setback. But the opponent had struck a hard wall and would not fare much better. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged figure emerged from beneath the hot springs, and the glint of murderous intent shone bright in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Qinping. "What have you done to Shuang'er, young one?" Ji Changsheng, or rather, Li Jizong, had attempted to probe Qinping with his spiritual consciousness, only to suffer a backlash, rendering him unable to once again extend his spiritual awareness to investigate the situation concerning Tao Shuang'er. Qinping mimicked Ji Changsheng's expression, pinching his chin with one hand. His gaze laced with mockery as he spoke in a chilling tone. "The techniques in Shuang'er's chamber are quite impressive. She has attended to me quite comfortably. Fellow Taoist Li has exquisite taste and enjoys considerable fortune." Despite facing Li Jizong, who had attained foundation establishment while Qinping was merely at the 13th layer of qi refinement, he felt little trepidation. Although the opponent was of a higher realm, his strength had diminished significantly, having sacrificed much of his soul to ensure a smoother possession, even resorting to using Tao Shuang'er, a mere 5th-layer qi refiner, as bait. This demonstrated the extent of his current decline. Otherwise, Qinping would not have dared to confront him. "You seek death, young one," Li Jizong bellowed in fury, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power toward Qinping. This was a genuine foundation establishment spiritual power, and even at his peak, with abundant spiritual energy. Qinping was reluctant to confront Li Jizong head-on, fearing severe injury. Armed with 3 second-tier talismans, he promptly tore one, infusing it with spiritual energy and directing it at Li Jizong. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted from Qinping's hand, transforming into a colossal fire dragon spanning several dozen feet, charging toward Li Jizong. It not only shattered Li Jizong's spiritual power, but also instantly melted the ice and snow within a 50-foot radius, causing even the hot spring pool to vanish without a trace. "I will have your life," Li Jizong roared in rage, disregarding his own injuries as he launched a full-force strike toward Qinping. The surging spiritual power erupted with overwhelming force, saturating the surrounding space with its sheer might. Qinping's pupils contracted. So this is the power of foundation establishment, indeed formidable. The liquid spiritual power far surpassed his mist-like spiritual energy. Yet, Qinping remained unperturbed. He was acutely aware of Li Jizong's, Ji Changsheng's, condition. His gaze remained calm, and he acted with caution, tearing another second-tier talisman. Boom! A magnificent thunderstorm suddenly erupted from Qinping's hand, enveloping Li Jizong's figure within its grasp. The area within a radius of 50 feet was instantly transformed into a pitch-black charred expanse beneath the electric fury. Moments later, an eerie silence descended upon the scene. "Taoist Li, are you well?" Qinping called out from a distance, fully aware of Li Jizong's predicament. This man, due to his lascivious nature, had entrusted his second-tier offensive magical artifacts to Tao Shuang'er for protection, leaving him devoid of any weaponry at this critical moment. "Cough, cough, you despicable little brat," Li Jizong retorted, his body covered in soot and exuding a pungent, burnt odor. The ashes of Tao Shuang'er had driven him into a frenzy, causing him to disregard Qinping's peculiarities, with only one thought consuming him: to eliminate the qi-refining junior before him. Azure Lotus Sword Swift. Li Jizong formed hand seals, and a ghostly azure sword light erupted from his fingertips, hurtling towards Qinping. This was the manifestation of swordsmanship, lacking a sword. He forcibly invoked this technique at the expense of his own vitality. Qinping's pupils constricted, and he immediately produced a second-tier circular magical artifact, activating it with urgency. Boom! A tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged forth, layers of luminous essence swirling upon the jade disc, colliding with Li Jizong's conjured spell. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. "How could you possess my magical artifact?" Li Jizong's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes dimming as realization dawned upon him. How could a mere qi-refining cultivator wield his artifact? He had not granted permission for this. With a cold smirk, Qinping regarded Li Jizong with frigid eyes. "Taoist Li, as I address you thus, have you not yet grasped the situation?" Li Jizong's expression turned frantic, his body trembling involuntarily. "How could this be? To seize control of you, a qi-refining junior, and yet fail? Or is it that you are a peer among my ranks?" Qinping once again activated the jade disc, launching an assault towards Li Jizong, his voice chilling, akin to the lament of vengeful spirits. "You shall understand once you descend below." Panic spread across Li Jizong's face as he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. 5 Ghosts Heavenly Escape. He prepared to burn the last remnants of his essence to flee, his form radiating a crimson glow as he attempted to escape. However, Qinping had refined the soul of Ji Changsheng and was acutely aware of Li Jizong's methods. He understood precisely where the 5 Ghosts' Heavenly Escape would lead. At that moment, Chen Ping unleashed his final second-tier talisman, Golden Sword Talisman. Multiple streaks of golden sword light erupted from his hand, slicing towards the predetermined location. No. Li Jizong's eyes widened in horror, filled with despair and dread. Chapter 95. The Slaughter of Foundation Establishment, Part 2, Searing. In a state of despair, Li Jizong attempted to evade, that was still severed by the Golden Sword Talisman, losing an arm and a leg. Blood poured forth like a gushing spring from the mangled stumps. With a thud, his broken body collapsed to the ground. His eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Chen Ping. It was not a failed possession. You have refined my soul. The precision with which the adversary calculated was unattainable by anyone who was not exceedingly familiar with him. Cough, cough. Li Jizong coughed violently, his spirit utterly depleted. And with his vitality severely diminished, he was utterly exhausted. Who are you? He shouted hoarsely at Chen Ping. Chen Ping summoned the white jade airship, hovering high above. Refraining from approaching Li Jizong recklessly and coldly scoffed, there is no need for a doomed person to know so much. His reluctance to deliver the final blow stemmed from the fact that the second-tier cold ice ghost fire had yet to manifest. At present, the second-tier cold ice ghost fire resided in Li Jizong's possession, should Chen Ping hastily approach. The opponent might muster his last ounce of strength to unleash the second-tier spirit fire, dragging Chen Ping into the depths of despair, where his life would surely be forfeited. Friend, your attempts to seize control repeatedly are merely a struggle for survival. Why cling to the mortal realm? It is time for me to guide you on your final journey. Chen Ping gently tapped his storage bag, drawing forth the Qingzhou Jade Sword, and directed several sword energies downward. Hiss! With only one leg remaining, Li Jizong faced Chen Ping's assault, constantly pushing back to evade the attacks. Despite his efforts, he was struck by one of the four sword energies, eliciting a pained scream from Li Jizong. Witnessing this, Chen Ping's expression remained indifferent yet resolute. This person was indeed at the end of his rope. You have gone too far, Junior. Li Jizong, aware of his inevitable demise, revealed a frenzied look in his eyes, filled with despair. Even in death, he sought to drag Chen Ping into hell alongside him. He opened his mouth and spat forth dozens of drops of heart's blood, each drop imbued with immense power, each exceedingly precious. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ping immediately urged the white jade airship to its utmost limits, fleeing swiftly. Quickly, Li Jizong held in agony. The dozens of drops of heart's blood transformed into sword shadows, bursting forth in brilliance, pursuing Chen Ping relentlessly. Li Jizong's innate skill lay in the sword path. Thus his heart's blood could manifest as sword techniques to hunt down Chen Ping. Should Chen Ping ever attain foundation establishment, that heart's blood would serve as a potent healing elixir. Li Jizong was desperate, wielding his foundation blood. Chen Ping was not so foolish. Hence he had summoned the white jade airship in advance. The dozens of sword lights pursued Chen Ping, yet he remained unafraid, instead circling nearby with the trailing sword lights. Once the spiritual essence within was depleted, these sword lights would naturally dissipate. Chen Ping let out a cold laugh, for he was acutely aware of Li Jizong's capabilities. Junior, you wretched thief. Li Jizong, incensed by Chen Ping's rapid escape, with the sword lights formed from his own heart's blood circling around him, could not help but curse. Mid-sentence, he seemingly succumbed to his rage, collapsing to the ground, his breath extinguished, eyes wide open in death. The dozens of sword lights immediately disbanded. Observing this, Chen Ping did not lower his guard. One learns through experience. He had once waited outside the possession chamber for 5 days only to fall into a trap. He gently tapped his storage bag again, retrieving several first-tier premium talismans. One by one, he tore them apart, infusing them with spiritual energy. Fireballs, ice arrows, golden needles, water prisons, and other talismans were activated and hurled toward Li Jizong's lifeless body. I cannot rest easy until he is completely obliterated. Chen Ping murmured to himself while standing atop the white jade airship. Boom. The blazing inferno consumed the corpse of Li Jizong. After a considerable period, a voice echoed, "Descendant, I shall see you dead." It was then that the body amidst the flames began to stir, releasing a ghostly, grayish spiritual force. Li Jizong transformed into a wisp of ethereal mist, his voice raspy as he surged towards Chen Ping. Indeed, Chen Ping scoffed coldly. No wonder you possess a golden core spirit. You willingly succumb to degradation, forsaking your corporeal form merely to slay me. Faced with Li Jizong's final attempt to drag him into despair, Chen Ping opted to flee. As a Qi refinement stage spirit, how could he withstand the onslaught of a golden core spirit? He propelled the jade vessel to its utmost limits, traversing 3,000 miles a day, covering 300 miles in just 1 hour. Suddenly, Chen Ping noticed he had completely outpaced Li Jizong. It dawned on him. The rogue's strength was already diminished, and he had severed his spirit. Despite the Golden Core title, his power was not as formidable as it seemed. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to lurking in such desolate places to harm others. Moreover, with his physical body utterly destroyed, even a willingly degraded spirit could not endure for long. I must return to keep watch over him. Should this scoundrel employ tricks to seize another's body, he could sustain his existence for a while longer. Resolving this, Chen Ping maneuvered the jade vessel to turn back. Upon his return to the site of the conflict, Li Jizong's body had been reduced to ashes, and the spirit of Ji Chongqing was nowhere to be found. Could it be that he had parasitized a beast? Standing on the deck of the jade vessel, Chen Ping pondered, stroking his chin. Here, he must utilize Ji Chongqing's memories to unravel this mystery. It was somewhat of a conundrum. He knew that after I refined his spirit, he would naturally consider parasitizing a beast. If I were to recklessly hunt the nearby creatures, it would only grant him the opportunity to strike. Where could he be hiding? As Chen Ping prepared to depart, his gaze suddenly fell upon the corpse of Tao Shuanger within the hot spring. A cold smile crept across his face. Ah, gee. You certainly have a knack for choosing your locations. Concealing your spirit within a corpse, amidst this frigid expanse, combined with your second-tier spiritual fire, Tao Shuanger's body could indeed transform into a zombie. All that is required is to wait centuries, and you would evolve into a flying corpse, regaining wisdom and memories, thus resuming your path to immortality, albeit as a woman. In this world, with the existence of corpse ancestors, one could embark on the path of cultivation through the undead, eventually becoming a renowned figure. As his words hung in the air, moments passed without response. With one hand wielding a sword and the other grasping a talisman, Chen Ping launched his assault, unhesitatingly striking at Tao Shuanger's corpse. Spare me, fellow Taoist. If you grant me mercy, I am willing to pay any price. The corpse stirred, and to his astonishment, Ji Chongqing's voice emerged. Die. Chen Ping remained unmoved, having no intention of allowing Ji Chongqing to live. This individual, having exhausted all means, could still find a path to survival even on the brink of death, not only deceiving Chen Ping, but also preparing himself for another ascent to immortality. His cunning intellect was truly extraordinary. If not resolved now, it will undoubtedly become a calamity for Chen Ping in the future. As the sword energy surged forth alongside the talismans, Ji Chongqing's spirit was reduced to ashes along with Tao Shuanger's corpse. Chapter 96. Spoils of War. The Azure Lotus Sword Technique. Upon witnessing Tao Shuanger's body turn to ash, Chen Ping finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. The schemes of a golden core cultivator were exceedingly intricate. Any lapse in vigilance could lead Chen Ping into a trap, resulting in significant misfortune. Who would have anticipated that Ji Chongqing, who spoke so viciously of wanting to kill Chen Ping, had long since prepared to become a zombie? It was no wonder he allowed his spirit to descend into depravity, transforming into something eerie. Otherwise, how could he have entered Tao Shuanger's corpse to leave behind a semblance of consciousness for future zombification? Regrettably, there were no witnesses to this battle. Otherwise, it would have incited a media frenzy within the Eastern Domain's cultivation community. The allure of having a golden core spirit as a servant was tempting, yet Ji Chongqing's myriad of tactics would inevitably lead Chen Ping to encounter disaster at his hands. Why spare the life of such an adversary? Chen Ping did not hastily depart. Instead, he remained in place, consuming medicinal pills to refine his essence, waiting patiently for a full 7 days. A spirit without a corporeal form cannot endure in the world for long. After 7 days, Chen Ping finally left the area. This confrontation had been perilous, yet the rewards were substantial. Firstly, his spiritual awareness had surged to its zenith. He had broken through the bottleneck of the Qi refinement stage, and, with diligent cultivation over the next year, he would ascend to the 14th level. Secondly, he had acquired the memories of Ji Chongqing, the Golden Core cultivator, granting him deeper insights into the Eastern Domain's cultivation realm and his own circumstances. Lastly, he obtained a second-tier offensive artifact, a first-tier top-grade defensive talisman, a spatial ring, and the second-tier cold ice phantasmal fire that Chen Ping had yet to subdue and refine. With Ji Chongqing's presence gone, Chen Ping could now safely subdue and refine this second-tier spiritual fire. Chen Ping ventured to another location with hot springs and once again produced the fire-attracting stone. He infused it with spiritual energy, placing the small orb around his neck aside. After a short while, The cold ice phantasmal fire emerged from the depths, beginning to coil around the fire-attracting stone. Chen Ping skillfully manipulated the spiritual energy, allowing the flames to enter the orb bit by bit. Even though he had become a foundation establishment cultivator, the refinement of spiritual fire required this meticulous approach. One must gather enough spiritual fire and possess its essence to refine it through objects, utilizing their spirit and bloodline to claim it as their own. Not to mention, Chen Ping had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. Thus, his speed in refining this second-tier spiritual fire was bound to be relatively slow. However, he did not remain idle. He simultaneously consumed medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation while using the Qingluan furnace to concoct body-refining pills. Additionally, he sought to explore Ji Changshan's memories to learn various spell techniques. Chen Ping's offensive capabilities were currently too limited and weak. Soon, he discovered a third-tier sword technique within Ji Changshan's memories, known as the Primordial Weight Azure Lotus Sword. This technique was significantly more powerful than the Four Seasons sword technique. Its offensive power is exceedingly formidable. After Ji Changshan seized the body of Li Jizong, it was through this particular sword technique that he managed to safeguard himself after being expelled from the sect, ultimately finding refuge in the treacherous peaks of Yunbing Mountain. Cultivating the Qinglian sword to completion, even with a foundational body, one could withstand an attack from a formidable Golden Core practitioner. This is indeed remarkable. And it is no wonder that Ji Changshan selected this technique as a Golden Core veteran. Moreover, there exists the Five Ghosts Heavenly Escape, which allows one to soar 3,000 miles by burning one's essence blood within the span of an hour. This is significantly swifter than the White Jade airships, serving as an exceptional means of preserving one's life. Aside from this, there are no other techniques within Ji Changshan's memories that would benefit Chen Ping's learning. Most of the memories merely broaden Chen Ping's horizons. Notably, this individual spent much of his time pursuing women, finding his pleasures wherever he went. With countless memories of revelry in the company of various women, Chen Ping could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This person hailed from an extraordinary background, possessing top-notch aptitude, and was invariably revered and admired wherever he traveled. Countless female cultivators aspired to cling to his side. After decades of carefree indulgence, he ultimately fell into Chen Ping's hands, which could be seen as poetic justice. Such characters were not uncommon in the Mu family, and Chen Ping was hardly surprised by this. The alluring Mu Huadai, in pursuit of resources, did not hesitate to align herself with foundational practitioners, despite their considerable age. The monotonous days commenced. Chen Ping found himself repeating the same few tasks daily. A year later, at the foot of Yunbing Mountain, within an elegant and opulent dojo, sat a strikingly handsome young Taoist with a clear and sharp aura. Outside, heavy snow fell in torrents, accompanied by the relentless howl of the wind. At 28 years of age, Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of delight. He had finally mastered the Qinglian sword. To his surprise, this practice also had the effect of tempering his body and bones. The Qinglian sword technique is exceedingly fierce, requiring one to refine their spiritual energy into sword essence, stored within the dantian as a trump card. The Qinglian sword essence is unparalleled in its sharpness and demands a substantial amount of spiritual energy for its refinement, which proves continuously beneficial to Chen Ping, allowing him to further purify his spiritual energy. Moreover, once successfully refined, this Qinglian sword essence is not gaseous or mist-like, but in a liquid state, specifically a foundational liquid. Thus, when confronting foundational practitioners in the future, he would possess an additional means of self-preservation. Although he was not a foundational practitioner himself, this liquid Qinglian sword essence remarkably nourished Chen Ping's physical body, initiating an automatic process of body and bone tempering. Ji Changshan had not mentioned this aspect in his memories, as he had enjoyed top-tier resources since birth, with the best medicinal baths to refine his bones and body. Otherwise, given his nightly indulgences, his physique would have long since deteriorated, making it impossible for him to advance to the Golden Core stage. Lacking such privileges, Chen Ping discovered the body-tempering effects of the Qinglian sword essence. With a soft whimper, the golden-furred treasure-hunting weasel presented a snow lotus from the ice mountain before Chen Ping, whining for spirit beast meat. Over the past year in the Yubing mountain range, this creature had brought back a considerable amount of spiritual materials and ice silkworm silk for Chen Ping, though he found little use for them. The medicinal herbs could be taken back to Baisha workshop for his friend Zhou Ying to sell for money, while the ice silkworm silk could be gifted to senior sister Luo Fei, Whether for crafting stockings or garments, it would serve as a splendid present. Qin Ping picked up the ice mountain snow lotus before him, his eyes sparkling with delight. This was a principal ingredient for the revitalizing pill, the most expensive elixir among first-tier potions. Consuming just one could preserve a person's youthful appearance for a decade. For certain older female cultivators, it was a formidable weapon. Having once fetched an exorbitant price of 500 spirit stones at a black market auction, Qin Ping had contemplated crafting the revitalizing pill himself. Yet the materials required were exceedingly rare, beyond the reach of a mere chi refinement stage cultivator like him. He gently patted the treasure-hunting Martin's head and said, "Brother Martin, I currently have no spirit beast meat left. I've exhausted my supply after a year. But fret not, I shall return and repay you double once I am home." The little creature, somewhat disgruntled, acquiesced with a whine. Having consumed copious amounts of spirit beast meat, it was nearing the awakening of its demonic power, with this period being crucial for its development. Chapter 97. Farewell to the immortal sect token. Wang Funi come. It's time to conclude our business with the ice fire. Qin Ping exited the dojo and secured the restrictions. Perhaps one day, he would return to the Cloud Ice Mountain. He summoned the Jade White airship to finalize the collection of the ice fire. The Martin, reluctant to leave, adored the frigid environment and nestled into Qin Ping's sleeve with a contented whimper. For it, nothing was better than following Qin Ping to feast on meat. Over the past year, Qin Ping had diligently gathered and refined the ice fire, and he was now on the cusp of obtaining its essence. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 13th level of chi refinement, and in 4 or 5 months, he would attempt to break through to the 14th level. He settled on a stone beside a hot spring and retrieved the spirit fire ignition stone. What once was the size of a palm had now dwindled to the size of a fingernail. The Martin emerged, scampering off to luxuriate in the hot spring. "Brother Martin, don't doze off in there," Qin Ping cautioned as he infused the stone with spiritual energy. Moments later, a wisp of ice fire materialized. Qin Ping carefully collected this second-tier spiritual fire, reflecting on the arduous journey it entailed. Once he had amassed a sufficient quantity of ice fire and the ignition stone was depleted, he promptly ceased his collection efforts. The next step would involve utilizing his bloodline, spirit, and a small orb to refine the ice fire, binding it to his will. Upon successful refinement, he would command this ice fire to consume the rootless fire from the Qinghuan furnace, thereby augmenting the ice fire. With this second-tier spiritual fire, he would commence his alchemical pursuits. "Brother Martin, it's time to depart." Qin Ping called out and began to stride toward the outskirts of the Cloud Ice Mountain range. After traversing several dozen miles, the treasure-hunting Martin finally caught up, burrowing back into Qin Ping's sleeve to enjoy a cozy nap. For his body, now at the late stage of physical cultivation, this added weight was negligible. Qin Ping's path of physical cultivation had been guided by techniques such as the Qinglian sword essence and auxiliary elixirs like the body refinement pill and body refinement powder. However, he still faced a bottleneck. He lacked both the energy and time to seek additional opportunities for a breakthrough in body refinement. The remainder of his time was to be dedicated to gathering the remaining 3 ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill. After 5 days of travel, having departed from the Cloud Ice Mountain range, Qin Ping glanced back to behold the colossal peaks shrouded in a veil of icy clouds, within which lurked a presence that instilled a sense of dread within him. He could not discern the cultivation level of this entity. Qin Ping, akin to an insignificant ant, drew no attention from the being enshrouded in the icy mist. Upon returning to the Cloud Ice Market, he intended to relinquish the rented courtyard and reclaim his deposit, a sum of 4 spirit stones. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy rippling through the air like gentle ripples on water. It was only due to the near-ultimate strength of his spiritual awareness, almost reaching the threshold of divine consciousness, that he was able to detect it with such acuity. Could it be a treasure of sorts? Qin Ping chose not to depart immediately from the Cloud Ice Market, instead opting to investigate the source of the energy disturbance. Upon arrival, he discovered that it was not a treasure at all, but rather a charming little girl, exquisitely carved like jade, playing with a token. This token was one that Qin Ping had once possessed, the immortal sect token. Had it not been for the fragmented memories of Mu Xingling, he would have remained ignorant of its true significance. This adorable girl, Wang Funi, would likely one day be deceived into joining a certain immortal family. Much like he had been. Contemplating her future, Qin Ping mused whether he should take her to the Eastern Xian sect as a disciple. After 19 years of cultivation, he had yet to visit the esteemed sect. It would also serve as a splendid connection to the future. The girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, the age of enlightenment. Even in the Cloud Ice Market, The lower-tier cultivators were entirely unaware of the token's wondrous uses and value. Qinping approached and squatted down. Addressing her, "Little one, what is your name?" The girl replied with a bright smile, "Wang Funi." Qinping chuckled and inquired, "Where are your guardians?" Wang Funi responded, "My grandparents have gone to the workshop to weave silk from the silkworm ice." Qinping nodded, introducing himself, "I am Qinping, a cultivator. Would you like to leave this place with me and cultivate at the Eastern Xian sect to become an immortal? You are destined to be with them." Upon uttering these words, Qinping was reminded of how 19 years ago, the ethereal Ming Huange had appeared in a similar manner to take him away. Now, he wished to take Wang Funi with him, drawing upon the prestige of the Eastern Xian sect. Wang Funi did not respond immediately but expressed, "But I still have to wash clothes and cook." Qinping could not help but chuckle. "From this moment on, you need not wash clothes or cook anymore. At the Eastern Xian sect, you shall enjoy lavish attire and food without end, with servants attending to your every need." The girl's eyes, resembling black gemstones, sparkled with interest, mirroring Qinping's own youthful intrigue years prior. As darkness fell, Wang Funi's grandparents returned, holding 5 spirit sands, their wages for the day. Upon seeing Qinping conversing with their granddaughter, they hurried forward, exclaiming, "Who are you? Stay away from our granddaughter." The 2 elders, lacking in spiritual roots and skills, had spent their lives in the harsh environment of the cloud ice market. It had not even reached the 4th level of qi refinement. With a mere lift of his finger, Qinping unleashed a surge of formidable magical power, immediately pressing down upon them. They fell to their knees in the snow, their faces pallid with fear, and began to plead for mercy. "Esteemed elder, please spare us." Qinping rose to his feet, his expression calm as he regarded them. "Wang Funi has a connection with the Eastern Xian sect, and I intend to take her there for cultivation." The 2 elders trembled slightly, exchanging glances that reflected both shock and a glimmer of greed. Wang Funi's grandfather remarked, "She is merely a burden. If you wish to take her to the Eastern Xian sect to serve as a maid, you are welcome to do so. However, if you take her away, we shall have no one to wash our clothes or prepare our meals." Qinping narrowed his eyes. "What do you propose?" The delicate young girl, upon hearing the term burden, appeared distressed at the idea of being taken away by Qinping. Wang Funi's grandfather continued, 1,000 spirit stones. If you leave behind that sum, we shall sell you Wang Funi, and she will be entirely at your disposal." Wang Funi was indeed a beauty worthy of her name, and the elders assumed that Qinping intended to take her as a servant or even a concubine. Qinping chuckled in disbelief. 1,000 spirit stones? Are these 2 old fools seeking their own demise? Do they truly believe they can command such a price? He declared, "I shall give you a maximum of 100 spirit stones. Otherwise, I will take my leave immediately." The grandparents exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up at the prospect. A mere burden could fetch them 100 spirit stones, enough for a comfortable retirement. Seeing their acquiescence, Qinping produced 100 spirit stones from his storage pouch and tossed them to them. He did not immediately take Wang Funi away. Instead, he knelt down to her and said, "Spend tonight bidding farewell to your grandparents. I shall return for you tomorrow." To his surprise, Wang Funi grasped Qinping's arm with her small hands, her obsidian eyes pure and resolute. "No need. We can leave now. My grandparents have sold me to Brother Qinping, and I will go with him." Chapter 98. Wang Funi becomes a disciple of the nascent soul master. Qinping was somewhat taken aback by Wang Funi's determination. He smiled warmly. "Very well. I respect your decision." Holding the sect token that granted her the potential to apprentice with a nascent soul master, Qinping understood that maintaining a bond with Wang Funi required honoring her choices. He would not dare to take advantage of her youth. Who could say that in the future, she might achieve the golden core stage while he remained in the qi refining period, thus squandering a promising opportunity. Wang Funi turned to follow Qinping, not even casting a glance back at her grandparents, harboring a deep resentment towards them, reminiscent of Qinping's own past. Qinping first took Wang Funi to the Yubing market, where he procured her a set of exquisite garments made from silkworm ice and treated her to several sumptuous spirit meals. The little girl quickly grew fond of Qinping, as he was the only person to show her kindness since her parents passed away. This indulgence cost him an additional 40 to 50 spirit stones. Next, Qinping summoned his white jade flying ship, inviting her aboard and arranging for her a comfortable private chamber. He then set a leisurely course toward the Eastern Xian sect. During their journey, he enlightened her about various essential precautions and knowledge within the world of cultivation. As for the techniques, he refrained from imparting any, showing her the respect she deserved, which further endeared her to him. After a journey spanning 11,000 miles, Qin Ping arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Xian sect after 20 days of flight. Upon reaching the mountain gate, he informed Wang Funi, Miss Wang. Beyond these 100,000 steps lies the gateway to the Eastern Xian sect. Once I escort you to pay your respects to your master, my task will be complete. Hearing that Qin Ping would soon part ways with her, the young girl became flustered and wept. Qin Ping, smiling gently, reassured her, Miss Wang. I reside nearby at the Mu family estate. You may visit me whenever you have the time. It is not as if we shall never meet again. After several attempts at comfort, Wang Funi felt somewhat at ease. The white jade airship glided slowly over the myriad steps, eventually vanishing into the clouds, where various auspicious lights appeared, and the flowing brilliance of the horizon continued to shimmer. A colossal mountain peak bore the inscription of the Eastern Xian sect, beneath which lay an ancient and grand hall, guarded by numerous patrolling cultivators. Qin Ping secured the white jade airship and took Wang Funi's hand as they advanced. State your purpose for arriving at the Eastern Xian sect, a formidable cultivator demanded with a commanding voice. Qin Ping clasped his hands respectfully and replied, Esteemed elder, I am Qin Ping of the Mu family. While seeking opportunities for breakthroughs in the outside world, I discovered the bearer of the Immortal Gate token and have come to escort her to pay respects to the Yuaning master. The Immortal Gate token. The Eastern Xian sect cultivator was taken aback and said, Please wait a moment. I will report this to the master. The titles include Golden Core True Person, Yuaning Master, and Transformation God True Monarch. Moments later, a magnificent aura descended from within the Eastern Xian sect, emanating from a Yuaning cultivator and dozens of Golden Core cultivators. The guarding cultivator exclaimed, It is indeed from the lineage of Yaoguang Master. The leading Yuaning cultivator was Yaoguang Master, accompanied by her disciples, both true and recorded. Qin Ping stole a glance at Yaoguang Master, whose beauty was ethereal, reminiscent of a true celestial being. He did not dare to stand upright, merely clasping his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to the esteemed elders of the Eastern Xian sect. I am Qin Ping of the Mu family, and I chanced upon Miss Wang, who possesses the Immortal Gate token. I could not allow such a gem to remain undiscovered, and thus I brought her to seek guidance. Yaoguang Master responded coldly, taking a few steps forward, her tone softening as she asked Wang Funi, What is your name? Wang Funi, she replied nervously, glancing at Qin Ping. A lovely name. Would you be willing to take me as your master and join the Eastern Xian sect for your cultivation? Wang Funi, feeling a bit anxious, responded to Yaoguang Master. I am willing. Good disciple. With a radiant smile, Yaoguang Master embraced Wang Funi, their skin touching intimately. From now on, you shall be my 9th disciple. In Yaoguang Master's embrace, Wang Funi, with an innocent demeanor, clasped her hands and said, Disciple pays respects to master. Witnessing this scene, Yaoguang Master could not suppress her laughter, amused by the girl, and her disciples joined in the merriment. Yaoguang Master removed the Immortal Gate token from around Wang Funi's neck and casually handed it to someone, instructing, Register Funi's identity. She then prepared to leave with Wang Funi when suddenly, the girl spoke up, Master, why can't Brother Qin Ping come with us to cultivate at the Eastern Xian sect? Yaoguang, the esteemed figure, halted in her tracks, casting a cold and penetrating glance at Qin Ping, as if contemplating whether the words uttered by him were merely a ploy to solicit favors. Qin Ping, drenched in cold sweat, internally pleaded, Oh, dear aunt, please do not bring me misfortune. He had certainly not instructed Wang Funi to speak in such a manner. Yaoguang then articulated, Funi, one cannot generalize among people. Not everyone is deemed worthy of entering the Eastern Xian sect for cultivation. However, the innocent Wang Funi replied, Others have treated me poorly, yet only Brother Qin Ping has shown me kindness. May I visit Brother Qin Ping in the future? Yaoguang was naturally reluctant, viewing lower-tier cultivators as mere ants. For a being of her longevity, spanning 8 centuries, interacting with a qi refinement practitioner would be a squandering of her existence. Nevertheless, considering Qin Ping's effort in bringing Wang Funi here to seek mentorship, she reluctantly entertained the notion of fostering a relationship, albeit with the intention of preventing her disciples from mingling with the lower echelons and wasting time. Yaoguang feigned a smile. It is indeed permissible. In the past, he has treated you well. In the future, this palace and my senior brothers shall treat you well too. Wang Funi beamed with joy. Subsequently, numerous streaks of light ascended into the heavens, departing from the location. Qin Ping felt utterly drenched in perspiration, as if his very undergarments had been thoroughly scrutinized. Fortunately, he was at the 13th level of qi refinement, rather than the 14th or 15th. The techniques of the 13th level held little significance to someone of Yao Guang's caliber. The guarding cultivator addressed Qin Ping, "Fellow Taoist, you may take your leave. Once the sect verifies the situation, the rewards shall be bestowed upon you." "Yes, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now," Qin Ping replied, summoning his white jade flying vessel to depart. He couldn't help but reflect that had it not been for Mu Xingling's deception involving Ming Huanger, he could have initially secured a position under the tutelage of a nascent soul master, standing alongside a host of Golden Core brothers. He resolved to outpace Mu Xingling in Foundation establishment, reclaim the sect token, and then return to seek admission into the Eastern Xian sect. In the path of immortality, a single misstep could lead to perpetual misfortune. Fortunately, Qin Ping still possessed a chance for redemption. Casting a backward glance at the Eastern Xian sect's gate, he clenched his fists, vowing, "I must establish my foundation." After exiting the Eastern Xian sect's gates, Qin Ping first made his way to the Baisha market. Intending to liquidate his possessions in exchange for spirit stones and cultivation resources, preparing for his impending seclusion to break through to the 14th level of Qi refinement. Author's note: I would like to clarify for the readers who may be puzzled at this point as to why the male protagonist does not reveal his identity. This narrative unfolds within a harsh and unforgiving realm of cultivation. If disclosing one's identity were advantageous, it would resemble the trope of a typical overpowered protagonist. Furthermore, earlier hints have been laid. After Mu Xingling's exposure, the Eastern Xian sect did not dispatch anyone to seek out the male protagonist, indicating his insignificance. While the sect token remains paramount, understanding the plot through this logic will clarify matters. Chapter 99: The Demon Tide of the Eastern Wastes and the Fate of the Second-Grade Demon Core. Qin Ping donned a flying gourd and made his way to Baisha Market, heading directly to the Wanbao Pavilion in search of Zhou Ying. After more than a year apart, Zhou Ying had matured significantly, resembling her mother, akin to a ripe peach exuding a sweet and alluring fragrance. Her figure had become even more enticing than before. Has Taoist Zhou undergone a second maturation, or perhaps cultivated some enchanting technique? Qin Taoist inquired. Upon encountering Qin Ping, Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she gracefully bowed forward. Her every frown and smile exuded an air of nobility, elegance, and an almost unattainable grace. The genetic legacy of this mother-daughter duo was truly formidable. If previously Zhou Ying bore a 6/10 resemblance to Madame Gua, now it had escalated to 8 or even 9/10, transforming her into the very image of a celestial noblewoman. Qin Ping reciprocated her smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Fellow Taoist Zhou." He adeptly followed Zhou Ying into the private chamber for their discussion. Initially, Qin Ping recounted the medicinal herbs discovered by the treasure-hunting ferret, yielding a total profit of 50 spirit stones. This sum was indeed substantial. Many cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement would struggle to earn 50 spirit stones in an entire year. Next, he presented a sheer, transparent first-tier premium defensive magical artifact, suitable solely for female cultivators. Qin Ping contemplated whether to offer it at a discount to senior sister Luo Fei, but ultimately decided against it, concluding that selling it to Zhou Ying would be the most prudent choice. Upon seeing the exquisite defensive artifact in Qin Ping's hands, Zhou Ying's eyes shimmered like spring water. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. This peculiar defensive artifact. Who would fashion a premium defensive artifact in such a manner? The original owner must have been a lecherous fiend. Qin Ping chuckled. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, this is indeed a genuine first-tier premium defensive artifact, designed exclusively for female cultivators. It could save one's life in critical moments. Its lightweight, transparent material renders it imperceptible to outsiders. The grades of magical artifacts range from low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, to premium first-tier, and beyond, ascending to the second-tier." Suppressing her flustered heart, Zhou Ying endeavored to speak with composure. "As you say, I shall procure this item for 600 spirit stones." Qin Ping nodded in agreement. Following this, he revealed the body-refining pills he had concocted over the past year. A total of 90 vials. Upon sighting the 90 vials of body-refining pills, Zhou Ying's eyes gleamed with joy, narrowing into crescent shapes. Each vial netted her merely 2 spirit stones, yet these pills had woven a vast network of connections for her, a value immeasurable in mere spirit stones. Such rare commodities enhanced her status and provided her with a life of increasing comfort and ease. Zhou Ying could not help but exclaim, "Every time I meet fellow Taoist Chun, good fortune seems to follow." She presented him with 3,960 spirit stones. Qin Ping replied with a grin, "I share your sentiment. Each encounter with fellow Taoist Zhou brightens my mood." Earning from her was both safe and convenient, as she had sworn an oath to keep the existence of the body-refining pills confidential. Moreover, the 3 second-tier talismans Zhou Ying had sold him previously had proven invaluable. Chen Ping inquired, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, do you have any more second-tier offensive talismans like last time?" Zhou Ying, with a smooth and delicate chin, pondered briefly before responding, "If it were anyone else, I would certainly refuse, but since you are fellow Taoist Chen, I shall inquire on your behalf to see if I can procure a few for you." Chen Ping nodded. "How long will this take?" "I will not be here for long. At most 3 months before I must embark on another treasure hunt." Zhou Ying inclined her head slightly. 3 months will suffice. Fellow Taoist Chen, simply pay attention to the movements of the token at that time. Excellent, he replied. Chen Ping nodded, and then procured a substantial quantity of vitality pills, spiritual awareness pills, chi recovery pills, and fasting pills from Zhou Ying, in addition to spirit beast meat and spiritual rice, expending a total of 2,000 spirit stones. As for the materials for body refining pills, he still had half of what he needed and decided to postpone the purchase until next year. Consequently, Chen Ping's savings swelled to an impressive 4,000 spirit stones. Before taking his leave, Chen Ping inquired, "Friend Zhou, do you have any news regarding the second-tier demon pills and the century-old spiritual milk?" Zhou Ying responded earnestly, "Friend Chen, there is no news yet on the century-old spiritual milk, but there are some whispers regarding the second-tier demon pills." "Oh, please elaborate." Zhou Ying continued, "Recently, a demon tide erupted in the East Wilderness Market, prompting several major sects to dispatch numerous foundation-building disciples, with even Golden Core masters intervening. The conflict is currently fierce, and whether it concludes this year or the next, once the dust settles, there should be second-tier demon pills available." Chen Ping rose and clasped his hands, saying, "I would greatly appreciate it if you could keep a close watch on this matter." Zhou Ying stood gracefully and returned the gesture, her ample bosom gently quivering. As she replied, "I too am preparing to break through to foundation building in the coming years, and I shall not neglect the matter of foundation building resources in regard to you, friend Chen." Chen Ping nodded and then posed one final question, "By the way, friend Zhou, do you happen to know who initially provided me with the information regarding the second-tier cold ice ghost fire?" "The second-tier cold ice ghost fire lies dormant underground and has not yet manifested due to its ownership. How did the Guo family come to know of this news?" "It seems someone has taken an interest in its foundation, deliberately sending him to Yunbing Mountain for Ji Changxing to seize." Zhou Ying appeared puzzled and replied, "This matter was handled by my mother, so I am not entirely aware, friend Chen. Is there something that has transpired?" Chen Ping chuckled, "It's nothing of concern. I merely plan to refine that second-tier spirit fire when time permits. I shall certainly host a banquet to express my gratitude to your mother later." Zhou Ying's delicate face flushed slightly, feeling an unusual discomfort, wondering if friend Chen had indeed taken an interest in her mother. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Ping was oblivious to her inner thoughts and took his leave. He then summoned his flying gourd and leisurely made his way to the Mu family. After 2 hours of travel, Chen Ping delved into Ji Changxin's memories, contemplating whether Zhou Ying and her mother had any connections to him. If there were indeed links, his dealings regarding body refining pills with Zhou Ying would be untenable. After sifting through a plethora of memories, he found no resemblance or connection between Ji Changxing and Zhou Ying or her mother, even if they were not directly related. There might still be individuals around them connected to Ji Changxing. Chen Ping let out a gentle sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Upon returning to the Mu family, he headed towards the steward's hall. The scene outside the steward's hall remained unchanged, bustling with people, each hurriedly passing by, their expressions numb, dazed, and filled with despair. Each time Chen Ping observed them, he reminded himself not to slacken in his cultivation, nor to indulge in fleeting pleasures at the expense of time. Upon reaching the steward's hall, Chen Ping encountered Mu Luofei. She possessed an art of maintaining her youth, now at 27. Her appearance was akin to that of a youthful 20-year-old, graceful, sweet, and yet exalted, akin to the moon reflected in water, utterly untouchable. "Sister Luofei, it has been a long time," Chen Ping approached, clasping his hands in greeting. Chapter 100, the 14th level of Qi refinement. Upon encountering Chen Ping, Mu Luofei immediately crossed her delicate hands over her chest, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of anger that she valiantly suppressed. With a smile that barely concealed her irritation, she addressed him, "Junior brother Chen, you finally decided to return." Chen Ping cautiously inquired, "I was delayed on my way back. I hope I haven't disrupted anything concerning senior sister Luofei?" "Humph." Mu Luofei feigned anger, puffing lightly, "Follow me. This is not a place for idle chatter. This time, Mu Luofei did not lead Qinping to a private chamber. Instead, she guided him out of the duty hall and summoned a white jade flying boat, instructing him to board as they set course for the alchemy hall. Eventually, they entered Qinping's training ground, where she skillfully opened the restrictions, moving as if this place were her own domain. Only then did Mu Luofei speak. Junior brother Chun, had you delayed any longer, I would have ventured out alone in search of the century-old spirit milk. Qinping clasped his hands together with a wry smile. Indeed. I have been preoccupied with other matters and could not return sooner. So, senior sister Luofei has already uncovered the whereabouts of the century-old spirit milk? Indeed. Mu Luofei nodded solemnly. It is suspected to be located in the deep pit of the eastern wilderness, 18,000 miles away. Qinping's spirit stirred slightly. When does senior sister plan to depart? Mu Luofei replied. Now that you have returned, the sooner we set off, the better. She had only 2 years remaining before her foundation establishment deadline. Qinping used the qi observation technique to assess her. She was still some distance from the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, Senior Sister Luofei, how about we depart in 3 months? With my return, I am confident in my ability to break through the 12th level of qi refinement. Additionally, this time will allow you to refine your skills further. Mu Luofei furrowed her delicate brows, but, after a moment, relaxed with a sigh. Very well. We shall set off in 3 months. Qinping was aware of the demonic tide brewing in the eastern wilderness. Delaying their departure for 3 months would ensure that both his cultivation and the preparations he had entrusted to Zhou Ying for acquiring second-tier talismans would be more thorough, thereby increasing their chances of survival. A smile graced Qinping's face as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, senior sister. During my recent outing, I came across some treasures that would make suitable gifts. Gifts? Mu Luofei's brows lifted with a flicker of anticipation. From his storage pouch, Qinping produced a bundle of silk spun from silkworm ice. Mu Luofei's eyes sparkled with delight. Silk spun from silkworm ice. As a female cultivator, she had a particular fondness for this precious material, which was quite expensive. One tail of silkworm ice was worth 20 spirit stones. Qinping presented at least 7 or 8 pounds of this exquisite silk, valued at several hundred spirit stones, sufficient for Mu Luofei to craft 3 beautiful garments and some ice silk stockings. Yet, compared to the invaluable lead she provided regarding the century-old spirit milk, these gifts seemed rather insignificant. They were merely tokens of Qinping's sentiment, a testament to the unintentional merit of the treasure-hunting weasel. Next, he revealed a jade box and, upon opening it, revealed a perfectly intact snow lotus. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Mu Luofei, who had harbored some irritation moments ago, now found her demeanor entirely softened, her expression transforming into one of warmth and joy. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus possessed remarkable effects for maintaining youth, making it a potent asset for a female cultivator like Mu Luofei. This rare item was exceedingly difficult to find, with its production being exceptionally scarce. With a joyful heart, Mu Luofei accepted the gift from Qinping, playfully huffing, I forgive you. Qinping chuckled heartily. I'm glad you like it, senior sister Luofei. Subsequently, Mu Luofei produced a storage bag and said to Qinping, this contains the blood of demon bones that junior brothers Luo and Fong collected for you. Qinping accepted the storage bag and inquired, what have junior brother Luo and junior brother Fong been up to lately? Mu Luofei replied, with your assistance. Their debt issues have nearly been resolved over the years, and each has also encountered some fortuitous opportunities. They are currently aspiring to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Last month, they returned to replenish their supplies, mentioning that there is conflict in the eastern wilderness and that they wish to seek their fortunes there. I didn't try to dissuade them. Qinping nodded. Had he not lent his support to several individuals back then, Fang Xing and the others would have likely faced a life devoid of cultivation prospects, toiling away solely to repay their debts. Now, having caught their breath, they were once again embarking on the journey towards foundation establishment. Contemplating this, Qinping felt an inexplicable joy, as if the members of the Jiazi courtyard were fulfilling the promises made in their youth, all set to embark on the path of foundation establishment. Mu Luofei offered a cautionary note, Junior Brother Qin, you should minimize your interactions with them moving forward. They seem to have engaged in some dubious activities over there. One is an artifact refiner, another a talisman maker, and the last a formation master. Indeed, it seems to be an exceptional combination for nefarious dealings. Qinping understood that in pursuit of their foundation establishment, they would require abundant resources, and without the lucrative tasks he provided, they would undoubtedly be unwilling to settle for the meager spirit stones earned from their respective positions. Chen Ping clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the warning. Senior sister. All right, let us meet again in 3 months. Mu Luofei deactivated the barrier, summoning her white jade flying boat. Junior brother, you must seize the time to make your breakthrough. I too must dedicate more time to my cultivation. With that, she departed hastily. As the deadline for foundation establishment approached, every moment was precious. Chen Ping released his treasure-hunting weasel and then retreated into his chamber to prepare for his cultivation. Compared to his previous return, the fragrance of Mu Luofei lingered more prominently in his sanctuary. Could it be that, in his absence, senior sister Luofei frequently visited to cultivate here? It would seem so. After all, he had been away for quite some time, and it was only natural for her to cultivate here while waiting for his return. Inhaling the residual scent, a subtle smile graced Chen Ping's lips as he settled into a meditative posture, taking out elixirs to begin refining them. Chen Ping's schedule was thoroughly packed: cultivation, body tempering, refining the cold ice ghost fire, practicing the Qinglian sword art, so much so that he had no time to concoct body tempering pills. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Chen Ping's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 13th layer of qi refinement. His overall condition was optimized, and he was ready to attempt breaking into the 14th layer. A vast torrent of mist-like spiritual energy began to wash against his bottleneck. His expanded consciousness surged forth, gravitating towards a transformation of divine awareness. With body tempering pills in hand, his physical cultivation reached the late stage of the first tier, and the body tempered by the Qinglian sword essence began to tremble violently, seemingly unable to bear the strain. Blood beads began to seep from the pores of Chen Ping's flesh. Despite his diligent efforts in cultivation, his foundation remained somewhat superficial. If he were to recklessly attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage at this juncture, he would surely meet with disastrous consequences. The treasure-seeking weasel, upon observing Chen Ping's anguished expression and the blood seeping from his body, anxiously whimpered beside him, seemingly attempting to rouse him from his torment. As his spiritual consciousness gradually underwent transformation, the excruciating pain did not deter Chen Ping from pressing on with his endeavor to reach the 14th level of qi refinement. He felt an unwavering resolve within him. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his new realm before settling into tranquility. His spiritual consciousness successfully transformed, and Chen Ping sensed a profound connection with the universe, although he was unable to separate his consciousness from his body. While divine consciousness could detach and explore the surrounding environment and potential foes, the 14th level of qi refinement existed in a liminal space between spiritual consciousness and divine consciousness. Chen Ping opened his eyes. He had reached the 14th level of qi refinement. However, he could no longer contain the backlash from his breakthrough and expelled a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. After a moment, Chen Ping rose. Bitterness etched across his features, and with a wry smile, he touched his nose, reflecting, "It seems I have underestimated the strength of my own spiritual consciousness and overestimated the prowess of the late stage of first-order body cultivation." It was indeed his own spiritual consciousness that had inflicted harm upon him. If this were to spread, few would believe it. This incident was not a result of a bottleneck, but rather due to the overwhelming power of his spiritual consciousness. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges, he had ascended to the 14th level of qi refinement, inching ever closer to the foundation establishment.